Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Paul Serra behind the glass. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good.
Active night last night.
Busy
Lots going
night.
on. We talked yesterday about the remote control and how many screens do you have going?
So Kelsey doesn't like when there's multiple audio going at the same time.
Well, you don't have to have the volume on.
Oh, but I like to have one on a lower volume than the other so I could, whip over there and see something if I'm missing it. So I referred to it as the sports dojo last night as I had multiple screens and bouncing around, texting you guys. Yeah. You're thrown off by this.
The audio, yeah. I love the multiple screens, and when I can construct it on the main screen to have, whether it's college basketball games, I've got 4 of them up.
Yeah.
Or it's NFL on the Sundays, I've got 4 of them up. That's fine, but you can only have one audio.
Oh, no, I can. Well, again, they're not the same level. I don't have competing audio. They're layered.
That to me is just annoying. I can't focus on what my wife is saying if the TV is on.
She just left. She's like, I'm going to another room.
No, I can't focus on one more, like the audio.
Does it throw you off that bad?
For me, yes. I can.
Maybe it's like just the ADD generation. Like I can just, keep it all going all at once. I'll just bop my head around and catch out everything.
Because you're supposed to be what? Gen Z, Gen Y?
I'm a millennial, John.
Millennial. Okay, yes. I'm going to call you. I'm going to refer to you like you just did.
I'm actually Gen Alpha. I was born 10 years ago.
I'm just going to refer to you as the ADD generation.
Yeah, we kind of are. But it's getting worse. Gen Z's going to be even worse than us. We don't have the attention span of goldfish. So, I got the audio playing of the Sweet 16. And I'm watching the Tigers, and I'm getting updates on the Red Wings, and I'm going, glad Lions started. But let's start with the Tigers, John.
Okay. One at a time.
Actually, why don't you talk Tigers? I'll talk Red Wings.
All at the
Heather,
same
you want to
time,
talk about whatever you did last night? We'll just do it at the same time. Ready? 3, 2.
Lost.
Okay, go ahead.
It was, so the positives. How about Spencer Torqulson? I mean, slugging percentage of 4,000, OPS of 5,000, batting average of 1,000, 5 at bats, 4 base on balls. The time he made connection, he went yard. This is what this year is going to be for Spencer Torqulson.
What did you text us? And I think you meant this semi-seriously.
So anytime you say anything positive about Spencer Torqulson, it's semi-seriously because you just don't know what to trust. Now, I couldn't be happier that he started the season that way, and I hope it continues. And I don't think he's not going to be batting 1,000, right? We all know that. Mm-hmm. And he could follow it up today with an 0 for 4 and 4 strikeouts. The fact that there were so many swing and miss last year, and that he started this one out with 4 base on balls. Is the game slowing down for him, and he is able to see the spin, the release, whatever it is. I don't care. But is he just simply seeing the ball better? And it's going to lead to more hard contact, launching, all that stuff. I just want to see good at-bats from Spencer Torqulson. And yesterday we saw 5 good at-bats.
And that's way more important than winning or losing that game.
No.
Because, again, him hitting would transform this lineup.
The win is always better. That's always more important.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, I
don't think you do. You said that's the most important thing yesterday.
You got to go through 162 games. If he hits, that's going to be more indicative of them winning baseball games than any individual game.
Right.
Yeah, that's my point. And it's cool to see it translate from the spring, right? There's always this question of, you did it in spring.
Was spring training.
Guys are working on stuff. You're tinkering with a stance. Does it translate? He looks comfortable. I saw a side-by-side. His stance looks more similar to when he was in college.
Yeah.
And if he can tap into the power he had at Arizona State, you were joking, at first of 40 home runs. I don't know, but I know if he's that right-handed power bat this team's been missing for years, if he can tap into what he did at the end of 2023 and make that more of a consistent thing in 2025, that's going to give this lineup a lift, and they desperately need it because, John, the other big takeaway was 0 of 15 with runners in scoring position last night.
And what were some of the things we talked about yesterday? And it was, okay, it's going to have to be Colt Keith. It's going to have to be Spencer Torqulson. Riley Green is going to have to be a little bit better than he was last year, even though he was an all-star. You are going to have to get performances. Kerry Carpenter, who I know was what he had two at bats.
Sack fly in there.
Sack fly and
by the way, sack fly off a lefty. Can I see more of him just in general, especially with the injuries?
Well, and
like
there's a lot for us to get to over the next 4 hours, but they were going to have to be opportunistic. Runners in scoring position, you're going to have to be able to knock runners in. You can't have single shot home runs. You've got to be able to do it when guys are in scoring position, or at least on base. And what did I text you also yesterday about the lineup? They must hate Colt Keith.
Oh yeah, I meant to.
They must absolutely hate Colt Keith, because if Manuel Margot gets on, or if Colt Keith gets on, are they just not going to be stranded with Javi Baez, Jake Rogers, and Ryan Kreidler behind him? Now, Ryan Kreidler starts off with a single. So, all right, that troll didn't work. Right. But it just, that is the obstacle that this team is going to continue to have, is you can get guys in scoring position, but then when the last three batters are Baez, Rogers, and Kreidler. Now, I thought Rogers was going to come through.
He had a couple chances, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he hit one to the warning track, and after he swung and the contact, you're like, oh, man, that's going to be a 3-run shot, and then it comes up a little bit shy. I just think there's going to be a lot. This is going to be a part of the conversation throughout the course of the year, is runners stranded in scoring position. It was last year.
I was just going to say, that's where the frustration comes in. Last year, they were 2 of 23 with runners in scoring position in the critical elimination closeout games in the playoffs, and then to go 0 of 15 in the opener. Colt Keith himself was 0 of 4 runners in scoring position, 0 of 5 for the game. But it wasn't just him. I mean, it was 0 of 15. It's up and down the order. Blake Snell, he's won a couple Cy Youngs, but he's a guy that plays with fire. Mm-hmm. He's comfortable walking guys because he's got the put away stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And he put base runners on.
Wild pitch scores 1.
Sure, but the Tigers couldn't get a big knock. And that's going to be a theme all season.
Hopefully it's minimized and they are able to knock some runs in, but the problem is there's no bat at the bottom of the lineup. There's just no bat. And so you're going to be simply struggling with, well, if Riley Green can get on, now all of a sudden that's when Spencer Torqulson has to go yard. Has to. Now, something I wasn't paying attention to, because I was cleaning up the kitchen, cleaning up dinner when Spencer Torqulson hit that home run. Mm-hmm. What was this? What was the celebration? Did they get rid of the pizza
spear? I didn't even think about that.
I don't know. If anybody could text us in 248-539-9797, what was the the touchdown celebration? What was the home run celebration in the locker room? Or has all of Major League Baseball abandoned that theory?
Well, he hit the home run. He crushed it. It was like 420 feet. And then the next thing I saw was Tom Hanks. So I don't know if there was a pizza spear celebration or not, but they showed Tom Hanks a lot last night. Just me?
No, it's not just
okay,
you.
They showed him a lot last night.
I was fine with them showing magic. Obviously, we're kind of always okay with them showing magic here. But he is owner. Why did they keep showing Tom Hanks and his son?
Is he a big Dodger fan, or is he just in the area?
He was just, I don't know. I think he was just there.
248-539-9797. Your first impressions of the Tigers. We'll spend a bunch of time on that today. As John did say, we have 4 hours. Michigan State. We have some big questions about both teams as they play tonight to try to get into that Elite Eight and set up the matchup that a lot of us want, but some don't. And John mentioned the Wings. They lost last night, but didn't lose any ground. Still 3 points
Still 3 back, and they are.
Don't do it.
They are.
Don't do it.
So, hey, we are SC, we are Penn State. They are alive.
We're going to see the worst hockey team make the playoffs, right? Like,
Tom, did you hear that while you were gone? That they played alive, Pearl Jam alive in the locker room after one of their wins?
I didn't know until Jim told me yesterday.
Okay,
I'm glad they're alive.
Because I texted that to you guys last night as well, and I didn't know if you were aware of that while you were gone.
Yeah, he told me yesterday. They are that bottom of the East is unbelievable. Like it's nobody's getting a 90 at this point, right?
No. I mean, 85 might win it.
I mean, there is a chance 82 might do it. Now, I doubt it ends up happening, but 82, the importance of that number is that's the amount of games you play. One point per game would get you a playoff spot. I mean, the Islanders, don't they have 2 games in hand, and they're like, they're ahead of their Wings, right?
Right.
They're like the epiphany, or like, not the epiphany, the wrong word. They're like, to me, the gold standard of just a hot garbage team that could just get in by default because somebody has to.
And here is, and Jim, I think maybe this is where you're going with when I interrupted you. You said the last 10.
Yeah, the last 10 games for the bubble teams. So Montreal, you said, has lost 4 in a row. They're 3-3-4 in their last 10. Look at the other teams on the bubble. The Rangers, 3-6-1. The Blue Jackets, 2-7-1. Our Red Wings, 3-7. The Bruins, 2-7-1. The best team in the stretch is the Islanders, who went 4-3-3, and they're not even in right now.
And you look at the streaks. The streaks, like, and let's go. Hey, they're streaking. The Islanders, the Canadians have lost 4. Islanders lost 3. The Rangers have lost 1, and they're 3-6-1 in the last 10. The Wings have lost 2. The Bruins has lost 7 in a row. These are all streaks.
And by the way, the loss in the shuffle last night is clearly the Ottawa Senators have passed the Red Wings in terms of a team with talent that we're kind of doing a rebuild at the same time. And the Senators got 7 out of 8 points against the Red Wings this year. Way to go, Steve.
Speaking of Steve, I showed you this picture. Someone screenshotted Steve Yzerman. He was on TV last night briefly when they were down 3-0. How would you describe the look on his face? It's kind of gnawing on his lip.
Disgust.
Yeah.
Same Steve. I can't believe this is my life.
Same Steve.
I wonder if he turned on the Red or the Tigers at some point up in the box.
He's like, I want to see what Shohei's doing. Is Torque going to get going?
No, he was watching the brackets last night. There was college basketball last night.
There was.
I don't know.
Did Alabama shoot it too?
Anybody actually watch the bracket last night?
Again, I told you I had it.
You had the multiple screens.
Multiple screens. Yeah. I don't think Alabama shot a 2-point shot. They put up 1,000,000 points.
They could have, if they did not shoot a 2-point shot, they could have. They would still have outscored BYU by only shooting 3s.
Wow. All right, we got open lines. We got the text 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, we briefly mentioned the brackets, and if your bracket's busted, new customers on FanDuel can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. You still be in the game. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreakers, and even who's going to be cutting down the nets when it's all said and done. If you've been waiting to join, there is absolutely no better time. There's tournament action almost every single day. At least there is until Sunday night. And FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, so much more. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action all tournament long. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
week away from opening day in Detroit. We had our first taste last night. Tigers lose. Get first impressions at 6:35 this morning. We got open lines reacting to the Tigers loss, the Red Wing loss, Michigan State hockey. Briefly, we're not going to talk a lot of college hockey today. Michigan State, they lost yesterday. And, John, you noticed that they got trolled by Cornell, the team that beat them.
It did. I was actually flipping around. I didn't have multiple screens because I can't focus that much. And I did hear this, and then I saw it again this morning. Somebody had done all the hard work of actually clipping it. And so don't listen to the announcers. I want you to listen to what the Cornell band does and then listen to the response of the Spartan fans. You could hear the hate in the boos because Michigan was not in the building. Michigan's season ended a while ago. Michigan State was playing Cornell. Cornell's band started playing the Victors to troll Michigan State, and the Spartan fans, there was certainly some hate in those boos. I could feel it coming through the speakers.
Fair or foul?
Oh, it's trolling. Come on. If they started playing, if Michigan was still playing, which they weren't,
yeah,
and they started playing the Spartan fight song, you would hear the same boos. And yeah, I think it's all's fair in, I think, college athletics.
So if they had done it after a goal,
play your own,
right? That's your moment, your goal, play your fight song. It looked like it was a stoppage 0-0 hockey game. The only thing I would say is MSU is not trolled by the Michigan fight song. They just beat Michigan. They won the Big Ten. MSU's, you're gonna pretend to be Michigan? Well, we prefer you be Michigan hockey because then we'd actually win in advance.
All they wanted to do was anger the Spartan fans.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Western won yesterday as well, and I only bring them up because I'm convinced that my own personal hell is going to take place in a couple weeks.
Oh, wait, the Frozen Four is not for a couple of weeks?
It's the way they lay this out is stupid.
They do this every year.
They play now, the nothing next weekend, so all of the...
A 2-week layoff.
Yeah. And
it's
then,
like the bowl, it's like playing the conference championship game, and then you don't play a bowl game for a month.
But my personal hell will be, I'm going to the Frozen Four this year. My father-in-law goes every year, and I said, I'll go with you guys this year. So we're all going out to St. Louis, and we're going to watch college hockey. And I remember watching college hockey when the Great Lakes Invitational was at the Joe when I was growing up. So I like college hockey. I admittedly don't follow it a ton. We have everything else on the radar. But it'll be something fun to experience. And I'm convinced that Western Michigan is going to win a national title in hockey while I'm there in attendance to witness it, trolling me.
Are you going to wear your CMU gear?
I'm wearing it today.
You're wearing it today?
We don't have a hockey program, but it still bothers me. It's our rival, and they're going to win a national title. I'm convinced of it.
One can only hope. One can only hope.
A few ticket texts. We opened the show talking a little Tigers, and we're going to talk a lot of Tigers today. This one, again, the standout was 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position last night. Torqulson, if he keeps this up, if he's focused, 35 bombs and 100 RBIs is on the table for him.
Well, you can't hit 35 without that first one.
Figured out Margot's new nickname, Manny Margot. Why are we pinch hitting Trey Sweeney for him in the ninth?
I'm not going to question every move that A.J. Hinch makes, because A.J. Hinch was a wizard last year in getting this team to the postseason. Not every move is going to be a mastery of wizardry.
The only criticism I would have had for A.J. was once Shohei had three balls and first base was open, don't give him something to hit, just intentionally walk him. That was really the only critique I would have from A.J. last night. Texter says, it's happy to see Torque continuing what he did in the spring. This team needs his bat so bad. It says, and I think he says, I don't know why people don't give Shohei the Barry Bonds treatment. Just walk him when you get to 3.
Yeah.
Texter says, boy, watching them go for 15 runners in scoring position, I really wish they had added another bat this offseason. Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, you guys. Let me get my life in order here. There we
Everything
go.
okay?
Yeah. I just have all these papers, and I'm trying to find everything I was looking at. Did you hear this story? A Detroit police officer has been charged with theft after he allegedly stole multiple pairs of shoes from other officers.
I don't understand this.
Yeah, so it happened from between September of last year through January of this year. This guy, 27-year-old James Davis III, stole multiple pairs of shoes from the department's shared locker room. So basically going through people's lockers, stealing tennis shoes, right? He's been arrested. He was arrested at his house while the department was executing a search warrant. And he was charged with 3 counts of larceny in a building and 1 count of receiving and concealing stolen property. He appeared in court this week. He received a $25,000 bond. He's been ordered not to contact the Detroit Police Department or any of the victims in the case. He is also not allowed to leave the state of Michigan without permission by the court. And the Detroit police commander says that this officer threw away a career. And he went on to say not just a job, but a profession over a pair of tennis shoes.
It seems so weird that, first of all, from your coworkers, also because they're police officers. There are detectives in the building.
I mean, this is I'm sure this is not the first time he's done this, right? When you're doing it with your coworkers at your locker room, you've probably stolen other things before as well. Yep. And he probably just felt like, well, I am a police officer. I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Or I don't know. Maybe the thrill is trying to not get caught. I have no idea.
I'm just confused. Are these because I know some sneakers can be really expensive. Because I can't imagine he's stealing someone's like ratty, smelly gym shoes. But even that, it's not worth it.
It's just the thrill of not getting caught or trying not to get caught because he was caught. Okay, so then I saw a different story. This is in New Jersey. There's a police chief that is accused of creating a really toxic work environment there by doing some really, really horrendous things. Pooping on the floor, spiking coffee with Viagra and Adderall, and a whole lot more. So let me tell you a little bit about this. So officers submitted some legal complaints this month. They plan to sue this police chief, Robert Farley, for discrimination, harassment using racial slurs, retaliation, sexual misconduct, and violation of civil rights. So he's accused of exposing himself to the entire office while also
you would
making...
have to poop on the floor.
Well, yes, but also... This is a different...
Just general exposure?
Just general exposure while also making some really inappropriate comments for pooping in front of the entire work staff. So sometimes he'd poop on the floor. Other times he would use a garbage can.
I'm curious as to what was the point he was trying to make? This is the performance I saw from you yesterday.
Crap.
Unbuckle. Yeah.
I don't know. Listen to this, though. I mean, the poop is bad, and this is just gross, though. He's also accused of shaving his body hair over work desks. Erupting into a fit of rage.
Any specific body parts he's shaving?
It didn't say. I'm hoping it's, I don't know, his legs, maybe.
Some short curlies.
Ripping TVs off the walls, smashing them, smearing ink on door handles, poking holes in coffee cups.
Some of these are some decent practical jokes, like the hole in the bottom of the coffee cup.
Got you. It's like, when's he going to lift it up? This is going to be great. Also, putting dangerously hot peppers into coworkers' food. This guy, and then he took his harassment out of the office. He was also delivering really inappropriate items to officers' homes where they had children that could open these packages. And yeah, I don't know why he was doing all of this, but he worked there with the department for 26 years, was made chief in 2024. So that's just something else interesting I saw. This is really interesting. There's a young Ypsilanti boy who was a healthy, athletic 10-year-old when he almost died in August when his heart suddenly stopped beating. And doctors at Mott's Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor, they performed CPR for 60 minutes, couldn't get his heart to restart. So they put him on this heart-lung bypass machine. Yeah. And then doctors did something they've never done before, at least in a child in Michigan. They removed the boy's heart and they replaced it with a totally artificial heart. kept him alive for 24 days, which was long enough for his kidneys and his lungs to kind of rebound, and then for him to get a human heart. So they've done this before in adults, but never in a child. They said he was one of the smallest and youngest patients to ever receive one of these artificial hearts. And when you read this little quote, this little boy says, quote, "I'm not special, but I am lucky. I am so happy that I got the tubes out. It hurted a little bit."
Aw.
I mean, that's a standing ovation to those doctors. That's a miracle.
Oh my gosh.
It's a miracle.
So
Modern
sweet.
medicine.
It's Heather with the news. 7:02, Michigan State. Could the matchup be looming? Would you give up?
You teared up a little bit, didn't you?
To make it happen.
She's so cute. And then I was like, wait, oh my God, because you just hear my kids saying something like that, you know?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Aw.
We'll talk Michigan State hoops top of the hour. Coming up next, we're going to get into the Tigers more. It's 97.1. spent some time earlier in the week talking about the possibility, and we'll figure it out tonight. Will Michigan and Michigan State play for the first time in the history of the NCAA tournament? A lot of us want it. Some don't, including Mike Valenti, who said he'd rather play Satan. But I have a question for Michigan and Michigan State fans at 7:02. What would you be willing to give up to get that matchup and win that matchup this weekend? Before we do that, John.
Yeah.
Tigers' first impressions. Open phone lines. You got your first taste. We'll see him in person a week from today. What stood out? 248-539-9797.
The Bats seem to be a little bit more active than I anticipated they would be against Blake Snell. To start with, honestly. And just to be able to get on base, be a threat in the first couple of innings. And I know there wasn't much action in that first inning, but then Spencer Torqulson starts off, he walks, and then he gets pushed over. And okay, base running error. It was maddening. I can't remember if that was the first at bat or the second time he was on base, but frustrated by that. But I was happy with some of the bats, just to be able to put bat on ball. You see the home run by Spencer Torqulson, 4 runs against that pitching staff. There are some positives to take away from it. Obviously, they lost the game. But Spencer Torqulson, Gleyber Torres, Manuel Margot, excited to see those guys put bat on ball. And maybe it's just the first game. Like I was excited to see a couple of hits.
Well,
that mattered.
We're all sitting around excited, and you have the Gibby Freeman moment before the game, and I thought that was a cool moment.
That was awesome.
And you're just excited.
How good did Gibby look, though?
Yeah, he looked great.
Right, he jogged out there, threw out the first pitch, jogged back. He looked. Hats off to him. He looked great.
But the anticipation, we're like, let's get to the game. I'm excited. Baseball's back. And John, they lost to the Dodgers. What am I going to do? Make a big deal about losing to the best team in baseball? To me, it's looking a little deeper than just wins and losses. They're going to lose a lot of games. They're going to win a lot of games, play a lot of games. Torkelson's the biggest takeaway I had. If this offense is going to be as anemic as we believe them to be, they're going to rely on Torqulson more now than ever before. And he looked composed. He wasn't in a hurry. He looked disciplined. And yeah, if you give him something to hit, the power's still in that bat, and he launched it to left field. I think there is clearly 30 home run power in that bat, and they're going to need
every one of them.
Every single one and some if this team's going to be in the thick of this race, because the other part of the story was they're running back the offense from last year that couldn't score with runners in scoring position.
So here's what I liked about Torque. If we're just going to talk about him for just a moment.
Yeah.
Is he's obviously super aware of what's at stake, the risk. And is it just, hey, because of the injuries, he's up. Because of what he did in spring training allowed them to make that decision for him to be up because of the injuries. Did the injuries simply save his career? And we don't know. There's one game, and it's one home run. It's 5 at-bats.
Oh, we get to wonder. We get to wonder. But
having said all that, we've seen him press before and chase pitches or just, try and make something happen that wasn't there. What I really liked was the 4 walks.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't trying to swing at everything because I've got to make contact. I've got to hit a home run this time. I've got to hit a home run every time I'm up at the plate. I've got to do this. I've got to do that. I liked his discipline of not swinging and not trying to force something that wasn't there.
I wonder, too, if the fact that the injuries happened and he's not pressing for a roster spot mentally helps him out a little bit here. Knowing, hey, I got a spot. I'm going to get a chance. If I do damage, I can resurrect my career. He's making the most of the opportunity. To your point about the 4 walks, how about this stat? Torqulson is the first player since at least 1901.
Oh, okay, going back a few years.
Since 1901 to draw at least 4 walks and hit a home run in his team's first game of the season.
Last one to do that was what, Ty Cobb?
The last Tigers batter to do it in any game, 4 walks and a home run, was J.D. Martinez in 2017. It's a great sign. The backdrop was 0 of 15 with runners in scoring position. He's going to have to lift an offense that's going to struggle a lot this season. Last year, When they lost games 4 and 5 in the ALDS, they went 2 of 23 runners in scoring position, and we shouted to the heavens, please add a bat. And maybe trying to find the silver lining, the bat was here the whole time, and it's Spencer Torqulson. Now I still would like to put Torqulson with another bat and another bat and another bat, but he can really lift this team up if this is real. And it's only one game, but that was the discipline at the plate that should translate over the course of the season.
Yes. And when you look at all the numbers, again, it's 5 at-bats. But it was opening up on the road. And I don't necessarily think, hey, it's, there's no pressure. I think the pressure is there because if he doesn't perform, as soon as anyone else is healthy, they're up, he's down.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Oh, okay.
Why would it be Torque? And are we anointing Keith too soon? Mr. 0 for 5 on opening day. Is there a world where Keith, who doesn't have a home defensively, if he doesn't hit, why is Torque the only one under pressure here?
Well, they're all under a measure of pressure. The only one that might not be is Javi Baez because he's going to get paid no matter what. And honestly, I think Cole Keith is kind of in that category as well because of the deal he signed before he was even a major leaguer. But
it pales in comparison to Javi's deal.
100%. And he's performing for that next contract. They're all performing for the next contract or roster spot. So I'm not going to go that far with Cole Keith. But as far as I'm not going to go with Spencer Torqulson in one direction, I'm not going to go the other way with Cole Keith. Javi Baez, okay, yeah, that's about exactly what we expected.
And to be fair with Keith, Jim, half the team doesn't have a spot to play.
That's true. Well, good roster construction. One guy that I want to see more of.
Ryan Kreidler. Gold glove, silver slugger after one game.
You were on fire last night. Guy gets a single and makes an admittedly really nice play in the outfield. And John's fitting him for the MVP trophy. Move over Bobby Witt. Yes. No, I want to see Carpenter against righties and lefties. He had the sac fly against a really good lefty out of the bullpen in was it Tanner Scott?
Yeah.
Kerry Carpenter, I understand if this team was fully healthy and you had proper platoon options and you were just going to play matchups. Kerry Carpenter mashes. They showed the graphic pitches in the zone. He was better than Shohei and Aaron Judge last year. Some of that is the cookie cutter matchups, but given the injuries, he should play every single day, right? Both in the corner and at the plate, they need him right now.
I got to imagine in the offseason that would have been a focus of Kerry Carpenter. Like if I want to be a real big-time major league hitter, then I need to be able to play against righties and lefties.
Yes.
Now, okay, he bats lefty. You're going to face more right-handed pitchers. We've talked about this before. He's going to get plenty of at-bats. But if you want to be a guy that absolutely mashes, then you have to do it against both right and left-handers. I got to imagine he worked on that a ton, and I don't necessarily know how many left-hand batting BP pitchers do you
simulate?
Yeah.
But so he's a guy that brings them immense power. He was my pick to lead the team in home runs this year. You too, right?
Yeah.
And it's the idea that they need that bat in the lineup. Most teams aren't sitting their best batter for matchups, right? Now, he's not Shohei, but they're not going, well, sorry, Shohei, a lefty's on the mound, so you get the day off. He's our version, right? He's our masher in the middle.
Could be.
You don't go, hey, we're going to platoon our number one slugger, especially when you look around the lineup and go, who are these guys?
Well, and that, so the number 4 hitter, they have that nickname for a reason, right? The cleanup hitter.
Mm-hmm.
If Spencer Torqulson can be a reliable bat with power at that 4 spot, now AJ Hinch can be much more creative with the lineup because then he says, okay, well, if Margot following him, Spencer Torqulson wipes the bases clean, all right, walk around, touch them all. Margot, we got to get you on. Cole Keith, if he doesn't get on, you got to get on. And then at some point in the bottom of that lineup, there's Kerry Carpenter to clean the bases again. It gives him options. If Kerry Carpenter can be a guy that can bat against both left and right-handed pitchers.
So if Carpenter is an everydayer, he'd be in the corner. Margot is going to be in the corner some. You know who played center field was Riley Green last night. He switched over to center field when they made their lineup tinkering, which is something I said I want to see a little more of. So, hey, that's a nice sign.
You got it, yeah. Hey, one game.
Yeah, there you go.
One opportunity to see him.
Riley in center field.
But the thing with Kerry Carpenter is, to me, I know Torque was the DH, and this is where it's going to be. How do you manufacture, or where do you put Cole Keith if you put Spencer Torqulson at first base? Kerry Carpenter, is he a guy that you want to be your DH? You don't want to see him in the field because of injury issues. Spencer Torqulson hasn't had that injury issue.
But I think what we saw, you're going to get this team that finds themselves trailing in some baseball games because they don't capitalize and they're down. And late in games, you're going to need your best bats, which means Carpenter's playing the field, Riley's in center field, Torkelson's the DH. If you put Kerry Carpenter at DH, you got to play lesser bats in other areas, and this team doesn't have that luxury. We got some ticket texts coming in. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Your first impression with this baseball team. It's okay to overreact a little bit. It's the only game we can talk about until they play later tonight. It's 97.1. Spring into savings. There's unbeatable deals going on right now at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 2024. And with deals like this, looking to do the same in 2025. If you need a truck that works as hard as you do, how about the 2025 Silverado? Four-wheel drive, LT Crew Cab, $299 a month for 24 months, $19.99 down. Go out and try to find a truck for under $300 a month. Everyone gets employee pricing. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Bunch of ticket text, early reactions to the Tigers, one whole game into the season. What do we know about them? What did you observe? Ticket texter says, I'm pleasantly surprised with Torque, good, disciplined at bats. One game, but the approach seems much better. Maybe I wrote him off too soon. Dave in Detroit. Runners in scoring position, blah, need to be better. 0 of 15. If Spencer's going to hit well, he should be moved into the lineup and put Green behind him with Keith, Chad, and a truck. Well, if he hits, he'll move up. Can we use walleye on the term run it back? They're running back the same offense.
Not just yet.
Can Eiserbot Costa tell us if the Wings... Why did you bring this one in here? I'm not an Eiserbot. Can Eiserbot Costa tell us if the Wings just went out there a playoff team but say the Tigers season is over because Green isn't in center field? What else we got here? Someone is concerned about Tarik Skubal, John. You want me to read that one to you?
Sure.
Texter says, I guess no one cares that Skubal only threw 5 innings of work and gave up 4 runs, only 2 strikeouts, couldn't get to 6 innings. If that's our ace, our pitching staff took a step back and we're in trouble. I do like Torque and what he's doing. Signed, Jeff.
I think there's a little something to that text.
I think that's overreacting.
Well, this is what we're doing today, right?
I know.
We have one game.
But are you're actually concerned
I'm not
about
concerned.
Tarik Skubal?
No,
Okay.
no, you're overreacting to what I'm about ready to say.
Well, you haven't said it yet, so that's what he does. He likes to pre-bitch.
Exactly. Bregman. Look, the Dodgers hit a lot of hard balls last night, and I thought Skubal got away with some. And he showed a little, if you remember, JV in him in terms of he just thinks he can go out there and gun one down the middle and blow people away. You're not going to do that against the Dodgers lineup, and I actually think they probably would have won the game last night if he wouldn't have grooved that to Hernandez. So while I think that texture's concerns or whatever, look, you're facing the LA Dodgers. This is a super team. That lineup is scary. But you do have to, when you're an ace, you're the best pitcher in baseball, you still have to dance around the good lineups. And I thought he kind of a few times, and he got away with a few too, but the 2 homers and only 2 strikeouts shows you that he can't be himself. And it kind of showed up a little bit last year in the playoff game against Lane Thomas.
You brought up Lane Thomas in the group text, and it was kind of eerily similar to their last game last season, where Torque gives up a big home run near the end of his outing, and the Tigers strand 1 million base runners.
Yeah. You know, I would say, look, I'm not going to criticize. Tarik Skubal went against the best lineup in baseball last night, okay? Best lineups neutralize aces. That's the way it works in baseball. And to have concern about him is a little foolish. I will say, I think the most encouraging sign, actually, people will hate the runners left in scoring position, but it's actually a good sign.
They had runners in scoring position.
And that will balance out over time. They made the Dodgers throw 173 pitches last night. The Tigers threw 122. Great at bats.
About 50 more pitches seen. Someone made that note last night, and I thought that was a really smart observation from the first
Quality
game.
ABs in general, you can pick apart. Like Sweeney's at bat was horrendous.
Yeah, but how about Kreidler, who we don't think is a very good hitter? He had a hit last night. They don't get that wild pitch if he doesn't stand in there and take pitches and force Blake Snell to throw more and more, because he can be erratic. You have to stand in there and be disciplined. And that, while it wasn't a super productive at bat, it was a winning at bat. It helped him get a run across. It just didn't win the game, but that at bat was the type of stuff you want to see.
Yeah. And I think we're seeing, as much as we give Scott Harris a lot of crap for a lot of things, whether it's, the Erod trade deadline, it's, not adding a third baseman or not having a backup plan, even though they thought they were going to get certain individual this past offseason. I think his focus on pitchers that can throw strikes and batters that Javi Baez, he inherited. He inherited that contract. But batters that value the strike zone as well.
Their approach to the plate is really good, and it will pay off. They will get clutch hits. I remember, you did go against Blake Snell last night, too, who is one of the best pitchers in baseball. So,
and then the Dodger bullpen, which they just throw out dudes.
And the Dodger lineup. Yeah. Like, that is as close to a modern-day murderer's row as you're going to find.
Right. Tigers' bats looked confident and professional from an unnamed texter. Colt Keith looked bad yesterday. Very disappointing. The bats were just not good enough. Torque is going to force his way to that first base spot with his professional ABs.
Well, then maybe it'll be interesting to see, does Gleyber Torres become the DH.
And then Keith goes back over to second.
Keith goes back to second.
You could do that.
I mean, if Gleyber Torres is, again, the worst fielding second baseman in Major League Baseball like he was last year, you want his bat. So you want to accentuate the good things.
Sure.
Then do that.
Texter says, I agree with Costa. Carpenter deserves a chance to play every day. John in Dearborn Heights. A couple people saying that. It says, I don't like the hodgepodge lineup. I can deal with it, but Carpenter needs to play every day and get 4 at-bats.
He needs to be that type of batter. Yes.
Margot looks like he can still play. I thought he might be washed. That was a good showing for him. Yeah, he went the other way a couple times early in that game.
Yep. Game 1. Nice.
What else we got here? It says, I really don't get the matchup argument for Carpenter when the team continues to play Baez. He can't hit from either side. Signed, Pat.
This is true.
Yeah, but he can play all the positions defensively.
Oh, come on. There you go. Knew it was you were gonna have some smart. You couldn't go a day without the smarm.
It's part of a balanced breakfast. Texter does want to point out that Bregman went 0 for 4 yesterday. So at least for a day.
Yeah, but they won, didn't they?
They did win. Mm-hmm. They did win yesterday. They played, was it the Twins? I don't know. Doesn't matter. This one says, put Torque where they drafted him to be, which is third base, and hope he hits. Then put Keith back at second. Get rid of Torres and trade for Vladdy Jr.
Well, yes. Trading for Vlad Jr. would be nice.
That text was brought to you by MLB The Show.
Right. So here's where, if we're going to project down the road, and everything we saw yesterday is true, and even the ones that, Skubal, we don't think he's not all washed up, right? Even though it was, a couple of home runs. Can they be that team that by the trade deadline, if Spencer Torqulson is still hitting, and you have all of these other guys that are just kind of floundering, some are hitting, are they going to be in position to, that's when they add the bat?
Can't believe people are being critical over one game. Guys, one game. That's all we have is one game. Says we're being critical over one game, not 162. I guess we'll hold all of our Tigers thoughts until they've played 162 to give a more accurate picture of what we think of the season. And this one says, you guys are missing the biggest story of all. Torque is on pace for 648 walks and 162 home runs. Buckle up, boys. Torque to the moon.
Oh, you have no idea how much I love if anybody wins that first game. 162-0
on the table.
Yep. Now it's only possible to go 161-1.
Cookie jar coming up at 7:35. Coming up next, Michigan State. Some thoughts on a potential matchup and what happens tonight. It's 97-1.
The struggle continues for the Red Wings. 3 goals in the third could not save them from a rough start against Ottawa. Here's Coach McClellan. They eventually lost 4-3 at home and now have only earned 6 total points over the past calendar month. Montreal also lost, so Detroit technically didn't lose any ground. Spencer Torqulson carrying over his power from the spring, hitting a 423-foot bomb late, but the Tigers needed more in L.A. It was a 5-4 loss in the opener. They had runners at first and second with 1 out in the 9th, but Trey Sweeney and Colt Keith could not bring any home. L.A. begins the year 3-0. The Tigers 0-1 with 2 more still to play out in California. Cade Cunningham will remain out tonight for the Pistons in their clash against the East-leading Cavaliers. It'll be his 3rd straight missed game with a bruised calf. Detroit's magic number did decrease for an important top 6 seed, though. They're now at 3 following an Atlanta loss last night. Sweet 16, Alabama setting a record as they dropped 25 triples on BYU, winning 113-88. Also, John Calipari's Razorbacks are out, blowing a 13-point lead in the final 4 minutes against Texas Tech. They lost 85-83, and 1 seeds Florida and Duke also advanced. The Spartans and Wolverines will have their chances to do so tonight. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Happy Friday. We are 1 week away from the home opener. Been talking baseball most of the show. Basketball still going on. Sweet 16. We got 2 teams in action tonight, Spartans and Wolverines. And on Monday, we spent a lot of time talking about could they meet up.
Mm-hmm.
And John, most people said they wanted to see that matchup. Toxicity and all that to be damned. They still want to see these 2 teams meet for the first time ever in the NCAA tournament. And the bragging rights, if you win, you go to the Final Four. That's what it's all about. I have a question, though.
Okay.
How many consecutive losses would you give up in football if it meant you got the matchup this weekend and you won the matchup this weekend? That's a question for Spartan fans and Wolverine fans as we sit here today. I guarantee you get the matchup, you win the game. How many losses in football would you be willing to give up to get that conclusion?
So if you make this deal and you win that matchup, you're going to the Final Four.
Yep. In the case of Michigan, you beat Auburn and you take Izzo out before he gets to the Final Four. Dusty May gets there before Izzo.
Well, Izzo's been there many times.
You get what I mean. Dusty May in his first year gets there over Izzo. Would be
Right.
huge for Michigan basketball.
Sure, it would be huge for Michigan basketball.
How many would you give up? A loss, 2 losses, 3 losses? How many is it worth to you?
Is there anything else that I get in this deal? Is it assured that you win the first Final Four game and get to the national championship game or win a national championship?
No, you roll the dice. You're there, you see what happens.
0.
You give up 0 football,
I'd
a
give up
regular
0.
season football game. You wouldn't give up 1
0.
to beat Izzo and Dusty May's first year and go to the Final Four.
Hey, it would be very fun. There's no question about it.
You guys really are a football school.
It would be very fun. But on the flip side, it would be very much miserable to lose that matchup in October.
0.
Me. I would give up 0. And I would love for Dusty May to make the Final Four. I'd love for them to beat Michigan State or Ole Miss. Depends who makes it. But I would give up 0 in a row against Michigan State in football for 1 win to send the team to the Final Four. I'll take my chances. It doesn't guarantee that we lose.
What if I tell you are guaranteed to lose if you don't
can't
take
change
this
the deal? I already asked you to change the deal.
I'm putting more parameters on. I'm adding more.
I asked you to add in a national championship. You wouldn't do it, so you can't take it away either. I'll take my chances.
If you don't take the deal, your team loses the game automatically. Tom, let's get a Walmart perspective. What do you think?
Yes.
Tom, would you take this deal?
Yeah.
Let's get your thoughts on it.
What's the blue light special say?
I'm not taking any losses.
Right, 0.
Yeah. I mean, as Paul put it, I'm not giving up football.
It's a regular season game. This is postseason. This is Final Four. I get not giving up a Big Ten championship matchup with your rival or a college football playoff matchup with your rival. You wouldn't give up 1 regular season loss to get one of the ultimate bragging right moments in hoops, go to the Final Four and beat your rival.
No, because that loss lives a lot longer than this one will.
I mean, a loss is still harmful in football. I know it's not quite as much with the new format and all that, but I just no. I
thought you would have said 1. I get not doing 2, 3 stacked.
I don't think Michigan will win at all. That's why.
So no, hold on a second here. The loss is more harmful in football. This loss would be lethal.
Yeah, it ends the season.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but still, I guess part of my reasoning here is that if Michigan was like a 1 seed and had this phenomenal season, I'd probably have a different answer. I don't think Michigan can win it, and because they can't win the championship, I'm kind of like, so what? A bragging rights thing over? Yeah. I mean, I've always said that ever since trouble with the snap, that will be the ultimate trump card, no matter what, in the rivalry. That State can always hang its hat on that moment and say, "Oh yeah, but," and I think it would even trump if Michigan beat them to go to the Final Four.
But this would be up there.
100%.
Oh, it would.
Yeah, there's no question that trumps that. That is because it's the moment. It was in Ann Arbor, and it was the call. Yeah. It lives on in infamy forever.
Paul Serra is wearing a Spartan hat. I know you're not a Spartan.
That's maybe a Miami guy.
Yeah, you're a Miami guy, I thought.
Yes, but I root for State more than Michigan because Michigan fans are obnoxious.
Oh, okay, thanks, Stoney.
Paul,
is this just a basketball thing, or is it in football too?
No, this was just everything. Being around Michigan fans, I was like, I can't deal with these people.
I take back every nice thing I've ever said about you.
Paul, my stupid, ridiculous question that's getting mocked on Ticket Text. Would you do this? You have to. How many football losses would you give up from a Spartan standpoint?
I'm giving them none. I'm not giving up football, Jim. Football is way more important than basketball.
You guys are terrible at football. Take the loss and go to the Final Four.
It doesn't guarantee Michigan State anything, though.
Right. If there was any
Plus,
guarantee
they are
on
a
the
better
back
basketball team than Michigan. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose that game. They are a better team than Michigan.
But if you lose to Michigan, you can claim your regular season supremacy, but everybody in college hoops talks about the tournament and Final Fours and deep runs, and Izzo's built his whole reputation on Final Fours. You can't spin around and go, well, we still had the better season. No, Michigan had the better season. They beat you and ended your season and went to the Final Four. You can't spin it. You can't give up one football loss,
No.
Paul. Come on.
No, football is way more important than basketball.
Ticket
You're-
text.
How about
you're
some,
on an
how about
island
some
on this
college
one.
baseball losses? I'll give up some of that.
You want
Yeah.
to give up some college hockey losses, too?
Yeah.
All right,
go
so
ahead.
from an unbiased perspective, from Fire Up Chips country, how many should
don't do-
Michigan give
I'm not
up
telling-
or Michigan State give up in the football realm for this one single win?
I'm not telling you how you should feel. I'm just a little
Well, it
surprised.
kind of feels like that.
I'm surprised at the overall dismissal of this. I'm giving you one of the marquee
I'll-
wins in the history of the rivalry, and you guys are saying, nope, I'm good. I'll take the loss. I still want my football.
No. We're saying we'll take the chance. It's not a guaranteed loss. It's also not guaranteed that Michigan even gets there.
True, which I get it.
It's more likely Michigan State is the team that's there, but
But
they
if you
play
take the
Ole
deal,
Miss.
you're playing the game, which means you're beating Auburn, and then you're beating MSU, which is pretty attractive.
Oh, it's very attractive, but
Clearly not.
I will take my chances and say, hey, let's roll the dice and see if we can step up and beat them for the third time, knowing the most likely outcome is that you're 0-3 against the Spartans this year.
Yeah, I mean, and they're 8.5-point dog tonight, Michigan. I don't think people realize like how big of this would be a pretty big upset to actually win outright. I think State's vulnerable too tonight. I really think Ole Miss is a kind of a sneaky team that really needed to get out of the SEC because it just ate them alive. But I mean, they are a 6 seed. I mean, they out of the best conference. State better be careful tonight. They can't play like they did early in those first two games.
Sure, any team that is still playing has the ability to win. I don't think it will be. It will be I think the biggest shock would be if Michigan were to beat Auburn tonight. There's no question would be the shock factor of that would be way more than Ole Miss beating Michigan State or Kentucky beating Tennessee, even though Kentucky's a 3, Tennessee's a 2, Purdue beating Houston. I think the biggest would be obviously Michigan beating Auburn because Michigan could play this game as well as they played Texas A&M. They could out-rebound. They could, keep their turnovers in check. They could even shoot better from behind the arc. They could play almost a near-perfect game and still lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, and Auburn was the number 1 overall seed. People forget that because people are all over Duke and Florida right now, and I think justifiably so. Auburn has not played well the last, 3 weeks or so?
And Duke is the sexy team, and Duke has played well at the start of the tournament. Not well, they've played great at the start of the tournament. But the reason that Auburn was the number 1 overall seed is what they were able to do all season long. And maybe at the end of the year, they lost a little bit of focus, but this is where the money's made. And every single player on Auburn's team, along with Bruce Pearl, knows what's at stake tonight.
Auburn's got the size, and they play tough. And it kind of neutralizes the fact that Michigan has 2 7-footers. And then Auburn defends the 3-point line, which means you're not getting anything on the perimeter easy. And if Michigan's guards fall back into what they've been for most of the season, it's going to be transition baskets for the Tigers. The spread at 8.5, I think, is every bit legit. I mean, that's
no one's is sitting there. Well, we could argue or not, as we did at the beginning of the tournament. Oh well, should Michigan have been a 5? Should they have been a 6? Should they have been a 4 or a 3?
They'd have to go through Auburn.
Yeah, Auburn is the number 1 overall seed because of the talent they have, the coaching that they're receiving, and the fact that they're just a damn good team. They're big. Their guard play is good. They defend the 3-point line. Like they do the things that you're supposed to do to win games. That's why they won a lot of them.
And I do wonder, Michigan just played, and we gave them full credit their cleanest game, right? Single-digit turnovers, 80% at the free throw line. They battled on the boards and won over a tough team. Is that not the outlier? Like, it's going to be tough to string that together again against a better team.
And if you
Auburn.
value the SEC and what it's all about, and
Sure.
they've proven their worth, they had 7 make the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
They still have 6 teams left, right? Arkansas lost last night.
Yes,
they got 6 of the 12
Yeah.
left.
That's wild.
Well, and the Big Ten has 3 teams playing tonight. How many teams are playing after tonight?
I think
Maryland got knocked out last night.
Yeah.
So they've got Michigan State, Michigan, and Purdue.
Purdue's playing kind of a home game, but they're big dogs too. MSU's the only favorite, and it's close. The spread's 2.5, 3.5, and it's Chris Beard and Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
I think MSU is going to eke it out, but I think it's going to be another one of these ugly games. I think their rebounding might be the difference. It may have to be one of those like classic Tom Izzo war drill throwback wins if they're going to move on.
Yeah, I mean, for State, their depth in a game like this should win them and, like you said, eke out a game. But the ultimate test is coming when they play maybe one of the SEC heavyweights. You know, if Auburn does win, does that hold true for Michigan State against Auburn? By the way, with Paul wearing the Spartan hat, I just want him to know he doesn't have to wear a Spartan hat on the morning show. I know he has to on the afternoon show, but he doesn't have to on the morning show.
Right, yeah.
I think that just sits there. Is that just sits there for later in the day?
Yeah, Jim, it does.
God.
Yeah.
Most people hate my question. I think one person said they would give up a football game, but most people say this is a stupid question. It's a stupid deal. Football's king, basketball's secondary. We'll read some of those texts, take some of your phone calls, 248-539-9797. And if you want to talk about the basketball matchups, we kind of got into that too. Cookie Jar at 7:35. It's 97.1. Got a team of producers on the ticket text. They're trying to help me with this question because apparently it's just a dumb waste of our time. I said,
Well, I think it's just an easy answer.
I said, I guarantee you get Michigan State, and your team wins. How many head-to-head football losses would you give up to get it? And everyone on the show, and 99% of the ticket texters, said they would give up 0 football games to go to the Final Four and beat their rival. And I know football's king, but this is postseason versus regular season. This is bragging rights. This would be one of the 3 or 4 biggest moments in the rivalry in any sport, and you wouldn't give up one regular season football game?
So when you have the debate between Spartans and Wolverines, how many times do you hear, well, you haven't beaten Michigan State in basketball in this many days? It's
Never.
always in reference to football. So can we throw a wrinkle in here?
Well, people are trying to spice it up on the ticket text. Okay. So someone says you have to make this, you win the game, but you also win it in a trouble with the snap kind of way. Like a team that doesn't have a timeout or a full court heave. That way it's just extra painful. But I still don't think you're taking that, John.
Yeah. Well, Michigan already owns the, calling a timeout without a timeout. So I don't know that
What's
we want
one
necessarily.
more?
Yeah. Well, no. So, but if Michigan State were to do it, yeah, it's just okay. It's been done. We own that one.
Someone said, Jim, you have to make it so they not only win, but they also win the whole thing. You have to guarantee a national title to give up a regular season football game.
Well, let's flip this kind of on its head. For Michigan, all right, you're going to give up a win or 2 wins, whatever the streak would be in football. You're losing on that side.
Yeah.
But you beat Michigan State in the Elite Eight to go to the Final Four.
Yeah.
That's one option. For Michigan State fans, how many wins would you be willing to accept for Jonathan Smith? You can guarantee that he wins the matchup next year against Michigan, but your Spartans lose to Michigan in the Elite Eight.
Oh, so if we play football as king, Izzo falls on the sword this weekend, but
Would
I
you
guarantee
rather
you
have-
Jonathan Smith gets a win next year. Would you take that deal?
Yeah.
This is also, it's all hypothetical BS,
Yeah.
but it's supposed to be fun. We'll read some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Yeah, 0, big, huge 0. It's football, for God's sakes. Can't believe you're drinking this early. It's only 7 in the morning. What does it say about a topic when only Jeff Rieger would take the football loss?
I don't think Rieger would take the football loss. I think he as well.
He loves hoops, though.
I know he does.
He's in the afternoon. Maybe they'll spin this off. Texter says, I'm with Costa. This is the one guy.
Wouldn't be the first time they copied the topic.
John in Dearborn Heights is the one human being who agrees and says, he says he'd give up 4 years of football if it meant he could brag that they're 1-0 in the tournament. That's maybe going to the extreme. Shocked John didn't take the deal. Michigan's going to vacate wins anyway. You knew we'd get one of those.
Yeah.
No reason to take this deal when we already have the edge. That's Connor in Belleville. We don't know which team Connor's a fan of, but I would assume he's a Spartan fan.
Edge, clearly, the edge is Michigan State in this situation.
As a Sparty, I'd take 2 losses to Michigan in football. I can't stand losing to them in basketball because if you lose, they act like they love basketball and they're truly the best. If Michigan loses, they just brush it off and says no one cares. Michigan fans are truly the worst. Someone comes at Paul Sarah. Paul, you say Michigan fans are obnoxious, then claim even if Michigan wins, MSU is better. Help me help you.
But it is true. Michigan State won 2 out of 3. That's still better.
Michigan would have the better season, and they would have the more meaningful win, right? I think Michigan fans would take going to the Final Four over winning the regular season
title. So winning 2 out of 3,
title.
but winning the last one matters more.
Well, just ask. Well, it's not that hard. Who would you rather be? You'd rather be Michigan fans in that scenario, right?
Well, Michigan's not going to be in the game anyway. They're not playing on Sunday.
Well, so going into that game, and this goes back to would Michigan or Michigan State, who wouldn't want or who would want that matchup? There is no trepidation from the green and white. They have taken care of business in a very significant and dominant fashion. Neither of those games was in doubt. That whether it was in Chrysler or the Breslin Center.
Let me spice it up a little differently. How about if you get the win, Michigan fans, but you have to give up the next home game against the Spartans and play it at Ford Field? I knew you'd love that.
Thank you for that. We have some more tongue-in-cheek ticket text.
Would you do that, John? Michigan plays Michigan State. The next time they play them in Ann Arbor, it gets moved to Ford Field. But
you're guaranteed to win this
to
week.
go to the Final Four.
He doesn't want to give up games at the big house.
You call the game down there, by the way. Be nice and warm.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
it's nice and warm in the press box in the big house.
John,
I get to call a game in Ford Field? Oh, wow. That's so special.
You'd be like TJ for a day.
Again,
you could only be so lucky.
No deal.
This one says, we're glad it's just a hypothetical, signed Gardner White. Someone agrees with Paul. Sorry, Michigan's going to get curb stomped tonight. This cute run comes to an end. All of this is not going to come into play. And Costa sounds like a bona fide directional school guy with this thumbs down question. Okay. We're going to do Cookie Jar coming up at 7:35. Talk Tiger baseball before the hour ends. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, more than a month after flooding affected hundreds of homes in southwest Detroit, Mayor Mike Duggan says restoration efforts are nearly complete. So this is great news.
Yeah.
Obviously, you remember back in February, that massive 54-inch water main break flooded streets, homes, cars, right, with several feet of water. Well, during a press conference on Thursday morning, Duggan said that more than 90% of homes affected are now complete. He said 15 families are still living in hotels, and he noted that those families will return home sometime next week. So that is great news.
Yes.
Workers have replaced 125 furnaces, 126 hot water heaters. Duggan did note that there's a few homes that needed a lot more work, but they're working on those and covering everything involved there. So it's great news. The emergency phone line for repairs that people could call will shut down on Monday once the remaining homes are all done. Obviously, if there's still issues, there are other people you can contact, but this emergency line will be done. Residents also have until next Thursday to file a claim for any other damage that they incurred during the flooding. And from what I've read, it sounds like most residents affected are really happy with the city's response and how it was handled.
That's great, because how can you turn a tragedy into a positive? You know, and the old saying is, "Don't waste a great tragedy." Is hopefully in the process, not only is it, hey, our water heater was going out anyway, we get a brand new one, or a furnace or whatever it is. Hopefully, whether it's the contractors or the city, hey, while we're there, this would just be nice. We'll fix this as well.
It kind of sounds like that, from at least from one person affected that spoke, said that not only did they replace everything that needed to be replaced, but they're working to make sure problems don't happen in the future. So if they're seeing something at these homes, they're taking care of that as well. So it sounds like everything is being handled really, really well. A Detroit police officer is in some trouble with the law after he allegedly stole some of his coworkers' shoes from work. So 27-year-old officer James Davis III has been charged with theft after he stole multiple pairs of tennis shoes from his coworkers from their shared locker room. Just going into people's lockers, taking their shoes. It all went down between September of 2024 and January of this year. He was arraigned Thursday on 3 counts of larceny and 1 count of receiving and concealing stolen property. He'll be back in court on April 8th.
So I'm guessing that he stole 3 pairs of shoes. If he's got 3 counts
I would
of
imagine
larceny.
So. Maybe.
Was it worth losing your job
and
never being able to be a police officer again?
Not at all. I mean,
it's so I don't understand it.
Yeah, me neither. Chris Brown is celebrating 20 years in the music industry with a new tour, the Breezy Bowl 20 tour, and he's going to make a stop here at Ford Field on August 8th. It will be his biggest show yet in Detroit. So tickets will go on sale 10 a.m. April 3rd through Ticketmaster. If you're a fan, I guess go check him out.
Yeah.
Why does he call it the Breezy Bowl?
I don't know, John. That's a question. I don't know, John.
I'm throwing
Do you have a
that
quota of questions you have to ask her she doesn't have answers to?
Well, I want to be engaged and be engaging in the conversation.
You know what? I'm sure there's something. I don't follow Chris Brown. I don't know much of his music.
So when I read the article and I saw the Breezy Bowl, it instantly, that was the question that entered my mind. And no, I did not Google it or look it up, which I could have.
It sounds like it could be like a college football bowl game, the Breezy Bowl.
Yeah.
It's like
all it says is Breezy Bowl 20 is billed as an anniversary tour celebrating 20 years since Brown's self-titled debut album thrust him into the limelight as a teen singer-dancer. I don't know why. Maybe he's got a song.
Okay.
called. I don't know, you guys.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I guess I apologize.
All I know is Illinois is a 6.5-point favorite in the Breezy Bowl against
we go. Right,
Vanderbilt coming up.
Vandy's bowling. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, this story, I think you need to check out the photos online. Maybe not, because they made me quite queasy. There's a woman from Florida who almost passed out after stepping on a pair of jeans that she left on the floor. Okay, sounds pretty innocent, right?
Yep.
So she was walking to her bathroom. She stepped on the pants that she had taken off the night before. And when she stepped on them, she heard what she says was a crunch, right? But kind of didn't think anything of it for the moment until she sat down and she noticed that her jeans were stuck to her foot, right? Like, okay, well, this is strange. And then she started to feel lightheaded herself because she realized that there was a key in the pocket of her jeans, and the key got embedded into the bottom of her foot, taking the jeans along with it. And the photos, like, I'm not good with those types of things, and it made me I couldn't really look at it for a while because the jeans and the key went right inside the bottom of her foot. So she called a friend and said, I need some help. She was able to cut the rest of the jeans off so she didn't have a whole pair of jeans dangling from her foot. Friend carried her to the car, took her to the hospital, and she's gonna be okay. But just kind of like it's a freak accident that even the doctors were surprised by because keys are not that sharp.
No.
Like, how did this dull object get stuck in the bottom of her foot? But it's...
Quick update.
You have an update.
No.
Yes. The Breezy Bowl.
Oh, we're back on that. Okay.
Breezy Bowl
Yes.
XX is as it's being billed. So 20 years.
20,
It's a Roman numeral. I'm guessing
I
because...
said that.
You did.
Yes,
Heather.
no, I'm going through the process in case somebody just tuned in. I
Okay,
asked
I
the
didn't
question,
say XX,
why is
I
it called
guess.
the Breezy Bowl?
Okay.
XX
Continue.
in the numerals, the Roman numerals, like the NFL does for the Super
Yes.
Bowl, carry that over with the Super Bowl. His nickname, one of his nicknames, is C Breezy.
There you go.
So Breezy Bowl 20. There you go.
And that's John with the news.
Problem solved.
Coming up
You're
next.
welcome, everyone.
Everybody was
all
waiting
needed to
around.
know.
Yes. Hey, what'd you learn today?
Oh, yeah. I learned that Chris Brown's, I don't know a song he sings, but his nickname is C Breezy.
Cookie Jar is next. Tiger Baseball Talk, end of the hour. It's 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar, part of the Friday show. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. First question. Tigers are starting the season on the road in L.A. Pick a city/ballpark that you would want to go see them play in this year.
I would love to go see them play in Milwaukee. I love the Midwest cities, and it's easy to travel within the Midwest. I prefer somewhere it's a drive-to destination. It's a beautiful drive, no matter if you go the northern route, the southern route, doesn't matter, or you go across the lake. That would be the way to go. Take the Badger. Yeah, USS Badger. Done that before. But it's the slide. Bernie Brewer. It's the sausage race. Have you seen the sausage race?
Yes.
Oh, it's epic. And it just is Major League Baseball. I know that there will be individuals that will do it for opening day here. Not a lot of tailgating goes on for baseball games, especially downtown, right? You don't tailgate a lot unless you're at Eastern Market. You can't tailgate in a parking structure. The tailgate scene outside of what is now called American Family Stadium.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Used to be Milwaukee County, but I also want to be able to see the Bob Uecker statue. Yeah. And I literally would sit no matter where I was, try and find my way down to the first row, and I would have to say, I must be in the front row. The old Miller Lite commercial with Bob Uecker. Yeah, I mentioned that.
Would you go down the slide?
Yeah.
Would you go down it?
Oh, hell yeah, I would go down it.
Is that actually beer that you slide into?
I doubt it, but that would be awesome. That would require face first, head first slide.
Heather, do you have a city ballpark?
A Fenway Park, I guess I would say, because I've never been there. I've never really been to the East Coast. I've never been to Boston, so that.
Boston's a cool town. Yeah. You can get over the way they talk.
I'd get over it.
Yeah.
Tom?
I've been to Philly, and I would love to see the Tigers play there. I saw the Mets play there. Probably San Francisco or Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, the skyline is unbelievable. I would love to go to a game. I've heard it is worth every penny, too, from people that have done it.
Pittsburgh's a great town. I played in the last game in Three Rivers, and we never really got a chance to experience the town. I've been back since, and Pittsburgh is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I actually went to a Lions game in Three Rivers one time.
Oh,
when Barry blew out Rod Woodson's knee.
Memorable game.
So I've been to Fenway. I've been to Wrigley. The oldest ballpark I haven't been to is the LA Dodger Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be great. But if that's too easy because they're playing there right now.
Ravine.
Yeah. I also feel like Petco, San Diego, the Skyline, and they are rabid baseball fans. It's their only team. It'd be cool to see that.
Yeah.
All right, next question. Let's go to some of these places you may need to get on an airplane. How early do you show up to the airport? Tom, you recently took a flight.
I mean, we pretty much do the 2-hour standard thing, especially when we were coming home because we had to turn in a rental car, and you just never know what you might be getting into when you do that. But I have found, because I hadn't flown in quite a while, security is so much better right now. Like, it's just boom, 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 that I really think if I'm by myself or just with Kelly, it'd probably be an hour and a half at the most. And that's takeoff time. You know, people look at the board. So that's basically an hour out from boarding. And it's just in case you get pulled to the side.
Sure. And there, with a lot of the new security machines, the x-ray machines, you don't always have to take out everything out of your bag. You just leave things in there. They see it. And it maybe takes a little bit longer, but it takes less time putting your stuff on the conveyor belt. Yeah.
I just don't get, I had to take my laptop out on the way home separately from my bag. But I didn't have to go. It's like,
right, because it's a different machine that you're putting it through. So anyway, a lot of variables involved, kids, no kids, by myself, with the wife, what all that stuff.
Time of day.
Yeah, a lot of variables. But for me, the standard, the minimum is I got to be there 90 minutes before the flight.
Before takeoff or
before
board?
takeoff?
Okay.
Before takeoff. There's nothing more that I hate when traveling is anxiety. I don't want to be in a rush. I don't want to show up to security because I got stuck returning a rental car. I couldn't find a place to park and be in a rush because then I turn into not a nice person and I don't like myself at that time.
Well, there's nothing I hate more than spending time in an airport. I am about an hour max.
Really?
Yes. I want to get through security and basically get to my terminal and just
How many times have you had to
board the plane.
run from security to
Never.
the gate?
Never.
You've never been sprinting through an airport because I have. It's no fun.
Yeah.
Maybe on a connector.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, but that's not
That's
my
not.
fault.
Yeah, that's not when you get there. Yeah.
But I want to
But
do everything
never
in my
for me.
power to avoid that. I have no issue waiting at the airport a little longer. What I don't want to do is miss my vacation. Right?
Yeah.
Oftentimes, I only fly a couple times a year. It's to go somewhere fun. I don't want to have my trip start out with me having to rebook a flight, reschedule a
I've
flight.
never missed a vacation.
Missing a vacation is one thing. That would be all on me. Being late to a flight because you had business on the other end of that flight, to me, that it would be the ultimate worst. Because now I didn't do what I was supposed to do to be at this business meeting or work travel, and that would be to me the ultimate sign of disrespect for whoever I was going to meet.
My answer was 90 minutes before boarding time, which feels aggressive, but I just don't want to miss the flight. When making mashed potatoes, skin or no skin?
Non-negotiable, no skin. Can't have the skin in the mashed potatoes. I'm fine with some lumpy mashed potatoes. I kind of like that. It kind of gives you that homemade sort of deal, but no, I don't want skin. I don't want it. It just completely changes the texture of the mashed potatoes.
I feel like it's a really lazy thing to do to leave the skin on because it's not that difficult to take the skin off.
Right, yeah, you
So
peel
yeah,
it.
no skin for sure.
I had potatoes last night.
Okay, but
Sweet potatoes.
the thing is,
Peel
can
them.
you eat them with the skin in?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can, but I prefer no skin.
Sure.
Well, it will just, it all goes back to gravy. The ratio of gravy to mashed potatoes, I have my specific amount, but if it has skin, it would have to be a much higher ratio.
I'm team skin. And it's not because I'm lazy, Heather. I see
not-
the look.
Yeah.
With a little bolognese.
Okay. What kind of potatoes do you use for your mashed potatoes?
All kinds, but like we can use the russet potato if you'd like. You have an
no,
issue
you
with
don't
the skin.
leave that skin. No,
Heather,
that
if you
skin
go-
comes off.
If you go to a nice restaurant and you get mashed potatoes, the skin is still there.
Yeah. I'll tell
Have
you
some class.
the one I could never, and maybe this is a prior experience, right? Because I played for the Redskins for 10 years. Everywhere we went, everywhere for a decade, I'd have to have Redskin mashed potatoes. Oh, we did this in honor of you. Oh, did I tell you that I don't like skin on the potatoes? Oh, no, this is, come on.
But of any potato, I do think the red skin mashed
Is the best
is the
one to
best
do
to leave
that.
the skin on if
Yes.
you're going to.
Let me quick side note to this: baked potato. Do you eat the skin?
Heck yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
The skin's the best part.
No,
Yes, and you
no.
crisp it up. You do
scrape
olive
it out.
oil on the
With some
outside.
salt.
Yes.
I could scrape every bit of potato out of there, sweet potato or baked potato, but no, I am not eating the skin.
Do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast?
By default, it's before breakfast because I usually don't eat breakfast anymore. But if I don't brush my teeth before I leave the bedroom, I'm not going to go back upstairs to just simply brush my teeth. So I have to do it before I leave the bedroom. By default, then it's before breakfast. Now, coffee to me, that's my palate cleanser in the morning. As soon as I brush my teeth, I go downstairs, I have my first cup of coffee. Then I can have breakfast because now I'm not tasting the toothpaste with my breakfast.
Heck yes, I brush my teeth before breakfast. That's like one of the very first things I do when I wake up. I mean, I pee first and then I brush my teeth.
Sometimes you can do both at the same time.
You should,
Kill two birds with one stone.
I use a lot of toothpaste and then it's like, oh my gosh,
You're busy.
I'm not standing up like you are, John. So it's like, oh my gosh, I need to spit my toothpaste out, but I'm sitting on the toilet. Doesn't work. I grind my teeth, so I wear a night guard. I wear a retainer. Believe
Just
me,
spit it in the toilet.
like. No. No. I brush my teeth at the
Just
sink.
have to have good aim.
So you're saying you have some pretty bad morning breath.
If you wear either of those things,
Wow.
you're not
Shots
waiting till.
fired.
No,
Just-
I'm admitting.
She said it.
If you wear a mouth guard and a retainer, and you're waiting till after breakfast, that's nasty.
But you
take the CPAP
I'd rather
off as
brush
well?
both. I brush it fine twice.
But then brush twice. But you have to after you eat breakfast.
why
That's
do you
the
brush
right
after
answer.
lunch, after dinner? Come
You're
on.
supposed to.
Do you?
Do you?
That's not what I said. But I brush after breakfast. After I
So
get
you
some
don't brush
food.
as soon as you wake up. So you walk around with nasty breath.
Yeah, for a few minutes, and then I eat breakfast.
You eat immediately?
Not immediately, but I get.
Stop.
Are you calling me a liar?
I'm just saying, like, it's gross. You should brush your teeth right away.
It's gross
and
that
then
you would
brush
eat
them
breakfast
again.
and then walk in. Okay, Tom, what's your answer?
I
We got
eat
one-
lunch and then I work. I eat
Prefer
dinner
after?
and then I work.
You prefer after.
After, but sometimes morning breath dictates that you just must brush them soon.
I have one last one, and we're tight for time. March is reading month.
Yeah.
What's the last book you read?
So I always have a few going at the same time, but I think the last one I actually finished was Outliers by Malcolm Caldwell. Now, that was an audiobook.
I count it. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Heather?
Well, I just finished The Days I Love You Most, which is like a love story, right? I got it for Christmas.
Does that have
It's
Fabio
not a
on the
Nicholas.
front?
No, it's not that kind of a love story. It's by Amy Neff, and I'm currently reading What Have You Done by Sherry LaPena. I like her books; they're easy reads.
What's that one about?
Murder mystery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mine was How to Get Along with People That Like Cats.
I put this in here. I don't think I've read a book since I was in college.
You can
Are
use
you
that as a write-off.
serious?
It's
I have a
a
ton.
professional
You could
book.
come borrow.
How to work with a coworker.
I was going to do Moneyball for you.
Moneyball's a good book.
Get you ready for Tiger Baseball.
There you go. You're just trying to rile me up. And that is the cookie jar. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you deserve a law firm that cares about you. It's KG Law. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Check him out online, kgcares.com. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter who built his business on the idea of going above and beyond for you. He's won millions because he fights, wins big. Someone who sees you as more than a number, that's rare. You need to find someone who cares about you. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law. Now visit kgcares.com. It's spelled K-A-J-Y. Check them out, kgcares.com. Tigers played last night. You got your first taste, some first impressions. Open up the phones, take some ticket text on that, 248-539-9797. A week from today, get the home opener. Got some people reacting to the cookie jar, John. Says, gross, brush after you eat. No one wants to smell your breakfast all day, Corey in Detroit.
Well, that's why you have
the
coffee as the palate cleanser, because it cleanses the toothpaste smell, taste. You have breakfast, then you finish with a cup of coffee, and you're good to go.
Maybe my problem is I don't eat breakfast, but okay. Who are all these people brushing their teeth after every single meal? What's the difference between breakfast breath and lunch breath?
Lunch breath typically, or dinner breath, would be worse because you might have onions in there. Now, if I make an omelet, sometimes I'll put some onion in there, but yeah, it's usually just bacon and eggs.
All these people brushing their teeth at work. I don't see anyone in the bathroom brushing their teeth here. I don't get it.
I agree.
Potato skins also have lots of nutrients in them.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Yes. So does my multivitamin.
It depends on the potato. If it's red skin potatoes, I'd leave the skin on. If it's traditional yellow potato or Idaho potato, you peel the potato before making them mashed.
Oh, and here's the other thing about the whole, breakfast breath or coffee breath.
Yeah.
If you're standing that close to me that I could smell your breath, we have a problem. That's my personal space. And if your breath is that bad from where you're standing,
that's not from one meal.
You got bigger issues.
Yeah. Depends on the potato. It says, okay, russet, no skin. Red skin or Yukon Gold, absolutely leave the skin on, Scott in Carlton. See, with a russet, like I eat a russet potato for a baked potato, and I like the skin of a baked potato. I have no issue with the skin being in the mashed potatoes.
But the skin on a baked potato is different than it would be. Yeah.
But anyway.
So here's a question. Does John keep his shirt on shirt off to brush after the morning constitution?
What's the answer?
Well, I replied, clothes optional. Okay. That's not just the shirt.
Did John give his wife an owner's manual before they got married? So many requirements for this guy.
Requirements? Why? Because I don't eat the skin off of a potato?
I don't know.
She doesn't care if I throw the skin away.
I don't know what that was. If it was anything else. Books.
The gravy. Yeah, no red skin potatoes. Sure. Yes. I don't ever want to eat red skin mashed potatoes ever again. And every time I go back for a reunion or I go back for a signing or to speak, what do they have? They'll have bacon, they'll have steak, and red skin mashed potatoes. Can't have Commander mashed potatoes.
No, you cannot.
Or Washington football team mashed potatoes.
I'm surprised it just wasn't always pork and red skin potatoes because of the hogs.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I mean, at least they gave you steak.
Bacon, steak, pulled pork.
But at least you got the steak. You got beef.
I know, but I love to have the mashed potatoes. It's just, I don't want to have the skin on.
Now, you alluded to something there about gravy during that segment. It's
the glue that holds society together. It's the one thing that was just, it's the peace offering.
Do you have to have it with your mashed potato? Can you eat mashed potatoes without gravy?
You can. Yeah.
It's okay, here is how you get around it. I'll use butter as my gravy. I love gravy on top of whether it's, chicken, turkey, beef gravy. All of them. Wonderful.
And meat juice, like if you have steak.
Meat juice, a little au jus. But if those aren't the option, then the butter melted in some hot, steaming mashed potatoes is wonderful. Just got to have enough of it.
Some of the baseball texts that are already starting to pour in here. I think the Tigers looked very good. Our hitting was sound. They were not chasing pitches. They made solid contact. It looked promising despite the injuries. Torque comeback player of the year. They talked very highly of him during the broadcast. All right, John, before we get more of these, just what were your immediate takeaways?
Loved what I saw from Torque. I wanted to see if what we saw in spring training would possibly carry over. And I get it. Okay, don't send in the ticket text. It's only one game. You're right. It's only one game. It's only one home run, but it was 5 at-bats. And I was curious, was he gonna approach every at-bat as I have to hit a home run on this swing, on this pitch, and he's going to be over-aggressive? And obviously the answer to that is no, because he valued the strike zone. He didn't swing at things outside. He took his cuts when when they were in the strike zone, and when he had the advantage. All right, hey, if it's a 2-0 count, I don't have to swing at this strike, even if it's a curveball, if it's a changeup. I'm going to sit on that fastball, and he hit a fastball. But it's the ability to have that plate discipline that I liked.
It's nice to see the spring translate to the regular season. And yes, it's only one game, but that torque is what this team needs.
Right. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, this guy is going to hit 40 to 50 home runs. I'm also not going to sit there on the other side and say, oh, Tarik Skubal's never going to win another game.
They lost to a really good baseball team. I'm not really sweating the fact that they lost. It's so much more important that Torqulson turns into the player he was drafted to be, especially on this team, where at the end of the year, we sat around saying they need proven premium bats. They didn't really do that. So they need someone to emerge. And Torqulson, from the right side, has the power. And you saw it when he got a hold of one yesterday. The concern last year, though, you couldn't hit the stuff over the heart of the plate. He's going to have to consistently mash and do damage. Some of that is going to be selectivity, discipline, which 4 walks in your first game, I think that's encouraging.
Yeah, very encouraged about what I saw from him. Encouraged from what I saw from Manuel Margot.
Sure.
Also encouraged by Ryan Kreidler. Again, it's one game. I'm not going to, and I texted this to you guys last night, after he made that diving catch, Silver Slugger and Gold Glove, because his first at bat was a single. Nice little chopper to left field. And it's one game. But if he can be a guy that can make some plays in the outfield, all right, he's a shortstop. Hey, those best athletes on the field. He's got a couple of games of outfield in his repertoire and his time spent in the minor leagues. So it gives you some encouragement that he can be a guy that can be a placeholder until Parker Meadows is back.
Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. Torqulson, a huge bright spot. Going to need to be because the other part of the game was 0 for 15 runners in scoring position, which the game kind of as a whole felt like a replay of the final game of last year, where Skubal gave up the big home run to Lane Thomas. This time it was Oscar Hernandez. Tigers stranded a bunch of runners in games 4 and games 5 last year in the ALDS. 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Torkelson's going to have to hit because they're not going to have much offense on a night in and night out basis. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls, more your thoughts. It's 97.1.
The 2025 season of the Tigers begins 0-1 after being edged by the Dodgers 5-4 out in Los Angeles. Tarik Skubal tagged for 4 runs, 5 innings during his first start. A 2-out, 3-run homer by Teoscar Hernandez was the big blow in the 5th. They'll play the second game of the series tonight for a late-night 10:10 p.m. start on the West Coast. Also, Tigers-Dodgers legend Kirk Gibson throwing out the first pitch for the opener while donning Dodgers gear. A third-period rally falling flat for the Red Wings at home, suffering their 11th regulation loss in 14 games with a 4-3 setback in downtown Detroit. Their record falls to .500 on the season, and they remain 3 points behind for a wildcard spot. Number 2, Michigan State hockey shocked by Cornell in the first game of the NCAA tournament. Courtesy of the NCAA, MSU does fall 4-3 in the Toledo region. Their season comes to an abrupt end. Western Michigan, though, they move on after an overtime winner over Minnesota State 2-1. And the Sweet 16 began in Newark and San Francisco. Texas Tech rallying to beat Arkansas 85-83. Alabama hitting 25 threes in their 113-88 win over BYU. Duke took out Arizona 100-93, and Florida rolled against Maryland 87-71. Michigan and MSU will take their turns tonight in Atlanta. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning and happy Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Paul Serra behind the glass. Chris Villar on the updates. He brought up Atlanta. Sweet 16 matchups. We're going to get to it at 8:35 this morning. Disappointed in an opinion from one Mike Valeni. We have some audio we'll play. Tigers, first impressions. What you take out of one baseball game. 1 of 162. But it's the only one we can talk about right now. Torqulson's a headliner. 0 of 15 runners in scoring position, the other side of that coin. The struggle that is going to be scoring runs for this baseball team. John, Kerry Carpenter drove in a run against the lefty. Is that allowed? Because that's the other thing I took out of the game. I want to see Kerry Carpenter play every day, especially while they're shorthanded right now. Put him in the corner, bat him against lefties. If he's your best slugger, and they showed a graphic last night, he had more success pitches over the plate than Shohei and Aaron Judge. If you got a bat like that, you play him every day, and you live with the fact that it's not going to be as good against lefties. But what's the alternative? Who else are you playing instead? Well,
and you got to imagine that Kerry Carpenter is begging AJ Hinch, put me in the lineup, so that he can prove that he can be the bat that can be an everyday bat. Whether he is playing in the corners, he's a DH, whatever you need, I've got to be in the lineup. And you need bats like that.
Well, you notice as the game went on and they were trailing, who ended up in center field? Mm-hmm. Riley Green, which is what I was saying. I think that's their best lineup right now, is putting Kerry Carpenter in the corner, Riley Green in center. If you're not going to put Margot in center, you can keep him in right. And you can still play the lineup game as the matchup dictates. But Kerry Carpenter should start and play damn near every day right now.
He needs to, and he needs to be that bat. If they can have a bat like that can clear the bases, and Torqulson is a bat that can clear the bases. Now you start, AJ actually has some options of how do you protect some guys? How do you move? How do you get runners across home plate? And here, just simply having runners in scoring position isn't good enough to win games. But I got to believe that they will be better if Kerry Carpenter can be an everyday bat, if Torqulson can be an everyday bat, that you will be able to knock those runs in frequently because you're making contact, because you're hitting home runs, and it will give AJ that option of, hey, is Torque going to be the cleanup hitter today? Well, let's get Riley Green on so that we can have a 2-run home run. Let's get Cole Keith on so that Kerry Carpenter can make contact, big contact.
The story of 0 for 15 is you got 15 runners in scoring position. I guess that's the glass half full way of looking at it. Blake Snell's a guy who struggles with command, and he's comfortable walking guys because he's got put-away stuff. But to the Tigers' credit, they had professional ABs. They didn't swing at junk. They saw 50 more pitches than the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. Not everybody's the Dodgers, but a huge part of that's going to be getting Carpenter and Torque going and playing them every day and get Riley Green going. And the other thing was Cole Keith. He was 0 for 4 runners in scoring position, 0 for 5 for the game. Torque's got the pedigree. If Torque hits, that's first base is Torque's job.
Yes. And here's what I like about the fact that the Tigers batters made the Dodgers pitchers throw 173 pitches. At some point, especially early in the season, if you're working pitchers and making them work to battle for the strike zone, and you're fouling balls off, you're not swinging at balls that are outside the strike zone, and you're making them pitch more than the second time through the lineup, that pitcher may not have the same juice as he did early on because he's throwing more pitches. And it's the same thing. If you can work a pitching staff all the way to the end of every single at-bat, more times than not, when you have runners in scoring position, you're going to make contact to get them in.
Let's get to Paul in Madison Heights. Paul, what'd you see? Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Well, one thing I noticed for sure, Ryan Kreidler played some stellar center field last night. He made that running catch behind Margot on the warning track. Mm-hmm. That was extra bases all day long, man. That was a pleasant surprise because he's definitely an infielder, and he played the position quite well last night.
Yeah, they've talked him up. He played some outfield in the minors. They think he's a defensive chess piece. And some of this is desperation, to be fair. I mean, he wouldn't be playing here if it wasn't for three different injuries.
If he's a serviceable stopgap.
Yeah, he did the job.
You got to give him credit, though.
Yeah, of course.
This is the first major league game he played center field on opening day. I mean, that's a lot of pressure that I think he overcame. And, he's not a great bat, but he definitely has value to the team.
I think he makes a lot of sense as a defensive replacement. Like if you build a lead and you need to then put in some better defenders. But to me, I'd start with Green in center because I know I got to score.
Yeah.
And if I get a lead,
Carpenter on a corner.
Yeah, if I get a lead, hey, Kreidler, get in there and vacuum up any fly balls, and we'll put our bullpen to work. Let's get to Alex on a cell. Alex, good morning.
Hello?
Hey, what's
Good
up?
morning, Alex. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that rather it be an 0 for 15 and score with runners in scoring position, it was 2 for 17, which of course stinks. But a sacrifice fly is as good as a hit, and if they didn't have such three lousy batters in the bottom three part of the order, they could have gone like 4 for 17, which would have been average. So as far as last night's hitting goes, I blame the bottom three of the order.
John, when the lineup card came out, what's the first thing you said to me?
I instantly text you, and I said, they must hate Cole Keith. Because if he gets on base, and then you've got Baez, Kreidler, and Rogers, and not in that order, Rogers is in the middle, but yeah,
it's going to be lonely.
You're going to be on base to die.
Right. The bottom of the order, and to be fair, most teams struggle to put 9 good hitters out there. But the problem for the Tigers is their bad hitters are really bad. Yeah. Javi Baez is an everyday player again in the year 2025.
And I was thinking, because what was it, the second at bat? Maybe it was the first at bat that Jake Rogers had, where he went warning track, and I thought, two runners on. All of a sudden, he makes good contact, and the sound of the bat, I thought, oh, here we go. Oh, no, just a little bit short.
Just a little bit short. Some ticket text 248-539-9797. The Tigers are going to have a well below average offense even when healthy. They've got maybe 1.5 major league hitters. Is the half Torque?
I'm guessing.
How do we get to 1.5? Riley Green's a major league hitter. I think Kerry Carpenter as a platoon guy, maybe that's the half hitter.
Okay.
And then Torque is a mystery, but if Torque hits, then you have 2.5. I get his point. There's not enough bats on this team.
But what about Gleyber Torres? Like the reason they brought him in was so that he would hit. Yeah. And it was 2 of 5 yesterday.
A couple hits.
Kerry Carpenter had a 932 OPS last year. But if he played a full season, that would be 7th in the league.
But if this texter wants to say AJ won't let him be a full-time player, so I'm only counting him as a half, I understand why the texter would say that.
If I was Kerry Carpenter, I'd want to get out of here.
Like
if they're not ever going to let him hit lefties, and he's always just going to be a rotational guy, why would he want to just stay here and do this?
Kerry Carpenter's not Shohei, but Shohei's the best hitter on the Dodgers, and what they're not going to do is take him out against lefties. He's your best hitter, Kerry Carpenter. Play him. You can bump him down in the order, but play him against lefties.
Yeah.
I do think first off, I'm puzzled by this too. Let this play out a little bit more. It could be an overreaction because they did go against Blake Snell last night, which is a lefty ace, one of the best pitchers in lefties in baseball. Maybe they're going to be a little more selective with Carpenter this year against what I would deem as, quote, easier lefties. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like maybe they held back just because it was Snell. I'm giving benefit of the doubt. Maybe I shouldn't. I want to say this about Skubal last night. Mm-hmm. He needs to work on pitching to guys a little bit. I got a little bit of a sense that he was thinking he could just rear back and throw his stuff and beat maybe the best lineup in baseball. And I got little shades of the Lane Thomas homer last year in the playoffs where you got to be these guys that like Teoscar Hernandez is an all-star caliber player, but he's not. There's a lot of hitters that are better than him in the game, and while he's better than Lane Thomas, there's sort of like those other guys in your lineup that provide power, but maybe they're not Ohtani. Like I think Skubal is careful around the superstars like Judge and Ohtani, but he needs to be careful about thinking he can just blow everybody away. He has numerous hard hit balls last night that I thought the game could have got a little bit more out of control, but to me, that pitch lost the game. And that lost the game last year in the playoffs. And I'm nitpicking the best pitcher in baseball.
I was just going to say, he won the Cy Young. I'm willing to let him throw his best stuff and challenge people.
You can't beat against the best hitters in baseball.
He's the best pitcher.
Yeah, but when you have a stacked lineup, you have got to paint the corners a little bit more. You can't throw it right down the pipe and think you're going to beat these guys every single time. The Dodgers were sitting on fastballs last night. I just got little shades of Verlander thinking he can just go out there and swing his stuff around and think he's the best guy. He's going to beat the best hitters in baseball.
It also felt like they were going up there and the Dodgers hitters, and they were going to swing on the first pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Ohtani did the first pitch of the game.
Well, Skubal wants that too. I mean, he does not like walking people at all. I think the bright side is actually in the thing people have been most critical about this morning is the runners in scoring position is over 15. If you continue to get 15 guys in scoring position, you're going to have a really, really good season. I thought the Tigers had a lot of quality at bats, and they made the Dodgers throw 173 pitches. The Tigers only threw 122.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Impressed with the loss is how this text starts. One game, of course, but we're getting slightly better from the offseason. Having the injuries you do and only losing by a run to the Dodgers shows you we've got something good here that could blossom as the year goes on. Tie in a car. And we've got more of these texts, some phone calls. Michigan State talk, bottom of the hour. It's 97.1.
FanDuel is giving all customers the chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from yesterday, March the 27th, to the 30th. This Thursday through Sunday, it's all part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer. Now, we got some guys hitting home runs. Maybe it's the Detroit Tigers that you want to pick. And if you go yard, not only will you get a bigger winning on your home run bet, you're also going to get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. This season on FanDuel, big wins are certainly on deck. All you have to do is head over to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and look for the daily home run jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, your home for betting home runs. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
First impressions. Tigers played last night, lost to the Dodgers, 1-run game, 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. But Torqulson, huge bright spot.
Mm-hmm.
Ticket Texture says, look, last night's almost not fair. Besides Green, not one Tiger bat would play for the Dodgers. The result was to be expected from Brandon. I'm not sweating losing a baseball game. I mean, even if they're a good team, they're going to lose 75 or more ball games, right? I'm not sweating losing a baseball game. It's a little bit of, here we go again with runners in scoring position, but the answer to that problem is Torqulson, at least in part, and he had a hell of a night, and that's more indicative. Getting Kerry Carpenter to drive in a run against a lefty, that's more indicative. That's how you take a team that we think is going to hover around 500 and juice and squeeze an extra 4 or 5 wins, right?
Yeah. Okay, you were 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
Ridiculous, right?
But you had 15 runners in scoring positions.
With professional at-bats all game long.
Yeah, and it's professional at-bats. It's making the Dodgers pitching staff work for every single out. And it's not just swing and miss. It's, hey, here's a ground ball to third base. And you almost got one because, what was his name? Muncy almost mishandled it. And so it's making them work for every out. Now, professional teams, right, professional third basemen, they're going to make that play 99% of the time, but you have to make them do it versus swing and miss.
What I'm not going to do is this ticket texture. Skubal again giving up a big-time home run in the clutch, just like last year. Overrated, he'll be a big disappointment. See, I'm not going to do that. This one says, been tweeting every day, Torque does something good. He's going to have a comeback season. He looked nuts last night, taking tough pitches, not chasing the stance, bent over like back in college. Truly connecting with the baseball. He's here, Kyle in Livonia.
Well, we can all hope. And there is reason to hope because of what we saw in spring training. He carried it over in one game. That's all we have to work off of right now. And, hey, when we do this show on Monday, we'll have 2 more games to be able to talk about. Actually, 3 more games.
We'll overreact to
2 more because they got
play
Sunday
3.
off. Yeah.
Sunday off, yeah. And they're staying out west. They'll play Seattle Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before coming home Friday. So by opening day, we'll have 6 whole games to make big declarative statements about. Adam, you're next up in Gibraltar. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
It'll be Sweet 16 day before I get on Tiger Talk.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's go blue. I'm a big Go Green fan, too, with basketball, not football, though.
Thanks, Tony.
Anyways, I have like 2 or 3 points about the Tigers last night. I mean, like you mentioned, Torqulson, I thought looked great at the plate. He was seeing the ball well. And, he's keeping his hands closer to his body. And I think that's going to allow him to get to the fastball. So I think that was his big issue over the span of, like, the whole year last year was getting the fastballs. And lo and behold, that inside pitch, what was that? A 93-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball inside. Kept his hands in, cleared it. I thought that was great to see. It's only one game, but still, you love to see that with 4 walks as well. But runners in scoring position, 0 for 15. That's going to lose you a lot of games. Even with Parker Meadows on the base pass and everything, they're going to miss that as well. The first month and a half, 2 months. I thought Kreidler in center made a great play in that, I think that 3rd or 4th inning, I believe. It was a fantastic play. I mean, Parker would have just caught that running. He wouldn't even had to dive for that. But, yeah, I mean, also my third point, team-wise, I think it's a good thing they're starting West Coast. I think this is going to get their bats hotter because typically, as far as I've seen, they started their opening weekend in Detroit, and, it's like 30, 40-degree weather, and they're not hitting the ball well. So I like the at-bats I saw last night. It's very promising. And honestly, Skubal lost the second game. I mean, I hope this isn't a year where Skubal transforms himself back into 2023 Skubal to where he's giving up 35, 40 home runs, but I think he'll figure it out. Like you said, it's one game, and plus the Dodgers paid like $700 million for their team, so it was expected. But I like the game. I like the fight in them.
Appreciate the phone call, Adam. Yeah, I think we have a lot of the same thoughts on it. Like with Skubal, I thought that 3rd inning where he worked himself into trouble and then 3 pitches disposed of Hernandez was the Skubal I saw all of last year. I'm certainly not going to freak out because Hernandez gets him back later in the game by mashing. And the fight, taking pitches, getting guys on base, scrapping, torque, all the good stuff. A promising loss is kind of a weird way of phrasing it, but that's what it feels like.
Well, that's kind of what it was, is it's a loss. So we're all, the whole goal is not just to get guys in scoring position, it's to actually knock them in to win the game. But you're not going to win 162. You're going to lose some. We know this team will. But to have 15 runners in scoring position, to see Spencer Torqulson take it from spring training, make some adjustments, and be better in the regular season.
Texter says, are we at the point, switching gears here for a second, are we at the point with the Wings where we start hoping for a better draft position as opposed to the wild card?
I looked. They're 10th worst points in the league right now, and it not that much of a stretch to get to the 6th or 5th worst points in the league if they continue to do this.
Feels like they got a better chance of getting there than actually getting, because their star is still alive.
They have 6 points since February 27th.
Wait, can you say that again?
Paul, you didn't believe me. Paul didn't believe me when I told. They have 6 points since the Columbus back-to-back where they lost to him here by 3 and then lost the stadium game.
That's a month.
Yes. Like, people realize this is an abomination?
One thing at a time. To answer the ticket texter, no, I don't care about getting a couple spots higher in the draft to take someone who won't be here for 4 seasons. They're 3 points back. I still want them to make the playoffs. I don't think they will, even though John likes to tease me every morning. They're still alive. No, they're losing. Everybody on the bubble's losing. It's a joke. Lyon playing last night is a joke. He gives up a goal on the first shot of the game. Why is he playing? If Talbot's healthy enough to come in later, you don't play Lyon for the 3rd straight day. And you also had the option to play Kosa, but we know for whatever reason, they're not comfortable doing it at this point.
They're waiting for Costa to be in the stands.
No, Kosa was sent down, but I'll be there Saturday.
Could still be sent off.
Maybe it
was a round trip ticket.
Goalie gets injured or something between now and then.
The great thing in this 14-game stretch is they don't have a overtime or shootout loss. Literally 3 regulation wins.
And that concludes our hockey talk for the day.
We'll take that.
Heather with the news.
So there was a babysitter in Kansas that made a terrifying discovery after one of the kids she was watching complained about a monster under the bed. You know, kids do that all the time. Oh, there's a monster in the closet. There's a monster under the bed. So she was trying to reassure this kid, don't worry, nothing to worry about, right?
Yeah.
Let's go check. There's no monster. She lifted up, I'm guessing, the bed skirt, and she looked under the bed, and she came face to face with a 27-year-old man.
There was a dude there.
A real-life monster hiding out under the kid's bed. Yeah, there was then a brief altercation between this guy and the babysitter, knocked over one of the kids before he fled the scene. Obviously, she called the police. They came to the home. The next morning, the man was captured after a brief foot chase, obviously arrested, identified as Martin Villalobos, apparently had previously lived at the home, but was under a protection order to stay away. They didn't go into any further detail, like the relationship he had with these children, if he knew the kids. But he's facing several charges: aggravated kidnapping, aggravated burglary, aggravated battery, child endangerment, felony obstruction of a law enforcement officer.
Can you imagine lifting up the bed skirt or the sheets and looking under there and seeing someone staring back at
Those
you?
eyes just staring out at you. No. How terrifying, especially
chilling.
It is terrifying at a home that's not yours, that you're babysitting these kids, that you're, no worry, there's no monsters in here. Ah.
Yeah, the kid will never sleep again.
Gosh, neither will she. A Westland man is facing charges in Kentucky after he was arrested for stealing 8 new Corvettes from a factory lot last weekend. This 21-year-old was arrested on Sunday, charged with 3rd-degree criminal trespassing, 2nd-degree criminal mischief, and theft by unlawful taking of a vehicle, which is a 5 to 10-year felony. All the stolen vehicles, which were valued at like $1.2 million, have been recovered. So that's some good news. But I mean, he was busted after a woman called 911 to say, I just saw this man pull into the apartment complex with a Corvette with the stickers, like the pricing stickers still on it. Never seen this guy before. He was wearing all black, dropped the car off and then fled the scene. Very suspicious. And then another guy called 911. He was transporting some vehicles, worked for this transport company. And when he got there, he thought he was going to be transporting a 2017 Corvette to Michigan, but then there was 3 brand new 2025 Corvettes he was supposed to transport, and things seemed fishy, so he called the police as well. Anyway, this guy was busted, and he didn't want to cooperate, but he did tell police if he would have made it back to Michigan, he would have been paid big, he said. So, yeah.
So get the big fish, make a deal.
Yeah. Finally, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan, he held a press conference on Thursday, and he announced that the restoration efforts are almost complete for those affected by the flooding that took place in southwest Detroit. So we all remember when this huge 54-inch water main ruptured. That was back on February 17th. Flooded streets, homes, cars were destroyed. Well, Duggan says 15 households are still using the hotel that was offered, but they should be home sometime next week. But he said crews have been working hard. 90% of the homes affected are completed. Crews have replaced 125 furnaces, 126 water heaters, and things are well on their way.
That's great news.
To normalcy. Yeah, it's great news. So good to see people are back in their homes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Michigan State. Is it actually going to happen? We've talked about the possibility. I'm very disappointed in Valeni's take on this. We'll play some audio. We'll ask the question. We'll talk hoops with the Sweet 16 tonight. It's 97.1. All right, tonight's the Sweet 16 for Michigan and Michigan State. Chance to advance and potentially meet toe-to-toe on Sunday for a spot in the Final Four. We brought it up early in the week, the possibility. We all, maybe, yes, the answer is yes. You want to play that game against your rival for bragging rights and for glory and all of that. Find out tonight. I have a question to test how big that matchup would be. Before we get there, Mike Valeni, I'm very disappointed. He offered his opinion on would he want a Michigan State matchup, and he said no. It's a lot. What I would say is it's incredibly sad. And I like Mike. Consider him a friend. You can't let what the media is going to do with the narrative or what Michigan fans could say take the rivalry away from you. Don't let them win. It's what I told him on the podcast this week. Don't let Michigan fans win. You should want this game. You should want to pummel your rival. You should get extra satisfaction. Don't let this media boogeyman or angry fans that call into the radio station stop you from demanding, wanting, and decapitating your rival in the biggest stage possible. They've never met in the tournament. Like, I couldn't disagree with Mike more than that audio. Who cares what anybody else thinks? You're a Spartan fan. Bring me the Wolverines and beat them. That should be the opinion. Anything else is weak, cowering. Don't do that.
Well, that's nice. But I don't necessarily disagree with Mike.
Really?
Yeah. From a Michigan perspective, sure. Would I like to beat Auburn? Yeah. Number 1 overall seed, feather in the cap. Would I like to beat Michigan State? Sure. Does it change anything that happened in the regular season? No. And it gives Michigan another chance, another bite at the apple, where Michigan State, in large part, he's not wrong, for 25 years, has controlled the rivalry in the game of basketball. So from a Michigan perspective, yeah, I want another shot. I already had my 2 shots, and we got beat and beat bad. So if I want to avenge 2 losses, sure, maybe it's a reckoning. But if I'm looking at it from the Michigan State perspective, we've already taken care of this. Why do we have to do it again? Why not in a path to a national championship as a competitor? Do I want to be the one that knocks off the number 1 seed? Do I get more street cred by beating Auburn than Michigan for the 3rd time? 100%. So if you're sitting there saying, I want to play Auburn because to be the best, you got to beat the best, then I can get behind that 100% of the time. Nothing will ever be settled in the rivalry. That's the nature of rivalries.
Yeah, but
it's not going to be set. It's not going to be definitive. There's always going to be somebody, especially from the side that has lost so many times. But if I am looking at it from a Michigan State perspective, I'm not going to sit here and throw anybody under the bus that says, we've already beat Michigan twice. What do I have to prove by beating them a third time? I only have something to lose. I have more to lose than win. If I'm a Michigan State fan, I'm looking at it from a competitive standpoint. I want the number one team in the country. I want the number one overall seed. I want to beat them, end up in the Final Four. Now I know I am absolutely battle-tested and should beat these other teams. I want to go out there and win a national title. And I want everybody to know that our path there wasn't the path of least resistance. It was a tough path. And yeah, we earned our national title.
If you win the national title, you earned it anyway. You're going to play good teams along the way. If you want to do the give us the best routine, fine. But what I don't like is the other argument that was made by Mike and that you echoed there, which is, well, what's the point? The rivalry's never going to be settled. So you don't opt out of it. Because it feels like you're opting out of this rivalry when you say, I don't want to play them on Sunday. I want to opt out because I might not like the spin narrative. Who cares? That's weak. That's defeatist. Don't let someone else take the rivalry from you. Embrace it, play it, kick their ass. Any other opinion is soft.
But doing radio during the week of the Michigan State football game, it's one of those weeks where I'm not necessarily excited about it because the tenor of the rivalry has reached a violent level. And I'm not going to try and convince Spartan fans of one thing, and they're not going to try as much as they want. No matter what you say, you're not going to convince the other side of anything else.
So then you just would rather not play the game at
all?
all?
No, I'm fine with playing the game, but if I'm looking at it again from a Michigan State perspective, and I'm not going to. It's hard to do because it's not my perspective. As a competitor, I would want the number one team in the country. It's like Michigan playing Ohio State at the end of the year. I don't want them to lose until they get to that Michigan-Ohio State game. And a couple of years ago, with the prospect of beating Ohio State, and then we could play them again in the college football playoffs.
Sure,
bring it on. Because they were a really good team. I don't think that any Spartan looks at Michigan as a really good team. It's cute that they're there,
right?
But they don't view Michigan as a good team. So if you're just simply looking for the path of least resistance, okay, let's do this so that we can get to the Final Four.
You know, just historically here, and I get the beat the best team thing, and I don't really care about this. I'm not passionate on either side of this, to be honest, because I see the pros and cons of both. I think State has very little to gain by beating Michigan and have a lot to lose if they do, because the closet basketball fans from Michigan will come out and just throw a lot of strays at Michigan State if that happens. And maybe that's why Mike doesn't. Well, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
He said that. It's in the clip.
It's unnecessary strays that just Michigan State has the better basketball program. It's under Izzo, you know?
No, Tom, I get what he's saying, that his life will be much harder if Michigan pulls off the win and those fans who don't care about basketball troll him. I understand why he said it, but it comes from a position of fear. What if my team loses? Well, you just said it. They're the easier team, the easier matchup. Beat them and brag about it. Now he goes, well, we still don't get the joy because even if we win, they don't let us. Who's not letting you feel happy? You get to feel happy when your team wins. Don't let them win. It's what I told him. Don't let them win. You're letting Michigan fans win.
I don't think he's afraid of playing Michigan.
He's not.
And they shouldn't be. Why would that ever be?
Well, I mean, look, John, when Michigan won the national title, they beat Illinois after they lost to them 2 times in the regular season.
I understand. When you play the game, anything can happen. Yeah. I get that. But I don't think there's anybody.
If they beat them, they're supposed to beat them. But if they lose, you're taking, well, like Jim said,
they're taking the bigger risk.
Yeah, it's a trolley world to be in for Mike. I mean, because they're just going to take a bunch of bullets that they shouldn't along with the loss. And I'll just say this, from playing Auburn, the historical factor here is if you play Auburn, Michigan State, and you have to beat them, you probably have to beat 3 number ones to win the Natty. Florida and then Duke.
Yeah.
And or vice versa, whichever way it is. And you know what? I think that's only happened once. It was Arizona in 97, beat 3-1s to win the Natty. State played 3-1s in 2009. They lost to the last one. But that was a super team, too.
We play it because everyone's got a perspective on this, whether you want the matchup or not and what it would lead to. I've seen people say Twitter will be a mess, the internet will be a cesspool. I don't want to see. This comes with the territory with rivalries.
It does. But I'm also not going to sit here and say, okay, that would be great. From a Michigan perspective, that'd be great. Because you know what that means? We beat the number one team, Auburn.
Exactly.
It's and they're an 8.5-point favorite right now, and that seems like it's kind of giving the money away. I don't know that it's even that close. Michigan could play their best game. They could play near perfect and still not be playing against Michigan State on Sunday.
248-539-9797. Both teams got to win tonight. It's much harder for Michigan. You just laid it out. Auburn's a completely different animal. But the possibility exists that at the end of the night tonight, they will have a matchup on Sunday. How do you feel about it? 248-539-9797. A question about the rivalry and what you'd be willing to give up to win this game on Sunday, to have it and to win it on Sunday. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, so you don't have to go without either side, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Now through April the 15th, you can buy a new furnace or AC, and you're going to get half off installation. They've also got generators in stock and ready to install. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
The most likely outcome is Auburn buzzsaws Michigan tonight.
Yeah.
In fact, if Michigan fans want to hear me say that because it's helped them in some kind of cosmic way, yeah, you're losing tonight. The season's over.
Oh, give it a Costa lock.
Doesn't work that way. You can't beg for a Costa lock. But I'll keep picking against Michigan. I think they lose to Auburn tonight. So this is all going to be for nothing unless they find a way to win. And Michigan State finds a way to win. We've talked about the possibility of Sunday being a matchup for the Final Four and how you'd feel about it. And, look, I think it's awesome. I think it would be great for the rivalry to have the stakes of the Final Four on the line, the bragging rights.
It would be fun, but I think the fun is all on
one side.
The underdog.
Michigan,
yeah.
Well, we got Valenti's perspective. He was ranting and raving on Monday. We played some audio. He said, I'd rather play Satan than Michigan, and he cited that when we win, we don't get credit, and when we lose, I get endlessly trolled. Is that a fair synopsis of what he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is what would happen.
It would. But why do you care about the validation from Michigan fans? They're not going to respect it if you win. Who cares? You'll feel good, right? And who cares if they troll you? Like, I'm sorry.
Because they have everything to risk and lose. Michigan has nothing to risk and lose. They've already lost twice. Nobody expected them to be here.
Okay, 248-539-9797. Let's get some phone calls. Let's get to Matt. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Mike. I don't care to see a Michigan State game because, touching on his points, if we do win, then good for us. But if we lose, then people who don't even watch the sport and have never even went to that school, who just live in Michigan, come out and want to get their little 15 minutes of fame on the internet attacking everyone. Oh, go blue,
Matt.
go blue. You didn't even...
Matt,
you're
going to let this...
But do you think that Michigan is the only school, the only program that doesn't have people that went to the school that are fans of them? I guarantee you there's some Spartan fans that didn't go to East Lansing.
No, Matt, I know what you're talking about. You're saying the casual, not even basketball fan is going to suddenly turn into the biggest college basketball fan on the planet if Michigan wins tonight and on Sunday. I understand the annoyance of it all. Trust me, I get it. And I understand why Mike feels that way. But what I don't understand is why you're going to let an egg on Twitter make you feel like you don't want this game.
I don't want it because I have a few, Michigan friends, and we watch football. They don't watch basketball. I do, and I don't want to be annoyed by it because they're going to blow my phone up all day, and it's just irritating. It's not fear; it's irritation.
Okay. How much do you blow their phone up when Michigan State wins in football?
None. I
really?
just say, oh, did you see that game? Good. Yeah.
Oh, you should rub it in, Matt.
I'm not a D-bag. I don't, rub stuff in people's faces.
Well,
that's a rivalry. I don't think that makes you a jerk or a DB or anything like that.
I don't think you're normal either. Yeah.
I am normal. It's too much hate already. I'm not going to give more hate.
See, but then it feels like you're opting out of to me, what is the fun of rivalries? Like we say we miss rivalries in college football and some are going away. To me, that's a rivalry. You win, you rub it in your neighbor's face and you tease them and it goes on for a year, and that's a rivalry. And to say, because I don't want it to be dished, I don't want to play the game, I want to opt out, I'd rather play Satan, and if I win, you're not going to give me my validation. Your validation comes from watching your team beat your rival, not what Michigan fans are going to give you on the other side of the pot, the other side of the rainbow.
You're not identifying the fact that they've already done that twice this year, and their attitude has been there, done that.
Jim, though, there's fans that step outside the neighborly fun rivalry jabs and stuff, and they go into troll mode. I truly believe if Michigan beats Michigan State to not go to the final, and State doesn't go to the Final Four, Michigan prevents that. And after State owned them this year, and they were the better team throughout the season, but who knows who would be better Sunday? It's like John said, it's one game. This is Jeff Rieger's wet dream in his life. He is an obsessed Michigan fan, basketball especially, the joy he would have.
What you just said proves Mike's point.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's kind of why I side with you and him on this. Is that because it would be so obnoxiously over the top. Jeff I swear to God, I know Jeff has always said he's indifferent on religion. I think he might start believing in God if this happens on Monday. Honest to God. Because it would be this is his Christmas present in sports. This is the ultimate Christmas present for him. To be able to get on the air on Monday and say Michigan basketball stopped Michigan State and especially Tom Izzo from going to the Final Four, and he'll be unbelievably obnoxious about it.
Two thoughts. One,
if that happens, can you make sure to schedule Rieger at 6 o'clock on Monday?
Let me check. He probably already is. I mean, Wojo won't be back. He'll be in Ann Arbor, lathering up Dusty May with the extension column.
I have Rieger's opinion on some of this. But I think more importantly, we need to have a show rule. We should not be discussing potential Rieger wet dreams on the radio. I just don't think we should be doing that. I think that's...
I know. I just had a little snack, and I kind of threw up a little bit in my mouth.
We don't need to be doing that.
If he could make a show that he wants to do, the perfect show, this is it.
So the point, I asked what was a really dumb question early in the show. I said, if I guaranteed you we get Michigan State on Sunday, and I guarantee you that your team won, whoever you're a fan of, this is a question for both Spartans and Wolverines, you get the game and your team wins, how many head-to-head football losses would you give up? John said 0. Tom said 0. Paul, wearing a Spartan hat, said 0. 99% of the ticket texters said 0. And I thought, boy, this is a dumb question. I shouldn't have brought it up. Yeah. You know what? Jeff Rieger.
We wanted you to because we knew that would be the response.
Exactly.
Jeff Rieger responded and said he would give up all of the head-to-head matchups to win this game on Sunday. Maybe that proves the point. But my point is, don't let Jeff Rieger win. Could you imagine not wanting to play your rival because Jeff Rieger might be obnoxious? Don't let him he should not have that much power over you.
No, this is the guy that had the opinion that Michigan State should stop kissing the floor.
Yeah, that was a really bad take.
That's trolly.
I know. Let's get to Matthew. Matthew, good morning.
Matthew, we just lost Matthew, yeah.
Right at the buzzer. This one says, why are we letting a Chippewa lecture us on the rivalry? I just am observing, and I'm a little confused.
Enjoy your trip to the Final Four, the Frozen Four, and watching Western.
Why you got to do this? I confided in you. I confided in you before the show.
Well, you brought it up on air, too, so don't think I'm not bringing something from off air that shouldn't be brought up.
You're not in the wrong, but I told you off air. I go, John, I'm going to the Frozen Four this year. My father-in-law goes every year, and he filled out a bracket. And my wife filled out a bracket. You know how I feel about brackets and whatever. But I said, I'll fill one out.
So you fill one out there, but you won't fill out a college basketball bracket.
I'm going to be at the Frozen Four.
Unbelievable.
You can't bet on hockey on many of these books. So this is something fun. I'm going to be there. I fill out a bracket.
Well, you can't bet on the Central team. That's for sure.
We don't have a hockey team. The team I picked to go all the way was Michigan State, who lost to Cornell last night. And you know who won was Western Michigan. So I know how this is going to go. Speaking of rivalries, Western Michigan's going to win a national championship in hockey while I sit there in the stands and have to take it all in. But I'm just talking about observing the rivalry. And I thought it was a good question because I'm offering you a Final Four berth, something that doesn't happen very often. I'm offering you bragging rights forever in college basketball, something I think matters. I know football's more important, but a regular season football game over a Final Four berth, I thought it was at least a fair question. And most people say, no, they wouldn't take that.
Well, since your track record is betting on Michigan State to make it all the way in the Frozen Four, can we encourage you to bet the money line on the Auburn-Michigan game and take Auburn?
Sure, I'm not going to get much money doing it, but yeah, I think Auburn's winning the game.
That's not the point.
Sure, I'll bet it.
Okay.
I'll make
the point is the teams that you seem to bet on
lose.
Yeah.
So again, I'll stress it again for all the Wolverine fans. Auburn's going to beat your ass tonight. You're going to have no chance. They're going to run in transition, smother you. You're going to turn the ball over. It's going to be ugly.
I just need to hear 2 words.
What? War Eagle?
Cost a lock.
We'll talk Tiger baseball coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. We've got the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
A tough night for the Wings and the Tigers. Both lost by 1 within 10 minutes of each other. It was an absolute frenzy at the end of the game at LCA. The Wings rallied from 3 goals down, pulled their goalie, and were desperately trying to earn some points. Ken Cal and Paul Woods on the call over on WWJ. Detroit came up empty on 5 power play attempts at the beginning of the game. The opportunity was there to climb the standings. They lost in regulation for the 4th time in 5 games. Also following the game, the Wings reassigned goalie Sebastian Cossa to Grand Rapids. The prospect was up under emergency conditions and to back up Lyon and Talbot, but did not see the ice. A lot of traffic on the base pass for the Tigers in LA, but unable to bring home the Ducks on the pond. They were 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. They scored runs off of sac flies, a wild pitch, and a big Torqulson home run, but did lose 5-4 to the Dodgers. Torque, by the way, that monster homer and 4 walks on the game. New outfielder Manuel Margot also had a pair of hits as he played right field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ducks on the pond. Story of last night's Tigers game. We got our first glimpse, our first impression of this baseball team. We'll take some time now to open up the lines. And, John, get your first impression.
Okay, so first impression is they lost. And you want to try and take advantage of every opportunity. They had so many opportunities in that game. 15 runners in scoring position, and they were 0 for. Now you look at it with the prospect of there's 161 left. If they can put that many runners in scoring position, I like the odds of knocking some of them in when it matters. All right, so that's a positive. I like the fact that Spencer Torqulson has taken what we saw in the spring to what we have seen through one game. And I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, fit him for an MVP trophy or anything of that regard, but how does it translate from what you're doing in spring training to what you're doing in the regular season? We saw it last year, and we hammered him for the fact that he couldn't even bat barely 100 in spring training, and that carried over to the regular season. So why can't we as well be excited about the fact that he was batting well over 300 in spring training, and it's carried over through one game to the regular season?
That's the biggest story to me. Losing to the Dodgers,
that's a brutal lineup to pitch against. And we had the best pitcher in baseball. I still think the best pitcher in baseball. And when you've got Ohtani, Betts, Hernandez, Freeman, you go down to Muncy, Rojas, you're talking about some, and I didn't even talk about Smith or Ketchum. You've got some unbelievable bats.
Okay, so there's a bit of a sick joke in that, Skubal uses the phrase, run it back, and last night did feel like they were running back the end of last season where he gave up the big home run to Lane Thomas and they stranded a bunch of runners on base. And I get the initial frustration of 0 for 15 runners in scoring position, right? That's frustrating. Well, why is it going to be any different? They didn't add any significant bats. Well, Torres had a couple hits, and the most significant bat is going to have to be Torqulson. And he had the best game he's ever had in a Tiger uniform. He had a home run. He drew 4 walks. He looked composed at the plate. His stance looks a little more like it did in college. He carried spring training over to today. If Torque's hitting like that, that's the oomph they've been missing. If Kerry Carpenter, look at him. He drove in a run against the lefty. If he's allowed to play against lefties, and I think he should play more right now with the injuries, these are things that will lead to some run production. I'm not panicking because they lost to the Dodgers. I don't think that's any indictment at all on this baseball team. If anything, the fact that they were so patient at the plate and saw 50 more pitches than their opponent is indicative of a team that's going to scratch out every win possible this season. And that's all I can ask of them. I mean, listen, I can't go back and put together Parker Meadows. He's injured. I can't surgically repair Veerling overnight. This is just what they're working with. I needed to see Torque deliver, and through one game he did.
And if you're going to make pitchers work that hard, throw 173 pitches to get out of a game, and you've got 15 runners in scoring position, it would be epic if that was the storyline all season long. You put that many runners in scoring position, and you make other teams that are not the best team money can buy with the Dodgers, you're going to have some success. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean 80 wins like I predicted yesterday, 82 like you did, or 86 like Tom? I think you're going to be in the ballpark there in terms of the wins and losses. And you're going to then be in the ballpark of what do they need to do in August and September to be able to get over the hump and be a postseason team.
Yeah, and it'd be nice if it's not go 30-10 or 31-11, whatever it was.
Or if it's just simply, hey, we're right there. If we just had one more bat. Well, there is a trade deadline where other players are become available.
whatever you thought they were going to win, 80, 82, 86, if Torqulson has a great season, you can add a couple wins to it, right? I mean, that's the point. I said he was the most important bat going into this season, and last night was a really good sign. It was encouraging. I don't want to make a bigger deal than it was. It was really encouraging to see that from Spencer Torqulson. And if your former number 1 overall pick, Torque, can give you something this year. The other one is Mize, former number 1 overall pick. We'll see him against Seattle. If they can get something out of these guys that we thought they were going to get nothing from at the end of last season, it means something. It matters.
Yeah, I mean, 5 at-bats does not make a great year.
No.
And I'm not going to sit here and say Torqulson's got it all figured out, because he could go 0 for 4 today, 0 for 5 today. I don't even know if he's going to be in the lineup today. I would anticipate that he will be, but when you look at what the Tigers are doing, and just Spencer Torqulson, it gives you a sense that maybe there's something here.
Some ticket text with their first impressions. 248-539-9797. Is it time to worry about Colt Keith? 0 for 5, 0 for 4 runners in scoring position. The at-bats didn't look good. No, it's
one game.
It's not going to worry about him. But I will say this. Torqulson has a better track record than Colt Keith does.
Well, he has half a year.
Right. Torqulson has a better track record than Colt Keith. Torqulson has a higher ceiling than Colt Keith. And if Torqulson hits, first base should be Torqulson's. And you figure out what you're doing with Keith. He can DH. He can play spot duty second base. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Torque delivers, that's your first baseman.
Yeah, so then what do you do with Gleyber Torres?
Well, it depends. What did you promise him? Did you tell him he's got to play second base?
Yeah, or can you DH him? Okay, it sounds like you told him he didn't have to play third. Yeah. So is he going to be DH?
First impressions from last night, something that didn't happen in the Tigers game. Bregman, 0 for yesterday. Okay, that's positive, I guess. Why did we pitch to Ohtani with 2 outs and the bases empty? Made the same mistake last year. Yeah, I don't think AJ made a lot of bad decisions, but that's one I would question from last night. With the base open, once he already had, 3 balls, I'm not throwing him something to hit. Sorry, go to first. We'll deal with somebody else.
Yeah. And then you could talk about, Ryan Kreidler. Is he the one that you want to take out? Because he actually did have a hit, had a strikeout in 2 at-bats.
But that one I get, because they needed to swap defense for offense when they're trailing. So Riley Green, hey, how about that? Playing a little center field. I think that's their best lineup.
But I think the bigger question is Manuel Margot.
Pinch hitting him for Sweeney?
Yeah.
Or Sweeney for Margot, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, that's one you could nitpick, I guess. To me, the bigger issue was pitching to Shohei.
But what I'm encouraged about is some of the things that we've already talked about. Also, you just mentioned it. We're nitpicking some of the things that A.J. Hinch did. I'm not going to question a lot of what A.J. Hinch does, because the magic that he was able to provide last year put this team in the postseason. Without A.J. Hinch, this team has no chance of being a postseason team last year. That's last year. I'm not going to sit there and nitpick, because they had to find ways to score runs at the end of that game. He's trying to manufacture something, and they didn't do it against the best money can buy.
Texter says 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position and 11 left on base. I hope that's the exception, not the rule. I'm afraid that's what this team will be offensively. I get the fear.
Sure, it's a concern. It takes some of the traits that they had last year and carries it over through one game this year.
A lot of pressure on Torque to be that guy. A lot of pressure.
So, a lot of pressure on Torque to be that guy. And what did we see? We saw 5 really good at-bats. Mm-hmm. It wasn't him getting up there and pressing to try and make something happen. It wasn't up there and swinging at things outside the strike zone because I've got to be the home run hitter. I've got to find a way to, pad my stats so that when Parker Meadows or when Veerling is available and they got to find a roster spot, I'm going back to AAA. There is no more pressure on an individual than on Spencer Torqulson to perform. He's been given a golden opportunity because of injury and because of what he did in spring training. I don't want to underestimate that. He's on this roster on opening day, and he came through, but he didn't force it.
First impression, this team is the same as the first 4 months of last year. Unwatchable, painful, not interested in hearing about one good game from Torqulson. Just like Baez, who would have a good game here or there.
Oh, okay. So then I'm not going to sit here and listen to people say, I'm not going to talk about one good game of Torqulson. I'm not going to talk about one not great game by Skubal.
Team is still gritty. The bullpen looked strong. Runs will come when you get that many guys in scoring position. 0 for 15 runners in scoring position and still only lost by 1 to the Dodgers of all teams. We'll be fine. We'll get good guys on. Runs will come. That's Mike at work.
You know the thing on Skubal, because I was a little critical of it this morning, people need to listen. I still think he's going to win the Cy Young in the American League. He looked like last year's Skubal. He needs to be careful with potent lineups. He can't think that his stuff is going to blow away a deep lineup like that. You know, they talking about being careful. They were careful. He was careful with bets.
Yeah.
It was almost like an unintentional intentional walk, or whatever. He did this with Lane Thomas last year. He thinks he can maybe get by the guys that are the secondary power guys in lineups. Hernandez is not Ohtani. He's not Betts, but he's an all-star caliber player. Like Lane Thomas last year, people go back to the Grand Slam. I mean, to me, last night, I think they win the game if Skubal doesn't throw a meatball down the middle. He had a lot of hard hit balls last night.
He did. He only had 2 strikeouts.
It's okay to be a little bit, constructive criticism here in terms of when you go through a lineup like that, because I think the encouraging sign last night is the 0 for 15. Yeah, that's troubling. You don't want that to happen every game. If they're the worst team in baseball with runners in scoring position, they're going to be doomed, right? But I think that averages out over time. They made the Dodgers throw 173 pitches last night, and they threw 122. If you make a team throw 50 more pitches than you, somewhat routinely, you're gonna have a really good season.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, individual games, it might not make enough of a difference, but in a 3-game series, when they're burning bullpen arms, are you stealing an extra game here or there, of course, across the season for a team that we think is going to flirt with 500? That makes a difference. Look, you want to own the zone, you can't swing at garbage. And Snell was throwing a lot of garbage, and they didn't swing at it.
Right, they didn't swing at it. But here's the other thing I liked about it, and something that I felt carried over from last year. When they started to make their run last year, yes, it was pitching chaos, and we were all over that. But didn't it feel like there were more aggressive at-bats? And they were actually going up there to hit, and they were attacking the ball. It felt like they were in attack mode at the plate last night. But they were controlled. They didn't swing at things outside the strike zone. They were much more measured, but when it was in the strike zone, you saw guys swinging and you saw guys making contact.
Yeah, I mean, and Torque didn't swing at any junk last night. I mean, that's the encouraging thing. When he played pretty well in that stretch a couple years ago, when he hit the 30 homers, he did have a propensity to walk quite a bit. It wasn't like at a super high rate, like with the best in the league. But, I mean, that's always been, even in his college days, that when he's seeing the ball well, he does take walks. And I thought Snell showed him a lot of respect. A lot of guys would have reared back and tried to take him, right down the middle and think they could beat him, because last year, Torque couldn't hit a fastball last year.
That was the most bizarre thing of it all, is people could throw him meatball.
Something
hard to plate.
Was very wrong with his swing, because even when he hit the ball, he wasn't hitting it hard.
Yeah.
We got the cookie jar coming up at 9:35. Time for more of your Tigers impressions. First impression, what you saw of this baseball team. It's 97-1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
One whole baseball game out of 162. We learned so much. You get your first impression at the very least. 248-539-9797. Tigers lose to the Dodgers. Skubal only 2 strikeouts. Did give up a couple homers, including a big one. Tigers 0 for 15 runners in scoring position. There's some things you lose a baseball game that you can point out as troublesome. Torqulson is the key to this offense. If they're going to knock in some runs this year, he has to return to form. Mm-hmm. To me, that's the biggest takeaway. I said I want to see Carpenter play more against lefties. He had a nice hard hit ball to the outfield, sac fly, scored a run. You don't have a lot of great offensive options. Carpenter getting as many at-bats as possible would do them plenty of good in the early stretch of this season here. Colt Keith, people pointing out not a great night. 0 for 5, including 0 for 4 runners in scoring position. You can make it as big as you want.
Sir, Andy Abani was 0 for 5.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't unique to Colt Keith.
No. I mean,
Javi Baez was 0 for 2.
Did Javi have a hit? No, exactly. This team is still gritty. Ticket Texter says you can see that from the jump. Texter says Margot and Kreidler looked great. Keith and Green against the lefty, not so good. That's from Lou. Skubal was himself, but LA was very, very aggressive with the first pitch swinging. 99 down the middle is easy when they're expecting it. That's from Nick at work. You guys are right on Skubal. He looks great with his stuff, but he needs to work outside the zone a little more. The Dodgers jumped on him with some early pitches. That Skubal is still there. The third inning, he got into some trouble, and he went 3 pitches and dispatched Hernandez.
Yes.
He's there. He's going to be there all season.
He is going to be there all season. He's going to be just fine. And I think there's going to be a lot of pitchers that go up against that lineup who make a mistake or 2 mistakes, and they're going to make them pay for it. That's just what that lineup is. You can't make a mistake against any guy in that lineup.
Yeah, I mean, to counter the Skubal criticism this morning is, you know what? The Tigers lineup needs to help him out once in a while too, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more run support. I mean, I know they salvaged 4 runs last night, but they do, you know, it's being very nitpicky. He is not perfect, okay?
No.
He looked exactly like last year to me. But
was really, really good.
You've got to be careful with these lineups that don't really have many bad hitters. I mean, he'd tear up the Tigers lineup.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine you get to go up against the Tigers lineup?
Think they'd let Carp hit against them?
248-539-9797. Baseball's weird. Guys can find it after an entire year where they can't. With example, Torque. Have to remember how young the team is overall. Still a bat shy of making real noise, but no reason they shouldn't be in the mix.
I think they can certainly be in the mix. And it just depends how long can they hold on. Can you get the defense from Ryan Kreidler on a regular basis that you got from him last night? Now, okay, he's got to make a sliding play in the off, a diving catch. Does Parker Meadows get there without having to slide? Probably. But the point is, it was an out. There's going to be plays that Ryan Kreidler can't make because he's not Parker Meadows defensively. But if you can get some of those, and he can be a sustainable substitute for the next 60 days or however long it takes for Parker Meadows to be back and active and in the swing of things, then we'll take whatever we can get at this point.
Last night, they went defense over offense to start the game. Kreidler in center. When they were down late in the game and you're itching to get Kerry Carpenter in, Riley Green plays center and you're trading defense for offense. I think that's the way they're going to play it more games than not. They're going to start with defense to give their pitching a chance to settle in. I wonder if it changes, though, if they end up with a lot of really cold days where they say, we have to start with offense. We have to give our pitchers some actual run support. To where, yeah, Kreidler can be a defensive replacement. Rather than start him in center, we'll use him if and when we get the lead because we want Kerry Carpenter, Riley Green, and Margot all in the outfield at the same time. Mm-hmm. Where you're sacrificing defense, but Riley can hold his own in center. He's not great, but he can hold his own in center. And the thought is, this is the lineup that gives us a chance to get a 2-0 lead early or a 3-2 lead and give our pitcher and our bullpen a chance to cook. And then Kreidler can come in and make what was a really nice play in center field. But it's kind of the chicken or the egg, right? I think they prefer defense as evidence that Kreidler made the team over Justin Henry Malloy.
Well, they didn't have an obvious option. And so they're, like AJ has said, there's going to be guys going up and down from AAA on a regular basis. Don't expect that this lineup is going to be the lineup, or this roster is going to be the roster, even when they open up at Comerica on Friday.
We know with AJ, that thing is never set in stone. Learned that a lot last year. 248-539-9797. Cookie jar coming up at 9:35. End of the hour. Got someone trolling the Spartan hockey team last night. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a Commerce Township family is suing Disney Parks and Resorts, claiming that an employee filmed up the skirt of their child in 2023. Okay, so the incident, they say, occurred on March 30th, and the family claims that the child was visiting Hollywood Studios with their grandparent. There was also another sibling there at the time, and they were all in the Star Wars Galaxy Edge store. They were looking at a toy. An employee walked over, was showing them the toy, kind of showing them how it worked, and they say he intentionally dropped another toy he was holding in his, under his arm, and then when, of course, he went to go pick up that toy, he was using, I'm guessing his phone, but some sort of device to film up this child's skirt. They say when the child realized they were being filmed, began crying, went to the bathroom where they say that she suffered a panic attack, vomiting, and their grandparent did contact Disney security right away, which then contacted the sheriff's office. But it turns out, what a scumbag. I mean, this is such a scummy thing to do, but this guy is even more scummy, the employee. He was charged with 1 count of invasion of privacy, negligent infliction of emotional distress, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. But he was found, he had 600 images or videos
600
on his phone of guests or coworkers throughout the 6 years he was employed with Disney. Yeah, and he admitted to several other incidents of very similar nature. Pretty gross. And the family is only seeking $50,000, which I thought, you're suing Disney?
Add a couple zeros.
I don't know. Certain charges, certain things have capped amounts.
Oh, do they? Okay, well,
and
maybe
I don't know
that's
if
it
this
then.
falls into that. I'm just saying it does seem very, very low.
When you throw the name Disney in there, it's just might as well.
Is the case against Disney that this guy has been allowed to do this?
Yes,
for
is
so
that
long?
he's been, and it happened to coworkers with him as well. So yeah, it's like that they just employed him knowing that he has done these things in the past. A Berkeley man is looking at the possibility of up to 15 years behind bars after allegedly coercing a teen into sex in exchange for vape products. Yeah. So he was arrested last month on a charge of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. Authorities say he provided vapes, marijuana, alcohol to high school students that he would meet through Snapchat. And then in one particular instance, police say he told this 15-year-old girl that he would not sell her any vape products unless she had sex with him. And then he is also accused of sexually assaulting a Grosse Pointe teen as well.
This is why, and Snapchat is one that I absolutely hate.
Because it all disappears?
Yes. And, well, yes and no, because sometimes kids will send things thinking it's going to disappear.
That's true.
And anything you put over the internet is not going to disappear. But as a parent, when you check phones, and yes, you should check phones, it's really hard to figure out what's going on. And that's the one where I'm just like, I put an absolute time limit on there, because there are limitations of being able to see what it is that and who they're snapping with.
Social media. It's a scary thing.
It's a different world.
I haven't had to deal with that yet, but I know. Who knows even what's going to be like.
Yeah, 10, 12 years, whenever the kids have phone, or 18 years, whatever it is. I mean, it's wild.
Things could be completely different. Comerica Park has been chosen as one of the best ballparks in
Major
the country.
League Baseball.
Major League Baseball. This was by USA Today's 10 Best Readers' Choice Award. So USA Today notes, the ballpark's food availability options, the fan experience overall. And they say, quote, the Detroit Tigers started the new millennium with a new baseball stadium, which offers convenient access to public transit and is surrounded by great food and a bevy of entertainment options. So we actually were ranked number 7. So we came in below Citizens Bank Park, which came in at number 1. Globe Life Field, number 2. Petco Park, PNC Park, T-Mobile Park, and Oriole Park, all before.
And if you have no idea where those parks are because they are all corporate sponsored, the only one that you know is Oriole Park. That must be in Baltimore.
Yeah. This is interesting. I always love stories like this. There is a $12 drawing that was bought from an antique store in Pennsylvania that could potentially be worth a whole lot more of money. So there's a woman, Heidi Markow. She was recently at this auction at an antique store, and she saw this drawing and was like, I really like that, and she told her husband was there, and child was like, hey, if it comes up for auction, make sure you bid on it because I've got to go look at some other stuff. Well, they got it for $12. And after she got home, she started to really inspect it a little bit more. And she discovered that it could potentially be an original Renoir drawing valued at over $1 million. So she is like a dealer. So she knows her stuff. She's not just this average Joe Schmo. She knows art and antiques.
Or Joanna Schmo.
Or whoever. Yeah, exactly. Could be Joanna. Could be Joe. Could be anybody. So it hasn't been authenticated yet. That's going to take place next month. But they believe it's from the late 1800s and is a drawing of Renoir's wife.
Oh. Was she hot?
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. Never changed. 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that works best for you and your situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Hey, we're at that time of year right now where it's a little bit warm, a little bit cool, a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun, and we all know that means your grass is going to start growing. You got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call right now. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. The number to get them on the phone, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program right now, and you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. And if you want to save some green, prepay by the end of the month, give them a shout. You get the early bird discount. And here's what you get. It's the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices, which I love because my kids, me and Teddy, are going to be running around the yard, and I don't want to be running around in a bunch of chemicals. I still want that green lawn. Certified applicators and arborists are going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and home. It's been locally owned and operated for over 3.5 decades, and they're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Get to Karsh and Anderson coming up here in less than 10 minutes. Stoney in for Doug Karsh. Someone trolling Michigan State hockey last night. I know Gator gets into MSU hockey. We'll get some thoughts on that. We have reaction to the cookie jar. No, Heather, sorry. Brushing before eating is the silliest. Really, let me clean my mouth, then put an omelet in, and then think it's clean. Example, vacuum the floor, then let the dirty dogs in. Always brush after eating, then before bed. Gross.
I am disgusted that people are saying they don't brush their teeth when they wake up. So are you telling me you wake up, roll out of bed, and immediately eat? Because if you're waiting like I do, like I don't eat. The first thing I ate today was at 8:30. So you're telling me I'm going to wake up at 4:30, go about my morning without brushing my teeth until after I ate something?
Okay,
that is disgusting.
Your schedules
You
are
are
different.
disgusting.
But Heather, you're not eating before you leave the house. Most people eat something before they leave the house.
So you must eat immediately to me. Otherwise, that's gross.
I used to wake
That's
up,
disgusting.
walk downstairs, and the very first thing I did was make myself breakfast and eat.
Even on the weekends, I am not eating breakfast until about 9:30. And I wake up on the weekends at 7. So you're telling me I shouldn't brush my teeth for 2.5 hours?
On the weekend,
you are gross. Brush your teeth immediately. You're disgusting. And I guarantee that you're not brushing your teeth after every single meal.
Yeah. On the weekend,
I don't believe that people are brushing their teeth every time they eat.
Oh, no, they're not brushing their teeth every time they eat.
Well,
no.
then what's the difference between breakfast and lunch and dinner? Because you spend all that time sleeping. And if you're like me, I wear a night guard and a retainer. And that's disgusting.
Heather, if you're not going to eat...
You wear a night guard and a retainer?
I do. I'm a Invisalign retainer. And then because I grind, I have to wear a mouth guard.
Do you put it in and let that soak all day so you don't have to put in a dirty one when you go to bed?
I have a little cleaner for it.
Of course she does.
Can you imagine what it's like to be Colin when she goes on one of these?
Yeah. But
he would agree with me. That's the first thing he does
Heather,
too. I'm sure he showers and pees and then brushes his teeth.
I get it. If you're not going to eat, you're not going to
brush your teeth in the shower.
He does.
Do both.
We do have a shower toothbrush.
Oh, okay. That's different.
On the weekend, there is. If I woke up
Continue.
at 7, I wouldn't be able to wait until 9:30 to eat. I would be starving. The only reason I can do that now is because I have a coffee and then I'm active and I'm doing something. I don't think about it. But on the weekends, I mean, I get up at 5. I may go for a jog. I'll eat and then brush my teeth because I'm back taking a shower after my jog.
I just find it that you're that passionate about cleaning your teeth and you never wash your feet in your life.
Yeah.
No.
And you pee in the shower.
No, that isn't okay. I have peed in the shower. I don't pee in the shower. And of course I've washed my feet. I don't wash them every single time I shower.
Bullets
I think you're
are
lying
flying.
if you say you do.
Heather's calling people out. You're all a bunch of liars. You're not doing what you say you're doing. You don't like this next ticket texter.
I'm all fired up for no reason.
We're teeth brushing.
This ticket texter is going to drive you crazy then because they claim to floss 10 times a day and brush their teeth 6 or 7 times a day.
I mean,
flossing is the one thing that is just a labor to do. I don't floss after every meal. I might not even floss every day. I have it's become more of the habit. So at least 5 or 6 times a week I'm flossing. Mm-hmm. But that one is
just silly. That's just a waste of toothpaste to me.
Oh, to brush that often?
To brush 6 times a day?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's before and after every meal and at night.
And then you got to carry that stuff
OCD
with you.
on,
where are you putting that? Where are you storing that toothbrush you're traveling with? Because you're not at home every single time you brush. Or you have no life.
In your purse.
It's just coming for people.
Well, if this is a man, I'm guessing.
It is. I would guess they would probably have a fanny pack. It seems like the individual that would have a fanny pack. Yeah. So brushing your teeth 6 times a day, that's a fanny pack individual.
You have a fanny pack?
No. Yeah.
On the potato skin debate.
Right next to my MERS.
Texter points out most of the nutrition in a potato comes from the skin. So you should eat potato skins and potato with the skin.
Okay. Yeah. All my nutrition comes from the steak cooked with the potato.
Not eating the potato skins is such a white thing to do. This ticket texter says, Costa would be that guy that arrives at the airport excessively early. I have a friend like that, and I refuse to travel with him because doing that is more stressful than almost missing a flight itself. I'm with you, Heather. Any extra minutes at the airport are wasted minutes.
There we go.
Someone's got your back.
Someone. You all gross with your morning breath and nasty teeth. Gross.
We've all brushed our teeth before we've arrived here today.
All of us did.
Yeah, you spent hours without.
Hours?
When did you eat breakfast, John?
Well, I'll eat breakfast later today but on the weekend, I will eat breakfast.
So you haven't brushed your teeth yet? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I just told you. Please listen. I told you during the week, I wake up and I brush my teeth immediately because I'm not going to go downstairs and then come back up and brush my teeth. Yes.
All right.
But on the weekend, I will eat most likely within a half an hour of awakening.
Not me.
That's why they call it breakfast. You break the fast.
Stoney,
and I can't
I
fast any longer.
My fast
Ask Stoney when Cindy brushes his teeth.
Stoney's in the studio. We were going to play some audio. You've seen it. It's Cornell's band trolling Michigan State. The two played last night. Score was 0-0. We can play it for people, Paul. Let me know when we got it.
So you're going to have to put your ears on.
I know what it is.
He knows what it is.
Okay.
Let's play it. Thoughts?
That's a great troll.
Well, I am very anti-trolling. Like I always get in arguments with Rieger. You shut up already, basically, especially online. But if you are a fan of trolling, that's a master troll.
Yeah.
Is it though?
Yes, it's absolutely.
They didn't do it after a goal. They weren't celebrating a goal with another school's fight song.
But what's the troll? We're playing the song of a team that's not here because Michigan State beat them?
No, you're playing a song.
Okay, we can do whatever we want because they knew in the future that they would beat them.
No, you're playing the song of the team,
of a lesser program?
Of a team that your fans hate and got the exact reaction. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with who's a better hockey team. We know who is a better hockey team, even though they lost.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I just thought it was pretty fun. A lot of times those like Ivy League schools and like Duke is always known for the way their fans come up with the most clever things. Stanford is known for that. Maybe they don't spend enough time in class. They just sit there and come up with all this.
Yeah, that's always been the accusation of those Stanford students and Duke students and
Cornell
Ivy League students. Yeah, they just don't spend enough time in class.
Well, you know what I'm saying. They come up with the most clever stuff.
Maybe they're just smart. Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, maybe, I guess. Were we talking about breakfast and stuff?
We were when you walked in. So we had a debate in the cookie jar. Do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? And Heather has a heated opinion. This is the most opinionated I've ever seen, Heather.
I don't know why.
Well, I eat breakfast for the
Teethzilla.
most part late because, especially when I work this shift with you guys, and so I would wait till after the show to eat. I'll get up, I'll take a shower, and then I'll brush my teeth. And then even if sometimes I'll have to brush my teeth again if that's what I.
So let me ask you this:
Yes.
Is if I've admitted I will brush my teeth when I wake up.
Yes.
I'm a night shower guy.
Yeah.
Does that pass muster for the Park household?
Yeah, I'm more of a night shower person as well.
Okay, all right.
Typically because of this job.
Right, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
you don't
we
wake
don't
up in
have
the morning,
normal
hop in the shower.
hours.
Yeah.
I'd be waking up super early. So no, that's okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, wash all the dirt off you before you get in bed.
Yes.
Someone on Ticket Text wants to make sure we don't gloss over something. They say they respect your opinion, Heather, but the grossness of having a toothbrush in the shower does not want to go unnoticed.
I know a shower toothbrush is kind of gross. How we have our shower, we do have like a little
niche
compartment kind of area where it can go. So it's not like exposed to, but it's still, I guess, there's still
you have
moistures.
your toothpaste in the shower.
Yeah, there's toothpaste in there too. Like the toothpaste stays in the shower. It's more my husband than myself. It's not my toothbrush, but
it
there
might be
is
gross,
a shower
but
toothbrush.
that's how I roll.
You're a shower toothbrush guy?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I also have a pretty big shower. And
Yeah,
there's a
we do
niche
too. Yeah,
that,
and it's like a special little spot for the toothbrush and toothpaste, and
it's electric toothbrush.
Ours
It
is.
gets gross. I just change out the.
I'm not a
as
night
well.
shower person. I have to shower when I get up. It wakes me up.
Even when you were working really
Yeah.
early, you were still wow.
No.
I guess you live a lot closer, but
True, but still, it's
That's
only, I
early.
don't take long showers in the morning.
Yeah.
Just
About
enough to
5
wake
minutes,
you up. Yeah.
maybe it's the long hair thing. I don't know. I like to enjoy a shower.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, like, what?
Who doesn't?
I'm just saying, like, I want to
I don't
stand in the
particularly care
warm
for 'em.
water.
What?
I might do it because I got to get clean, but I'm
You
not,
like shower?
I
Like a
don't
warm
particularly.
shower,
It's not,
hot
yeah, I'm not going
shower?
to sit there and
enjoy a
say I
long
enjoy
shower.
it.
Like, I'm not trying to just get it. I want to, like, enjoy the hot water. Like, I'm not trying to rush myself in there.
Jim,
Then
you're
you
talking
should take the
about a guy
time to
who takes
wash
his
your
shirt
feet.
off before he goes and takes
I
a
know.
crap. And
That's so weird. I got to remember that more often when I'm getting heat. Like,
Yeah.
that's the weirdest
I can
thing
brush
I've
my
ever heard.
teeth. Yeah, I can brush my teeth after that. I don't have to put the shirt on for that either.
Anyway,
Clothes optional.
Why don't you brush your teeth while you're taking the crap without your
That's what I
shirt
said
on?
earlier. Sure, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
That's that is still every time I hear that about John, I have to sit back and laugh.
The amount of people that come up to me and they're like, they kind of say it under their breath. They're like, "Yeah, I do that too."
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, me too. Huh?
Just want to make sure I'm totally unencumbered.
It's okay.
You know.
All right.
You don't want to sweat. Sometimes you sweat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes it's a workout.
Yeah. Sometimes you can be there for a while.
Let's see other's reaction.
Well, we got Karsh Anderson up next. Stoney in for Doug Karsh. Find out what they're talking about after the update. It's 97.1.
Anderson program. Gator and Stoney with you here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Your microphone's not working.
Hello. There we go.
Is. There it is.
Not sure what was going on. Hi.
Hi, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing better now that I can hear myself.
Good.
That was a little strange.
Are you doing okay? I was worried about you because three of your favorite teams all lost by one score last night, and
did that happen last night?
yeah, I just obviously the Tigers lose the opener.
So the suboptimal day.
The Red
evening?
Wings lose again. And the big upset, Michigan State losing in hockey. I know a lot of people don't give a rat's ass, but that was shocking.
I didn't notice. I wasn't keeping score at home. Did all three of them lose? Huh. I didn't realize. Did Michigan State lose in hockey? Did that happen? No, that couldn't have happened. That happened in the tournament when they were the number 2 overall seed. Did we lose? Well,
Yeah.
When I was watching the game, they were just dominant. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not thrilled. Okay. And now you're going to bring this up to start the show, and now I'm not. No. You want to get me in the mood? You got me in the mood. Fair enough. I was pissed early on because, the Michigan State game starts at 5:30. I get ESPN Plus. I'm watching it, and, State gets out to 1-0 lead. All right, here we go. Victory for MS. And then they give up a goal right away. I'm like, what happened there? And completely dominating the game. And State gets a power play at the end of the first period. They score right away. It's 2-1. They score with less than 2 minutes to go in the first period. Great. Here we go. Going into the second period. And what just happened? We just went back to back with goals again, like 17 seconds apart. And it's 3-2. And I'm getting pissed because State's up, but come on now. And then because now we're starting to push things. Now it's after 7:00. You got baseball. You got the Red Wings. And now I'm pissed, and this is probably what I get more frustrated with than anything else is the whole streaming thing. And I hate streaming, as everybody who listens to the show knows.
Right.
So I have to go from the app, click out of the app, and I can get right to the baseball game or the Red Wings game. Easy, right? Because you just exit the app, and boom, I'm right back to cable. But if I want to get back to the Michigan State game, to watch the third period,
you got to watch the wheel
cycle
again.
Through all this crap, and it's taking too long. And I'm like, I'm not watching the third period. I'm watching the Tigers, and I'm watching the Red Wings flipping back and forth with that, and then that's becoming a pain because I really just want to focus on one.
What about your phone? Watch the hockey game on your phone.
I hate that part of it. I just don't watch TV, or I have in the past if I had to, only out of necessity. But if I've got a 77-inch TV in front of me, I want to watch it on that. I don't want to be stuck with the app. So
I know.
That's a solution. I just don't like. That's me. I don't like doing that. So I missed basically the third period of the Michigan State Cornell game, and when I came back to it, there were 6 minutes left, and it was tied at 3. I'm like, how is this game possibly tied? Michigan State was out shooting them like crazy, had a million scoring chances, and just couldn't bury it. Some of it was the goaltender, who was really good. And the goaltender been outstanding. For his last 5 starts, he had like a goals against average like 1.3 or something like that, and a save percentage like 970. He was a crazy good. But State got to him early. I'm like, this is okay. We got this. We're one of the best teams in the country. No problem. And then there's a power play with less than 2 minutes to go, and I just thought that's not good. This is it. It's done. I know we're gonna lose. And sure enough, these opportunities happened, and they don't get the puck out of the zone, and then the puck goes over to the right side, and the shooter's right there. He just kind of hesitates for a second, and then just rips a wrist shot in the empty net, and I just get pissed. Now I'm pissed.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to watch the rest of the Red Wings game and the rest of the Tigers game, and I'm going to be pissed. And nothing's going to change that unless fortunes start changing. So, I'm already watching the Red Wings game at this point, and they're already down 3-0. And I'm like, this sucks. And then I go to the Tigers game, and the Tigers, hey, they got out to a lead. I'm like, okay, they're hanging on it. It's a Skubal start. We got this. Skubal start. And then they do something that it's a pet peeve of mine with the Tigers. And it's something that I think we can turn into a topic here. Maybe we can do a little pivot here. This is what happens. You plan for something and then end up pivoting, doing something else. And you and I are the king of speed bumps on shows. That we can absolutely get things diverted in the other direction. And, Doug will get pissed about it, but it's okay. Doug's not here. Doug will be back on Monday.
That's right.
So now we're just going to piss ourselves off.
When the parents are away, the kids will play.
That's right. So what happens in the Tigers game, because the Red Wings are looking horrible going into the third period. They're looking horrible. And then you get Ohtani up at the plate with, what was it, two runners on base? 2 runners on base, right? And I'm like, or no, nobody's on base.
No.
I'm sorry. Nobody's on base, and you got a couple balls. I'm like, don't pitch to him.
Right.
This is Shohei Ohtani, okay? There are certain players, certain athletes, professional athletes in particular, right, that I have the utmost respect for. I may not like them, but I have enough respect for them as to what kind of an athlete they are and how good they are that I will not, if I were coaching the teams, and Lord knows A.J. Hinch knows way more than I do, right? It's just how I feel, right? And we can all, it's a safe space. We all know the coaches know better than we do, okay?
Yes.
We all know this. Safe space, 248-539-9797.
But you can criticize.
But we can't.
Yeah.
And this is my own pet peeve. When I see someone, an athlete like that, I show the most reverence for that athlete that I can do. And that is, I am not going to allow that person to beat me. So, and I learned this from Sparky Anderson. And this goes back to the things that Gator strongly dislikes list and why Ken Griffey Jr. is on the list. I can't stand Ken Griffey Jr. I respect the hell out of him. He was too good. And Sparky had the right approach. Sparky wasn't going to pitch to Ken Griffey Jr. He was not going to let Ken Griffey Jr. beat him when he was with the Tigers. I'm like, yep, love it. So then the one time Sparky decides, all right, go ahead and pitch to him. Pitches to him. Griffey hits a home run at Tiger Stadium. He's rounding second base, and he grabs his package right in the direction of the Tigers' dugout as if to tell Sparky, hey, screw you, I just hit a home run off you. And that's why I hate Ken Griffey Jr., because he disrespected Sparky when all Sparky was doing was completely respecting you in the past by not pitching to you because you're too good.
Kind of like the reason Bonds got all those intentional walks.
100%. It's why you should, when come up with the bases loaded and they're walking Barry Bonds. Why? You're too good. You're also a dirty, rotten cheater, but that's aside from the point.
Right. There were two outs, nobody on base.
Right. 2 outs, nobody on base, and you're facing Shohei Ohtani, and you're already down, I think, 2-0 on the count or something.
It's a 3-2 count.
I don't want to pitch to him. Or if I am going to pitch to him, I'm not going to give him something juicy to hit. Now, this is Tarik Skubal. He's the best pitcher in the baseball.
No, this wasn't Skubal, though. Ohtani's was Hannafy.
You're right. It's Hannafy. You're right, because Hannafy just puts his head down right away. I'm not pitching to you. I respect you too much to pitch to you. And he ends up going oppo. And
it makes it 5-3, so it's in the bottom of the seventh inning. Well, so let me ask you this question. And 248-539.
So let me just finish the thought on the whole thing about the athletes. So, because we can turn this into a topic, a discussion that I'm sure I'm not alone, right? Who is that athlete that you, if you were in charge of your team, that you would refuse to let beat you? Like you just respect it too much, whether it means you want to double team them from a standpoint of a wide receiver, or you're going to cheat in and make sure you're going to stop the run because we are not going to let Saquon Barkley beat you, or what? Who is that guy? It can be from college, can be from pros, whatever it is. But who's the athlete that you most say, not today, not up in here. I'm not going to let it happen with the game on the line. We got a tight game here. Nobody's on base. I'm not pitching to Shohei Ohtani. Not going to happen. I'm going to walk him.
Yeah.
So that's my thing. But feel free to comment on it. 248-539-9797. I want you to hold your tongue a little bit, son.
Okay.
Because
thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad.
Because
you make me feel young. I love it.
Well, you look young.
Thank you.
And you sound young.
Thank you very much.
You're spry. You're very spry. Beautiful. And you still shower in the morning.
That's right.
97.1, the ticket. Hey, spring is here. There's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Now, the weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are really hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down. That includes taxes and fees. Yeah, you heard that right. There's no hidden surprises, just $999 down. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or maybe a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you. But you're going to need to act fast because these deals are not going to last long. So why wait? Head on over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You're going to see for yourself why they're known for making a car buying stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Together, let's drive. All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you. Doug will be back on Monday's show. A lot going on today, right? We're going to get to everything. You've got Red Wings last night, the Tigers debut last night. We've got a massive night of basketball this evening. Michigan State, Michigan, the Pistons play the number 1 Cavs. There's a lot happening, and maybe even a lot happening on Sunday if things go well tonight. But I'm sorry, I had cut you off. You were going to say something about the baseball game last night.
Well, I don't know if it's completely similar, but I agree with you. They should have walked Ohtani. But earlier in the game, you had a situation where at the bottom of the 5th inning, the Tigers were leading 2-1. Skubal still on the hill. You had guys at first and second with 2 outs, and Mookie Betts came to the plate. Actually, it was a guy on first. They walked Betts on 4 pitches, and it really looked like even the announcers were saying, and they're nibbling, he doesn't want to give him anything to hit. So it was almost one of those intentional walks.
Uh-huh.
So they decided, I guess, that they'd rather take their chances with Hernandez against Skubal than Betts. So they didn't pitch to Betts.
And Teoscar got him instead. Yeah, and again, based on what happened in the game, because the first at bat for Mookie Betts in the game, it looked like he smoked the ball, and it was a fly out to left field. And I immediately thought of, hey, here's Mookie Betts who lost 15 pounds because of food poisoning, and he's still not right. And I'm like,
I said he wasn't going to play, which he didn't. And he singled in the 3rd inning as well, too.
Yeah, but I guess at that point, I'm like, I'm not worried about the power aspect of him. I'd go ahead and I'm not going to be afraid to pitch to him. But look, again, this goes to A.J. I trust A.J. Hinch 100%. Right. Yes. This is just my own pet peeve is there are guys I don't pitch to. I'm not pitching to Shohei Ohtani unless I absolutely have to pitch to Shohei Ohtani.
Especially with all due respect when it's Hanafi. With the Hernandez one, it is the Cy Young Award winner. And, yeah, he did throw a lot of balls in the middle of the plate the entire game, right from the get-go, actually. They were fortunate that some of them were hit smoked, and like Kreidler made that great catch and things like that.
Kreidler made a great catch.
Yeah. But, yeah, I love this, don't let you – who you're not going to let beat them.
Yeah, it's any sport, and sometimes it's just a game plan that you can have. Like if the Lions were to face off against the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm not letting Saquon Barkley beat me. I'm stopping the run. I'm going to force Jalen Hurts to do it. You're going to have to pass on me. Maybe Jalen Hurts takes off and runs. So be it. But I'm not going to let the guy who is a game wrecker wreck the game. That's not going to happen. Like if the Lions years ago, that famous playoff game against the Packers. You do not let Sterling Sharp beat you. You don't do it.
I was going to say the Packers, on the other hand, the year after, they weren't going to let Barry Sanders beat him, and he had negative yards.
Exactly. That's it's kind
part of that was ice conditions, but
it's still it's a game plan that you have specifically for one guy because that person will wreck your world. Let anybody else do it, but not that guy. You tip your hat if hey Hernandez, nice job, you hit the home run. I tip my hat to you, but I'm not going to let Ohtani do it to me.
And sometimes that changes, or that strategy that I agree with you on develops during a game. Like the most famous one that still irks you a little bit if you're a Piston fan was the LeBron game. I mean, how do you let a guy score 25 straight points? Just basically let him go down the lane with you double. In basketball, to me, it's easy. It's easier. Like Steph Curry. Let's say you're not going to let Curry. Okay, right. He's great and all that. You can double him.
Well, that's what teams are going to be doing with the Pistons when they get into the playoffs. They're going to you're going to try to stop Cade. Now, fortunately for the Pistons, they have other options here, but you can get Cade to turn the ball over.
Right.
That's one of the things he has to work on. But exactly, this is what I'm talking about. 248-539-9797. Who's the athlete you refuse to let beat you? If you had a role in the game plan, who's the guy you're saying, not today? We can't let this guy beat us. We have to pay extra attention to him if it means committing an extra player, whether it's football or basketball, to guard him, even hockey to an extent. We're going to hit this guy every time he's on the ice. We're going to hit so-and-so, because it'll rattle him and get him off his game, whatever the case is. If I were other teams, I'd hit Dylan Larkin every single time because Dylan Larkin gets feisty, wants to fight back, and he can find himself in the penalty box, or he does something stupid every once in a while and cross-check you in the head, and then he could be gone for the game. But I'd be very physical with him because he's also he's a really good hockey player. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phones. DeVell is first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, DeVell.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. So here, my thing now is kind of follow me for a second.
Yeah.
Because there's other athletes that strike more fear, but situationally now, dealing with basketball and the Pistons and the playoffs, Giannis is not going to beat me because he has absolutely stumped Detroit in the past every time you play him. So now that Damian Lillard is hurt, Milwaukee has absolutely nobody that strikes fear. So why would you even let him cross half court without two people in his face? He would be having to shoot 40-footers every time he gets the ball. No one else is going to beat you on Milwaukee.
DeVell, I agree with you, but unfortunately, I don't think the Pistons are going to have that chance to do your strategy.
No, it's going to be Indiana.
It's going to be Indiana.
But we got them the last two games of the season, too, though.
True.
Milwaukee, yeah. No, it could be real. And by that time, who knows? I don't expect Lillard to be back. They haven't ruled him out for the rest of the season, but it doesn't sound like that's something that, he'll be back in a couple weeks.
You see what Indiana did last night, DeVell?
That was the night before when they lost to LeBron on the tip in.
Well, they beat Washington last night, and they only scored 162 points in doing so.
Oh, my goodness.
162. Yeah. And I think they gave it 108 or something. Yeah. Thanks for the call, DeVell. I appreciate it.
And they took shot clock violations on purpose, 3 straight possessions at the end of the game.
Oh my God.
Not them, because they didn't want to run up the score.
I'm like scrolling through my phone to go through some box scores and stuff, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, Pistons didn't play, but I'm looking for, I'm scoreboard watching. Let's see, the Indiana, Milwaukee, they played Washington, 162? In a regulation game, 162. What did the Pistons put up on Washington in the first game when they played the back-to-back games?
140 maybe?
It was a massive total, right?
Yeah.
Good God, man. Washington's terrible, and yet that terrible team beat the Pistons the next night. Pistons actually wasn't that bad. It was 123 they put on them, but it felt like just a million points that they scored. They put 148 on the Hawks in that the back and forth game would be Atlanta 148-143, and it did not go to.
They had one game against, I think it was the Spurs, where they just scored a ton of points on them. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. There's guys out there that I refuse to let beat my team. Absolutely, Shohei Ohtani is one. The caller DeVell brings up a great one with Giannis. If the Pistons face off against Giannis, any team that's going to face off against Giannis and the Bucks, it's already the strategy is to try to stop Giannis Antetokounmpo. But good luck with that because he's so good. And I appreciate his thing. Put 2 guys on him and force him to put 40-foot shots. He doesn't have to bring the ball up the court. You trying to keep him out of the paint.
Right.
Good luck with that.
I know.
He's so gifted athletically. He's quick and he's strong and he's lengthy and he's the Greek freak for a reason. He's amazing. But is there that player for you that exists in whatever sport, football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, I don't care what it is.
There's one tonight. Michigan State, don't let Padula beat him. I mean, he's not a superstar.
No, but he's the one player that you have to be aware of for sure. We'll get into a little bit of college basketball as well. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so we brought the topic as the game last night. They had a chance if they wanted to. The Tigers did. If they wanted to walk Shohei Ohtani with nobody on and 2 outs. Instead, they pitched to him, 3-2 pitch, and he went opposite field, home run. And then we got to see Tom Hanks and others regale. That got to be a little much. Just the constant camera work going to Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson and Colin Hanks, and they're all in their box there. And
it's L.A. What do you expect?
Well, which is why I don't need to see it.
Okay,
it just gets annoying.
I understand. Well,
it's the constant going back. Oh, there's Rob Lowe. Ooh, hey. At least he's wearing a Dodger hat, not an MLB hat.
Well, that's true. Well, there are a lot of people who always say, you know what? It's great. The Tigers are going to get some exposure on national television. Well, you know what?
Yeah, they did. And look, the Tigers made it the game. If you didn't stay up for it, they lost 5-4, but they had every opportunity. And Stoney's got a disgusting stat of the day we'll get to at 11:05. It is a disgusting stat of the day. But they tons of missed opportunities, and we'll get to the Tigers a little bit later on. But I did mention it. I don't ever pitch to Ohtani. I understood why Sparky Anderson chose never to pitch to Ken Griffey Jr. When he did, Griffey killed him, and that's the genesis of a couple things. Mm-hmm. The genesis of my hatred towards Ken Griffey Jr., because after he hit the home run against the Tigers, he grabbed his package right towards Sparky as he was rounding second base. And the other thing was that was the genesis of my thought that I'm not ever going to let one player beat me if I were in charge of a team. Of course, I'm never going to be in charge of a team, but as a fan of sports, and when you're talking with your fellas or talking to your radio audience, this is my thing.
Right.
And we can all agree or disagree, and that's fine. That's why we have the discourse, 248-539-9797. We do have some ticket texts coming in about this. I'm not going to let Connor McDavid beat Team USA in the Four Nations. Still pissed he was left wide open. Yeah.
Well, that was, I think, hockey is at such a fast pace. Austin Matthews made a bad decision.
Yes. Leaving Connor McDavid is a bad decision. But I understand what the ticket texter said. Yeah, there's certain guys you just, on the ice, best player in the world is Connor McDavid. Don't let him beat you. Make sure somebody's got you're paying attention to him. And if you're staying on him and it leaves somebody else the opportunity, which was the bitch of that play, is that you're caught in no man's land.
Right.
If you go and take on Connor McDavid, then I forget who was the pass.
Marner, I think.
I think it was Mitch Marner.
Marner?
Marner can come right in, and he's in alone, Yeah. I'm not letting Salvador Perez beat me because in games I've watched, he's been a Tigers killer. Oh. Some will say it's Jose Ramirez, who's also a killer, but we've lost too many games to Kansas City because of Perez. That's Luke in Detroit. I completely agree with that. Sally Perez is awesome.
Yes, he is.
And I'd love to have him on the Tigers because he just seems like one of these awesome teammate kind of guys, too. He's hard to really dislike, although I can dislike him just fine, but I also like the guy. Mm-hmm. But 100%, when I'm watching games and the Tigers are facing Kansas City and there's an open base and Perez comes up, I'm
Walk him.
Just let him go. Let him go.
Yeah.
Because it feels like, and yes, and this is the stat we have on the show, in games I've watched, Salvatore Perez hits like 800 against the Tigers.
Right. And baseball, they go by, so many analytics and data. There's no data that suggests they should actually do that.
Right. No, but in the games I've watched data, which I think is every bit as made up as the WAR stat, that's what I will go with. Because nobody can define what WAR is. That's why I don't like it. Jose Ramirez is another one.
Yeah.
With the Guardians, 100%. And the Tigers, every team has a Tiger killer, it feels like. Yeah. Most teams have a Tiger killer.
Right.
Those are two of the most infamous Tiger killers currently. I think Bobby Witt Jr. is probably getting to that territory as well. Right now it's Donovan Mitchell. I have PTSD from him whooping us in his Utah days.
Yeah, that's true. On that team he did. Now, they're playing tonight, but I don't think Cade's playing, so whatever. If they would meet in the playoffs, no, you don't want Donovan Mitchell to beat you, but they have so many other players on that team that, Garland, Mobley, they got a lot of good players. But yeah, down the stretch, you got to double your best player, the other team's best player, in my opinion.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We did mention that tonight is a massive night for basketball. You've got the NCAA tournament continuing on with the second part of the Sweet 16 with the 4 games tonight. Michigan State obviously playing Ole Miss to start things off at 7:09. And then as soon as that game is done, you get like a half-hour break, and then Michigan takes on number 1 overall seed Auburn. You've got Kentucky and Tennessee on the other side, and then Purdue and Houston. The games yesterday, I mean, you had a little bit of everything, right? You had games that were just no contest. Florida beating Maryland.
It was close. It was a good game for a half.
Halftime was a 2-point game, and then Florida just took over. They win at 87-71. You had Alabama and BYU. That was just a track meet, and Alabama had their track shoes on.
Yeah.
And they just knocked down 25 3-point shots in the game.
They set the record.
They win at 113-88 over BYU. Don't point at me.
Gator. I'm not pointing. I was at the game that they broke the record. I was covering Michigan against Loyola Marymount in the beautiful Long Beach Coliseum in California when Bo Kimball and the boys.
Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Pear Steamer.
Yes, Pear, great name. Pear Steamer.
From Sweden. And they always, we actually went over that game last week.
Oh, really?
It's always amazing to go back and look at it and see, what Paul Westhead's team was able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of comparing that team to today's college basketball teams. Teams shoot more 3-pointers now than that team did. And that team was just run and gun the entire time.
Right. But it wasn't all threes for them. They just ran. They, had basically their credo was shoot the ball within 6-7 seconds.
Yeah. But then you had games that were a little closer. Duke, Arizona it was a 6-point game at halftime, ended up being a 7-point win for Duke.
Yeah, Duke was up by like 15, 16 points for most of the second half, and then Arizona made a run, and Caleb Love took over for Arizona, played great.
35 points.
Yeah, but let me tell you, this Cooper Flagg's legit. I mean, people are saying, oh, he's overhyped and all that. He does everything. Passes, rebounds, hits the 3 at the end of the half. He's just great. And I hate Duke.
We'll get I do too. We'll get back to Cooper Flagg in a minute because I do want to ask a couple things about that. But then he had the game of the night, which is, I'm not sure how many people watched it because it was on late, but Texas Tech had trailed Arkansas. They trailed them at the half, 38-31, and then they trailed for quite a bit of the second half. They forced overtime.
They were down 16, and they were down 13 with about 4.5 left. And then they went on a 10-0 run, cut it to 3, and then it became a great game. And Darian Williams with a huge, huge game, two big shots, one in regulation and one in overtime. And it wasn't, sometimes you see games like that where, you say, well, that team choked. They just missed shots. They probably should have worked the shot clock a little better. They missed one free throw, I think, in that stretch. It wasn't that they, typical Calipari teams going back to the Memphis days when they couldn't shoot free throws. It wasn't like that. They played pretty well. Texas Tech was just amazing.
Yeah, and they ended up winning it by 2 in overtime, 85-83. So you have all 4 games that were played last night that just go to chalk.
Yeah.
The number 1 seeds won their games, and then 2 and 3 seeds won their games. So I'm really interested with brackets now because there are people that just fill out brackets to chalk, basically, which means, just go with the favorites.
Right.
And at this point, I mean, you got 2 number 1 seeds and a number 2 seed advancing to the grade 8 already. And then you've got the games tonight, and we'll see what happens with, you get 2 more number 1 seeds with an opportunity and 2 seeds with an opportunity. So I would think if it goes to chalk again tonight, that the brackets that you are in, there's an astounding number of bracket holders that are in contention to win. And it's going to this one's going to come down to tiebreaker. This is going to come down to total points. And I don't know if I've ever been part of a bracket where it came down to that, and even after that, there was a tie.
I think in the 40 years that I've run this pool, I think one year, I don't remember if the winner came down to the tiebreaker or like second or third place, but I know it has happened in my pool history.
Yeah, it's not. It sure isn't likely to happen, but I think this year it might be likely to happen that we're going to get to the tiebreaker situation. The brackets are interesting because it's been, boring in terms of just great the favorite wins, but actually it's fine. And this is going to be, I contend, will be the most watched college basketball tournament in a while because the favorites are winning, and the favorites are big schools, and big schools have big alumni. And people want to see the bigs against the bigs.
By the way, Gator, in my pool, there's a two-way tie for the lead at your favorite number, 69 points, and you know both of the people who are tied.
I'm sure. Who we got?
We have in his I'm picking my alma mater, Kansas pool bracket, we have Devin Skillian. And he's tied with our great engineer, Robbie Archer.
Oh, nice. Yes. Nice. Where am I?
I don't know. See, well, you know what I don't like about this pool, the CBS? They don't just list the standings on one page. You keep having to hit next. And you're not on the first page. So.
That hurts.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Stop. Look, I'm horrible at this.
Most people are horrible.
I used to spend a ton of time picking things out, picking the matchups, and I didn't do well. Then I would spend no time, and I did slightly better picking with no time.
You are in a tie 94.
All right, so top
with
half.
56 points. But you have State winning it all, so you never know.
This is true. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Look, we want to talk about the matchups today, and really, we brought this up on Monday, got a lot of spirited response to it, but then we let it cool off the rest of the week. But here it is Friday again. Michigan State playing the first game against Ole Miss, Michigan playing the later game against Auburn. And yes, if both teams win, they'll face each other Sunday for the right to go to the Final Four. How is each fan base feeling about this game tonight, their respective games tonight? Are you concerned at all about having to play the other team on Sunday if you advance with this one tonight? How is your team going to get by the opposition this evening? Michigan's got the taller task, of course, because they're taking on the number one overall seed in the tournament, which is Auburn. Even though Michigan's they're playing much better basketball over the last handful of basketball games. But this is going to be a really tough matchup because Auburn they're all that.
They're really good.
They can be all that.
Yes.
They've slipped up a little bit down the stretch of the regular season, but they look like they've regained their form. And this might not be a great matchup.
No, because Michigan's strength obviously is the bigs with Golden and Wolf. And, there's an antidote there.
So we'll get to that next here. 248-539-9797. We're going to kind of switch it over to college basketball a little bit. We'll get into the Tigers and the Red Wings and everything else that comes with it. Stoney even found a mock draft. We got a 3-round mock draft that we will get to as well. Don't forget, we got Stoney's disgusting stat of the day coming up at 11:03. We'll continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug. Gator with you as always. Bobby's behind the glass for Kang. The whole gang comes back on Monday's show. We're talking a little bit about college basketball. The tournament tonight continues. Michigan State will be playing against Ole Miss to start things off. Tip off a little bit after 7 o'clock, and then a half hour after that game's done, you'll get Michigan and number 1 overall seed Auburn. Of course, there's a couple other games, but these are the ones we care about here locally. Oh, and by the way, the Pistons are taking on the best team in the East, the Cleveland Cavaliers, tonight. And, Stoney, you say probably without Cade Cunningham?
Yes, I saw somebody posted yesterday that he's already been declared out. So hopefully, like, when he missed the New Orleans game on Sunday, I thought it was just a little load management deal, because he was warming up. This will be his 3rd straight game, so hopefully it's nothing major, obviously.
Well, we'll see, but that certainly is a little concerning.
Yes. By the way, to plug our little podcast me and Evan do, Restore the Floor with Pistons Vice President Basketball Operations, Michael Blackstone, is the guest. So,
all right,
some interesting stuff there.
You can find that on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. Of course, they have the 24-hour feature. You can go back and listen to any of the shows, anything that happened over the last 24 hours. You got a rewind feature there. That's pretty cool to check out. And if you wanted to stream the show, most of our shows are streamed with video via Twitch or YouTube. So you go to Twitch or YouTube, twitch.tv, or go to youtube.com and just search 971 The Ticket, and you can see us in living color on your computer screen or your phone or whatever device you use to watch. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Same number to text if you want to send some text in as well. And we'll go to Rico in Romulus. Rico, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hope you're having a pleasant day. Just listening to your show, as I have done so many times before. First of all, I think Michigan State maybe should get past Ole Miss. That's a done deal. All right. Michigan, on the other hand, they have Auburn. They're good, very good. And I ain't taking nothing away from Michigan, but Auburn is good. And if they somehow manage to get past them, I would absolutely love and adore to see a Elite Eight matchup between Michigan and Michigan State. And I'm done. Go ahead.
It would be fun, Rico. There's no doubt about it. I do think you're underestimating Ole Miss a little bit. I think Michigan State's going to win the game, but
he did say maybe should win and then say done deal. Rico, you have allegiance to Michigan or Michigan State?
Actually, my youngest daughter, she's 29 now. She went to Michigan State on a full scholarship.
Oh.
Nice. She then went to Cooley Law on a full scholarship.
Nice.
And she's now a graduated attorney for several years with Mike Morse.
Oh,
right.
Way
to go. So
I've been in skilled trades and made a lot of money throughout my career, but she is at 160K and doing very well.
Very proud.
Rico, but as a fan, I wanted to know what he was.
Well, I think he's now a converted Michigan State fan at this point in time.
But look, Ole Miss is good. I mean, every loss they've had is to somebody who was in the NCAA tournament. So, when they lose to good teams. And Michigan State's a good team. So hopefully the Spartans will come through. I think they will. But, this is not a bad team that they're playing.
No, I mean, if you're going to construct a way for Ole Miss to win, you can do it because there's a blueprint out there to beat Michigan State. I mean, Michigan State, when they turn the ball over, it's a problem. When they run into teams that can rebound well, it's a problem. But that's not really Ole Miss. They don't out-rebound. They're not going to out-rebound Michigan State. There's such a disparity with what each team does there.
And here's the other thing. Ole Miss, at least in the tournament so far, 19 of 39 from three. They've been very good. That's almost 50% of threes. However, Michigan State is one of the top, if not the top team still in the tournament, maybe even the country defending the three.
That's the thing, is that they definitely pay attention to that. I expect Ole Miss is going to knock down some threes, but maybe not at that crazy rate that they had been going. And that's the other thing with Michigan State. If you're going to beat Michigan State, then the struggle for the Spartans has been shooting from the outside. That they haven't done a great job of shooting from beyond the arc. Now, they have gotten a little bit better as of late. You look at Jaden Akins, and Jaden Akins has knocked down at least 2 3-point shots in 5 of his last 7 games. Chase Richardson has scored in double digits in 12 straight prior to cooling off in that one game against New Mexico, while hitting at least 2 trays in 9 of those games. So they're starting to hit some of those where they didn't before. It would behoove Michigan State and Jace Richardson to show up offensively in the game tonight. If he does, I feel like it should be smooth sailing for the Spartans against Ole Miss. If he's going to struggle, and if they're not going to knock down a couple early shots, and if Michigan State gets down early in this game, let's say they trail at halftime by like 10 points or more, if it's double digits, that's going to be a lot to overcome. Now, Michigan State has been a second-half team for sure. Mm-hmm. They've dominated teams in the second half and wiped away those deficits pretty easily. But we're in the Sweet 16 now. Ole Miss is a good basketball team. I don't think Michigan State can keep playing with fire like that and allow a team to hang around, or worse than hang around, have a lead like that. So we'll see how the Spartans react.
And Chris Beard is a very good coach.
But now you look at Auburn and Michigan, and the matchup there it's about the big guys, right?
Yeah, and here, look, Golden and Wolf are really good. We know how terrific they are. But Broom is basically the second best player in the country, you would think, behind Cooper Flagg as far as all the awards and things like that. He's 6'10". Cardwell, and everybody, he might be hurt. Now, he had a cramp. That's why he was out for a lot of that other game. He's 6'11". They can match Michigan's bigs. So they can go strength on strength. Plus, what they have, the guy's Pettiford coming off the bench. Missouri's really good. Shoots 40, close to 40%, 46%, I think, from threes. They're the number 1 team in the country as far as the seeding for a reason. This is going to be, it's not going to be a miracle if Michigan wins, but it's going to be a substantial upset.
Yeah, it would absolutely be an upset. But Michigan's capable because they started to get some guard play. It's not just the Twin Towers up front. They've gotten some guard play lately, and that's going to help them out. But look, Auburn's a 9.5-point favorite in this game for a reason. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be easy to score against Auburn. They have been very stingy. They give up less than 70 points a game, and they also score more than 83 points a game. Number 1 seed for a reason. It's uphill for Michigan, but it can be done because for much of the season, Michigan got nothing from the backcourt.
Correct.
They're starting to get something from the backcourt. But they can't afford, in my opinion, they can't afford to have the Twin Towers not acting, not working at full capacity.
Correct.
If one shows up and the other one doesn't, that's not good enough. You have to have both of them show up. And you know what? They got to make Broom work for it. He might be the best player they've faced all year long. Probably is the best player they've faced all season long. But you got to make him work for it. Like we talked about, don't let this one guy beat you. I'd pound the heck out of this guy. You got 2 big 7-footers out there. Make him earn it. Make him feel the price.
Yeah, well, they'll do the same thing. They'll go right after Golden. Golden can't get into foul trouble. He sits out not a lot of minutes, but he doesn't play 35 minutes a game. Golden. I mean, the way Dusty May uses that bench, and there's a lot of intangible stuff. I mean, like you can take either way. Danny Wolf was part of the Yale team that upset Auburn in the playoff in the tournament last year. And Michigan's starting guard, Trey Donaldson, the transfer from Auburn. So he's got a lot going on in his mind. Maybe revenge is a good thing. Maybe he gets too hyped up and he doesn't play well. He's obviously been really good in the clutch the last few games for them.
So from a viewing standpoint and a fan standpoint tonight, Michigan State playing the other game, Michigan playing half an hour afterwards. It's Friday night. People get together. We know how friends work. You got friends on both sides of the aisle. Nobody just has Spartan friends or just Wolverine friends. They all mingle, right? Mm-hmm. Is this one of these games where people want to get together? You bring the other side in. You're not just having a Spartan watch party or a Michigan watch party because the games are going back to back. Why not combine and have everybody? Is this what you do? Or do you try to avoid that like the plague because you don't want to deal with the other side, period, when you get to the tournament?
I think if they play each other Sunday, you avoid it. But
Sunday you avoid it at all costs. But
Yes.
I mean, I'm talking about tonight. It's
Tonight-
Friday night. It seems like this is a fun night.
that's a great idea. And if Michigan State would be upset, then
If Michigan State loses,
all the
party's
Michigan
over.
State, the party's over. People leave.
Right.
I think it'd be. Look, I don't expect most Michigan fans to sit there and root for Michigan State for a variety of reasons, even just a basketball reason.
But as this rivalry starts to amp up a little bit more, and tonight it'll be there in full force too. And I'm just curious how people are watching this game. Are you watching with friends? Do you watch by yourself? I try not to be in public when these things are going on because I'm too passionate about it. I get too into it, and I get too salty with the language, and I get too demonstrative. Nobody needs to see this kind of guy out there. That guy's already out there for every family. You go out to the bar and watch this game. You go out to 24 Seconds or Twin Peaks or wherever it is you go watch the games, and you're going to see that guy. But you're prepared to see that guy. I don't need to be that guy, and I am that guy if I go out in public. So I try to stay home.
So you'll be by yourself, or you have friends?
I don't know. I don't know yet what the plan's going to be tonight. It's probably best if I don't commingle. But we'll see what happens there. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Don't forget Stoney's disgusting stat of the day coming up in 5 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Michigan has an uphill battle if they want to make the Elite Eight. They'll run into Auburn tonight as 8.5-point dogs in Atlanta. However, Trey Donaldson is a former Tiger and was asked if his experience with the team will help the Wolverines in their quest to take them down. Of course, there'll be the second game at State Farm Arena as MSU goes first against Ole Miss. The stat experts pointing at the Rebels 204th in defensive rebounding in the country. They'll tip at 7 o'clock on CBS. Brian Bush will have U of M's call with the 9:15 pregame over on WWJ. In LA, the Tigers get another shot at the Dodgers after a one-run loss last night. Jack Flaherty starts game 2. He'll be pitching on the same night as the Dodgers ring ceremony, being a part of that team when they won it all last fall. It'll be a late first pitch, 10 p.m. from the West Coast. And no Cade Cunningham again tonight for the Pistons. He's continuing to deal with a calf injury for the third straight contest. Tough one to be missing an All-Star, the 59-win Cavaliers in town, though they are on short rest. If you want to hear Mark Champion's call, that's going to be on Alt 98.7. I'll have your pregame at 6:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome back to the Karch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. We take your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. All right, because of what happened yesterday, we haven't really gotten into the Tigers too much. I had discussed earlier about pitching to Shohei Ohtani, something I would never do unless you had to. If you got an open base, walk him. I don't ever want that guy to beat me. And sure enough, they had an open base, 2 outs. They pitched to him, and he had an opposite field home run, and 1 run was the difference in the game last night. The Tigers lose it 5-4. At the same time, the Red Wings were playing last night, and they got down in the game 3-0 and 4-1, and furiously came back actually. And by the time I flipped back over, they had just scored the goal to make it 4-3. And I'm like, oh, they got time left too. There's like 4 minutes left. This could be interesting. They pull the goaltender. They hit a post with like 30 seconds to go. Mm-hmm. They had some great opportunities. Unfortunately for the Red Wings, it results in another regulation loss, another empty game with no points, and an opportunity to get even closer because Montreal lost.
Correct.
This is what's
I'm pissed. I didn't bet the Flyers, the new coach bump.
The new coach, right. This is what's so frustrating about that is that there's the opportunities are there because these teams aren't good that they're competing against. This is that chance to get real close to it, and another wasted opportunity by the Red Wings. But if you're looking for silver linings, you can say, well, they battled back in the third period. And
I ain't looking for silver linings.
I understand. I'm just saying this because I go back to the last time that I thought that they played well after getting, outclassed early. I go back to the first game that Todd McClellan coached against Toronto. The Red Wings got down 5-0 before you could sneeze in that game. And then in the third period, they played better. They didn't give up goals. And I think they scored 2 goals in the third period. The next game, they went on a 7-game. They started a 7-game win streak. Is it possible? That much. It's that possible. It's just that possible.
By the way, for those on the radio, it's about
half an inch.
Yeah, if you're going to do percentages, Gators at like 2.6%.
It's a small percentage.
Yes.
I will always hold out hope, but that's all it is.
Right. I'm at the Blutarski level.
Yeah. Look, it's not. Yeah. You've moved on, and I think I think a lot of fans at this point have moved on, and I don't blame you. Blame you. And now that we've got baseball going on, the Pistons are charging towards the playoffs. Makes all the sense in the world. All right, I've teased this. You've got a disgusting stat of the day. Mm-hmm. That's the way I'm labeling it because I saw it, and it is disgusting. But go ahead.
Yes, when you combine the futility of the two Illich teams yesterday.
The Tigers and the Red Wings.
Yes. The Detroit Tigers were 0-15, 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. But if that isn't bad enough.
That's pretty bad.
The Red Wings with arguably one of the most prolific power plays in the National Hockey League.
Mm-hmm.
1 for 6 on the power play, and they started off 0 for 5. So the combination, the combo platter, runners in scoring positions in a power play was 1 for 21.
Oof.
And that is the disgusting stat of the day.
That is disgusting. That hurts. That hurts it hurt to read it. It hurts to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, especially, well, not especially because they're both disgusting. The Wings, they got 4, I believe, power plays in the first period and a fifth that carried over.
Yeah,
and they couldn't score. And then they're down 3-0.
And then what made it worse was that Ottawa got a goal scored on a play where they should have been penalized for when Tkachuk took down Lucas Raymond, and then just continues to grind him into the ice, and they're not calling anything on it.
Brady Tkachuk is the epitome of a guy you can't stand him, but you wish he was on your team.
100%.
He is the guy.
You know who he is? He's effectively the modern-day Chris Chelios.
Yeah.
When Chelly was playing with the Chicago Blackhawks and the Red Wings would play against him, I hated him because every time Eisman would go behind the net,
right,
Chelios would check him and just rub his face into the boards, do everything, every face wash after every whistle. He was such a pain in the ass. I couldn't stand him. When the Red Wings traded for him on that amazing trade deadline day in 1999, I was actually not happy. I was like, I don't like this guy. It was going to take me a while to warm up. I couldn't stand playing against Chris Chelios. It didn't take terribly long to warm up to it. But I also thought Chelly was never the guy when he played with the Red Wings. I never felt like he was the same guy that played with Chicago that was that much of an irritant. He was good for the Wings, and I became a Chelly fan.
Right.
But I never thought that he was ever the guy that was that just disturbing as he was as a Blackhawk. But you're 100% right. If either of the Tkachuks became available in trade, I would be screaming from the rooftops, please, God, get one of these guys, because that is 100% the type of player you want. I was so hoping a few years ago that Tyler Bertuzzi was that guy, because he kind of is that irritating player, abrasive player, but he's nowhere near as talented as the Tkachuk brothers are.
No.
But it's that kind of player.
By the way, speaking of that, do you remember there was a lot of uproar when the Wings, for the first time they acquired Todd Bertuzzi. There were a lot of people that didn't want him because of the Stephen Moore incident.
Right. And I remember going back in my mind about that time. I defended him a little bit with the Stephen Moore incident because he didn't know at the time when he's on top of him that he had compressed his spine or whatever it was that he did. Right. You know, he was looking to fight and it didn't, and it ended up being a very regrettable situation. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But Todd Bertuzzi was never the player with the Red Wings that he was with Vancouver.
No.
With Vancouver, he was a power forward. They used to say he was 260 pounds.
Yeah.
There was no way he was 260 pounds. When he played with the Red Wings, he looked like 220, right? Built, good size, built, but not 6'4" and 260. I questioned the 6'4" part of it too. I was a big Todd Bertuzzi fan before he came to the Red Wings. And maybe that's also why I kind of defended him a little bit with that Stephen Moore hit. But that's an unfortunate part of the
So the Wings 1 for 6 on the power play. The Tigers 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Now, at least they did get some sacrifice flies. Carpenter had one, among others, and they drove guys in. But, God, it's
Carpenter
like,
and Margot
yes.
had RBIs, and then Torque hit the home run.
But you're sitting there going, are we watching the same thing I watched last year? And I'm not going to make crazy, judgments based on 1 of 162 because I'm not going to do it for Skubal either. Okay, but it's like, oh my God, just get
0 for 15. That's just a number that stands out because it's massive.
Right.
It's 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
Now, Mr. Silver Lining said, well, at least they got 15 guys in scoring position.
There's part of that. But here's the other part, right? Is that was what Javi Baez was able to do last year, was hit with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
0 for 2 last night for Javi.
Yeah.
0 for 2 for Gleyber Torres. 0 for 2 for Jake Rogers.
Oh, in scoring position?
In scoring position. Yeah. But Colt Keith was 0 for 4.
He had a tough game.
4 at-bats for Colt Keith when runners in scoring position, and he didn't deliver on any of them, which is really, really disappointed. Now, the reason he was able to have an at-bat with runners in scoring position is because Spencer Torqulson drew 4 walks.
Yes.
In addition to hitting a bomb to left field Now, if we're going to look at some early impressions, we do want to get the earliest of impressions of the Tigers from last night. 248-539-9797. I imagine that Torque is going to be one that we're going to be talking about. That we're going to be talking about Javi Baez and others. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. I want you to think about your early impressions from the game last night. What stands out? Look, none of it. We're not doing the way too early, conclusions to draw. That's something we do next week. If we get into the home opener, we wait a full week before we jump on that.
You'll have 6 games to judge.
Exactly, Stoney. Exactly. And the Tigers go back at it tonight against the Dodgers. Yamamoto on the hill for the Dodgers, and the Tigers will combat that with Jack Flaherty. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I want to get your first impressions of the Tigers and their 2025 campaign that kicked off last night. Unfortunately, with a loss to the Dodgers, 5-4, just a run. But, hey, Tarik Skubal start. They didn't get it done. A lot happened in the game last night, prior to the game, during the game, maybe even after the game. What were your impressions? We'll discuss it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Emily Walden, who covers the Tigers and Tigers prospects for Baseball America, she just tweeted this out 5 minutes ago. She says, rosters are still being fine-tuned across the Tigers organization per affiliate sources. While there isn't a confirmed date for release, sources are expected at least a preliminary roster in the next day or two. Now, this is for the minor league systems. So today is opening day for AAA. I think the Mudhens are pretty well set, but as far as Erie at AA, West Michigan at High A, and Lakeland at Low A, those rosters have not been finalized yet. I'm curious to see where the talent is going to be to start the season. Are they going to allow Clark, McGonigal, Lorenzo, and maybe Briseno? Do they all go to AA? Do only one of those guys go to AA, and everybody else starts at High A? I'm curious with that. Jaden Ham, where does he go? I mean, these are the top prospects, and are we going to see, is Bryce Rayner going to start at Lakeland as the shortstop there? I imagine he will.
I don't know, obviously. And quite frankly, I don't care where they start because it's where they end up at the end of the season. It's what counts for me. I think maybe, starting Clark and those guys at West Michigan, we need a little attendance bump at the beginning of the year, so we'll get them, and then boom.
Perhaps. I don't think that's how the Tigers operate.
No,
but look, I follow the minor leagues probably closer than most people do.
Yeah.
So I really am curious about this, and we'll see what shakes out over the next couple of days and as they get ready to begin their seasons. But just with all the hype and the hoopla about all those players, and we got to see some of those guys play in spring training, which was really exciting. And those guys didn't look terribly out of place when you watch Max Clark and McGonigal hitting the home run, and Tyron Lorenzo, he looked pretty good. And then Bryce Rayner, they had that one, the prospects game.
Right.
He looked fantastic and didn't play any last year in the minors. The Tigers drafted him. They just
high school. Right.
Yeah. Well, we finished his high school. But a lot of guys, when they finished high school or college, they went right to the minor league affiliates. He did not. So this is his first minor league action. Will take place, in the next week or so. But he looked great and looks the part. I mean, he's a big kid, 6'3", 6'4". Looks like he's solidly built, around 200 pounds. And, he smoked a couple of pitches in that game, including one at 114 miles an hour in the exit velocity.
Ooh.
So that was kind of crazy.
That exit velo. Gator, so which of those two stats from yesterday disgusts you the most?
0 for 15.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Red Wings actually connected on a power play, 1 for 6. They have this great power play, but it hasn't been great lately.
No, I know.
Right? It felt like you get those 2 7-game win streaks. They couldn't stop scoring on the power play. It was great. Now everything's cooled down significantly. Just get the opportunities. There were opportunities aplenty last night. And then once again, they make a goaltender look like he's the greatest goaltender in the world. And look, Allmark is good, but he's exceptional against the Red Wings.
Yes.
In games I watch, where the Red Wings play line is Allmark, he's amazing. And they got 3 past him, but couldn't get the 4th past him. Rang off the goalpost, and that was unfortunate.
Did not need to see Alex Lyon in goal for the 3rd straight game. If Talbot was healthy enough to replace him, he should have started the game. Obviously, we would have loved to see Kosa, but Kosa's on the Henry Ellenson Memorial Shuttle from Detroit to Grand Rapids.
Going to Pistons reference. Nice.
Yes. By the way, I mentioned this to you.
And Talbot stopped like 20 or 21 shots or something,
right.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned this to you in the break. In probably one of the most least surprising naming rights extensions of all time, the Detroit Lions in Ford Field have announced a partnership with Ford Motor Company through the 2036 season. So Ford Field will always be Ford Field, at least for another 11 years.
Yeah, I was concerned that I wasn't sure that was going to happen. Mm-hmm. But somehow I figured they have a way to communicate within the two different different companies able to make it happen.
And by the way, the two have nothing to do with each other anymore, really.
Well, I mean, other than they're owned by the same family, but yes, I understand. They're all separate entities. Like Little
Correct.
Caesars is a separate entity from the Tigers or the Red Wings, but they're all owned by the same person.
I don't know. I think Ford is, because Ford's a public company, it's a lot different than Little Caesars. Little Caesars is owned by one family. Ford Motor Company really isn't.
Well, I guess to an extent.
But anyway, yeah.
Regardless. But nice job, Fords. Way to get that done.
Yes.
Who knew?
Yeah.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. So first impressions from the Tigers last night, aside from the fact that 0 for 15, which is hard not to notice, that just stands out. 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. This is unfortunate because that's 15, right? They had 9 hits in the game. And they had 6 walks in the game. That totals 15. They were able to get on base against the world champs. Lots of pomp and circumstance before the game. Obviously, they're honoring the championship team. Kirk Gibson was there.
Yeah, it was pretty
to throw
cool.
out the first pitch. Obviously, he has history with both teams, winning a World Series with both teams. Only had the one at bat playing in the World Series with the Dodgers, but it was a very important one in Game 1 of the 88 World Series with the dramatic home run against Dennis Eckersley.
And Gator, I don't know if you saw, they brought the commissioner's trophy to the field for the and it was brought into the stadium in a car by an owner of another L.A. entity, one of the owners of the Los Angeles riot.
Oh boy,
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube dropped it off. Nice, nice.
Of course, the big 3 that he.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
So congratulations to the Dodgers with that. I always bristle a little bit when I see Gibby don the Dodger gear.
They obviously love
him in Los Angeles. Yes. Absolutely. I remember years ago I had my best friend lives in LA now, but grew up here in Michigan. I had an opportunity to bring he and his grandfather up to the press box at Comerica Park years ago, and we saw Gibby. I introduced him to Gibby, both of them, and grandfather was very excited to see him, and my buddy was really excited. And Kirk starts talking to him. He's like, "Oh, where are you from?" And he's, "Oh, I came in from LA." He goes, "Oh yeah, the Dodgers." And Gibby thought he was going to ask him about the Dodgers home run, and my friend Guy was like, "No. It's all about what you did in Game 5 against the Padres. That's what I remember most." And he's like, "Oh, cool,
and if he's
cool.
old enough and is a Michigan State football fan, what he did on the gridiron in East Lansing."
We're both a little young to see that,
right? I know.
I mean, we were old enough to watch college football, but Michigan State wasn't on TV then.
Oh, that's right. They were on probation.
A probation issue.
He was so good, man. Third round pick, St. Louis Cardinals.
They say he had 4.2 speed.
Yeah.
6'3", 215 pounds, running a 4.240.
Yes.
Would have loved to have seen that.
Getting back to the brass tacks of the game.
The impressions of the game.
Obviously, Torque was really good. He was patient. He walked 4 times, which is good. Hit the home run. The team as a group, we mentioned the 9 hits. I'll have to check the box score real quick. I don't think they struck out. There wasn't a lot of swing and misses.
There were 9 strikeouts.
Okay, that's not horrible for them.
Riley Green struck out 3 times, and nobody else struck out more than once.
Yeah.
But
they didn't. But it didn't look like they were chasing really bad pitches like they had in the past. Look, Kreidler made the great catch.
Fantastic catch.
So you understand. Okay, I understand it to a certain extent now, and he actually got a hit and he had a hit. Margot looked like okay. He got 2 hits. I can see why they brought him in. Smart ball player.
And made some plays in right field that you should make, but he made them.
On the negative, and I'm not going to – Skubal just didn't have it from the get-go. I mean, even the outs before he surrendered a home run were like loud outs, as I was in the car for a little bit of it, and Dan Dickerson with his usual – they had a lot of good swings. They did. They hit the ball really hard. They jumped on him early. And he adjusted a little bit, but, gave up obviously 2 home runs in the game. But he's still Tarik Skubal. He'll be fine.
Only 2 strikeouts for Skubal. He did walk a batter, but it's only 1 walk.
And it was an intentional walk.
Right, so it's 7 base runners in the 5 innings. He wasn't.
Pitch count was great for a while.
It was, and until it wasn't. And, it was a better situation than Blake Snell was for the Dodgers, but still not your A1 performance from your ace that you were hoping to see. Look, it's opening day. Things are going to be, we understand to start the season, there's going to be ebbs and flows with the start of the season, but didn't like that first outing from Skubal.
Brebbia pitched really well. I mean, that was, the guy they signed from the White Sox, right? He had 2 strikeouts, and his 1 inning was good. Here's what I didn't like, and I'm not going to, I guess it is nitpicking, but as you've said earlier in the show, Gator, he knows a hell of a lot more about baseball than I do.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand. I I do, but I disagreed with at the time why he took Margot out and put in Sweeney. I know it was a lefty-righty situation, but I'd be more comfortable personally, especially since Margot had 2 hits in that situation than Sweeney coming up in the 9th inning.
Yeah, I can understand that. I think there's going to be a lot of that little nitpicking thing that goes on, and
that's baseball.
Look, AJ Hinch is trying to figure out his team as well. It's the first game of the season. There was one thing that stood out to me that I really didn't like, and it was early in the game. Spencer Torkelson's at third base, and I think there was 1 out maybe, and I forget who the hitter was, swung, and it basically like a swinging bunt. He may have been Colt Keith, and it just went right in front of home plate. Torque came in on contact on a ball that didn't go 2 feet.
Yes, you're right.
And
top of the 2nd inning, there was no score.
And then he gets thrown out because there's a quick rundown, if you want to call it that. He gets thrown out at third base, and the Tigers had runners at first and third at the time.
Yeah.
And that was unfortunate because they just
first and
ran
third
out
with nobody out.
Yeah, it ran out of the inning. So you would have had still first and third with 1 out if you had just run it been smarter about it, or it would have been second and third with 1 out. You would assume, or first and third if the catcher decides to throw to second. Though I doubt he would have. So likely second and third with 1 out, and it didn't work out that way, and it's costly in a game like this where every run matters. Like when you're taking on the champs to start the season, that was a base running boner from Spencer Torkelson. Did he make up for it?
He said boner.
Yeah, I said boner. Did he make up for it? Yeah, I think he made up for it with a home run and 3 more walks, so he got on base all 5 times. That's pretty impressive, and of course you love to see the home run from Spencer Torkelson. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number, but we want your impressions of what you saw from the Tigers last night. Losers 5-4 against the Dodgers, but hey, there's some to like, there's some not to like. Early impressions of watching different guys at different positions. What did you think about it? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Have some ticket text coming in at 248-539-9797. You can call us as well if you'd like to. A lot of things we're talking about. We got the big night of basketball tonight.
Let's go, all our teams.
Well done. Yeah. Michigan State is playing Ole Miss. Michigan's playing Auburn. The Pistons are playing the Cavs. 3 really good games. Look, you got to the Sweet 16, so you got good matchups in college basketball, and the Pistons are taking on the best team in the Eastern Conference, albeit without Cade Cunningham. That is suboptimal, as we like to say in the show. But we're talking about the big night of basketball. We got the first impressions from the Tigers last night. Tigers lose the opener to the Dodgers, but they did score 4 runs in a Tarik Skubal start. You'd think that'd be enough, but unfortunately, Tarik Skubal wasn't up to the task either. Made a couple of mistake pitches that really had to pay for, and the Dodgers are just able to get really good swings pretty much the first several innings of that game anyway. You look at the Red Wings last night, they lose. I don't think there's a whole ton of optimism or hope or even the brightest of the twinkling eyes of people that think that this team is going somewhere. Even those people, I think the twinkle is pretty much out. The pilot light is out. I don't know if it can be relit or not. The only way it gets relit is if there's some way that they seem to be inspired after the third period last night. I don't see it. I watched the interviews last night with Lucas Raymond and Simon Edvinson after the games. They looked deflated. And so this is a different feel than, say, when McClellan took over the team and they came back in the third period against Toronto and scored a couple of goals, still lost the game, but then went on 2 7-game win streaks. Look, that's exactly what they need, but I just don't see it happening now. There's 10 games left. The opportunity was there last night to cut that lead to just be a 1-point deficit in the standings, and they didn't get it done. Montreal lost, and so did the Red Wings. The problem with the Red Wings losing is they're always losing in regulation. They don't push it to overtime to get the guaranteed point.
Right.
Which is problematic. 248-539-9797. Also, we mentioned, who's that player that you just refuse to let beat you? Who's the athlete that you will refuse to let beat you? For me, I mean, Shohei Ohtani is one of those guys. I'm not going to pitch to him in a situation if I don't have to. Like last night, 2 outs, nobody on base. I'm pitching around him. Either I just flat out walk him. I don't think he's going to be chasing pitches. He's too good. Just walk him.
You know, Gator, you're a buzzkill for fans who pay money to watch Shohei Ohtani play. If everybody felt like you, he would get 300 intentional walks, and we'd never get to see his greatness.
That's right.
I'm being facetious, but in situations like last night, yes, I agree. You walk him.
So here's some ticket text coming in. Could be a massacre Friday if the Tigers, Pistons, Michigan, and Michigan State all lose. That's Gary at work.
Oh,
hey, thanks, Gary. Thanks.
What an awful 2 days that would be.
Talk about Captain Buzzkill.
Oh, Lord.
Thanks, man. Yes, we're well aware that things go south tonight for our teams. That would be miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Good call. I'd be in favor of U of M and MSU never playing again. The rivalry is too volatile, but it would be a great story if they played for a third time and Michigan wins. Well, the first part of that's, I think, the Mike Valenti take. He doesn't want to see Michigan State ever play again. I think it's in any sport, but I don't want to put words in Mike's mouth, but I have heard him say that he's done with it. I get it. You know, the rivalry is intense, but it's no more intense than Michigan, Ohio State, or Alabama, Auburn. It's as intense as that, right? It's gotten to that point. In basketball, it hadn't been that way for a little bit, but given the stupid antics of the Michigan players at the end of the Michigan State game to finish the season, it ramps it right back up, which is, I'm fine with it. Let's bring it back. Let's have the rivalry. And if they're going to play, if they're going to match up on Sunday, so be it. I don't think it's likely they match up on Sunday.
No, I think Auburn's going to win.
I imagine Auburn wins. And there's a chance Michigan State doesn't beat Ole Miss anyway. They're going to have to handle their business in the first game. I mean, it's the tournament. Crazy things happen in the tournament.
Look, I know I am in the minority. Well, I thought I was in the majority, but I think I'm in the minority. At least it was on Monday. But as somebody who wants Michigan State to win the NCAA basketball championship, I cannot understand, and it's because I don't hate Michigan in basketball, Just like I don't hate Michigan State in football. I flip-flop who I root for when they play each other, but that's a whole ridiculous paradigm anyway. I have one kid went to each school, so
yeah, but you had this opinion well before your children were
but it's never like, it would be one thing if like, God, I hate Michigan State football, or God, I hate Michigan basketball. No, I like them all both, but if you're asking me to pick between the two, I look at them as different. There are different sports. It's almost like pro teams. Anyway, I can't understand how a Michigan State fan would not want Michigan to win that game.
The game against Auburn.
The game against Auburn. Why would you want to play Auburn? And it's not being afraid or anything like that. You're looking at the pot of gold. And the pot of gold is easier to get if you avoid Auburn. To me, it's that simple.
Really, what it is, it's just a rooting interest, Tony. Spartan fans cannot bring themselves to root for Michigan in anything. And I understand that it's a lower seed thing and all that.
I'm not asking them to sit there and wave maize and blue pom-poms and cheer. I'm thinking maybe you hope that Michigan wins. You don't show it.
That's never going to come across a Spartan's mind. If it happens to be that Michigan beats Auburn, Michigan State fans will feel confident going into Sunday.
So Michigan's down 1 with the ball. It goes to Wolf. 3 seconds left.
Miss it.
He goes up for the shot.
Miss
you
it.
want him to miss it?
I hope it gets blocked into oblivion.
God.
Yep. Don't want him to win. I don't ever want him to win. Okay. Not once. Look, it's how we feel about the rival.
I understand that.
It's Michigan feels the same way about Ohio State in football.
Right, in football.
The same thing. Well, I mean, whatever. They're rivalries. I mean, Michigan State feels the same way. We don't ever want Michigan to win in football.
I know.
We don't want them to win in basketball. It's the same thing. I don't want them to win in hockey. Can't stand it.
What about when the women's softball team went to the College World Series? Or the men's baseball team? Were you rooting against them?
Absolutely. Okay. Rooting against them. Women's softball, I have no opinion.
Okay.
The baseball team, 100% I'm rooting against them. For the most part, I should say for the most part. Actually, it's not entirely true. Because there's some local kids, and I met the mother of one of the kids when I was at the vet a couple years ago.
Oh.
And I was talking to her, and she was asking, what are you doing? Because they were with Lois, and I explained, and she goes, my son. I'm like, okay. And I thought, all right, well, I'll root for your kid. I can do that, but not the team.
By the way,
it's an individual thing.
Just because you say something, and I just think of something completely.
Yeah.
I went to the vet yesterday to pick up medication for our 2 dogs.
Uh-huh.
It's like a 6-month.
Oh, for the heartworm and the
and all that. I go pick it up because Cindy's out of town. She goes, "Can you pick up their allergy medicine and their heartworm and all that?" Sure. $580,
dude.
I said,
"You got 2 dogs, right?" Yeah,
yeah, 2 dogs. Yeah. I said, "What?" She goes, "Well, it's a 6 month."
It's 6 months, yeah. If you do it by 12 months. Right?
Yeah.
That's I get it by the year. So yeah, I understand.
I was like, holy, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, there's 2 pills that I have to give the dog every month. Uh-huh. And I think, it's like $390 for the year or something. It's insane. It's crazy how the high cost of that. But
big pharma for dogs too.
Pets. Dogs aren't cheap, man.
I know.
No, and God forbid your pet has to go to like the vet hospital.
Oh, I know.
That's a whole other expense that you can't believe that you're about to fork over.
I mean, I love our vets. They've been taking like 6 dogs we've had there, and they're great people. But
yeah, well, they usually are. Veterinarians are awesome people.
I know.
But geez, it's a lot of money.
I know.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's tough to take. 248-539-9797. Michigan fan here. Michigan always plays close games, and Auburn hasn't been impressive like Duke has. Michigan definitely has a shot to win. They've got a shot to win. Michigan does have a shot to win. If Auburn is going to play the way that they played down the stretch of the regular season, and Michigan plays the way they played down the stretch of the in a tournament, Michigan's got every chance to win.
They have a chance.
But Auburn has kind of flipped the switch back to being the team that everybody thought they were, and there's a reason the number 1 overall seed. It's an uphill battle, but Michigan can win it.
And it's a matchup problem because Michigan's strength is against teams that don't have the size, and Auburn can match that.
There is one more basketball game tonight of note. Grand Valley State women's basketball is playing for the national championship, Division II, at 7 o'clock.
Who they playing against?
Yep. I did not know that, but
Wow.
congratulations to the Grand Valley State women hoops team playing for a Division II.
Are they
Lakers?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. I did not know that. Congratulations.
Mm.
I don't know if that's on. Is that on ESPN Plus?
That's
Is
probably
that on the Ocho?
I don't know. Or ESPNW for the women.
Do they have? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Texas A&M beat Auburn by double digits on March 4th. Donaldson has a chip on his shoulder playing against his old team. Auburn has lost 3 games this month. Michigan is peaking at the right time. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, and you could run through a brick wall. These are reasons why Michigan should be. They can be confident. They need to be confident. They can't go into this going, "Oh, I hope we get it done." No, you got to be confident as a team, and these are things that if I were, Dusty May, I'd be hammering these things home. I'd be playing on, hey, you used to play for this team, or hey, you know what it's like because you beat this team in the tournament last year, or hey, we know what it's like. Our back was up against the wall. Nobody gave us a chance to win the Big Ten tournament. What'd we do? We went out and won 3 straight games against 3 tough opponents. We're here for a reason, and they can play the whole us against the world card, right? Because everybody's, number 1 overall seed. There's lots of incentive, lots of motivation for Michigan to win this game. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text as well. We love to read the texts as they come in. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. That's the best place for great food, a great atmosphere, and awesome specials. Plus, they got the best wings in town. College basketball, yep, it continues this weekend. They've got great specials throughout the tournament and more great specials during the times when our local teams play, which is tonight, in fact. Reserve your space on the 24-second shuttle for opening day baseball right now. This way you save the hassle of the parking and the driving nightmares to the game. Plus, you can bring your favorite beverage on the drive as well. $40 is round trip, and there's 2 options for arrival and departure because they're going to have 2 different buses doing it. And for all Detroit baseball games at 24 seconds, the great specials. $4 for Miller Lite and for Coors Light. Also, great specials for Detroit basketball and Detroit hockey games. And if you need any event catered, let 24 seconds take care of it for you, man. That way the food's great. You can just hang with all your guests and let 24 seconds do all the work. Why not? Great seat everywhere at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. All the flat screen, high definition TVs. They pipe in the big sound for all the big games. The service is amazing. The food's even better. Check out the specials and happenings they have at their webpage, 24secondsbar.com, and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley. More ticket text coming in. First impressions from the Tigers and basketball and whatnot. We find out who Grand Valley's playing tonight, the women.
Yes, Cal State at Dominguez Hills.
Cal State Dominguez Hills. Division II championship.
Yes.
Let's go Lady Lakers.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, Grand Valley's known for winning national championships in football.
That's correct.
Got an opportunity for women's basketball. It'd be great. Tigers were 0-15 with runners in scoring position. Same team as last year. I can't say they took a step back like the Red Wings, but this Tiger team didn't get better. I unfortunately think Meadows will not return this season.
Whoa.
Jeez.
That's more bold-ass than mine from the All-Star break from yesterday.
I mean, my goodness. Yeah, we had the bold-ass predictions yesterday. You said you don't think that Parker Meadows is going to come back until after the All-Star break. When, he's eligible to come back, looks like May 24th. I am really desperately waiting to hear an update and say, hey, congratulations, your nerve has awakened, and he'll be ready to go. We had Captain Buzzkill earlier with the, hey, guys, can you imagine how bad it would be if Michigan State loses, Michigan loses, and the Tigers lose tonight? Oh, and the Pistons as well. We can go for 4. Thanks, Captain Buzzkill. But this guy, going even further. After one game, can't say the Tigers didn't get any better. Really? Okay. You're going to judge it after one game. That's fine. I actually think they're a better team than what they were last year, but they have holes. They still have a big hole at third base.
Injury problems.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if I saw Colt Keith get a hit last night in his 5 appearances, but he did not. He also didn't strike out in the 5 appearances,
True.
which I suppose is a slight positive if you're going to go 0 for 5.
And he didn't make any errors.
Did not. No, but I always find it hard for a first baseman to make an error, but it does happen. Lesser teams can win when they have situational hitting. Man, 0 for 15? Ouch. Yeah, lesser teams can when they have situational hitting. Tough to do against the world champs, but I'm not going to make an excuse.
That's the other thing. They're playing the Dodgers, and they're interviewing these guys after the game. How do you think you're going to be this? We're a pretty good team. You won the World Series last year. You got better. How many great relievers were they going to shuffle in? Then they bring in Scott. They got Yates warming up in case. Look at their DL for all the guys that are hurt.
And they got a Japanese All-Star team out there too, right?
Yes.
It's unfair. Any Japanese player gets posted, great, he's going to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Right? Who doesn't want to play?
Look,
out there.
Tom Hanks is there keeping score for every game and all that. It's cool.
Hanks.
You don't like Tom Hanks?
Not anymore.
Oh, come on.
What? Why do I got to like him?
You don't have to. Yeah, you do. Tom Hanks is one of those guys.
I'm tired of Tom Hanks. What funny thing is, I was tired of Tom Hanks for another dumb reason, other than seeing him in a Dodger hat, which is a dumb reason. It was a promo for him doing the narration for the Americas show that they were the nature show that he does a narration for, and I got annoyed because it's like he had that look of somebody that takes himself too seriously, like that actors can sometimes do that, like, oh, I'm being clever here, one of these things. I just all right, I'm out.
Wow, because of all the Hollywood guys, he seems, at least to me, one of the everybody who's met him says.
I'm sure he's awesome.
He's like a nice guy.
Like he's awesome.
He's pretty much as anybody could be in that situation. Down to earth. He's a great actor. He's funny.
He is a great actor.
I used to love when he was on Letterman all the time.
I think he is funny.
Stuff.
But the last couple things I don't like. Sorry. It's okay.
Yeah, well, you don't have to like.
Things can change.
You don't have to like everything he did. Hooch was the star of Turner and Hooch.
I cried in that movie. Every dog owner would cry in that movie. It's tough to watch. Right.
It's a tough movie.
Look, when you grow up and you're watching them Bosom Buddies and Bachelor Party and yeah, of course. Splash.
What a great movie, Bosom Buddies.
Yeah, Bosom Buddies, a TV
show. Yeah,
it's actually a terrible TV show. If you ever watch it in reruns, it is one of the worst shows ever.
But I got stopped by a lady when I was, I was driving on I-95 from Philadelphia back to Washington. I pulled over at a place called the Maryland House, where you go to the bathroom and get something to eat or whatever. I had lunch at a cafeteria, and the lady serving food insisted that I was Tom Hanks. He wasn't. It was, you're Kip from Bosom Buddies.
Wow.
And I had to prove, I showed my license that I wasn't him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is
or not.
Great. Yeah. So right. So no, I'm not a big Tom Hanks guy anymore. But it's okay. It's all right. These are I'm petty. I'm allowed to be petty when I want to be.
I'm a nitpicker too.
So I'm petty about this. I'm all right with it. I was disappointed in the loss, but I thought that they were really gritty against an all-star studded team. A lot of good at bats. Hopeful. That's Mike and Toledo.
Right. That's my point. I mean, we go crazy. They lost a game by 1 run to the best team money can buy.
Right. Literally.
Yes.
Yeah. I was encouraged the first game out for Torqulson. All eyes are on him. How's he going to perform? Walk. Home run, walk. 4 walks and a home run, and he smoked that home run. And it was effortless, and it was great. And, yeah, he does. There was a little bit a different stance at the plate, and he looks comfortable. Good. Now, will he go 2 for 4 tonight with another home run and a double or something like that, or is he going to pull an offer? Who knows? That's why it's a 162-game season.
If we learned anything from last year, it's like, let's chill out. But
right. This is why it's just first impressions.
Right.
That's all. I like what I saw first impression from Spencer Torqulson.
Yeah.
I like what I saw first impression. Ryan Kreidler in center field. How can you not? Because he chased down a ball deep into right center field, dove and made the catch. That was fantastic. And by the way, base hit to left field. May have thought about going for 2, but stayed at 1. That's fine.
Conversely, first impression, I didn't like what I saw from the ace.
Exactly. Didn't like that.
That doesn't mean he's not going to win the Cy Young again.
No one's surprised that Baez goes 0 for 2. I was surprised that Colt Keith went 0 for 5. That's a downside. Manuel Margot, fine in right field. Couple of hits in the game. Okay, here we go. We'll see. I was hoping, since he played and won with both franchises, that they would make him a half and half jersey with DOD for Dodgers on one side and GERS for the Tigers on the other. Well, it'd be Dodgers. It's just spelled,
right.
That would be pretty cool. That's for Kirk Gibson.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been interesting, but he also played for a couple other teams, Kansas City and Pittsburgh, but it's
they
won World Series with those 2 teams.
They alluded, I don't know if it's true, that was the first time he ever met Freddie Freeman.
Well, I think there was that line because Freddie Freeman hit the dramatic home run.
Right, I know.
They used Freddie meet Kirk Gibson and meet Kirk meet Freddie. I don't know if that's the first time they met or not. I can't imagine it is, but I think it was just playing off that line that the announcer had at the game last year.
Right.
Yeah. But I still don't like to see Gibby in the Dodgers uniform. I understand it, though.
Hey, they kept Freddie Freeman from getting a hit. He was 0 for 4.
There you go. Hey, it was a good game. They learned from a World Series champs. They can soak that in. Observe now. 2 more games. That's right. 2 more games against the Dodgers.
They out-hit him.
They did. What, 9-7?
Yeah.
Torqulson didn't, quote, make up for it. He cost them a big inning. Stoney, AJ has to stay with the philosophy on lefty righties. It's what makes his style work. That's from Dan in an Edge.
Oh, that's, for saying putting in Sweeney instead of Margot in the 9th.
Yeah. Look,
I wasn't crazy about the move. It's not the worst thing in the world. But.
Yeah, I'm of the, I can't stand the lefty righty stuff.
Especially with a guy who's got 2 hits already. That's the other thing. If Margot was looking bad in 0 for 4, I wouldn't have had a problem with it.
It depends on everything depends on the player with me. I don't automatically go lefty on righty, righty on lefty if I'm, with whatever matchup you're looking at. I don't automatically do that. I look at the splits and see, can a player actually hit? If he's right-handed, can he hit right-hand pitching?
I didn't look at the Margot splits.
Yeah, I know
against
the Margot
that reliever.
splits are. Well, I mean, the splits are better against better against righties than they are lefties because he's the other side of the plate there. Or no, sorry, he's right-handed. He's better against lefties than against righties. But it's not by much throughout his career. It's just it is what it is.
Yeah.
And as far as when he said Torqulson didn't make up for it, he cost him a big inning.
He did.
There's no question. But he drew 3 other walks in the game and had a home run. I think he did make up for it. But okay. When they weren't striking out, the Tigers appeared to be stinging the ball, often with mostly warning track power, or else hitting right at the fielders. Yeah, there were Adam balls, the one that was hit right away. I think Ibanez pulled one right at the third baseman. There were some other ones that were hit pretty well on the outfield. But
the Dodgers had a few of those on Skubal, too. They were right down the middle.
That they did. There's no question that they had that.
So that was a wash.
As well. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We will come back and talk about the tournament games tonight. Continue to take your calls on the first impressions of the Tigers. Red Wings, it's sad. March sadness continues for the Red Wings, as Stoney coined that the other day. Love to see that. Plus, we can have a couple other things we want to get to in the noon hour, including a 3-round mock draft involving the Detroit Lions. Interesting. 97.1, The Ticket. Yeah, I get irrational sometimes. I get triggered quickly by some things, like Tom Hanks wearing a Dodger hat and over emoting when they got the cameras on him and his family.
I don't think he was over emoting. Did you see his?
Stop sticking up for the guy because you love the guy.
I mean, he went crazy. He was very excited when Torque hit the home run. Yeah, exactly. It was a blast. God, there's so many bad things that celebrities do.
I think he overreacts. He's because he knows everybody's looking at him, everybody around him, because he's an actor. That's what he does.
Okay. Yeah, he is an actor. You're correct.
Yeah. All the fans around him, they're all looking at him. They all want to high five him because he's Mr. Actor Man. Oh, let me over. Oh, look at this. Yeah, I admit I'm irrational about it. It's okay. I feel like I get licensed because I admit to it.
Was it okay that Ice Cube drove in the Commissioner's Trophy? That's
just cool.
Okay.
People
call him Mr. Cube, by the way.
Is that what they call him, Mr. Cube?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
I think they call him Cube, period.
Okay. No, but if you address him, hey, Mr. Cube.
I don't think there's no Mr. in there. Okay. I don't think so. Not that I know of. I don't think that's the call there. 248-539-9797. And then really, like I said, this thing I got kickstarted a couple weeks ago with Tom Hanks when I saw the behind the scenes stuff, and he's got the reading glasses and he's kind of laughing, and it's just all right, relax. And I need to relax too. I understand.
Yeah. Look. He's getting old too. Don't forget. I mean,
so am I. What difference does that make?
I know.
It's part of my childhood.
Damn right.
I've enjoyed most everything he's done.
Yeah.
I just don't like seeing him out, with the game last night. That's all right. And Rob Lowe wearing a Dodger hat instead of a Major League Baseball hat. What's that about, Rob? What happened?
My wife watched his game show, The Floor. You watch that at all?
I caught like 60 seconds of it a couple weeks ago. About it.
I like it. It's not that. Some of the categories are not that hard, but I like the concept.
Well, no, but it's all about. Well, we don't need to get into it. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got lots of basketball tonight. It's a great night of basketball with the Pistons taking on the Cavs tonight, and of course you got the tournament games of Michigan State and Ole Miss, Michigan and Auburn. And trying to gauge the college fans here, Michigan or Michigan State, whatever side you're on. The rivalry played up. We talked about it on Monday. There's a possibility if both teams win, they're going to play each other on Sunday. What are Spartan fans rooting for? If Michigan State gets past Ole Miss, are you rooting for Michigan to beat Auburn, or does the rivalry take over and you don't want Michigan to win at all? You want Michigan to lose. Not that you're afraid, because I don't think Spartan fans are afraid to play Michigan a third time.
No, you're afraid that you might lose because of the bragging rights. That's what
nobody wants that. No side wants to lose bragging rights. But that doesn't even come into play. It's just I don't ever want Michigan to win anything. So that's where I stand as a Spartan fan.
Does the rivalry supersede basketball as far as who you think is going to win the game or who you want to win the game? Because most people would assume Auburn is a tougher out for Michigan State than Michigan would be if they had different jerseys.
100%.
So that's what 100%. I'm at.
No, I get it. And yes, the rivalry supersedes that.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, irrational behavior, but this is what happens when you're embroiled in a rivalry. You do not want the other team to breathe. And God forbid Michigan State loses tonight. I mean, then that's going to be all kinds of trouble too. Nobody wants to see that. 248-539-9797.
If that does happen, once you wake up from your stupor of being pissed off, then I'll completely understand you'd be rooting like crazy for Auburn.
Other things that happened, look, we talked a little bit about the Tigers in the first impressions. The Red Wings lose last night. They get down 3-0, score a goal, then they get down 4-1, score two more in the third period. They scored 3 goals in the third period. They end up getting it 4-3, pull the goaltender, hit the goalpost. That was painful. Hit the goalpost, like 45 seconds left or something, and unfortunately end up losing the game to Ottawa, and it felt like a real gut punch there, and maybe a kick a little bit below, if you know what I'm saying. Fortunately, Montreal, who's the team everybody's chasing here for that second wild card spot, they lost as well in regulation. So you didn't lose any ground. The ground you lost was that's another game. Now there are only 10 games left.
Yes.
There's 5 teams vying for that one spot. If you include Montreal in that among the 5 teams, as you should.
If they would have won last night, and you're sitting there going into tomorrow's home game, Saturday night, national TV against the team you should beat, the Boston Bruins, who are basically tanking, so to speak, all the moves they made at the deadline. And all of a sudden you win that and you're, 1 point out. I mean, it's a whole different mindset.
It is a whole different mindset. And you feel like
they'd be 1 point out now.
Yeah, there'd be a ton of momentum that you would have. You would feel like there'd be momentum. All right, we just beat Ottawa. Ottawa's actually they're not a great team. They're a good team.
They've been playing really well.
They've been playing very well lately. And obviously, Tkachuk he's the lifeblood of that team. And they got other players too. Stutzla is really good. They got some good players there. The goaltender's playing really well and always destroys the Red Wings. So that's there too. It's a missed opportunity.
And McClellan's you can hear and read, he's getting a little frustrated.
I think he's definitely getting frustrated.
Here's some of his quotes from last night. We have to get better defensively. Basically, we have to get better in the face-off circle, better coverages. I look back at the game, 4-3. Wow, you almost came back and made it close. But that might be the most outnumbered rush situations I've seen this year from our team. The first goal was 4-on-2. There were multiple 2-on-1s. There were shorthanded breakaways where the D was just getting walked from the tops of the circles in. Until we learn to take that crap out of our game, we're going to need 6 a night, and that can't happen. So it's not good enough when you use those words. Sometimes people think effort or whatever. No, it's systematic. It's the mind. It's understanding the game. That's not good enough. And he goes on to say, basically, I go back to when I got here. We talked about building up a belief system. It's getting tested, and it's been getting tested this whole month. It's not just wins and losses in your record. It's about what happens in a game. And we've seen that multiple times where it doesn't go our way. It drops off for 5 minutes, and then we get it back. We can't sag. It's mental as much as it's physical.
Yeah, and that's calling out the team without question, and he needs to. I mean, this is a team, you've seen the highs, 2 7-game win streaks, and you've seen the lows. They've lost 11 of their last 14 games.
Right.
That's amazing. They've lost 11 of their last 14 games, and yet they're 3 points out of the spot because everyone else around them sucks.
Right.
They all suck. These teams are good.
Yeah.
But someone has to get that last playoff spot. It can still be the Wings, though not likely. With 10 games left, and you only have I think a couple games left against teams that you're competing against. I think they have a game against Montreal, maybe, and one against Columbus, and that's really it.
Yes.
So it's not easy to get there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got a couple guys on hold. We got a bunch of ticket texts we're going to get to. Stick around. More to come here at 97.1 The Ticket. Some ticket text coming in. I would rather see MSU rip the heart from Michigan compared to Auburn beating Michigan. More pain for Michigan fans. I understand that.
Yeah.
As a Spartan, I can say 100% I'll want Michigan to win unless they play Michigan State. Go green, go white. That's Will in his truck.
So basically, I don't understand what he's saying. Oh, he wants Michigan to beat Auburn, but when they play State, he wants State. Is that?
Yeah. Well, this is what he says. I'll want. Okay. Yeah. I'll want. Not I want, but I'll want Michigan. So it's not like
he's
all
an
the time.
Iowa
It's,
fan.
No. It's just this one time he'd like to see Michigan beat Auburn. Michigan doesn't stand a chance tonight against Auburn. Auburn is deep and more physical. Auburn minus 21.5 is what this person would offer.
I won't go that far, but
that's the Karsh Casino right there.
I do think they will win by double digits, but knowing my record, it's probably not going to happen.
Spartan fan here. I will never root for Michigan in any competition they compete in ever. The reason is I can't stand their fan base. They're insufferable. I hope they lose by 1 on a missed call at the end of the game. That would allow the fan base to do the thing that they're best at, play the victim. That's from G.
But you hate that. So why would you want them to do that?
It's just who they are, right? I guess. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Dave is in Brighton. Dave, you're next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Oh, okay. So I like both teams. I love Michigan. My family went there. So when we don't play Michigan State, I kind of root for them. I hate Ohio State. I want them to lose every sport. But I root on Michigan State when, I'm from Michigan. So I root them on because, Michigan State, whatever.
Right, but you didn't. I'm just going to guess. You didn't go to Michigan or Michigan State?
No.
Okay. I think that's why. If you didn't go to either school, I think it's easier to say or have those feelings that, hey, yeah, when the other school is playing, as long as they're not playing each other, I root for both of them. I think people have that opinion, but not if you're deeply embroiled in the rivalry.
I mean, I went to Central.
Yeah, well, I did too for a year, but that has nothing to do with Michigan and Michigan
So
State.
let me
That's my
ask,
point.
so let me ask you a question, Dave. When it comes to hockey, are you upset that Western Michigan advanced to the?
No, I don't really pay attention to hockey.
Oh, okay.
Plus
Shut my ass up.
Yeah, well, plus
Central doesn't have a hockey team.
So. Yeah, although if you ask Costa, I don't think Costa's so.
I know
he's got a dilemma. He's actually going to the
I
Frozen
know.
Four.
He told me. He said, "God, I can't believe I might be the Frozen Four. And if Western Michigan's there, it'll kill me."
I mean, from his standpoint, because he's a Chippewa,
Right.
I understand it to a point, but at the same time, it's like your school doesn't have a hockey program to compete with them. So how can you hate on their hockey program when you don't ever compete against them? Like Michigan State, they have all the same programs. Jeff is on a cell phone. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Spartan. Graduated from Michigan State. Also a Big Ten guy. I graduated from Illinois. Went to Purdue. I don't care if Michigan State plays Michigan ever again in any sport ever again. I'm done with them. Done. I don't care if they win. I don't care if they lose by 1,000. I don't care if we have to play them again. I'm so done with their insufferability that I just don't care any longer.
What put it over the top? Because, I mean, it's not like – I don't think things have changed too much over the years. I mean, it's always been kind of both schools despise each – well, I guess Michigan has more reason to despise Michigan State lately over the last 15 years.
In basketball, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying football and basketball the last 15 years. Since D'Antonio took over, I think Michigan fans started to get a healthier hatred for Michigan State because before – Michigan State was never really a threat, and then all of a sudden they were the best team in the state.
Right, yeah, and I understand that, but what put it over the top was, of course, 40 years. But just the clownery of the basketball court on Senior Day. You just don't. I don't. Oh,
that was too much for you.
You are liars. You just don't mess with another team Senior Day. It's low class. It's counter, and they try to pretend that they're the highest class, and yet they do low class stunts as a Spartan fan's viewpoint. And so I don't care who wins.
All right, so you're done with it. I think it's the Mike Valeni approach as well. He'd rather not play Michigan ever again. I'm not of that opinion. I mean,
Some of your closest friends are Michigan fans.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. And we're all pretty good about the rivalry. Like, there's not a ton of, there's a couple guys that I know that might want to rub it in your face, but you just avoid it. You know, I don't have to go to social media and look at it.
Right.
I don't have to, I'm not getting texted by them regarding it. There's some stuff on Facebook. There's some trash talking there. I don't even go to it. I don't need to. I don't have to engage in it. But seeing people, they don't throw it in my face when it happens. And conversely, I don't throw it in their face when Michigan State wins.
Because you're somewhat normal. Okay. Forgetting the fact of whether it was deserved or not because of the cheating, whatever. When Michigan won the national championship, yeah, you didn't want them to win, but it didn't ruin your life. There are certain fan bases, and it's not just Michigan State, where if their rival does something really good, they just can't deal with it. I mean, that's not healthy.
Well, I would say this. I was certainly not thrilled about that event taking place, and then looking back on it and seeing everything that went on before and during and even after. It's something you shake your head at. But look, that's another thing that I need to get into over the air with all this, because it just just creates the war between the two schools. And I enjoy the rivalry aspect of it. When it starts to get nasty, which it does get nasty quickly, that's when I want to back out, just kind of blend into the bushes like Homer Simpson and say, all right, let me walk out of here. I don't need to be part of this when it gets to that part, because there's no convincing the other side. There just isn't.
Right.
Like, you can start to talk like the previous caller. I understand the whole shenanigans at the end of the Michigan State basketball game, the two players standing on there and them claiming, oh, we didn't know. I mean, yeah, you did, but it's whatever. If you own up to it, it's fine. But they didn't, and then you start to get really aggravated about it. And that's when I stop, I pull back, like, all right. And then I can understand why people would have that opinion that they just don't even want to deal with it anymore, because it becomes too much. Because there are people out there that get to be too much about it. I think it's a small percentage.
Well, look, I'm a huge Michigan football fan, okay? But when you say own up to it, Michigan, and I can sit there and say this, Michigan, in a lot of things, they don't own up to anything. That's the biggest problem I have as a Michigan fan. And a lot of my friends who went there feel the same way. And there's this straw man argument out there that all Michigan fans are this and that and that. No, there's a lot of Michigan fans who don't like what their own school does in a lot of things.
Well, I'll let you say that so I don't have to.
No, well, it's true.
I will not disagree, but I don't have to say it, because if I say it, it comes from a bias, and I understand it. 248-539-9797. Antoine is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Antoine.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to talk about that Tigers game yesterday, because I know we lost, but I had a great time watching that game. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I did. I was going back and forth between the Tigers and the Red Wings at that point, and wanting to watch both. And I thought the Tigers. Look, it was okay. 0 for 15 sucks. 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position is brutally bad. And even if you're just bad, you can go 2 for 15 in that situation. And you've added a couple more runs and you win the game. But 0 for 15 is.
Torq had that hiccup at the start. We should have bases loaded with Baez on with an opportunity to show me something.
Well,
and then,
it would have been runners on second and third with one out, because the catcher would have thrown the run around at first. But yeah.
Yeah. No, man, I was impressed with I think everyone's bat and their approach. It's just like we picked up from last year in the ALS. I don't know. I felt like we were just there.
Thanks for the call, Antoine. There's stuff to like from the Tigers last night. There's stuff not to like. 0 for 15 don't like. What else don't like? I don't like 0 for 5 for Colt Keith. I don't like that Tarik Skubal served up 2 meatballs in the game, and that AJ Hinch decided to pitch to Ohtani later in the game with nobody on base and 2 outs, and then he ends up getting a home run. There are things that you don't like.
Right.
There are things I liked.
Yes.
I like that Spencer Torqulson drew 4 walks, that he did hit the home run. I like that Ryan Kreidler made a spectacular play in center field, and it'll shut everybody up for a little bit can he play center field or not.
And he got a hit.
And he had a hit, yeah. I like that Margot had a couple of hits in the game. There's hit.
Riley Green had a hit, but I wasn't pleased with the way he played.
Well, struck out 3 times.
Yeah,
that doesn't
one
look good.
looking. And,
Yeah. I think look, it's
one game.
One game.
Yes,
it's the early impressions though.
That's right. Exactly.
We're not doing the way too early, freak out or way too early, proclamations about this team, but we do look at it nonetheless. Hey guys, Wayne with 2 German Shepherds. You can get pet scripts at Costco for more than half the price of vets.
Oh, really?
I did not know that.
I wish I would have known that.
When it comes to like that heart guard and stuff like that, and you get it cheaper. Okay.
I'll check that out.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Are your dogs on a special veterinary dog food diet?
No, but my wife changes it a lot. Because one licks her paws a lot, so she thinks that.
Fair enough. But do you buy the dog food from the vet, or do you buy dog food from Premier Pets or something like that?
I don't know. She gets it from different places. Amazon comes like twice a month with dog food.
See, because Lois with pancreatitis, which she was diagnosed with a couple years ago, it has to be vet prescribed.
Yeah.
Can only get it from the vet. That's not cheap either, man.
Yeah.
These animals, they can be costly. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. All right, so one of the coaches involved in the games tonight, one hell of a turnaround Dusty May has made with Michigan in just his first year. The team last year was pathetic. The team this year is kind of inspiring. It's a really good job that he's done there. I have a question to ask about that. Continue to take your calls about the Michigan State rivalry. And, are you, as a Spartan, really it's a Spartan question. Are there Spartan fans rooting for Michigan to beat Auburn or not? 248-539-9797. Your first impressions of the Tigers, Red Wings. It's all on the board. The Pistons play tonight as well against the Cavs.
And we'll have a medical update on a certain Detroit athlete.
And Stoney will stop pointing at me at some point during this week. We'll get there next. 97 won the ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you. Doug will be back on Monday's show, as will Kang. Bobby's been doing a great job behind the glass this week as well. Stoney, we do have an injury update on someone who's very, 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 very important in the local sports scene, and this has the effect on tonight's game as well.
Yes. According to the Detroit Pistons, recent imaging on Cade Cunningham's left calf confirmed a left calf contusion that he sustained during the game last week at Dallas. He will miss tonight's game versus Cleveland and will continue his treatment regimen with the Pistons athletic training staff. Cunningham will be listed as day-to-day moving forward. Well, day-to-day is better than week-to-week.
This is true.
Yeah.
I mean, it lets me know that he'll be back day-to-day, Stoney.
Yes.
Any day now. We just don't know when. Exactly. 248-539-9797. Ken is in Port Huron. Ken, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how you doing today? Hey, I'm a Spartan grad, Spartan fan. I do not want to see Michigan in the Elite Eight. I'd rather see Auburn take care of their business today and face Auburn Sunday.
Why?
You know, when you want to be the best, you want to beat the best. Okay. And Auburn is right there, a 1 seed, want to knock them off. Secondly, you know, Michigan gets a third shot to try to beat us. Use a baseball analogy. When you go, baseball just started, third time around the order, the batters start figuring out the pitcher, right? So, you know, when you've seen the team twice, you have a better chance of beating them the third time.
Well, Michigan State's seen them twice, too. So I have.
Yeah, I understand that. But it's like, you know, figuring out the combination to a lock or whatever, you know.
So let me ask you this: to be the man, you got to beat the man. I understand that completely. But hypothetically, suppose Michigan was the number 1 seed and Auburn was the number 5 seed.
Michigan doesn't have the record to be the number 1 seed.
No. I'm asking you a question. Suppose Michigan was where Auburn is. Would you still want to hope Michigan would the number 1 seed of the tournament would win so you can beat them? Or does the rival?
Sure.
You would. You would root for Michigan.
If they were the number 1 seed, sure.
Okay. You're consistent.
Okay.
At least. Makes no sense to me, but you're consistent.
Yeah, I don't worry about the third time through. I mean, one team's, in my mind, is clearly better than the other one. I don't care. Go ahead and beat them a third time. Yeah. But I don't want to see that team because I don't like that team.
Right, I get it. I understand.
Like them at all. Which is, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Be great for both fan bases if both teams win. It would create something really spicy on Sunday if that's the case. And there'll be a lot of spiciness on Monday's show. Mm-hmm. You know, regardless who wins, it's going to be spicy.
Yeah.
We'll see if it happens. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Tonight's a massive night with Michigan State, Ole Miss, Michigan, Auburn, Pistons and Cavs, and, of course, the Lady Lakers from Grand Valley taking on Santo Domingo of Cal or whatever.
Cal State Dominguez Hills.
Sorry.
We know what their nickname is there, Bobby?
Cal State Domingo Hills?
Dominguez Hills.
Oh, Dominguez Hills.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. So we mentioned the coach, Dusty May for Michigan, has done a remarkable job turning this program around in 1 season. Mm-hmm. Michigan was terrible last year, and now this year, here they are in the Sweet 16. Did it with a lot of transfers. Did it with his own, style of coaching, which obviously worked in the smaller market team. But now here he is. He's gotten this team to playing really well.
I mean, if you would have said before this season, now granted, a lot of people didn't know how good, Golden or Wolf are, but still, if you would have told anyone, Michigan fan or non-Michigan fan, that Michigan would be playing for a chance to go to the Elite Eight tonight, you would have thought they were on drugs. Look, conversely, most people didn't think Michigan State was going to be that good either this year, but that's
no, State wasn't picked any higher than 5th in the Big Ten.
Right. And Michigan was probably picked like near the bottom.
Right. Here you go. Michigan State wins the Big Ten, and Michigan wins the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah. Crazy.
It is crazy.
Yes.
So you take it.
Yeah.
But as far as coaching turnarounds are concerned, and if we look locally, what are the other quick turnarounds that you can think of?
248-539-9797. There's one that is really obvious because, I'll say it, I'm forgetting about stealing thunder. In his first year, he took the Tigers to the World Series.
So I suppose we can rule out Jim Leyland,
yeah,
right? Because obviously that's the goat of it, and they didn't win the World Series,
right.
But to go from a bad team in 2005 to a World Series team in 2006, now they were getting some players in place there. I mean, they'd added Pudge a couple years earlier. They added Maglio, took a chance on Maglio.
Correct.
Because Maglio was coming back from this crazy surgery that he had.
They had these two rookies, Verlander and Zumaya, out of nowhere.
Exactly.
But I give Leland credit for starting the season with them.
Yeah, sure. Nate Robertson, was on that team. Then you go take it. Another chance took was getting Kenny Rogers over here. After the year before, Kenny Rogers was embroiled in a ton of controversy. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that was just a kind of a crazy team that they had put together. But the pieces were already starting to get there. Jim Leyland, obviously, a big step, and went from a below 500 team to a team that played in the World Series. That was fantastic. For me, when I was thinking about this outside of Jim Leyland, look no further than, unfortunately, they lost last night, but Adam Nightingale took over a Spartan hockey program that was 12-23-1 the prior year with Danton Cole. His first year at Michigan State, Adam Nightingale went 18-18-2. And then, so this is his third year. The next 2 years, they went out and they won the Big Ten and won the Big Ten tournament, and made it to the NCAA champion to the tournament both years as well. Now they got knocked out last night, but that's a hell of a turnaround to go from 12-23-1 and 2 years later be Big Ten champs and get to the NCAAs.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive. But 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Who are you impressed with the way they turn things around so quickly, like Dusty May has done at Michigan? And I give him his credit. I think it's remarkable what he did. He completely changed the roster on the team. And, it's anybody who wants to stick around, okay, here comes a brand new coach, a new coaching philosophy and all that. And, it's a guy who is a lot quieter than Juwan Howard was, for sure. And in a lot of respects, I'm sure Michigan fans really welcome that. And now that here they are in the Sweet 16, it's pretty impressive.
There's one besides Leland, and if you're talking especially 1 year turnaround, and I want to make sure I get this correctly as far as year by year, but I'm going to talk about the Detroit Red Wings.
You're going to go from Brian Murray to Scotty Bowman?
No, I'm going to go a little bit before that if my math is correct. I'm going to go from Harry Neal and Brad Park, where the Red Wings had 40 points in the 85-86 season, to Jacques Demers, where they went from 40 to 78 and a trip to the Final Four. Now, granted, their regular season record was below 500.
But they came alive in the playoffs.
But they lost to Edmonton, in 2 years in a row. But yeah, I mean, they went from 40 points. They practically doubled their point total, made the playoffs, and I think they won a game in that series too.
They did. I think they did. It was an impressive run that they had both of those years. Mm-hmm. Steve Yzerman, obviously the captain of that team, and had scored 50 goals, and then hurt his knee, and came back in the playoffs late, albeit a little too late for them, and they had the Goose Loonies incident, the whole bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see that. Team that's the team that got me loving the Red Wings as a kid. When you start to hear, get interest in reading box scores every day in the newspaper, because I really wasn't watching a ton of hockey.
No.
But I'm looking at the box score every night, and every night I'm seeing 5 minutes for fighting, Bob Probert. 5 minutes for fighting, Bob Probert. 5 minutes for fighting, Joe Koser. 5 minutes for fighting, Joe Koser. And I'm like, what is going on
and
here?
And then guys like Harold Snepps and those guys.
Yeah. But that team from the 84-85 team, or the 85-86 team, was so bad.
Right.
With the 40 points, all they did was brawl. I mean, those guys had 300 minutes in penalties each.
I know.
And then they end up, and here's the other crazy thing about that team. They end up with a top pick in the draft in 1986, and they select Joe Murphy from Michigan State. Michigan State won the national championship that year. And Joe Murphy does nothing for the Red Wings in his career.
Right.
But it didn't hurt them by missing out on 1-1.
Right.
And they end up making to the conference finals 2 years in a row, and obviously win the Stanley Cup years later. But I see that. 248-539-9797. Cliff is in Detroit. Cliff, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Cliff.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm going to say Detroit basketball.
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons.
Sure. Bernie Bickerstaff this year compared to what they had last year with Monty. Sorry, I said Bernie.
Yeah.
JB Bickerstaff.
They were unwatchable. They were unwatchable last year.
They were unwatchable last
Completely.
year.
And so now they're in it, and I love them.
Yeah, that's an amazing turnaround.
You're
Go
right.
year to year. Thank you very much.
That is pretty obvious and current. And you want to go even back to the Pistons? How about Rick Carlisle? They won 32 games the year before he comes, and they win, 50 the next year?
Yeah, I mean, Stoney, we were asleep at the wheel here.
Yeah.
This team won 14 games a year ago.
I know.
14. They've got 41 right now. They're 41 or they 42 wins right now?
41.
They're 41 and 32 right now. So it went from 14 wins to 41, and they still have 9 games left to go.
They're going to triple their win total.
Yes. It is insane how much better they are this year. This growth that's a bigger turnaround than what the Tigers did. Now, the Tigers, the difference is they went to the World Series.
Correct.
But record-wise, the percentage of wins, what the Pistons have done far surpasses that.
Right.
And look, I love what Dan Campbell's done with the Lions, but it took a couple years before they got there.
Correct.
This is immediate, and it's a change with the coach and the GM and some personnel that they made, the moves they made in the offseason. We were looking at, all right, is this going to work out? Great, bringing Tobias Harris back, Malik Beasley. Is this going to work? I don't know. Tim Hardaway Jr. Oh, they are 41 and 32.
I know.
They won 14 games a year ago. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Now, I don't know how you feel about the COVID year. Now, some people just want to eliminate it from a lot of things, like college football, for example.
Well, certainly some fans here would like to get rid of the COVID year in college football.
Yes. Okay. So if you eliminate the COVID year, what about Mel Tucker? For 1 year, he went from whatever they were before he got here, eliminate the COVID
to
year.
a 10-win team.
Yeah.
They're 11. They ended with winning 11 games because of the bowl game win over Pittsburgh. And, Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
That was a pretty incredible turnaround.
And then you could say.
And then the other way.
Yeah, then the other way.
God, what a mistake. What a colossal mistake. But they're past it, I hope.
Yeah. Sorry to bring that up.
Yeah, thanks. Good job. You wanted me to go back to those old texts we had that we read earlier today, the Captain Buzzkills?
Mm-hmm.
Nice job, Stoney. Hey, let's amp it up. We got a 3-round mock draft we'll discuss coming up next here, 97.1 The Ticket. So I just came across this on Twitter. I'm going to retweet it because I think it is just funny and sad at the same time.
Oh, boy.
Emily Walden had retweeted this. This is how I see it. It's a picture, opening day 2025, promoting the Twins. And it's promoting the Twins and through Fanatics, the clothing apparel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has a couple in their Twins jerseys, presumably at the stadium at Target Field. But the hat that the gentleman is wearing.
I'm watching. I'm looking at this now. This is unbelievable.
The hat that the gentleman is wearing belongs to the Cleveland Guardians, not the Minnesota Twins. Are you kidding me?
First of all, there are so many layers of failure here. From the photographer to who's ever on location with said photographer. There's probably a few people in the Fanatics, marketing department.
Well,
then when they see the picture, then the social media person, oh my Lord.
This picture, clearly what's happened with this picture, Stoney, is that you've got a background picture of, say, Target Field.
Mm-hmm.
The actors or the models for the picture, there's no way they're there. This is just this is photoshopped in.
That's true.
And they're going to Photoshop the jersey, and they forgot to Photoshop the hat. They just went, oh yeah, we need the blue and red hat, and they put on the Cleveland Guardians hat on this gentleman instead of the Minnesota Twins hat. It's an epic failure.
I don't even think that's Target Field, to be honest with you, either. But I don't know. It actually, in a weird way, looks more like Comerica Park.
But it's not, because you go down. That would be left field that you're looking down that line there, and that's definitely not.
Yeah,
you got upper deck over there, so that's not going to be that. But I was going to say, it looks
the only
a little
reason
bit like
I thought
Oakland.
so is because the section number looks familiar to what they have at Comerica Park.
But this is just an incredible fail by Fanatics promoting opening day in Minnesota anyway with that picture. I think that's funny. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. So came across another mock draft, and this one from CBS Sports. It's from Josh Edwards. And look, CBS has a number of people that put out mock drafts every week.
Right.
And we don't go through all of them.
No.
But when somebody comes up with a 3-round mock draft,
we think they're serious.
Colorists interested
with
the 3-round mock draft.
Okay. So he has Cam Ward going, like everybody has Cam Ward going number 1 in Tennessee. Okay. Abdul Carter to Cleveland with 2. Shedeur Sanders.
So the Giants would be taking
3.
a quarterback at 3, even though they've already signed 2 veteran quarterbacks in Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson.
Travis Hunter to New England at 4. Jalen Walker to Jacksonville at 5. All right, other names of interest. Mason Graham from Michigan to Jacksonville to the Raiders at 6. Will Johnson to the Carolina Panthers at 8. And we scroll down. Let's Colston Love.
Ashton Genty goes 10 to the Bears. People want to know where he's going to go. And there you go.
Colston Loveland to Indianapolis at 14. Gray Zabel. A lot of people had targeted for the Lions. Go to Seattle at 18. Jackson Dart to Pittsburgh at 21.
This is correct. Walter Nolan, defensive lineman, who goes 23 to the Green Bay Packers. Nick Emanuori, who had an amazing day
at the combine.
At the combine, would go to the Vikings at 25.
West Bloomfield Laker Maxwell Hairston to the Rams at 26. Derek Harmon, your guy from Michigan State and Oregon. And Detroit.
He goes
to the Ravens at 27.
Right. So at 28, here's what we're looking at. Okay, we do this we do this often when we get to the first round. Okay, we're going to take 10 texts from Lions fans out there. 248-539-9797. Feel free to text in as well, but just the first 10 we're going to read off here regarding who's at 28 and who the Lions should select. Here is who you have a chance to look at. Okay, at 28, the Lions could select edge rusher Donovan Ezeruaku. from Boston College. I'm going to have to get that straight because it's a definitely possibility.
Boy, him
right?
and Onzarike playing on the same
I know. Shamar Stewart, defensive lineman from Texas A&M. Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Edge rusher James Pierce from Tennessee. Or Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. These are some of the options available at 28. Taking the 10 text, 248-539-9797. That's the number to call, number to text. Among these players, Ezeruaku, the edge rusher from BC, Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle Michigan, Shamar Stewart, defensive lineman from Texas A&M, James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee, or Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Of those 5 players, Stoney, I know you know who was selected in this, but who would you like to see out of that group of 5? You got a couple edge rushers, you got a versatile defensive lineman, you got a defensive tackle, and you have an offensive lineman.
I'm going to go with Kenneth Grant because I think he can play multiple positions.
I really like Kenneth Grant a lot. Tyler Booker, the guard from Bama, interests me as well. James Pierce seems like this is a guy that has a ton of talent, but everybody's talking about character issues. I don't know how serious that is. If it ends up being that this is really a big nothing burger, it's just a smear campaign, or if it's like, come on, man, it's no big deal. We can get past it. I think James Pierce is probably the most talented guy to look at. I would say out of that group, I would go with James Pierce slightly over Kenneth Grant. I really like Kenneth Grant, but I really wanted Derek Harmon.
So you believe the Lions' culture can...
I think
if the Lions select James Pierce, you know that he passed the test.
Well, that is 100% true because the Lions have yet to really take the chance on the guy that has the character questions about them. But this is a guy that I think it would make sense, one that I would look at if I were the Detroit Lions. That's what I would like to see.
Let me ask you this. There's another guy. I'm not going to – don't say him, okay, when you text in. That they have going in the second round. That I read somewhere that somebody, I forget exactly who it was, I should have remembered, why this person would be a great fit for the Lions. And I don't see it because it's of a position, and I don't think, that would be Luther Burden.
The wide receiver
from Missouri.
In the second round. Yeah, I saw that was a player, there are a couple wide receivers I think were a little surprised at who's there in the second round, although I don't know if they were available at 60 for the Lions. But the Lions at 28, those 10 texts coming in. Which of these players would you like to see the Lions go for? Donovan Ezeruaku, the edge rusher from BC. Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Or James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee. Look forward to getting those 10 texts. We'll reveal what exactly it is that the people, what they will say. We'll tell you what this mock draft says. And then we'll get into the second round and the third round, the players that this particular mock drafter has. That's why I called him a mock drafter. That this journalist has.
Well, he is because he's not a real drafter. He's a mock drafter.
This is what he does. He just mocks people for a living. 248-539-9797.
Does he wear a mock turtleneck?
I hope so. The full turtleneck. You don't need to go full turtleneck.
No,
full turtleneck is a little. It's too much. A little. That seems a little bit much. But the mock turtleneck's good. Nothing wrong with the mock.
Under a sports jacket?
Yeah, I think it looks solid. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so we took the 10 texts from the listeners coming in about the player you'd like the Lions to select at 28 in this mock draft from CBS Sports. And people have spoken. Kenneth Grant from Michigan, Steve in Detroit. I would go Kenneth Grant, highest rated left. That's Dave in Troy. Tyler Booker, the guard. That's from David in Clarkston. Being interesting because Tyler Booker is a guy that Doug likes a lot. An awful lot. James Pierce, higher upside. That's from Joe in St. Clair Shores. Defensive end Pierce, but defensive lineman Shamar and Grant, tough to pass on. Shamar Stewart, hands down. Larry from Troy with the 28th pick in the first round of the 2025 draft. Lions wants the Lions to take James Pierce. Here's another one for James Pierce from Tennessee. Quicker and would complement Derek. That's from Derek and KC, originally from St. Clair Shores. At 28, the Lions should take Kenneth Grant. That's from Corey in Cincinnati. So a lot of Kenneth Grant, a couple of James Pierce, and we got a Booker in there as well, and one Shamar Stewart. The answer, Stoney, this mock draft has the Lions taking.
Yes, is the Detroit Lions in the mock draft from Josh Edwards of CBS Sports. The Detroit Lions select out of Texas A&M defensive lineman Shamar Stewart. He has incredible athletic performance, potential for a human being of his size, but the production has just not been there at this point of his career. He goes to Detroit, where he does not have to be the team's most productive pass rusher immediately, since it already has Aiden Hutchinson. Yes, well, he's 6'5", 260.
Yeah, he's a specimen. 6'5", 267 at the combine. He ran a 4.59 40-yard dash. Also has a 40-inch vertical leap for a guy who is 6'5" and 267 pounds. That's the exciting part, right? It's the athletic part. I imagine the RAS score is through the roof when you look at something like that, and the Lions do pay attention to the relative athletic score, the RAS score. What I don't like is he hasn't been productive at Texas A&M. He's gotten like a sack and a half each of the last 3 years at Texas A&M. The production doesn't match the athletic ability. Now, is that something the Lions can coach out of him? Sounds like another project. Sounds like a Broderick Martin type, or Unzarike or Pascal or any one of these other defensive linemen that they've gotten, where it takes a while to really see it.
Which you don't take in the first round.
Well, I suppose you don't. And I mean, this is not what I would do. This is a mock draft.
Right.
And it's not the immediate impact player that you would get, like obviously Aiden Hutchinson. When you're taking somebody second overall, you expect the immediate impact. At 28, there's less of that opportunity, but not who I would have gone with.
No.
In fact, probably would have the 5 players I listed. You might be 4th on that list.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
But the Lions have a second round pick.
Yes. The 60th pick in the draft.
It is the 60th pick in the draft. Now, some of the other guys are going in the earlier in the round. James Pierce ended up going 35th overall to the Titans. Emeka Ibuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State, goes to the Jags at 36. Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, at 37.
Scorton from Texas A&M.
Yeah, Nick Scorton. He goes 43 to the Niners, the edge rusher. The offensive lineman from Arizona, Savianea, he goes to the Cowboys. It's another one that's been mocked to the Lions before. I've seen that. Benjamin Morrison was somebody I know that a ticket texter liked, the cornerback from Notre Dame at 46. And as you get down this list, there are a couple names available. Damian Porter, the cornerback from Iowa State, like him. Jalen Milroe, interesting. If you're interested in Jalen Milroe, he would be available, the quarterback from Alabama. Deontay Walker, the offensive lineman from Kentucky. I believe he goes earlier in that second round, but just another big player there. At 60, they have the Lions selecting wide receiver Savion Williams from TCU. Now, here's what's interesting about Savion Williams. Size, 6'4", 222 pounds at the combine. At that size, ran a 4.48 40. When you look at his stats, this guy's Deebo Samuel. 611 receiving yards last year, 322 rushing yards last year, 12 total touchdowns, had 6 receiving and 6 rushing. An interesting prospect.
If you're taking him, you definitely are not going to extend Jamison Williams.
That would likely be the case, yeah. Although I'd be surprised if they took a wide receiver at 2. I would think that they would take him later. Deion Walker is a player, the big defensive tackle from Kentucky. He goes in the next round at 70th overall. Jalen Milroe, I mentioned, he goes to the Browns at 67. That would be interesting. Quinshon Judkins, the running back for Ohio State, would go 68 to the Raiders. So that leaves one pick left for the Lions. It comes in at number 102.
The last pick of the 3rd round from the University of California in Los Angeles, otherwise known as UCLA, Kane Medrano, linebacker.
Now, Kane Medrano, 6'3", 222 pounds at the combine. He ran a 4.46 as a linebacker. He had a 38-inch vertical leap. This guy is awfully athletic. Had 72 tackles last season with the Bruins, which I believe was second on the team. Had 4 passes defended, a sack and a half, and he forced 3 fumbles. Had 2 interceptions as well. Very productive, including a touchdown. Again, I'd be surprised if they used a 3rd round pick on a linebacker. But this is the mock draft that we have and that we looked at from CBS Sports. And this comes to us from Josh Edwards. So, kind of a mixed bag there. I'm not thrilled with this mock draft.
No, I'm not thrilled. I don't have that much of a problem with Stewart that you do, okay? But I ain't taking a wide receiver in the 2nd round, I don't think.
I'm definitely not taking a wide receiver in the 2nd round. And Stewart, again, it sounds to me like it's a project a little bit. James Pierce is, okay, you've got the issue with off-field stuff or character. Is this what you want? Can you work through that? So then that means Kenneth Grant would be the safe pick for the Lions in the 1st round with that, although Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, there's a lot of upside there too. Interesting, though. So if I went with, because my pick was James Stewart. You could have Deion Walker in the 2nd round in this mock
Josiah
draft.
Stewart, right?
No.
Oh, James.
I'm sorry, James Pierce. James Pierce. I'm getting my Stewarts and Pierce mixed up. James Pierce from Tennessee, the edge rusher. Then you could come back in the 2nd round and take Deion Walker, the massive defensive tackle from Kentucky, also from Detroit. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
But hey, it's a mock draft.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We look at mock drafts.
There's 2 of them. I saw one yesterday or last night as well from Charles Davis, who is now going to be Gary Danielson's replacement
after next year.
After next year, and I'm going to get this up here because there was another one too from the NFL.com that just came across. So Charles Davis, and I'm not going to go through everything.
No, just who do they take?
I'm just going to take the Lions pick. He has the Lions taking James Pierce Jr.
I'm sorry?
James Pierce Jr.
James Pierce, okay,
Yes.
from the same thing.
And Eric Edholm, also of NFL.com, he has the Lions taking
This is we don't
Gray
go through all.
Zabel.
That's the thing, yeah. Well, I like Gray Zabel. Look, the thing is, at 28, the one thing that becomes abundantly clear, there's talent at 28.
Yeah.
There's always talent in the NFL. And there are some positions that are deeper than others. And fortunately, this is a year that lines up, it looks like, the depth at defensive line, whether it's edge or tackle, would help the Lions. If you wanted to find just ultra talent, if you felt inclined to go with a wide receiver or corner, maybe somebody slips and you can get somebody there if that's what you want. I wouldn't do that. Offensive line is another area where there's seems to be some depth, specifically with the interior on the offensive line. I think that bodes well for what the Lions are looking to draft as well. There's a lot to look at there. I like it.
They'll get a good player, at least on paper.
They should. Yeah, they should. And, of course, the unknown is, are they going to stay there? Are they going to move up? They're going to move back? I mean, we've seen Brad Holmes do both. He's moved up like he did last year in the 1st round, moved up to get his guy. We've seen him move back like he did 2 years ago, moving back and still taking his running back that was available to him.
And I'm sure he's not going to tell anybody what he's going to do, but he will be speaking at the NFL owners meeting Monday morning.
So you're going to ask him? Because you're going, right?
Yeah.
You're going to ask him, hey, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? You going to move up? You going to move up? You going to move down?
What's your plan of attack? Yeah. You're going to ambush him? You're going to approach him with a Bloody Mary and say, hey, what's
after the formal scrum. Yes.
Yes, of course, after the formal scrum. Yeah, just say, hey, you want to have a drink?
Yeah, absolutely.
I could see you doing that.
Sure.
You're a personable guy.
That's right.
You know? I don't know if Brad will join you.
No, hopefully I'll be able to look him in the eye. That's always been my downfall, as people know.
Did you look away or look
down? Look away. It's a bad habit.
It happens.
One of many.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You want to comment on these mock drafts? You want the Lions to take a 28, we could talk about the basketball tonight. We got a lot of great games tonight. Michigan State both in action in the tournament. The Pistons against the Cavs. First impressions of the Tigers from their game last night. They got to wash it away. They got another game tonight, Stoney. You can't chew yesterday's breakfast.
Thanks,
That's
Jim.
what Jim Leland used to always say, and I love that line. We can't chew yesterday's breakfast. It's like, it's not here anymore. Red Wings losers last night. Sebastian Kosa sent down. Didn't even get an opportunity. He was up with this team for 2 games, and didn't get an opportunity to play. We can do some Red Wing talk as well. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and occasionally Stoney with you. For Doug will be back on Monday's program, as will Kang. Bobby's been doing a great job behind the glass. We take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Got some more ticket texts coming in regarding the basketball games tonight. As a Spartan fan, I think the talk about an Elite Eight matchup between Michigan and Michigan State is a little weird because, honestly, I don't think either team makes it to Sunday.
Wow. Well, it means more in the SEC, right?
Oh God, yeah. That's that's another reason to root for these teams tonight. Hate the SEC,
but you hate Michigan more. I get it. I know.
It's true. But now bleeding into the world of college basketball. I guess the SEC is more than just Kentucky nowadays. Just give me Auburn. I can't deal with Michigan fans anymore. We already beat you twice this year. I don't need to deal with it again. Every time we play Michigan, it's a circus for some reason or another. Michigan State and Tom Izzo need to win a national championship. Who that goes through, I don't really care. As a Spartan, I want Michigan to lose every game by 40. We've whipped Michigan twice this year. I don't need it, Nick and Richmond. I don't want the Wings to make the playoffs. They don't deserve it. Well, that's an interesting take.
Well, but somebody's got to get in if they get in.
Well, that's the thing. Is like if you look at the rest of these teams, I mean, does Montreal deserve it? Do the Rangers deserve it? Do the Islanders deserve it? Does Columbus deserve it? These are all not. They're below average teams.
We agree.
They're fighting for that last spot in the playoffs.
It's the crap bubble.
Yeah, I'd like to see them get in because once you get in, you don't. In the NHL more than anything else, you have no idea what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now, I don't suspect the Red Wings would go far if they made the playoffs. I don't think they have the goaltending that has the goaltender that can make that switch and all of a sudden be elite in the playoffs like we've seen in the past or like we've seen Red Wings teams take on. I don't think either one of these guys is J.S. Jaguar, right?
Yeah.
Talbot and Lyon. I like Talbot better than Lyon, but he hasn't really stolen many games this year.
No.
He played well when he got in the game last night, but by that point,
they're now 3-0 already.
Yeah. And not that I completely fault Alex Lyon for giving up some of those goals.
Well, one of them, definitely.
Well, one, yeah, but a couple, maybe not so much.
I fault Todd McClellan. Talbot should have started that game. Lyon had played 3 in a row. I mean, enough.
Still want to see Kosa.
Or it would have been his 3rd in a row. Yes, I agree.
But at this point, they're not ready to throw in the towel, which is, I guess, in their minds, that's kind of what that would be doing if they bring up guys from Grand Rapids to get a little audition. You do that. I suppose you do that when you think you're out of it. I hope that that's not the case, but maybe it is. The Wings need to be gutted. 8 young players kept. The rest can go. Interesting. I do understand the frustration, though. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm very frustrated with this Red Wing team. What do you think is the most frustrating thing about it? Is it just simply that another collapse in March? Or is there something specific you can point to and say, see, again, here's the problem with the team? What's frustrating to you?
I'll get this. So the most frustrating thing to me is not the collapses in March because it's symptomatic of what they are. What's frustrating to me is they are soft. And I don't think they're soft mentally. I just think, and it's the same thing when Lalone was the coach, and he was honest about it. I remember asking him, this team, and it got a little better at times, is so easy to play against. Another team, I'm not saying you have to work, skate into Little Caesars Arena, oh boy, we're so scared to play the Red Wings. But they just not especially like a playoff style team. They don't grind. They don't hit a lot. They're easy to play against.
Yeah, they're not like the tough out that we've seen before.
And they've been this for the past 3, 4, whatever years. I mean, if you're going to lose, at least lose with some fire or whatever.
Was there any fire last night with Edmondson fighting Kachuk?
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like
a little bit. But, I mean, they just, you watch certain teams play, and it's not just the skill levels. It's just the up and down and bumping and grinding and
are you sure you're talking hockey?
Checking.
Oh, now he's talking
that type of stuff. They're not tough in front of the net.
Now their defense is that is lacking for sure.
I mean, you need finesse players, and those guys who've up until yesterday, or the last few games really, but yesterday they were 1 for 6. I mean, DeBrincat's had a good statistical year. Kane's been okay, obviously. Larkin, for the most part, has been good. Raymond is really good. Tarasenko is not good. But you need certain guys like that on your team. Yeah, I'm not asking for every guy to be like Rasmussen is probably the most physical forward. Would that be fair to say?
I mean, the guys on the fourth line, whenever they're brought up, Shine plays physical.
Yeah, Watson
plays physical, but these aren't. I mean,
right,
looking for the top 9 forward.
Yeah, Kopp was a
Casper.
little bit.
Casper plays physical. I mean, actually, the top line guys do play physical with Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond are both physical players, but they're smaller. They don't have the size to go with it like Rasmussen does, or Soderblom obviously has the most size, and hopefully he comes back real soon because they miss him. This is a guy he's a giant out there on the ice, and he's got really good hands, and we're just starting to see scratch the surface. I think this could be a guy who would be a really nice find for this team in years to come, but we need it now.
Right. They're just it's simple. They're too easy to play against, and they've been that way for 3 years.
Well, and one of the things, when they got away in the offseason, all right, or during the season last year and then in the offseason, when you let a couple guys go, when you let go of Wallman, you traded him away, and then you let go of Gostisbehere in free agency. Two guys that definitely
they weren't physical.
No, but Wallman was pretty good defensively, and Gostisbehere was amazing on offense, but defensively left a lot to be desired with his defensive skill. But nonetheless, one of the problems with the team this year has been getting the puck up to the forwards, which is something Gostisbehere was able to do well. Mm-hmm. And if you're looking for more of a stay-at-home defenseman, Jake Wallman could provide that, along with the occasional gritty after he scores a goal. But they moved on from that to give other guys an opportunity.
I'd love to find out what the real deal with Jake Wallman is, because I think there's something either in the locker room, because it appears the Wings are not the only team that, like St. Louis got rid of him and he was decent. Wings got rid of him. San Jose got rid of him.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, I mean, on the ice he was pretty good for them. Off the ice might be a whole different matter, and that would explain some things there. Mm-hmm. But they were counting on other guys to step up defensively this year. And Johansson has been okay, as a rookie.
A little better.
Edvinsson has had his ups and downs. I think his upside is massive.
Gustafson's terrible for the most part.
And he's out for the year. So Gustafsson doesn't even matter anymore. He had his moments, but not enough of them. And then you're back with, defenseman. Now that Petrie's back on his team, but not playing back-to-backs.
I mean, the one guy on this team,
Justin Hall.
The one guy on this team who I think fits the mold of a guy that I'm talking about is Sherratt. Sherratt's tough, and he's not as talented.
Seider's tough too.
Who?
Seider's tough.
I know, but Sherratt is one of those guys that he ain't Seider is, yes, but Sherratt, I give him credit. He's just not the most talented guy in the world.
No, but he's playing on the top line, the top pairing, and you'd like to see him show up a little bit more. But there's also a team philosophy about not being able to play good team defense. And last night, I mean, afterwards, Mickey Redmond was pointing out that, look, there's sometimes just some bad breaks.
Oh, that goal that went off Rasmussen's butt or whatever.
Well, because they're clearing the zone,
right?
And here's Mo Seider to skate off the ice because they're gonna clear the zone, just dump it in, and it goes off Rasmussen, stays. Now Mo's caught, because he was coming off the ice, and it leads to a goal. That's brutal when you see that happen. And, unfortunately, that's puck luck, and it's bad puck luck. When you're not playing well, those things get accentuated. And that's just, I don't know, it's a tough watch. The Red Wings have turned into, from what they were like a month and a half, 2 months ago, they were awesome to watch. A lot of fun. Young players contributing. We're seeing Casper emerge as a nice player. And even Soderblom was turning into this nice player. We're getting, all of a sudden, they're clicking again with Larkin and Raymond and DeBrincat and Kane are playing outstanding. And here we go. And then the Four Nations Cup happens. We get the slow in the action. The Wings don't play for 10 straight days. And they come back, and they're not the same team. They're just not the same team. And the same problems persist. It's like we're waiting for Kosa or Augustine to get ready to come up to this team. And look, I watched Augustine play last night. I wasn't terribly impressed with Augustine last night for Michigan State, even though he's been very, very good.
I think he's coming back to State.
I think he'll come back to Michigan State. It really
depends on NIL money, right?
I don't know if it depends on NIL. I think it depends really on what they're going to do with Kosa. If Kosa's going to spend another year at Grand Rapids, I don't know if Augustine will go to Grand Rapids. If he'll decide to turn pro, he may just go back to Michigan State. But if Kosa makes the team or has a really good chance to make the team, then maybe he'll decide to turn pro and he'll go to
that has to be decided somewhat quickly, right?
Well, reasonably quick. I'd imagine for him it's probably just before you enroll in this the fall semester. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about the basketball games tonight. We've talked about the Tigers and our first impressions. Anything on your mind is the way we roll here on the Karsch and Anderson program. Big game tonight for the Pistons. Got a question about that. We're going to test the temperature of the Piston fan. Hope you're going to the game. Could be a big one tonight for the Pistons against the Cleveland Cavaliers, the top team in the East. No Cade Cunningham. That's kind of a bummer. We'll see how the team does. This is 97.1, The Ticket. We got a lot going on tonight. Michigan State, Ole Miss. Michigan, Auburn after that. We got the Pistons taking on the Cavs. We got the Tigers taking on the Dodgers now that the baseball season has started, thankfully. All this happening. We haven't spent a ton of time talking about the Pistons today. Cleveland's number one team in the East.
Mm-hmm.
They're outstanding. The Pistons have played awfully well. 41-32 record at this point. We talked earlier about the remarkable turnaround from 14 wins to 41 and counting. This team is now guaranteed a 500 or better record. They will obviously surpass 500 record. It's amazing what they've done. With this game tonight, you're taking on the best team in the East. Do you put any stock into this game, or is this just a point in the season where it's too late in the year to really – you got teams that are jockeying for playoff position. Some are just resting players. There's no Cade Cunningham in the lineup for the Pistons tonight. He's got this calf contusion that they're dealing with.
They're playing on
day-to-day.
They're playing on a back-to-back. Is Cleveland. Mobley didn't play last night. I don't know his injury situation. Donovan Mitchell plays most nights. Some nights he takes the night off. No, I mean, it's weird because in listening, and I've heard some Cavaliers, talk about, they asked what's the difference between this year and last year, why they're so much better. They say coaching staff. So there's some shots have been fired from there towards JB.
Because that's where he coached before.
Yeah, so I imagine it'll always be a high-energy game. But I don't think it means anything because Cleveland's pretty much, they're the number one seed. And unless something absolutely crazy happens, the Pistons are going to be the 5 seed.
Well, I don't know if it's crazy. They could be the 4 seed. I don't think it's crazy. They're only 2 games behind Indiana.
I know. I think Indiana's going to win. Be the 4 seed. Okay, crazy. But they're going to play Indiana in the first round.
I think that's likely to happen. I think with the situation with Milwaukee, with Dame Lillard.
Yes.
It's unfortunate for him and unfortunately for the Bucks that it's going to be hard for the Bucks to maintain that standing. I mean, right now the Pistons are ahead of them by half game because of the extra win. But they're 2 games behind the Pacers at this point in time. I think we're going to see that. I agree with you. The 4-5 matchup, I think, will be Indiana-Detroit. The question is who gets home court advantage for the Game 7, if and when that takes place. I look at tonight's game, though, and even though if Cleveland they don't care as much, they've got a healthy 5-game lead over Boston, with 9 games to go. They're not going to lose the top spot in the East. So they could start resting guys. Pistons are playing without Cade, but this game means something to the Pistons. So maybe a measuring stick, it's not necessarily there. This isn't a playoff game, and it's not going to be playoff atmosphere, although – should be a sellout in Detroit on a Friday night, even though you got the tournament. But look, people, bought the tickets ahead of time for this one, and we're all getting primed for the playoffs beginning here in a couple weeks. But Cleveland being, a bit of a rival, the best team in the East, it's definitely an attraction. I think the game does mean something to the Pistons, but I don't know if we're going to gain anything out of it, like saying, look how they handled this situation. I think they're ready to go. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. But I am looking forward to seeing how they do play tonight. And it really, for me, it's about the younger guys getting their opportunities. I mean, the last couple games we saw Ron Holland score 26 and then Sasser score 27. Right. That's not Cade Cunningham. That's not Malik Beasley. These are, a rookie player and a guy who's been in the league for a couple of years and clearly has been just a bench guy at this point. But they got their opportunities and they ran with it.
And if I'm not mistaken, the last time they played at Little Caesars Arena was when Garland hit the shot at the buzzer to win the game.
I think you're right. Now I go back and remember that, and that was painful.
Yeah,
to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts popping the jersey and getting in the face of some of the Pistons fans.
Right.
It was that was a hard one to take. That was a tough loss to take. You look like you had it, and then you didn't have it, and that kind of sucked. But 248-539-9797. How do you feel about this game tonight, Piston fans? Are you putting any stock into it? Or are you just going to enjoy it, just sit back and watch the last nine games of the season here, and then just gear up for the playoffs? Some more ticket texts coming in. We had talked earlier about the great job that Dusty May has done at Michigan, turning the program around in just 1 year. Dusty May took over a team that every player left except one player, and now he's in the Sweet 16. Even a more incredible year. Yeah. It really is amazing. Dan Campbell, yes, the result the last few years on the field were not there. They have been, but I guess losing in the play. But I think they're just saying we haven't won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But the culture change was almost immediately.
That's true.
And that is impressive. He got guys to buy in. And it took a while before they started to see the results on the field. But and I don't think the buy-in was right away. I think the buy-in, there was that shock of, who is this guy? This guy's kind of nuts.
Right.
And eventually they did buy in.
Would you throw, granted, whatever you want to say about the program, but would you throw Jim Harbaugh in the conversation? Because Michigan was at a pretty low point in their program at the time.
I think you'd have to.
Yeah.
I mean, record-wise, it was
right.
that first year was.
I mean, come on, they were selling, giving tickets away if you bought Diet Cokes and stuff.
They didn't have a problem with selling tickets at Michigan. They still get 100,000 plus, but I don't think there's any question the record was better,
right?
And the team played better.
Yeah.
I mean, I can admit that. Now, what they did after that,
okay.
Some finagling and stuff that you probably shouldn't do, but I don't need to get into that because I'm a Spartan and people won't take it seriously. Great turnaround was Brady Hoke's first year. Took Michigan to the Sugar Bowl and beat Virginia Tech. That's Dave in the car. So Brady Hoke taking over.
Yeah, okay. Brady Hoke is at both ends of that spectrum.
Well, right. Yeah. And by the end of it, get this guy out of here.
Although, to be fair to Rich Rod, when he came in, he went from 3 to 5 to 7. They were getting better, obviously, mostly on offense.
Yeah, but that's not that immediate turnaround you're looking at.
No, I know. But as far as where Brady Hoke, if Rich Rod wouldn't have been hired, they might have still gotten to that bowl game. You never know.
Look, the only thing I should, it's coming for me. The exciting part of the Rich Rod era was Denard Robinson.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that I can admit that guy was just fun to watch. I enjoyed watching him. Seemed like a good kid, shoelaces, whatever. But he was just fun to watch. Unfortunately, every player that they recruited there was like 5'9" or 5'10", and they were all wide receivers.
I know,
which was a massive mistake that they had made. Some more ticket text coming in. Gator, you're a great guy, but Shamar Stewart, I think, is possibly the best defensive end in the draft, with the exception of Carter. The guy is built like Myles Garrett. Tons of athleticism and tackling and vision, can be trained. He's my pick, no question. That's from Aaron. Aaron, I get it. There's a lot to like physically with Shamar Stewart.
But as you pointed out, Gator, the productivity on the field has not been great.
No, it hasn't been. But Mel Kiper ranks players by position, as well as whatever is top like 50 players available in the draft. He has Shamar Stewart as the number one defensive end listed. That's his guy as the number one defensive end. So
he has Carter as something else, like an edge.
He's got listed as an edge rusher or outside linebacker. But I'm just going back and see who he has behind him as defensive ends. It goes Shamar Stewart, followed by Landon Jackson from Arkansas, then JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State, and Nick Scorton from Texas A&M.
In terms of Shamar Stewart, by the way, we know Lions have had a trend of drafting players with high relative athletic scores, RAS, and Shamar Stewart posted a 9.99.
Yeah, it's massive because, like I said, this is a guy who's 6'5" and 267 pounds in the combine, and yet ran a 4.5 940 and had a 40-inch vertical leap.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to like there. There's a lot I would think there's a lot you can coach up. I'm just stunned with numbers like that. And the size that he is, being 6'5" and 267 or something, I guess when he played at A&M, but 267 at the combine. When you're that big and you've got this kind of speed and explosiveness, to have a sack and a half each of the last 3 years, it just doesn't seem like that's terribly impressive. The production, again, where's the production from a guy that's this physical stalwart? Is this... I think there's a lot of guys that can look the part, but are they the part? You know?
And you got to figure out what's important, the combine or actually the tape.
Right, the tape doesn't lie. And admittedly, I'm not sitting there breaking down Texas A&M tape. That'll happen in the next couple weeks. as we get closer and closer to the draft. We do get dialed in on the show at some point.
That's right. I get it.
You start to narrow it down, and as we get closer and closer and more and further away from free agency, I still think that the Lions are going to add more in free agency that they haven't done yet.
And I love the fact that you guys actually will read my mock draft when I do it.
Yes, I do a mock draft every year as well, and have done it for a number of years because I just like to see how I line up with everything else. Usually do pretty well in the first part of it, and then it gets a little squirrely. But if you can match up the team and the player, and if you do it 10 times or more, I think that's impressive.
One of my favorite draft memories with you was when we were 24 seconds the year they took Hawkinson.
Was Hawkinson or Ebron?
It was Hawkinson.
Okay.
Because they were booing at 24 seconds.
Yeah. I forget if it was, but that's what I say. I forget if it was for Eric Ebron or if it was for TJ Hawkinson. I remember one of my friends at the time said that who was there at the bar that night, and he said, if they draft a tight end here, I'm going to put my head through the wall. I'm like, well, don't do that here, man.
No.
Easy, Jesse. You're okay. Don't do that. And fortunately, he did not. But yeah, the crowd was not. And I remember I'd taken video of the place.
Yeah, I know. I did too. We tweeted it out, and people were pissed.
They were not happy with that selection. I think it was Ebron because I think by the time it may have been Hawkinson.
Yeah.
I just know it was a tight end.
Right.
And nobody was happy with
it. It was Hawkinson.
I think you had more to think about the more. I think you're right. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on the Karsch Anderson Show on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. You want to make sure you got a weed-free lawn this year. It's absolutely beautiful. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, get green, stay green, and how about saving some green? This is what happens when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Last I checked, end of the month is coming real soon. The offer, like I said, includes free grub control. You're going to want that. It's a fantastic deal that you get right now, and you want to make sure that you get on the schedule so they can start taking care of crabgrass. Crabgrass control is vitally important. If you see crabgrass in the summer, frankly, it's too late to treat it. You got to take care of it right now. You want to control it. It's just going to kill your lawn, and nobody wants that. You want a beautiful, lush, green lawn that's going to be the envy of the neighborhood. Natural Way's great. They use fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They've got certified applicators and arborists that come out and custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've trusted to work on my lawn for almost a dozen years now. I love them. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. couple more notes on the mock draft we went over. One thing I did want to mention, I said earlier that the CBS mock draft had Lions taking Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. He's rated the number 1 defensive end by Mel Kiper. With the second pick at number 60, this mock draft had the Lions selecting wide receiver Savion Williams, the big wideout from Texas Christian University, TCU. He's number 6 on Mel's list of wide receivers. So it's interesting that they're that highly thought of by Mel Kiper. And to get 2 of those players in the top 60, okay, I get it. Savion Williams is an interesting pick because of his size, speed, and rushing ability. Over 300 yards rushing last season, 12 touchdowns total between his 611 receiving and 322 rushing, nearly 1,000 yards from scrimmage, and 12 total touchdowns. That's impressive. And then those that didn't hear, the third-round pick was Kane Medrano, the linebacker from UCLA, 6'3", 222 guy, 4'4", 40, ran a 4.46 at the combine, 38-inch vertical leap, second leading tackler on UCLA's team this past season. A couple ticket texts that came in regarding James Pierce from Tennessee. Pierce is undersized for what the Lions want from their end. They first and foremost want their edge player to be able to set the edge and play against the run. But Pierce had a heck of a combine, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me ask you a question, though, with that. Don't they love Mekhi Wingo? And he's like an edge guy, right?
They do.
And he's not very big, is he?
Mekhi Wingo is...
he's not.
I thought he was kind of a tweener, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And they have very high hopes for him.
Mekhi Wingo is 6 foot even, 289.
The Lions have him listed as 291, 6 foot and 291. As far as James Pierce is concerned, he's 6'5", 245. Now, but that's an edge rusher.
Right.
6'5", 245 with big hands, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.47, only a 31-inch vertical leap, which I'm a little surprised by, that you're going to have that explosiveness, be able to run that fast with that kind of size, yet the vertical leap isn't that big. It's not that big of a deal to me that it's a 31-inch vertical leap. But the problems with him might be off field. That's the people worried about character with him. I don't know if I'd be terribly worried about that. I'm keep waiting for the Lions to go ahead and take a chance on somebody that might have a character issue, because I think by now there is a culture in Detroit, and if you have to come in and assimilate yourself into that culture, I would imagine if they go through interviews with these players, you'll figure that out.
Right.
You know, and then you'll lay down the law. This is what we expect out of people that come to the Detroit Lions. And
some people have questionable character issues, and they surround themselves or get drafted into a bad situation that doesn't pan out, and sometimes they get drafted into a good situation. I mean, I know a lot of us. I don't remember exactly where you stood on the Jalen Carter deal, but I wanted Jalen Carter, and I thought the Lions had built enough of a culture there where any questions that they would have might be able to overcome whatever fears that they had, and he ended up going to Philly, as you know, and they have a pretty good culture, and you see what he became. So
I like Jalen Carter. I wanted the Lions to select Jalen Carter. I won't lie about that.
No, me too.
But it's worked out. Obviously, when you get Jahmyr Gibbs instead of Jalen Carter, Jahmyr Gibbs has been outstanding for the Detroit Lions. Jalen Carter's got a ton of talent, but he hasn't been this force every single game. He's got his moments for sure, and I think there's a ton of upside.
In the playoffs, the Super Bowl.
I think there's a ton of upside with him, but we've already realized that from Jahmyr Gibbs.
So you'd rather have Jalen Carter than Jahmyr Gibbs? Well, it's Gibbs and Laporta, too.
I would have drafted. You're asking who I would have drafted. I would have drafted Jalen Carter, but the way things worked out because of the trade and who you get and the impact, now we can look at it a couple years later.
Right.
There's no question Jahmyr Gibbs has had a bigger impact on the Lions than Jalen Carter's had on Philadelphia.
I don't know. He was a difference maker and then winning the Super Bowl. Anyway.
This guy had I don't know how many touchdowns he's had in the last couple
of
years.
He's been great.
Pretty big impact.
He's been great. Yes, he's had a great impact. There's no doubt. It's offense versus defense. Anyway, I got to ask you a question. I know you saw this. I was just curious. For people who haven't seen the last, 12, 15 seconds of last night's Bulls-Lakers game. It was one of the most incredible endings of a basketball game that you could see. So go on YouTube and look at the highlights. I mean, Chicago went down 113, what was it? 113, 110. And then it got up to 115, 110. Austin Reeves made 2 free throws with 12 seconds left. So the Lakers are up 5 with 12 seconds left. Patrick Williams of Chicago hits a 3 to cut it to 115, 113 with 10 seconds left. LeBron makes a horrible play under the basket. Chicago steals the ball. Kobe White, who's playing unbelievable right now, hits a 3 to put them up 116, 115. So the Bulls go up with 6 seconds left. Austin Reeves then comes down after a timeout, makes a layup to give the Lakers the lead 117, 116 with 2 seconds
Lakers
left.
end up being like
3.1 seconds
I was going to say
left.
3 seconds left.
And then the Bulls have no timeouts. They get the ball into Josh Giddey, and he heaves up. I mean, it wasn't even a jump shot. He heaved the ball practically from half court, put it in, and the Bulls won the game. I can't remember a game that had that many lead changes within 12 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, that was a lot. It was an impressive finish to that game.
Yes.
And it has one of the things that infuriates me about basketball, the professional basketball anyway, is that you call a timeout after a made basket. Now you get the ball at half court. It makes no sense to me.
Oh, I totally disagree. It gives you an opportunity for more buzzer beaters than if it was the other way around.
I think you should play the game the way the game's being played, like you see in college. You got to go the whole court.
I think college should do the NBA way.
The two things I'd like switched. I'd like to see the NBA go with the college rule with that. If I don't care if you're calling timeout or not, you got to go the full court. And I'd like to see college get rid of the possession arrow and go back to jump balls.
That we agree on.
I'm just saying those are the two switches I would make. And
that one I kind of agree on.
Jump balls take forever because it's not like they're being reviewed or anything.
But I'd rather see. I don't like the call timeout automatic and get the ball to half court thing in the NBA. I can't stand that.
Well, I like that better than the college version. When you have to go the entire court.
It sets up what you saw last night in the Bulls Lakers. It was incredible.
What a shot that was.
I don't know why the rule tested. I don't know. I don't like it. That's me.
Okay,
you guys like what you like.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what, Gator? I'm with you. I've never been a big fan because it's like almost like cheating.
Yeah, it's like
okay. We're going to go ahead and just set you at half court.
You get an extra 40 feet. What is that?
Right.
It's like college and pro football. 1 feet, 2 feet. Who cares?
You know what? We may have become best friends because I do think the possession arrow in college hoops, the reason why they did it is because they said, well, jump balls make the game go longer. The hypocrisy is, have you seen the replay reviews?
I think the reason they did it was because they realized the referees aren't good enough at the jump balls, and they're always unfair.
And if you're not going to do that, then my thing is this: defense gets the ball.
I agree with you. I
hate no possession arrow. Right, defense wins.
If anything, on the little bug below, they need to make the possession bigger. Because I'm always like immediately, jump ball. Who's got possession?
I know.
Look, where is it? Where is it?
Yeah,
oh, it's right there. Okay, it's Memphis.
And if you're at the game itself, it's
no
tough
idea
to see sometimes too.
It's right there at the scoring table. A gigantic arrow.
No, if you're watching on TV though, it says
he says you're at the game.
Well, it depends. Well, if you sit with as good seats as you have, you can see it. But if people are in the upper deck,
that's a good point.
If you're in the upper deck, you can't see that.
We know Stoney can't afford those good seats.
Says the man who's a roadie for Bruce. Okay.
That's what he spends all his money on.
But listen, in fairness for Rico, it's hard for him to see because he's next to the bench.
That's a good point.
He's not on the other side looking at it.
He's right next to his eye.
That's not helping.
Him and Ishby are right next there.
What's coming up on the show
Actually,
today?
sat next to Ishby.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me. That doesn't shock. You're the
mayor.
mayor.
Did you give him any tips on how to run an NBA team?
No. But then I was like, wow. I was like, John Engler came walking down like, I haven't seen him in a long time.
That's a former governor. How old is John Engler now?
Right.
The 80s?
Wasn't Engler also the guy involved?
Yeah, we're not getting into that. All right.
Let's see. Stop.
What'd you say? Oh.
Show.
Basically,
radio show.
Are you the type of person that can be trusted? I feel like an infomercial. Are you the type of person that can be trusted around people? Well, we have a number for you. It's called 1-800-RIEGER. Do people not want to watch games with you because you become embarrassing. You're obnoxious.
I
you are a destroyer of property.
By the way, I was thinking of you when I heard about this last night.
He's pointing at Jeff Rieger.
I'm pointing at Jeff Rieger. I point.
Watching on the
I know. It's emphasis.
I'm sure this is very
it's
positive.
Not about pointing. It's just about that you're addressing Rieger, not Rico, who just spoke. That's all.
I said, okay. Mr. Rieger, did you like the Cornell band yesterday at the hockey game?
What happened? I didn't even see it.
Early Michigan State's
I'll
playing
tell you what,
Cornell.
Too much to watch.
You guys can discuss this afterwards.
No,
What were they playing? What were
it's
they playing?
perfect for Rieger because Rieger is the most unbelievable troll of the world.
Bro, it's Friday and Gator's ready to go home.
I gotta
Okay, go home.
It's late.
All right. Rieger, 2 minutes into the hockey game, the Cornell band plays the victors.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
I just thought of you that you would actually like that.
Trolling, if it's done right, it's a lost art.
I hate trolling. Hate it. But if you're going to go with the troll, that was pretty clever.
Stoney and Rieger up next, 97.1.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? One of the greatest days ever. Michigan State. Both play tonight. The Tigers and Jack Flaherty and Chavez Ravine going to take on the Dodgers. If you're looking for Valenti, he's back next week. Rico's right there. Kenny's there. Bobby's right there. Rico, how the hell are you, buddy?
I was just told by Jimmy I do have to do the show today, so I tried to opt out and hit the portal.
Oh, please. There's no place that you'd rather be.
Got a feeling you're going to be insufferable today, but you know what? We're going to power through it, Rieger.
No, so listen, I find it comical that you're acting like you're not excited too. I saw Rico before the show watching Michigan State highlights and Jace Richardson interviews. So don't act like you're not excited. You're just as excited as I am.
No, I was just trying to gather information, Rieger, on what's going on.
Listen,
I'm not, contrary to popular belief, not in Atlanta right now, so don't know what's being said.
I don't know why you need to downplay why I am just jacked.
No. You,
I'm
another level. Like, I haven't seen... We'll get to this at 3. Like, Rieger is at a certain level right now. It's like,
I feel good. I feel good about life. I mean, you wake up and life is good. That's all. Right. Happy to be alive. Not every day you get moments and nights like this. But let's get into it, shall we? Because, listen, we got a jam-packed show. We got Who Said It in the 4 o'clock hour. We got Tigers-Dodgers reaction from last night. Game 2 is tonight right here on the ticket. And, of course, a lot of Michigan State stuff. Kenny Cott thought of maybe the greatest radio topic I've ever heard of. We're going to do that at 3 o'clock. But I do.
Yeah, I almost had one. But you know what? Real quick, not to hijack, I felt good to know that at least I wasn't the only one last night that lost the parlay because took Duke in the points and Arkansas just to flat out win.
Oh, yeah. I did.
Except for I got tired. I'm like, this thing's over. There's 10 minutes left to go in the game. I'm going to bed. Wake up to the money in the bank. Nah.
Duke was minus 9.5. They were up at one point by 19. And, of course, Arkansas led by 16 in the second half. And Calipari was wearing a sweet blazer. And Duke doesn't cover, and Arkansas throws it away. They literally choke it away. Tough, if you bet that, which a lot of people did. But, Rico, I was thinking about tonight. And after the show, I'm going to scurry on home. I live in Canton. It's like a half hour away. I'm going to get ready to watch Michigan State and Ole Miss, which, by the way, I mean, we'll talk about it, but I think you guys roll Chris Beard and the Rebels. But I was thinking about how I'm going to watch the game because my wife will be home and my kid will be home. And on Saturday, there was a little issue. It was Michigan-Texas A&M, and I was working. Halftime comes, I get off the air, I race home, I watch the second half in my house. And it started with a room full of 4 living creatures, my dog, my wife, and my kid. And it ended with just me sweating, holding on to this basketball, yelling at the top of my lungs as I coached Michigan to a massive win against Texas A&M. At one point, my wife is trying to tell me about something super important concerning our finances. And I'm like, I can't talk to you right now. Please, save it for after the game. Exactly. So during the game, I didn't realize how I was acting. I didn't realize it at all. It's just how I always act. It was a big game, right? They make their way to the Sweet 16 after that awful season last year. So after the game, my daughter, she's 9 years old, she comes up to me. And she's like, Daddy, why were you yelling so much? And I'm like, I wasn't yelling. And then all of a sudden, my wife swoops in and she's like, you don't think you were yelling? Yes, you were. Why were you yelling? And I'm like, what do you mean, why was I yelling? And Michigan's playing Texas A&M, and they're like, we didn't know that. And I was like, well, how didn't you know that? Why should they know that, I guess? Why would they know that? So meanwhile, I'm trying to defend myself for being the monster that I turn into when I watch a big college basketball game. And I felt bad about it. I felt bad about it for at least a couple hours. And then I had an epiphany, Rico. Everybody does it. Every sports fan does it. It might not be college basketball for every sports fan, but every sports fan has a game, a moment where they lose their freaking mind, and afterwards they almost feel guilty for how embarrassing they were. That was me on Saturday. That's going to be tonight. I already told them. I'm like, guys, get the hell out of the house for 4 hours because I'm not going to be pretty to be around. But I do believe everybody goes through it. So I wanted to ask, and you can tell your stories, 248-539-9797. Maybe it's just me, but do you ever get embarrassed by the way you act watching a big game? Because I think everybody goes through it.
Rieger, I think you're on a different level. Now, I categorize it. There's certain fans. You're in level 5. You're in the VIP section. For most fans, yeah, there's a game or so where you do get excited, or a play happens, or a comeback, and you get excited. Every fan does that for big games. You do it for every game.
No. I just do it for every Michigan basketball game.
Okay.
But I don't. Regular season, I don't. I just sit in my Barca lounger. I take it in. I'm totally fine to be around.
Jeff.
No, it's these games. It's the tournament games.
Jeff, I know you. You do it for every regular season Michigan game. Doesn't matter.
I don't think I do it for the regular season. I don't. You're telling me you don't or have never done it?
No, Jeff, I said people do it for big games.
What have you done it for?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking for.
But I'm saying, Jeff, I know you. Don't sit here and lie to the audience. I know you. Regular season game, you do the same thing.
How many late night phone calls have you got from him, Rico, after a big game, regular season game?
Or text messages.
I'm just not going to call or text anybody ever again then.
No, Jeff, it's you. It's I'm not. I'm just saying it's more than just tonight. You would do it if it was Michigan versus whoever, Dayton, and Michigan's losing. I can't believe these. It's
Okay,
who you are. No,
okay,
but it's fine.
There's something about the tournament that it really brings it out of me.
It's the finale. If you lose, you go home.
Exactly. It's single elimination. It's every possession matters. It's if you're down by double digits, you get back into it with a big 3. The mood swings, the emotion swings are unbelievable. For me, it's the tournament. But for everybody else, it might be something else. But I guarantee you, people of Detroit listening have acted in a way watching a sports game that they're embarrassed afterwards. It's not just me, but I'm going to be embarrassing tonight. I know I will be.
Right, because I guess 248-539-9797, a question that I would ask, are you just not invited to places because you're so embarrassing?
Oh, you think that's what it is?
Are you just told, you know what, no, we're not inviting this person. They destroy property.
I might be that person.
Or they tick off people. They turn into a fight guy. No. Hey, let's go watch the game with Rick. Nah, let's not.
Well, it's funny because
either you are or you know somebody like that.
Well, it's funny because I got invited, believe it or not, to go to a bar tonight or a restaurant and watch both games. And it's my brother's birthday and he's going to be there. And I said immediately no. And I'm like, what kind of person would invite me to a public place to watch these games with actual people? I'm a monster. I don't want to be by anybody, and they don't want me to be around. So maybe you're on to something. Because, like, these tonight, you can't watch a game like this at a bar.
Oh, no, there's certain games I'm not watching with people at all. And, like, heaven forbid, like, Michigan State play.
On Sunday?
I'm not anytime. I'm not watching the game.
You got to be by yourself.
Or I'm not watching the game with any Wolverine fans. Or I kind of root for both teams fans. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny because you, myself, and Evan talked about the potential of almost like a streamcast, right? If Michigan played Michigan State, we would stream it through like the 97 Won the Ticket website or the Twitter account, kind of like we've done with other things like
with
the Stafford
draft.
Cast and the draft, right? And we thought like, wow, that'd be fun, right? And then we realized there's no way in hell the three of us could be in the same room together.
Have you ever destroyed property?
I don't know if I destroyed property, but I've thrown stuff for sure. Yeah, I've never like wrecked
Broken
my
remotes?
TV. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I've never wrecked my TV. My TV, I'm very cognizant of the fact.
So you're not one of those
keep everything away.
Smash the TV guy when your team loses.
Right. You see the videos, they
Right.
rip the TV off the mount. That's not me. TVs are too expensive.
Okay. No. I have, like you said, I've been excited about certain games. I remember, because like last year, the NFC title game.
Oh yeah, Niners and Lions.
Man, first of all, I'm not watching the game with any Lions fans because I'm not going to be rooting for the Lions in this game. It was the game I was dreading all year. I was hoping that game wouldn't happen, and it happened. And at the end, when they finally scored, I'm like, yes, I'm just sitting there screaming in the house, but it's my house all by myself.
I've seen video of this.
Right.
You showed me video. Rico has cameras in his house, and there was video of you. I've never seen you move that quick. When San Francisco finally won the football game and you realized that you wouldn't get ridiculed by Lions fans.
Right.
Okay, so 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, safe space. Fun way to open the show, we hope. Have you ever been embarrassed by your behavior during a sporting event Are you that person that people don't invite to places because you get too insane? And you ever apologize? I had to apologize. But I'm not sorry about it. I just can't help it. Like, there's been times when you ask yourself, why do I care so much? But you just do. Tonight's going to be one of those nights.
And you know what, Rieger? I got a question for you next.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, are you looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models? There's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable deals, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealers. Look, whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the March Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT, $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, 97 won the ticket. Rico and I are asking the very important question. You ever act so ridiculous that you're embarrassed after a sporting event?
And see, Rieger, as I stated before, I consider you a good friend.
Oh, thank you.
I give you a hard time.
Thank you.
But
That's very nice.
I think you're lying to the people right now.
What do you mean?
I don't know if it's your competitive nature. You're like this in a lot of different things. It's not just watching the game, but Kenny, to use a word that we used earlier this week, to harken back, there was a certain person that I know, I'll leave them nameless, And Kenny, we were in Las Vegas, and we were watching a game. And they had a winning ticket, but the game wasn't over yet.
I was drunk. It's not my fault.
This certain person harassed the poor gentleman who cashes in the ticket.
I don't think I harassed him.
I got the winner. Sir, the game's not over yet, but looks like you do have the winner. Well, give me my money. Sir, the game's not over yet. Rieger?
I was drunk. Sorry.
Rieger, as a guy who enjoys the occasional beverage.
Oh, you enjoy the occasional beverage?
That excuse doesn't exactly hold up with anybody, okay?
I mean, that's a good point.
But I was drunk.
Last night I was drunk.
Yeah, get out of jail free card. Doesn't matter. I was drunk.
So, yeah. So, look, I've done it before. Kenny, I'm sure you've done it. Jeff, you've done it. 248-539-9797. What have you done that has just flat out embarrassed your friends, your family, because you just got so wrapped up in watching this game or this event that everybody's looking at you like, oh, my God, who is this person?
You don't even know how you're acting either. It's almost like you go out of your body. The other question I do wonder about, and we'll get to the calls, and Kenny's got some text as well. Can you watch a game like this at a bar? Like, for the people that are truly into college basketball, Michigan and Michigan State fans tonight, it's a monster day. The Tigers played today too. But can you go to a bar and be with people that don't care as much as you do? Because to me, that's the big problem. Like, if I go to a bar tonight, I'm going to act like a lunatic. Furthermore, there's a lot of people in said bar that don't care as much as I care. So then I feel all weird about acting like a lunatic. I need my padded room where I can get into my straitjacket and go insane and watch these games. I can't go to a bar for a game like this. There's no effing way.
No, you go to a bar for games, you have no skin in the game.
Right, like yesterday's game.
Yeah, last night, if we were at the bar watching that Arkansas collapse, it would have been fun. We'd have been like, man, that was a great night, great time that we had because we didn't care. But when you care about a team, unless you're in a bar full of people, because like every year for like Michigan State football, they're like, hey, we're all going to get together and watch the game, mixed company. I'm like, the hell I am.
Right.
I'm not going to be there. Good luck. Well, we're just going to have fun. Yeah, it ain't fun for me. You know what? You guys go out, you drink, you do whatever. I'm not going to be there. Take lots of pictures. Won't be me.
Like, I feel, and this is going to sound bad, but I'm going to say it anyway. Don't take this the wrong way. I feel if there's one thing I've done.
Great setup.
Yes, if there's one thing I've done, I've trained my wife in this one regard to when people say, I want to come over and watch the football game. You know, because the Lions are a big thing now and everybody's a Lions fan and the fans that didn't exist 20 years ago are now massive fans and they all watch together. Numerous times, people have wanted to come over or they want us to come over and watch the games with them. And my wife says the same thing every time. That's not that. That's not how Jeff rolls. Okay. That's not how he rolls. And I agree with you. Like, I can't do it. For big games, I can't be with people that don't care. I think that's what it is. And I know it sounds elitist, but it's how I am.
So you just train her to say you can't be there?
No, she's picked up that on her own. Okay. Like, it's pretty impressive, to tell you the truth.
That's what she says.
Maybe. Away from me. Actually, sometimes to me. Kenny, some ticket text, and we'll get to some calls.
My dad wouldn't sit next to me at my sister's basketball games. I was, quote, embarrassing and, quote, going to get my ass kicked.
There you go.
Rieger, I'm just like you. My wife and daughters did not want to be in the same room. Now they make fun of me, so it's kind of comical.
There you go. See? It's pretty ugly when you witness it live.
You know what? And I have something. Ask Rieger about his broken 5-iron. What does that mean, Jeff?
Who the hell's texting you? That's totally different. That's in the golf course. I don't do that anymore.
I think that still applies, though, does it not?
Does. Kenny, I'm going to say yes, it does.
Whose idea was this dumb topic? Yes, there's been numerous times, a couple times, where I've had to get my 5-iron and my 4-iron reshafted. And I told Carl's, I went over there to Carl's Golfland. I told them that I accidentally ran over the clubs with the cart. They're like, oh, these are under warranty. When in reality, I just threw them and bent them and got pissed because I suck.
Okay.
Boy, if this was a trial, I feel I'm losing right now. I just want people to agree with me.
Whoops. Not the same. That's not
People
what that
keep
was.
replacing our
Well,
stuff.
they're only 3
Right.
points out, so I guess that's good. They too lost again yesterday.
That's not what it was supposed to say. Okay.
All right, a couple more ticket text.
When the line started getting good a couple of years ago, I would lose my mind every touchdown. My reaction became a little bit more reserved eventually. That's from Nick. Can't watch big games anymore. I keep yelling and cursing, increasing watching MSU. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, like Rico acts like he's way more composed than me. But tonight, and I would like one of your cameras to pick up on this. I want to actually break into your camera so I can watch it. If it comes down to
Matt
Ole
Weiss.
Miss. That's good. Maybe your best line of the week.
I don't know about that, guys.
If it comes down,
Rieger's go Matt Weiss me. Okay.
yeah, what's the FBI doing at Rieger's house? I don't know. Why are they taking his computers? If it comes down to it, though, first game of the night, if Ole Miss and Michigan State goes down to the wire, there's no way you're going to be sitting. You're going to be standing. You're going to be sweating. You're going to be pacing because it means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when the game is close, yes, I will stand in front of the television set. Yes, that
exactly.
is me.
Exactly, I agree.
Pacing, no, but I'll be standing there, just whether it's
in the surrender cobra,
either hands on the back of your head or I'm like bent over, like I'm like, oh my god, like I've been playing and I'm tired,
You're out of
like
breath.
oh my goodness. But yeah, if it's close like that, then yes, I have to stand. I can't just sit there, and that's one other reason why I don't like watching certain games. I don't want to talk to anybody.
Right. Well, exactly. God forbid you get stuck in a
friends, no.
conversation.
Like there's a certain amount of people who know will talk during the game, only during the commercials. Game's back, hang up the phone. We don't have to say goodbye. Game's back. That's all you got to say.
Oh, I won't
Click.
even do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Game's
take
back.
the commercials to like compose myself, spray some water in
Other
my
than
face.
that, I don't want to hear from anybody. I really don't want to hear from you.
No, I don't blame you. Most people don't. Aubrey in Farmington Hills, you're on the ticket. What's up, Aubrey? How are you?
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Rico.
Hey, man.
So I was watching the Michigan basketball game with my son, my daughter-in-law, and my wife and two other grandkids. We have a grandson who's about a month and a half old. They made the mistake of letting me hold him while we were watching Michigan. Michigan scores a big, yeah, right? You see this, right? You see where this is going. But in any event, Michigan scores a big basket. I yelled out an emphatic yes, woke the baby up. He's screaming. My wife is looking at me like I had lost my mind. My daughter-in-law is giving me a dirty look. My son, however, who understood, really kind of laughed. So, that was about as crazy as I get. But that poor little baby, our grandson, was just screaming like nothing else.
Traumatized.
Aubrey, I've been there. Nicely done. You're one of us. You're human.
See you guys.
Nicely
Yeah.
done. I get it.
You actually did this, didn't you?
I've told this story when Middle Tennessee beat Michigan State in, what was that, 2016? 2015. 2016. I was holding Olive. She was an infant at the time, maybe 2 months old. And I was so happy that you guys lost. I stood up with my baby, my infant, and I gave one of those like, yes! And then I called my wife immediately. I'm like, would you mind just taking her for a second? And I carefully handed my baby over to my wife. And then I went outside and I made about 17 phone calls. It's a great day. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Are you one of those people that are not invited to parties because you're an animal when it comes to watching sports? Are you one of those people that you react ridiculously and you kind of have to apologize after a game? Why the hell do we care so much? We're discussing it because two of the biggest games of the season on tonight, 97 won the ticket. All right, big night tonight, obviously. Michigan State, Ole Miss, the first game. Michigan and Auburn, the best team in the tournament, we're led to believe. In the second game, we're going to talk college hoops. We're going to talk matchups. We're going to ask a great question that Kenny Cott came up with from the brain of Kenny Cott. It's a pretty impressive question. We'll do that in about a half hour. But right now, we're talking about fan behavior. Have you ever been embarrassed by how you act when a game is going on? Have you ever been not invited to sporting things because you are an embarrassment? Can you watch a game like tonight, Michigan and Michigan State, at a bar of all places or restaurant with other living, breathing people that don't care as much as you? It's the overall conversation of how to act responsibly as a fan. And I've been told that just saying I was drunk is not a good excuse.
No.
So there you go.
Has it ever worked for anybody?
Never. Never. I mean, you told that story about me in Vegas. I'm like, but I was drunk. And then Kenny's like, so?
Okay, Kenny.
I'm like,
that's the watered down version. So not to really embarrass Jeff, I may have to do more shows with him. But it was, hey, buddy, sit down. Have a seat. Have a seat. Right here.
You had to have a babysitter, is what I'm hearing. The
not
drunk
quite sure why I
babysitter?
brought it back up. Yeah. You know, in my warped mind,
I apologize to the guy in the casino for Rieger.
Oh,
that's how bad it was.
Oh, no.
Hey, man,
like Rico's
I'm
my
so
father.
sorry. I am so sorry. He doesn't get out much. He's just happy to get out the house and leave his wife and kid. So, yeah.
Somehow, some way, I thought this topic would not make me look as bad as it has so far. Kevin in Oak Park, you're on the ticket. What's up, Kev? How are you, bud?
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
Good afternoon. So back in 2013, when I went to Michigan State, I was visiting my friend in Ann Arbor for the Michigan State game, and he managed to score me a ticket in the student section. So obviously I wore something over my Michigan State garb, but took it off during the game. Flash forward to middle of the third and fourth quarter, I go and take a bathroom break, say hi to a friend for a hot second, and when I'm going back down to the student section to meet up with my friend again to watch the game, security guard did not like the fact that I was wearing Michigan State stuff. I felt a little verbally abused by this guy, and then he kind of let me on my way because I did pay for a ticket. And then just when I was about to get into my row again, after walking down a few steps, I flipped the bird to this security guard, and I was immediately thrown out of the game.
I was about to say, Kevin, you're making it sound so serene. Okay, first of all,
it was a
Kevin,
nice bird, Rico. It was a nice FU.
I get you did. You do realize, Kevin, even though you had on MSU gear, you're the type of person I don't like. Like,
yeah.
Don't go into
the year before, my friend did the same thing. We went to Michigan State game. He wore his Ann Arbor stuff, and like in the student section, and it was all fine. And then as soon as I do it in Ann Arbor, it was a problem.
I mean, Kev, you have to think something's gonna happen, right? You wore a Michigan State shirt into the big house. I think you would expect some
in
backlash.
the student section.
Exactly. Come on, Kev.
But yeah, and he's saying it's so cool.
Well, we did it the year before, and it was fine in there. So I was like, why not do it here?
So the State fans were just like,
man, you State fans don't care about football.
I guess.
No big deal. Just allow people to come in Michigan gear. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
You know what's funny? Kevin's like me a little bit. He calls off like it's the most innocent thing, like everybody does it. And then he can't understand why people would be like, well, that's your fault.
Oh, no.
That's totally. And then he flips off the guy.
Well, I'm at least glad that Kevin owned up to what he did, because I'm like, okay, it wasn't this calm. It's not to. I've seen when an opposing fan base is in the student section, it's never, well, I was just there wearing my shirt, and all of a sudden these people were saying mean things to me, and I offered to buy them popcorn and beverages, and I don't get this. Like, oh, yeah. And I flipped. Okay, there it is. Okay, yeah.
Do you remember earlier in the season, it was Michigan-Ohio State on a Sunday. It was basketball, and it was at Ohio State. And in the student section, there was one dude wearing like a Michigan jersey, and he was the one Michigan dude in the sea of Ohio State people. Like, listen, cool, got on TV, became a meme on the internet, but if you got your ass kicked, I mean, I gotta think you know why you got your butt kicked.
Yeah. I mean,
not saying it's right.
I've never been that
Not
type of
condoning
person. I remember Brady Hoke did that once. Brady Hoke, I think it was under Beeline. And he showed up to the Breslin Center. And he was like courtside seat.
Brady Hoke, when he was the coach of Michigan, shows up to, was it Michigan State?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Go on.
Courtside seat. And, it was basically like, oh, I'm going to show you. It was like one of D'Antonio's big recruiting weekends.
Oh.
So Brady Hoke shows up.
Kind of like this.
And he's like, okay. And he sits there front and center. And, a bunch of the kids that were visiting state also visited Michigan. So now they're like, oh, I don't know if I can have fun because, Coach Hoke is right there. And I kind of like me. So he has the courtside seat, right? Cameras all on him. Michigan gets shellacked that day.
Of course. You had to add that.
No.
That's why you're telling the story.
He can't leave because now it's going to look like you're a fair weather fan.
Right.
He has to sit there. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Yay, we're only down by 38 points now. Yay.
What year was this?
I have to look and see. But it was just like, we were all like, is that Brady Hoke? Like,
That is very bizarre.
Yeah.
He
tried to flex and it boomeranged back, bit him in the ass.
It's kind of like when Harbaugh went into the Indiana locker room at the half to visit Tom Crean after the Hoosiers just went on a 20-0 run to end the half. Beeline's getting his butt kicked by the Hoosiers, and you get Jimmy Harbaugh. Everybody follows him into the Hoosier locker room, and he's like, what? I was just visiting Tom. Like, you couldn't do that before the game?
I remember that.
The Michigan head football coach.
You were hot.
Oh, I was. I was on the radio that day, and nobody could see my point of view. Everybody's like, dude, it's his brother-in-law. And I'm like, so? There's times to visit your brother-in-law before or after, not during when the school you coach for just got embarrassed in the first half.
That's true.
Let's go to Kramer in Toledo. You're on the ticket. What's up, Kramer? How are you?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Love the show.
Thanks.
I had to call in for this one. I have two examples of why I can't have nice things and watch sports with friends.
Okay.
The first one was the first year that the Wings won the title got the cup in my lifetime. And when they got the game-winning goal, I was sitting next to my 4-year-old daughter on my couch. I jumped off the couch, threw my hand up in the air, and yelled yes at the top of my lungs and threw my hand right through a ceiling fan.
Oh, wow.
So I got stitches and blood all over the carpet in front of my 4-year-old.
Wow.
But I did stay home to watch the post game and watch all the good stuff.
And you were happy at the end, yes.
And get stitches,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And then I went and got stitches. And the second one was in a bar. I'm a Steeler fan. I was in a bar watching the Steelers play the Colts in the playoffs. If you guys remember this game where they're running out the clock and Jerome Bettis runs up in the line with the ball and fumbles it.
Oh, yeah.
And the Colts immediately pick it up and start running it back. And I jumped off my chair and yelled no from like the depths of my soul. And I think my soul left my body because I woke up on the floor, passed out from yelling no so loud.
Did you have a medical episode?
I passed out. I think I let all the oxygen out of my body. And I didn't even see Roethlisberger make the tackle and save the game until replays.
He just screamed and let it all out.
See, so Kramer, you get it, man. You get it. Do you ever apologize after these episodes?
I decided it was maybe I'm a homebody for sports.
But you don't change. You're still that guy, correct? It's not like you've tried to calm
still
down.
That intense. Yeah. My wife will not be in the house if I'm watching a game that matters to me.
I agree. Thank you, Kramer.
Yep.
See, a guy like Kramer makes me feel better. I'm not as bad as Kramer.
One of us.
I've never had a medical episode after celebrating a win or a loss, ever.
What is the most embarrassing thing that you've done?
Where do I start? There's been a lot. There's a lot. Why do we care so much, Rico? You ever just sit and think, why do we care so much? But we do. Listen, we don't play the game. We're not part of the payroll. We just happen to be in the same city that the team we like plays in.
Well, see,
that's it. But yet we care so much, and sometimes it's a problem.
See, the funny thing is, I would think it would have dissipated some because a lot of people say once you get a kid, like this stuff doesn't matter.
I'm glad you touched on this. You're right. You're right. See, that's part of the problem. I feel pathetic because I'm almost 50.
Right.
Like a 50-year-old man should not be acting this way.
When I was young, when I was in my 20s, man, I was
Acceptable.
Stuff with anger.
I wish I would have met that guy.
Weekends would be ruined. I mean, dude, it was just like, it was one of the reasons why I'm like, okay, I can't be an MSU fan and a Lions fan. Weekend was just ruined. You're going to lose Saturday, then you're going to lose on Sunday. Got to pick one. So, yeah, but that's how I felt. Now, not so much. You get older and you realize it's much more important things in life.
But be honest with me. Be honest, because at least I want this image of you. I want to believe this image of you. You're telling me tonight, if Michigan State loses on a buzzer beater, Tom Izzo's best chance in a half a decade to get to the Final Four, you lose on a buzzer beater, and you blow a 20-point lead in the process, let's just say. You're telling me you're not throwing stuff?
No.
You're not going crazy?
Rieger, I was front and center down at Little Caesars when they lost to Syracuse.
Yeah, but you're with people. You got to watch how you act. I watch how I act when I'm with people.
No, you don't.
I do, I think.
You don't.
It's like the casino example from earlier.
Right.
I was drunk.
Because, Rieger, I've seen them lose tournament games before. Heartbreaking. I've seen them get blown out. It's like, well, going to write that one down in the histories of Tom Izzo choked this one away. So, yeah, I'm not going to throw anything. No, that ain't me.
Okay. All right.
I'm not judging you, Rieger. Throwing things.
Oh, listen, I'm judging myself.
That's not me.
I got plenty of guilt and shame. Very quickly, Ticket Text, you told the Brady Hoke story. Ticket Text says, Rico, I remember the game when Brady Hoke came to Breslin. I was in the Izzone, and it was Fat Tuesday. And the whole Izzone greeted him with a Fat Tuesday chant.
I'm telling you, he showed up.
That's amazing.
It was like, why is he here? He was flexing. It was a gigantic weekend. It was like D'Antonio had a ton of recruits there, and Brady Hoke was like, nah, come to Michigan instead. So, turned out not to work out.
How about one more, then we get a little football in the mix. Jeff in Toledo, you get the last word. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
I was that person, just like the Jeff on your station now. I was that person that people kind of reconsidered if they had other plans if I asked, because I had my moments that I was unbearable. But Rico, you talked about the San Francisco-Detroit game. We were still up by 2 touchdowns when Reynolds dropped that, but everybody's like, how can you be so mad? I said, I don't know. I just felt like that broke the momentum. We had the Super Bowl if he squeezes that and makes that catch, and he let it go. And I was even, then the Ohio State game, fourth and whatever that they got marked at. My brother was coming over for dinner after the game, and he asked, he goes, is it still safe to come over or not? So, yes, I was that person. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Jeff.
it, Jeff. Yeah,
you ever go through that, like with a girlfriend? After a big game that you lose, you're just so pissed off, and yet you have to act appropriately because your girlfriend or wife is around? You ever go through that? No. Kenny's gone through that. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have to change my whole behavior. She won't even watch games in the same room with me because I'll get so worked up.
But she understands why you're so
gets
pissed.
it. She
that's
gets
good, at
The
least.
key is don't plan any event after the game.
You got to block out the whole day.
And they're like,
You
look,
get 3 hours before and after. It's the buffering period.
There's going to either be door number 1 or door number 2. Door number 1, we win, we celebrate. Door number 2, leave me alone. Don't open that door. Don't open the door.
I'm very lucky she works on Sunday because every Sunday she's always at work for the Lions games. So I have it all to myself. I can be act as foolish as I want to.
15-2, hot dog roller in the living room. Life was good.
They did lose to the Bills. 248-539-9797. If you want to comment, a lot of people still do. We'll get to some of those calls. We got a little football coming up as well. 3 o'clock hour. Kenny Cott with a brilliant question. If you ever wonder how tough it is to produce a radio show, it's not tough at all for Kenny because he came up with, I think, the best question ever. We'll ask it. 97 The Ticket. There's basketball tonight. There's baseball tonight, but we got to talk a little football.
Well, I was going to get to some pre-draft predictions with less than a month to go before the draft, but real quick, let's get your reaction to the news of the day. Deion Sanders, 5 years, $54 million to Colorado. Your thoughts?
So contract extension. I guess this experiment is really going to work. They're going to double down and invest in him. I thought he was going to leave after his kid left. And I think that's the statement right there, is to show Colorado fans, hey, Deion, he's not leaving because Shedeur and Travis Hunter are gone. He really does care about Colorado football. I don't think he sees the end of this 5-year deal, but sure, why not?
I agree. I think eventually he's going to get hired by somebody else. I mean, Deion has proven one thing. Hire me and your program's going to be on every week on TV, and they're in a bad conference. They won just enough, obviously. This season was a hell of a lot better than last season, showing progress. The program is rich. Yes, I mean, it makes perfect sense. And I like it, too, because they gave him a chance, and it kind of would have sucked if he just bailed for an NFL job or somewhere else. And I like the marriage of Colorado and Deion. So it's a good thing.
I want to see what it's going to be like after his 2 kids are gone.
Fair.
You no longer have NFL-type players there.
You know what I love, though?
What?
I love his press conferences. When he calls out reporters, I love his answers. I'm a big Deion guy. I love everything about it. It's so entertaining.
Yeah, see, I'm not a big fan of that, because when a reporter then turns around and turns the table on him, he gets all butthurt. Oh, well, you can't just sit here and talk to me like that. And my kids, like, you talk to them like that.
That is
true.
true.
Know what? If you throw it out, take it.
He yells at entire publications or outlets like
bans
CBS.
them.
I will not take a question from you, which makes it even funnier.
Right. So now you're going to sit there and embarrass him. It's like, dude, this dude's never going to run out of ink. He's never going to run out of bandwidth in typing an article. He'll get you back, Deion. You'll win this battle anyway.
So entertaining.
So let's run down some draft predictions. We are now less than a month away from the NFL draft. It feels like it can't get here soon enough.
Wow.
Quarterbacks will hear their name called with the top 2 picks. Top 2 picks are going to be quarterbacks.
I'm going to say no. I think Cam Ward goes either 1 or 2, but I think Abdul Carter is the other pick. I don't think Shedeur Sanders has done enough that he's going to be one of those picks, and I don't think it's going to be Jackson Dart either. So I'm going to say no.
I agree with you. I don't think in the top 2. I mean, Cam Ward obviously is going to be the first quarterback taken, and his name is rising up the draft charts, but probably not the first 2 teams.
The New York Football Giants don't draft a quarterback at all.
At all? I strongly disagree with that. They may not take one in the first pick, but I think the Giants will take a quarterback, whether it's the 2nd or 3rd round, even if it's like their experimental Hendon Hooker type of guy, where we could bring him along slowly. If it works out, we look like geniuses, and if it doesn't, we just go ahead and release him.
You don't think Shedeur Sanders, the 3rd overall pick, goes to New York? I mean,
No.
The first question was first 2 picks quarterback.
Right.
I could see Sanders going to the Giants with the 3rd overall pick.
He said at all, not 3rd overall. He said at all.
Oh, I thought you said the first 2 picks.
The Giants will not select a quarterback.
Oh, yeah. I disagree. I think they will take a quarterback.
Okay. See. So you agree with me?
Yes. Quarterback
I was
3.
going back to the other question before. That's my bad. I apologize.
Rieger's easily confused. Quarterback number 3 is not taken until day number 2 of the draft.
I disagree with that. I think that the 3rd quarterback will be selected in the 1st round. I do think that it'll be Jackson Dart of Ole Miss. Shedeur will be probably taken before the Lions make their selection at 28.
I totally agree with you. Yes, I do think you'll see at least 3 quarterbacks taken before the first 3 rounds. So, yes.
I asked Mike this earlier in the week. I'll ask you, Rieger. Ashton Genty cracks the top 10.
No, I don't think so. I think he's a mid-first round pick. Really talented player, and we talked about it yesterday. He's going to have to work out in whatever system he goes to, but no, I don't believe so. You?
No, not top 10. Well, top 10 pick, maybe. Raiders. I look at the Raiders. Or this is one of those moves where the Cowboys decide they're smarter than everybody and they move up in the top 10 to get him. But the Raiders with Pete Carroll, Pete Carroll has to win right now. So I need a quarterback. I got a quarterback, and now I need a running back to get this thing going.
So he said top 10. Could it be that the Bears take him at 10? Ben Johnson gets his bell cow.
That's probably
that's a possibility. That seems rather high, though. But again, Ben does come from Detroit, and you understand taking the best player available. Maybe, but it's a good question.
That's actually not that far-fetched because the Bears went out and invested in the offensive line in free agency. So they don't need to draft any offensive linemen because you got to protect Caleb. So they already have their new line. I could easily see that. Like, you know what? You're going to be the next Jahmyr Gibbs, son.
And you get a kid like Genty that you have for 5 years. You'll pick up his first-year option, and then, as you know, on this show, you talk about it all the time. Running backs, you say goodbye to.
You brought up the Dallas Cowboys, Rico. They have 3 major needs to address: running back, O-line, and wide receiver. With pick number 12, how do they address that? What do they pick?
A punter. No, they just do dumb things. The Cowboys and the Raiders you're just like, really? Why? Honestly, the Cowboys would probably go out and get the first wide receiver off the board, Kenny. And I'm not saying it to be funny. They don't do things smart, and I don't expect them to start now. The brain trust is still the brain trust that runs the Cowboys. So I expect a position where they'll either take a corner or they'll take a wide receiver. They won't take a position that they need.
They need a receiver. Jerry Jones still runs the team. I agree with you. They don't make logical decisions, but they need a receiver. Receivers sell. Offense is fun.
You can get a receiver.
They take Matthew Golden.
You can get a receiver in any round.
I agree with you. I mean, look at Amon-Ra, right? You got him in the 4th round. I agree. However, it is the Dallas Cowboys. They do want to sell tickets. They want a little surprise for Dak. I think they go with Golden. And I think, yes, they take a receiver.
We often talk about how the most important first-round picks are big people. How 8 offensive linemen are taken in the first round. True or false?
Wow, it's a lot, Kenny. I don't think you'll see 8 offensive linemen. I think you'll get up there. I think you maybe get like 5 or 6. 8 is going to be a lot because I think all of a sudden, as you know, when it comes to the draft, there's a run on a certain position, and all of a sudden, I think all the big people on defense will start going, and then all of a sudden your skill position players will start. So I'm going to say under 8, 6 or 7.
So I go under as well because 8 is an obscene amount. However, you look at the draft needs and you say to yourself, okay, first offensive lineman goes to who, right? And, I mean, it's not going to be the first 7 picks. So then you're cutting yourself off for the rest of the draft. 8 seems ridiculous.
I mean, I can see an offensive lineman going to New England. I can see an offensive lineman going to Cleveland. I can see an offensive lineman going to
San Francisco.
I can see one going to I can see one going to the Giants. Like, Rieger, you can make a case. Like, you have a lot of good offensive and defensive linemen. Maybe not great, but good starters.
The point is, though, Browns probably know. Giants probably know.
The Lions could take one.
Patriots probably know. Jags probably know. Raiders probably know. Jets probably know.
Jags probably, yes.
Maybe Jets at 7.
If you have a franchise QB, you're protecting your quarterback. Plain and simple. Look here. Lions went out. Got
8 is a ton.
Yeah, just saying.
And that is in football today.
All right, hour number 2, 3:03 in the Motor City. We are quickly approaching the biggest night in Detroit sports in quite some time. Since football season, Michigan State, Ole Miss at 7:09, is it?
Yes, sir.
And then you get 30 minutes after that game, Michigan at top-seeded Auburn. I've been watching so many YouTube videos of how both teams win and lose. I can't do it anymore. I'm ready for the games to begin. I'm ready for this to happen.
Waiting all day for Friday night.
Waiting all week for Friday night. So, listen, we talked about in the first hour, if you want to grab it on the Odyssey Rewind, feel free. Do you ever get embarrassed by how you behave during a big game? And today would qualify, too, as a big game. So we talked about that. People called in. They told stories. We still have people on hold that want to get in. We'll get to those calls as well. However, Rico, we want to talk about the games.
Right.
We also want to talk about the possibility to have Michigan and Michigan State on Sunday. And I listened to you guys on Monday. And both you and Mike, you guys don't want to play Michigan. You don't want to put up with it. You already beat Michigan twice. Now, I desperately want to play Michigan State because I'm the guy that you guys don't want to put up with. If Michigan happens to beat Michigan State on Sunday, I will be obnoxious and awful.
You'll crawl from under your rock. Well, you know what? You don't live under the rock when it comes to Michigan basketball, but most Michigan fans will crawl from underneath their rock and, oh, look at that, we beat you. Yeah, you know what?
I really don't think it'd be that bad. Most Michigan basketball fans are delightful people, I must say. I think it'd be okay.
Yeah, who are you fooling?
I stand by my statement. But in order to have that game on Sunday, if you're a Michigan fan, you got to root for Sparty. If you're a Spartan fan, you got to root for Michigan. But I don't think it's possible. I know yesterday we talked about how Big Ten fans root for Big Ten schools with the exception of maybe Michigan. And I don't know that I still believe that they do. I just don't care. Some people care, some people don't. But I don't believe Michigan and Michigan State fans have it in them to root for their rival tonight just so they get the game we all want on Sunday. Like, I'll just speak for myself. I want everybody.
So what you're saying is you're a walking paradox. You want the game, but you can't root for the game.
Absolutely. You nailed it. And I think most fans are like it. Like, let me just give you a quick example, okay? Today, I will watch you guys. I'll be in my Barca Lounger. My kid and wife, hopefully, will be someplace else. I love them to death. And if it comes down to you guys winning late in the game, and you beat Chris Beard and Ole Miss, let's say it's a last-second shot, even though I know that if Michigan beats Auburn, I get the game I've always yearned, Michigan State, to go to the Final Four, I'm going to be pissed because I can't root for you. I don't have the ability to root for you. I can't. And I think you're the same way. You can't root for Michigan, despite even if you wanted the game, you couldn't do it. Now, you don't want the game.
I mean, they've already beat them twice.
So why not play them a third time? It'd be the easier path.
Because I'd rather play Auburn. Because I'd rather go after the top team. Because here's the thing. You need to see what you're going to be like. Because if you beat Auburn, let's just play the hypothetical game. You beat Ole Miss, you beat Auburn. Now you're probably going up against a team that everybody thinks is going to win the whole damn thing in Florida. You need to see what you are. You need to step up the level of competition.
I would
that's
disagree.
Where I'm at.
I would think, listen, if you think you're going to beat Michigan.
If you want the path of least resistance, you know what you end up with, Rieger? No offense. It's when you guys got trucked by Villanova. Because you played nobody that tournament.
I don't think there's ever been an NCAA tournament champion that has beaten 3 number 1 seeds. I just don't think. And you would have to beat Auburn. Then you would have to beat Duke. Then you would have to beat Florida, potentially.
Right.
I think if you're being honest with us, you'd rather have Michigan.
State's done 2 number 1 seeds before, but not 3.
Right. Well, you lost.
They lost. They beat Louisville, and then they beat UConn. It was the games here in Detroit.
Okay, so if you're to speak for Michigan and Michigan State fan, and we want you to speak for yourself, 248-539-9797. A week later, Mike and Rico talked about this on Monday. A week later, essentially, do you want the game? That's number one. Do you want Michigan and Michigan State? And do you have the ability to do what it would take to get the game, which is root for your rival tonight? I don't have the ability. I want the game. I don't have the ability.
So how do you want the game if you can't root for the rival?
If it happens, it happens. I still want you to lose.
Here's the beauty of it. Our game's first. So win or lose, I'll know. I don't care. If MSU wins, I can sit there and watch the world burn. I don't care.
No, that's a great position to be in. Michigan State fans potentially have a great position because if you win the game, it's all house money.
You're stressed out for 4 hours.
Yes.
Because you're stressed out for the state game, and then you're going to be stressed out for your game.
Now, I can tell you that if you guys lose, then watching the Michigan-Auburn game is still going to be intense and dramatic and take years off my life, but it's going to be a little better knowing that if Michigan loses, at least you lost too. You know? What?
Nothing. Don't change, man. Never change.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. People do want to talk, whether it's the are you ever embarrassed with how you act for a big game? And then you want the game. Everybody says they want the game. Rico says he doesn't. I don't believe you. I love you, man. I don't believe you.
I really don't.
I know.
Rieger, guess what? I've seen the game twice.
It's
I've
your
been
easier
there.
path.
I went to Chrysler. I saw the game. I went to Breslin Center. I saw the
Rico,
game.
I know you. You love beating Michigan.
No.
You would love beating Michigan to go to a Final Four, and more than likely you would beat them considering Michigan does not match up well with them.
Look, if you guys are knocking off Auburn, apparently you match up well with everybody.
That's a fair point. By the way,
because the way you're sounding is like, Rieger, you're really acting like Auburn is Little Sisters of the Poor.
Oh, no. It's going to be a very difficult game.
Once we beat them. And
no,
they were
I never said that. It's going to be a very difficult game.
Why,
I don't think they win tonight.
That's why I don't even talk about that potential game. We are on the Ole Miss.
Rico, it doesn't matter what we talk about. What actually happens, they play the game, we don't.
I can't get into that because I've seen enough tournament games. You worry about the team in front of you.
All I'm saying is, and this is part of what I respect so much about you, you love kicking Michigan's ass. So I find it hard to believe you would pass up on an opportunity to go to the Final Four by beating Michigan.
Rieger, after a while, it stops being an ass kicking.
You're so full of it.
It stops being an ass kicking. It becomes abuse. So no.
Oh, like you care. You love it.
It's just abuse. Now it's like, okay. This is now I'm starting to feel bad for them.
I don't believe you. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. The embarrassing behavior stuff is still out there. Brandon's in Montcalm. He's on the ticket. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Big day today.
Absolutely.
So I got a couple funny ones, but one of the greatest ones is the walk-off punt block Michigan State had against Michigan. So I got a couple young girls. I'm watching the game. I'm thinking the game's over with. I'm rooting for State. My daughter asked me for a sandwich, so I'm walking over to the fridge. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. They blocked the punt. I got the lunch meat in my hand. I start screaming. I throw the lunch meat, not even knowing what I'm doing. It goes into the door wall. Jumping, screaming as loud as I can. You know, my daughter starts crying. My dog's eating the lunch meat, and she's just staring at me for about 4 minutes, wondering where her sandwich is at.
The dog is like, score!
The dog wins, and you're a Michigan State fan, right, Brandon? So you won too.
Yeah, I was rooting for State. Yes, for sure.
The only person that doesn't win is the kid.
Brandon was ready to go buy a whole ham for that dog. Here you go, buddy. There you go, Scooter.
Oh yeah, she'll never turn down food either. And then the other one, I'm watching the Patriots game. It's a Malcolm Butler interception on the goal line, and
against Seattle.
I'm a diehard Patriots fan, Bill Belichick fan, football coach myself. And I'm watching it. I'm thinking the game's over with. They're going to give it to Marshawn Lynch. Everybody in the world knows he's going to score from the 1 yard line. They throw the stupid slant pass. Butler picks it off. I don't know what to do with myself. I jump up. I just rip my shirt off like the Incredible Hulk and start running around the house.
Did you wave it around?
I don't even remember, man. Like, I didn't pass out like the other guy, but I blacked out for sure. I was so fired up.
Brandon, you want to come over and watch the game tonight? I can relate to this guy. You're a Michigan State fan. I can relate to you. Could you imagine that pairing?
Yeah, man. It was. There's so many more, but those are definitely top two, man. Sometimes you just can't handle. You can't control yourself, man, when you get so fired up, especially for a good reason.
Hey, Brandon. I want to tell you the bad news after this call. You do realize I had the lunch meat in my hand. Probably becomes a drop. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That guy sounds like a riot.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've all had those moments. I like the one guy said he just blacked out.
Yeah.
He screamed so loud.
He had a medical event.
He blacked out.
His Meta Alert bracelet went off.
The only time I've ever seen that is at like at a funeral. Like, wow. But yeah, for a game, wow.
Well, sometimes games feel like funerals, if we're being completely honest.
Kenny, what about you? We didn't even ask you. What about you?
Me, as far as freaking out as a fan behavior?
Yeah.
I'm a big throw the hat guy. If like the Wings get scored on in the
know
first
what you
period, the
are.
hat goes
Oh.
flying off the head, like spiked into the ground. That's me. But I'm not like breaks like a remote or a TV or I'll get fired up and yell, but it's at the point where it's not over the top like some of these callers are.
Like, are you watching tonight? You're not a big hoops guy.
I'll have it on.
You'll have it on.
I work here, Jeff. I kind of have to have it.
But you're
on.
more excited about Tigers and Dodgers. We'll get into them in the 4 o'clock hour. Gotcha. Okay, Jack Flaherty on the bump today. All right, we'll take your calls. People want to talk. 248-539-9797. Whether it's, have you ever been embarrassed with how you behaved during a sporting event? That's out there if you wanted to hit on it. And then we all say we want, well, Rico doesn't, but I don't believe him. We all say we want Michigan State on Sunday for a trip to the Final Four. But are you willing to do what it actually takes? Which means you got to root for your rival today. I don't have that in me.
Or
I don't think most people have
like
it in
me
them.
and say, no, I'm not going to root for you.
Well, I respect that.
I've seen it before.
I respect
You
that.
said you don't believe me.
No. I think you want the game. You said you don't like or you don't care about kicking Michigan's ass anymore. I don't believe that part.
Next year. We'll save it for next year.
Oh, please. All right. We'll take your calls. We'll get to the text. By the way, who said it at 4 o'clock? I love that game. 97 win the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Valente back next week. Michigan and Michigan State tonight. Little Tiger action in the 4 o'clock hour. 248-539-9797. Everybody says they want Michigan and Michigan State, but do you have it in you to actually root for your rival tonight? And if you want to talk about the game, too, how Michigan wins, how Michigan State wins, I'd be more than happy to do that as well, as both games are massive, as both teams try to advance to the Elite Eight. 248-539-9797. Rico, any thoughts? You want to go to the phones? What do you think?
Let's go to the phones.
Sandy in Grosse Pointe, you're on the ticket. What's up, Sandy? How are you?
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Rico.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I listened to all of this talk, and I can't help but reflect back on the Detroit Lions, Washington Commanders lead up to that game, and how really there was a feeling that maybe Detroit was looking past the Commanders and onto that next opponent. And for Michigan State, I think that may be the case a little bit. I don't think that Michigan State's having this conversation if they were the ones playing Auburn, the number one team in the land. And I just feel like maybe it's a little bit of a setup that, hey, Michigan State, whether it happens or not, I know that Michigan facing Auburn is not sitting there worried about who they're going to play in the next round because they got a hard enough task to get past the opponent in front of them. So I worry a little bit that Michigan State might be looking beyond tonight.
Well, Sandy, it's funny because I really haven't heard any State fans say that. It's been more Michigan fans saying we want to play Michigan State again, and every State fan that I've known said, hey, let's just focus on Ole Miss and play whoever you got to play on Sunday.
Well, to be fair, though, Sandy, too, you guys are the favorite. Michigan isn't the favorite. But the other thing about Michigan State is when you look at Ole Miss, they're the smallest team left in the tournament. And all season long, Michigan State has dominated small teams. And I think tonight what you're going to see in that first game is exactly what you saw with Michigan State and by Bryant. And you're going to see Michigan State get every offensive rebound, second chance points. And I believe Michigan State wins the game easily. The point spread's 3.5. I think they win by double digits. I do. And I'm a Michigan fan, so maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But the matchup is good for Michigan State. Now, the matchup's not good for Michigan.
True. And I'm a Michigan fan, and I think that they're going to have their hands full and have to play the best, probably the best game of the season. But it bothers me when it's almost a foregone conclusion out of both teams that they might be facing themselves. If that happens, I think it's a great thing for the state of Michigan. But both of them got to perform at the highest level tonight to get there.
I wholeheartedly agree with Sandy. That's what I've been saying. Rieger's the one. No, man. Ole Miss. 7 o'clock.
No, I get it.
That's all I care about.
I'm worried about
I
Auburn.
don't care about a future opponent because if you lose, you don't get a future opponent. Your next opponent is going to be athletes in action in October. That's what happens if you lose tonight.
Listen, there's a possibility both teams lose, that we're bumming on Sunday, and you got an Elite Eight between Auburn and Ole Miss. And all of Detroit doesn't watch, doesn't care, and they just take Sunday off and go for a nice, joyful walk with their family. There's a chance. But the reason we talk about what could happen on Sunday is because it's Armageddon. It's the ultimate fantasy for some, or it's the ultimate hell for others. That's why we talk about it, right? But as far as Michigan State is concerned, I think you win tonight. And I think you win tonight because you're the bigger team. Now, Chris Beard likes to play that no-middle defense. Maybe that's a bad matchup for you. You guys aren't a great shooting team despite shooting better of late. So maybe that plays a factor. As far as Michigan is concerned, I mean, you find a way to stop Broome and maybe you got a chance, but they're prepared for Golden and Wolf like no other team in the tournament is. They can match Michigan size.
How you stopping Broome? I mean, that's like easier said than done.
Here's how you stop him.
Hit him in the face?
That, or you get him in foul trouble because you allow Danny Wolf to do something he doesn't do often but should do more. And that is head down, drive to the basket, get the dude in foul trouble. You get Broome in foul trouble, that makes Bruce Pearl change things a little bit. And I kind of think that's advantage Michigan. Okay. Is it going to happen? I have no idea.
Okay. Just curious.
I look at Auburn, they got 6 dudes that average double figures. They're dominant. They got great guard play. They're a really good team. They're going to be damn near impossible to beat. You're a plus 330 if you're a Michigan fan. odds are you're not winning the basketball game, but it's not fun to talk about that. It's more fun to talk about if you win, what happens on Sunday.
Right. When I look at the Ole Miss team, and they've been shooting lights out, I think 48% for the tournament.
Right. They're a 30% three-point shooting team in the regular season, but they shot 58 and 40%.
Right. Padula is their best scorer.
He's a stud.
And I think that the water will find this level. I don't know if you can continue this hot shooting over 2 weekends. So if it comes back down, you're going to play a smaller lineup. State's going to have the advantage on the boards. So even if you're not hitting your shots, you're going to be able to get second chance and third points, maybe and ones.
That's it.
And you're going to run 4 guards out there who basically can go out there and just shut down Padula and make sure he's not going to get anything. You're going to bring Holloman off the bench. You're going to bring, you got Cohen Carr coming off the bench. You can go small where Cohen Carr is going to be your center. So now,
which by the way, last time you did that, he had 18 points.
Right. So now if you want to play your little no middle defense, you're looking at a lot of lobs to Cohen Carr. So, which he really hasn't had any in this tournament.
No, I agree with you. But he's been really good. He can play defense, as you mentioned. But no, Rico.
So I've seen State win without hitting 3-pointers. Now imagine it's kind of like
that
thing.
Like that
what
because
if
you're
Tigers
just bigger than them.
Don't let the Tigers get hot.
Yeah.
Don't let State start hitting some threes. And now I feel for you.
Well, the only way I see Ole Miss beating you guys is simple. They remain deadly hot from the outside.
No, you know what? If you want to beat MSU, Indiana showed you how to do it. It's a boring game. It's a dull game, but you can do it. Don't worry about the rebounding. Play a zone. Make them hit outside shots. Plain and simple.
Michigan was playing a pretty good zone in that first game at Chrysler against you guys until, that changed in the second half.
No. You have to buy into it the way Syracuse did when they played here at Little Caesars. Zone. Indiana, zone. They didn't come out of it. It wasn't, we're going to play it for. Nope, we're zone. Rest of the night. Either hit your shots or you're going home.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Michigan-Auburn is concerned, and you tell me this doesn't matter, I want it to matter. First time ever, Auburn's a 1 seed. Pressure. Game is in Atlanta, 115 miles away from the Auburn campus. Pressure.
How is that pressure?
How is it not pressure?
You're playing at home.
I understand that.
Michigan, okay.
You're the higher seed to begin with. You're the favorite in the tournament to begin with. There's pressure involved there.
At straw. If Michigan was the number 1 overall seed playing a game at Little Caesars, you're saying Michigan would have pressure?
I don't know. It worked well for you guys in Syracuse a couple years back, did it not?
They couldn't hit shots.
Yeah, Syracuse popped you. I'm just saying, hopefully they start slow and Michigan has the advantage. Trey Donaldson going against his old team. He left there, didn't get enough minutes. Comes to Michigan, he starts. I like that matchup. You might think he tries to do too much. Danny Golden already knocked him off with Yale last year. I hope he can do it again.
Well, see, that's just it. Trey Donaldson going up against his old team. He didn't want to talk about it. It's in the back of his mind. When you go up against,
I don't blame him for not wanting to talk about it.
When you go up against your old team, either Trey Donaldson's going out there and dropping 40,
I hope so,
or he's going to drop 4 points. And he's going to just try to overcompensate and look ridiculous and try and do too much. He's going to be taking those heat check jumpers from the logo. They look great when they fall. But when they don't, it's just like, dude, really? That's not the offense we're trying to run.
It's going to take, I don't want to say a miracle, but it's going to take a lot. They got 2 dudes that can match up well with Golden and Wolf. They have senior guard play. They got a guy that throws temper tantrums in Baker Mazzara, but when he doesn't, he's really effective. That's going to be a tough-ass game for Michigan to win. So to the caller that said it's like we're acting like both teams already won the game, we kind of are. But yes, of course you got to play them, but it's more fun to ask the question, do you really want Michigan State? Because I don't know if anybody knows this. You're off tomorrow. It's a Saturday. So we can't talk about Michigan State tomorrow because nobody's on the radio. I mean, some people will, just you won't be.
Are you working tomorrow?
No. Got the day off.
What about Sunday?
No. Okay. Not in again till Monday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I might call in sick if Michigan loses. To you guys.
Really?
No.
You won't.
No.
You'll be fine.
Take my medicine.
All right. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN to get started. And for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you got to call and say, Rico from 97.1 told me to give you a call. They will come out there. They will take care of your lawn. Not only will they take care of your lawn, with Natural Way, each lawn is assigned its own specialist, a custom-made, tailor-made solution specifically done for your lawn and your home. You're going to get your same person each and every time. So you don't have to keep explaining this to somebody else. You two will come up with a solution on how to get your lawn looking the best. Call 888-GET-GREEN to get started today. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. And they got 100% customer satisfaction. They're locally owned for over 35 years. They know what they're doing. They care about you. They want your business. Give them a call right now. Tell them Rico called. Tell them Rico sent you, and you will get the full lawn program and free grub control. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Get into Tiger baseball in the 4 o'clock hour. Tigers lose yesterday 5-4. However, I kind of feel there was some impressive things. There was also some depressing things. Do that in about a half hour from now. We also have Who Said It. Talking about Michigan and Michigan State, the games today. Both win. They go to the Elite Eight against each other. Do you think one wins, both wins, none win? Where are you at? And do you have it in you to actually root for your rival to get the game we want on Sunday?
Yeah, Rieger, and we're going to find out. But real quick, before we get back into that talk, tell me that this person has been bought in and almost brainwashed.
What do you mean?
I'm going to give you a quote and tell me who the person is. How about that?
Okay.
We're going to be playing Who Said It a little bit later.
Oh, this is exciting.
Okay. Quote. Any team that is going to go far needs a quarterback and one that's young, can learn, and is willing to be patient with the process. There's going to be a lot of bumps in the road, and it's going to be some learning pains. But us as a team has to be able to be a landing pad for him and know being on the defensive side helps him out whenever things go wrong, unquote.
Okay, so I have to tell you who said that?
Yes.
Ben Johnson.
No.
Oh.
That would be Myles Garrett.
Oh.
Myles Garrett has gone from, I want out of Cleveland to, oh no, there's going to be some bumps and bruises. We just need a young quarterback. He's getting paid a lot of money. So just the more and more I think about this, it really was about the money with Myles. It wasn't about winning.
You know what Myles Garrett lost, at least from me, is respect. He went from a guy that we wanted so bad. We did show after show. And by the way, Myles, thank you for the content. We did show after show on him. We came up with scenarios of how we could get him. Other people at the radio station wanted to argue it's not going to happen. It's not worth it. It's not reality. And then all he wants is the money. You could have just asked. You didn't have to do this whole, I'm going to leave and I want to win. Now you're never going to win anything.
But he says this on a radio interview, but basically it's saying, hey, you know what? We're going to be okay. We'll get a nice young quarterback. A young quarterback, Myles, your career will probably be over by the time that dude develops.
30, bro. Here's the question, and I'm curious. Okay, there's certain athletes that you just can't respect. And we all respected the hell out of Myles Garrett. Don't you lose some respect for him? I mean, he did this whole dog and pony show, and it was all about money. And the one thing I think most of us were convinced about, with the exception of maybe TJ Lang, he was the one guy I heard say, well, you know what? He just wants more money in Cleveland. Everybody else bought in because we wanted to buy in. At least I wanted to buy in. I wanted to envision Myles opposite Aiden. And Aiden told us it wasn't going to happen, and we should have just listened.
He did. I don't know if that was just Brad saying, nah, too expensive or what. But nah, I just thought that comment was funny because he went from, I need to win now to, well, it's going to take some time, but, we'll pick him up and the young fellow will come in here and learn. So that's Myles Garrett.
Let me ask you this, though. Do you think he really thought he was going to get dealt? Yeah. And he was going to be on a different team, he was going to get a contract extension, and it just proved problematic and couldn't happen? Or do you believe from the entire get-go, he was just like, I just want record-breaking money, and this is how I'll go about it?
I think he wanted out. I really do. And I think the Browns were like, no, we're not going to give you away. And he thought, well, I'll go on social media and I'll, present my case to the crowd and to the people, and I'm going to make this I'm going to force your hand. I've seen it happen so many times. Kudos to the Browns ownership. Was like, no, we don't do that. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to plead this to the people. I'm not going to do this to no, to the court of public opinion. I don't care. Myles, you want to play? You're going to play here. Now, I want to meet with you. Myles, you're not meeting with me, the owner. You go meet with the chain of command and you talk to these other people and they'll come back to me. All of a sudden, Myles says, well, maybe I'll come back. Here's a new deal for you, Myles. You want to sign it? I'll make you the richest guy out there.
Right.
The richest? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Team going to still suck? Yeah. Got a quarterback? No.
Got to walk back everything I just did for the last 2 months?
I'm going to be really rich? Yeah, you are. You got to walk it back. But you know what? You can buy brand new shoes to walk back in. Okay. I'll sign. And now he's a company man. It went full circle.
That's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. The guy's amazing, but it's embarrassing.
I saw that. I just wanted to bring it up. So,
Kenny, do we have any ticket text?
Hell no, not rooting for Sparty. That's unnamed texter. Love how Jeff keeps pushing false hope. The more he talks, the less confident he gets.
No. About beating Auburn, I don't think they're going to win. I think they'll keep it close. I think they'll cover. I think Auburn's way too deep.
What you don't want is what the first 2 games were. Blowouts.
Yes. I want to be invested towards the end. And a dirty little secret, when Michigan keeps a game close, they usually win said games. Here's the other thing. Like, Auburn has lost 3 of their last 6 games. And that seems like they're the most gettable, beatable number 1 seed left. With that being said, they lost 3 out of 4 games because they had already won the SEC. And they didn't care about the SEC tournament. And then they kind of got back going. The only hope I have, and there's a bunch of it, but Creighton almost beat them. Creighton almost got him. I think Michigan's better than Creighton. I think Michigan plays in a tougher conference than Creighton does. And I do believe that Wolf and Golden together can pose a problem despite them being ready for them. So, yes, I can talk myself into ways they win the game. Will they win the game? I have no idea. Here's what I can tell you for sure, Rico. If Roddy Gale goes out and plays like he did in the second half against A&M, you're going to win the game. If Trey Donaldson plays like he has the last 5 games, I think you could win the basketball game. A lot of ifs.
There's a lot of ifs.
What about Will Cheddar? I'm glad you asked. What else, Kenny?
I didn't, but okay.
Rieger, you sound like the bitter ex that got dumped. Meanwhile, a Brinks truck is being backed up to Garrett's house.
Okay, but do you lose respect for Myles Garrett?
No, because I never had any expectation that he'd be here. I think if you have expectation or hope that he could possibly be here, then yeah, you could lose respect. But I've never been under the misapprehension that money is not all these players are about. Because for a lot of them, and for I'd say most of them, if not all of them, the paycheck will ultimately be the more important thing in the city.
And I agree with you. I mean, just like Tarik Skubal wrote the letter the other day, we talked about it. And at the end of the day, Skubal cares about the bucks, right? More than anything else, he cares about the money. My point is, there was such a better way to go about it. Like, you put yourself through this. You made everybody believe, oh, Myles Garrett's available. Like, was it just one big ego stroke? I want everybody to want me, and then I'm going to go back to Cleveland as the highest paid athlete?
Maybe he was just driving up his own price tag. Whenever athletes do things like that, I always think, oh, they're just trying to drive up their price tag.
He would have got it regardless, I feel.
He would have gotten a lot of money, but now he might have gotten a lot more money.
I've lost respect. He cares, too.
I haven't lost respect. I mean, we would all do that, but... yeah, it's why I probably wouldn't go public with my feelings just in case I have to go back to this team.
Yes.
But now he is turned heel. He's the official company man. Hey, don't worry about it. We'll get a young quarterback, and it'll take some time, and the defense has his back.
It's like every Disney movie, the disgruntled player that wants out for more money then comes back, and at the very last game, he makes a big-time sack, and Cleveland ends up winning a Super Bowl. There you go. But he'll get the last laugh, is what you're saying.
What about Will Cheddar?
What about Will Cheddar? He needs to play big today. I don't want to see a lot of Will Cheddar because that means that Golden and Wolf are in fall trouble.
No, you actually do want to see a lot of Will Cheddar because Golden can't go 40 minutes. Golden gets tired. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. But when Golden, Dusty May uses, and this is, I don't mean to get too geeky, but he does the perfect thing. Golden will come out at like the 13-minute mark so that he can get the under 12 timeout and all that. Golden can't play 40 minutes. He's not that guy. Because if he does, a well-rested Golden can hit free throws at the end of the game. A Golden who's played too many minutes, that's a Golden that misses the one-on-ones or misses both free throws when he gets fouled.
So what do you think happens tonight?
For
Michigan,
your game?
Auburn.
I think Auburn wins.
How much?
I think Auburn covers.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, I think it'll be interesting, but I think in the end, Michigan's not known to be this great defensive team. And I don't know how you stop.
They have the ability to, but yes, I hear you.
I don't know how you stop the entire Auburn backcourt. That's the problem. It's not just one, it's a backcourt. I look at Auburn as a step above when you guys played MSU, except for they got 2 really good big men where State doesn't. State has a backcourt. You guys couldn't handle that backcourt. Now tack on Broom and Numbnuts, the other big man.
Plus they have Pettiford, who's an absolute stud.
That's that's going to be the problematic thing for you.
Cardwell and Broom are just
Cardwell,
not
yes.
as big, but almost as big as Wolf and Golden.
No, but they're more athletic. So imagine.
Well, I would say Danny Wolf is more athletic than all of them, to tell you the truth,
Okay,
just
but
by
here's
the
the thing.
ability of how he plays. He just doesn't always play that way.
Okay, where's Danny Wolf playing? Is he playing in the backcourt? Is he trying to dribble the ball up the court?
No.
Or is Danny Wolf going to actually play his own position?
Get your butt down low and let's go. Like Bruce Pearl said it at his press conference yesterday. He says Danny Wolf is Larry Bird. He's got the ability to handle the rock like Larry Bird. He can do so many intangible things. The problem is there's two of them. You get the bad Danny Wolf. He turns over the basketball. He's not active. He misses bunnies. He misses layups. It's awful. You get the good Danny Wolf. He picks up the ball. He drives to the basket. He facilitates. There's two kinds. You need the good one today. And you also need to not turn over the basketball, which I don't know if you know this. Michigan does from time to time. 97 win the ticket. All righty. Sweet 16 continues today. Gets whittled down to the Elite Eight. Let's talk about it.
All right, Rico.
Well,
I guess technically right now we're in the, I don't know what the terrific 12.
Oh, I like that, yeah.
Four teams have already advanced to the Elite Eight.
Terrifying 12.
So, Rico, something very interesting happened last night. I want your opinion on if it was handled in the right way. But Maryland's coach, Kevin Willard, had to speak to his team. It was rumored he was taking the Villanova job. Before their Sweet 16 game, which they went out and lost, he had to address his team about potentially taking this job or not. He got booed as they were walking out of the hotel by Maryland fans because, as you know, in this day and age, word spreads fast. Should Maryland's AD even allow him to coach this game, or did they handle it the correct way?
No, you don't coach the game. And why? You get Steve Fisher to coach the game. I mean, that's essentially what happened with Bill Frieder back in the day, and I understand we're going back to 1989, but absolutely not. You're left. You're not part of it. Give it to the head assistant, and let's move on. Now, Maryland ended up losing yesterday. They kept around for a little bit. Derek Queen is a stud, and he went off for almost 30 points.
Right. And then
but
Florida just mopped the floor.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're tough to beat. They might be the best one seed left. But no, absolutely not. If he's gone and you know he's gone, I don't allow him to coach. In fact, I think the team, you might have a better chance of rallying without him. Quick example, whether you buy this or not. But John Tortorella, the hockey coach, right? He gets fired from Philly last night. Philly's taking on the Canadians, who, of course, the Wings are chasing. Philly's rolling. They're awful. They stink. They get Torts out of there. They win 6-3. You might have a better chance of winning the game without the head coach that's leaving you.
I'm with you. But, yeah, ironically enough, if Kevin Willard takes the Villanova job, rumor has it that Buzz Williams, the Texas A&M coach,
Michigan just beat,
is looking at maybe moving and going into the Maryland job. So,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do college basketball coaches, is this now the one profession where you're going to have about 17 jobs before you retire? Like Buzz was at Marquette, then he goes to Texas A&M, then he's going to go to Maryland.
It's college football as well.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, because if you're coaching there's certain teams where that's where you're like, yes, I have one of the teams. And I guess if you're Buzz Williams, okay, A&M is nice, but maybe I want to go for Maryland and get some of that Big Ten money.
Like, I give you credit because you and Mike sat here on the radio talking about New Mexico and Richard Pitino, the son of Rick. And you said, Mike, he's going to be gone next year. Yeah. And sure enough, dude's in Xavier now.
Well, Rieger, when all his players started hitting the portal, his star player, when the star player hits the portal, that means he's talked to the coach, and either he's going to join the coach or he's going to better play. Same happened with Dusty May.
Yeah.
Dusty May, his top three players all left. One followed him, but the other two one went to Florida and the other went, I forgot what, it was Houston, somewhere. But he lost all three.
Dude, it's wild. I know you got other questions, but there is this graphic on social media, and it's the starting five of each Sweet 16 team, and it's where they started playing college basketball. And with the exception of Purdue, Michigan State, and I think Duke, the other 13 teams, they're all from other places. It's insane.
Yeah. So, Rieger, is Cooper Flagg the best player in college basketball this year?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. So I was watching him yesterday, and that was a hell of a game, and Duke bastards could not cover. But Cooper Flagg averages 19 a game, 7 boards. But the big thing with him is he's so unselfish. He had about 7 yesterday, alley-oops to teammates. He gets back on the other side to block shots. He's unreal.
Yeah, 7
and he's
assists.
got that NBA body already. Have you seen the kid?
Well, it's the reason why teams are tanking for him right now.
Yes. I can understand that.
And ironically enough, the Pistons are good. They won't be in the lottery this year.
Dude, just look at the kid's shoulders.
I know.
He looks like he should be in the NBA right now.
Wait till you see him lined up next to Wembayama. All right.
Oh, you think San Antonio's going to win the draft lottery?
Always win the lottery.
Pop's going to be gone, though, so maybe not.
Doesn't matter. Okay. Doesn't matter. Speaking of Duke, Rieger, better team because they're playing in the Elite Eight. Duke, Alabama. Who you got?
So I go Duke simply because I think they're deeper, and I don't think Alabama's going to go 25 for 51 from 3. That's how they won yesterday. Plus, maybe this is unfair. I look at Nate Oates, and I know he's a local guy, but I look at him like I look at Rick Barnes. I look at him like I look at Bruce Pearl. He's a guy in the tournament, hasn't been around as long, but he always strikes me as not being able to get the job
Final
done.
Four. I'm just saying.
Bruce Pearl got to a Final Four,
honestly,
too. Because so did Matt Painter. He hasn't won anything.
Honestly, I think Bama's the best team in the tournament right now.
Okay.
Better than all the number one seeds. Bama was the one team that I did not want to see MSU play.
So yesterday,
unfortunately, if they do, it would be for the national title.
Yesterday, I was watching Duke in Arizona, and of course, Trey Townsend is on that Arizona team from Oakland, and Caleb Love, who could have went to Michigan. Caleb Love went off for 35 points, hit 5 threes. That was the Duke scare. They were never in jeopardy of losing that game, and they didn't cover the 9.5. But at no point, and I watched the entire second half, did I think they're going to lose this game, or at least are in jeopardy of losing this game. That was the Duke scare, not really a scare. I don't think they get scared. I think they beat Bama.
I've seen Bama up close and personal. They were in Cleveland. I got to watch them before the game. Bama beats you one of two ways. Either they're hitting threes or it's Lob City. So a lot of athletes.
So you got them beating Duke?
I do.
Okay.
I know that right now they're a 6.5 point underdog. I would put money on Alabama just to flat out money line to win the game. All right. Have you ever seen a game, a team just collapse as much as Texas Tech did? I mean, as much as Arkansas against Texas Tech last night.
Isn't that a Calipari thing? Like, if you look at Calipari's last 5 years, whether it's losing to Oakland, whether it's losing in the first round of the tournament, or blowing a 16-point lead, they flashed a stat yesterday because that was the sexy pick, Arkansas to win that game as a 10 seed against Texas Tech, the Red Raiders. They flashed a stat that said Calipari in the tournament when leading by 6 at any point during the game is 31-0. Hard to believe he's coached in 31 tournament games to begin with. And then, of course, they lose that game. So, yes, that was tough. And not to mention you, me, and everybody else had Arkansas on the money line.
Rieger, we kind of touched upon this, but Michigan, Auburn, it's going to be the battle of the bigs between Johnny Broome and Dylan Cardwell and Danny Wolf and Vlad Golden. Who has the advantage?
I mean, listen.
Be honest.
I'm going to be honest, and I do believe that probably Cardwell and Broome have the advantage. However, I kind of think that Golden and Wolf, when they play like they're capable of playing, could get those guys in foul trouble. The big difference in the game to me is the guard play. And Auburn has such superior guards than Michigan does. They don't turn over the ball at all. Michigan does, right? They got 6 dudes that average double digits. Michigan doesn't. So I know people want to focus on the big men, especially Broome, because the dude's a freak. He weighs like 260, 270, and he's 6'11", but he's Vlad. It's not like he's hitting threes. He's down there low. Get him in foul trouble. You got a chance. But yes, they probably have the advantage.
All right, real last one. Two more real quick. You want Michigan State, right?
I
you
do,
really
yes.
want that to happen.
Yes,
well,
of
guess
course.
what? We're going to have 2 teams playing for the third time tonight. Tennessee, Kentucky.
Kentucky's won them both, right?
Kentucky has won them both, but Kentucky's going to be without their top defender, maybe Lamont Butler, who re-aggravated his shoulder. What do you got? Are you interested in watching these these two teams play for a third time?
Well, considering the games are going on when Michigan or Michigan State is, I won't watch as much of it. But yeah, absolutely. And I think Kentucky wins again.
And
Rick Barnes, you know?
Rieger, I believe it's the anniversary of The Shot. You remember The Shot?
Was it Bryce Drew?
1992.
Oh, Christian Laettner.
Grant Hill throws it to Christian Laettner at the top of the free throw line, pivots, turns, hits, nothing but net. Knocks out Kentucky.
Yeah, one of the greatest tournament moments of all time. It was on a Sunday, and I heard a conversation with Rick Pitino one time, of course, coached that Kentucky team, and he said, I made one mistake. I told my kids, no matter what you do, don't foul. So nobody had a hand in Laettner's face.
All right. There's your terrific 12 blitz.
Oh, yeah, I'm fired. You're getting fired up, right?
97.
You're getting fired up? All right. One of my favorite games in the history of games. Who said it? You know how it's played. Kenny Cott has taken audio from our colleagues, some silly, some stupid, some brilliant, and we have to guess who said it. We got Bobby here. Rico's right there.
Kenny, what's the parameters?
The parameters are 6 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the evening.
Wojo and I.
Oh, that means Wojo and Rieger.
Yeah.
Okay, nobody listened to them.
Two
All
great
right.
chums, those guys.
Okay. Did Wojo work this week?
He did. He did. What do you work? Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, we had long shows too.
Okay.
All right, guys, ready for number one? Here we go. They're finding ways to get hits. They just continue to scrape, scratch, and claw. They're a scrappy team.
Tigers, obviously.
I'm assuming, unless they're talking about Michigan hoops.
Like, is this from today, considering they played one game?
Or it could have been talking about, the
The
spring
general,
the final games of spring training.
All right, Bobby, take a crack at it.
Well, we're talking all week, and I don't know if Tom talked about this yesterday, so that's off the list. I'm going to go with cookies on this one, talking about Tigers.
Why cookies? Just because?
I always got some positivity. The Tigers looked decent yesterday. They were getting some hits. They didn't win, but that seems like a cookies type of quote.
Give this to me again, would you mind? Because there was a couple code words.
They're finding ways to get hits. They just continue to scrape, scratch, and claw. They're a scrappy team.
That's it, scrappy team.
Okay, this has Gator written all over it for me. The scrappy teams, the cat details. I go Gator.
I'm not. I'm going to go Stoney, who was in for Doug.
Okay. All week.
I'm going to say that sounds more like Stoney, scrappy.
Only thing he didn't say is blue collar.
Well, that was Skubal.
All right, who said it?
Johnson. Damn it. Oh, wow.
Right show, wrong person.
Yeah, I didn't take him as a, cat detail guy.
All right, next one.
That was Stoney.
I think they don't want to play them again simply because they're afraid, or they are lying. One of the two.
Oh, that could be me. I mean,
that sounds like an idiot.
Yeah, definite idiot or brilliant man. That's obviously Michigan State. When you guys talked on Monday, how it sounded like Mike was scared to play him. I'm not going to speak for him, but that's what it sounded like. I go me. I think I said it.
I mean, obviously, we've been talking a lot of Michigan State basketball this whole week. This sounds like something Stoney may have said at this point.
I don't think Stoney's going to say anybody's afraid, though. Stoney's way too nice for that.
This sounds like this idiot.
Yeah. You going me?
Yeah, I'm going to go Rieger.
All right, here we go. We're all locked in. There it is. There it is. Bobby, I thought I said it. How dare you?
So now this is I'm 0 for 2 when you hint at me saying that it's you. So I don't know.
Bobby, when there's a layup.
This is the second time you said this to me.
The layup.
Sometimes it's as easy as you think it is.
Don't kick it back out for a 3-point shot. Just take the layup.
Even he
Only
wasn't
one
confident.
person in this station was saying that.
Well, I mean, I think it's true, too. Only one person had the guts to say it, the courage to say it. A bunch of Michigan State people saying, I don't want to play them.
I guess
I'm
I need
so
to lower my
afraid.
expectations of Rieger.
So afraid to play them. I'm so afraid.
All right, next one.
Oh, excuse me? Oh, wow.
Thank you,
Gator,
Gator.
congratulations.
Tom Izzo did make it very clear his thoughts about the timing of the portal and made it clear that, you know what, that's not his focus. His focus is on the national championship.
So this is Wojo, unless he goes me again. Because we talked about this, and I don't know that anybody else talked about it. Tom Izzo had an impassioned plea saying, I don't give a damn that the portal's open right now. I am focused on getting my kids a lifelong memory and their kids and grandkids and all that. I say Wojo. I think it's Wojo. Unless it's me again, I go Woj.
I guess I'm going to go with Mike here.
Wow. Any particular reason?
No.
Just Mike. Okay. One more time, Kenny.
Tom Izzo did make it very clear his thoughts about the timing of the portal. I made it clear that, you know what? That's not his focus. His focus is on the national championship.
I'm going to go off. I'm going to say morning show. I'm going to go with cookies.
Okay.
This sounds like cookies.
All right.
All
What do we
right.
got?
Who said it?
What? What? Thank you, Heather.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm particularly proud of that one because I could have given you 5 guesses you would never have guessed.
Nicely. No, definitely not. Nicely done.
Okay.
I mean, that audio is
Wow.
so good. Kenny even told me about this one yesterday, and I forgot.
I was like, this is
You
great.
knew?
Well, obviously, I didn't know. I guessed the wrong person.
Okay.
All right, another one here. 53% of Major League of... Let me start that over.
Okay, David, let's try it again.
53% of playoff teams in Major League Baseball make it back to the playoffs the following year. Why not us? Why not now?
Why not us?
53. So he threw out the percentages.
Right.
See, that would have been a Doug thing, but Doug wasn't here.
Correct. That's not Stoney. That's not Wojo. That's not you or Mike.
So I'm gonna that's cookies.
That's cookies.
It's analytical with a
That's
lot of
cookies.
hopium.
Yes.
And I feel cookies
Yes.
from this.
Yeah.
I can
agree.
even like picture it. Why not us? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jim Costa.
All right, who said it?
Mark Ryan was on yesterday at 6 o'clock. You know, I thought about Mark Ryan. I thought about it, and I forgot he was on yesterday. Damn it. Great one. Nicely done. Damn it.
Kenny from the top rope.
I immediately thought Mark. Immediately, but I forgot he was in yesterday.
He was.
That's a great one. Well, Heather Mark combo back to back. That's lethal. Who said it?
Oh, you know what that means? We got either a Greg or a Gov.
Yeah. Or he gives us another layup.
Or it's all another voodoo mind trick. I don't know.
All right, couple more.
It is literally Comerica Park and has been since the inception. So, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, they don't care.
That's very generic, but okay. It's literally Comerica Park since the inception, and I'm fine with it.
Scott the Gator Anderson. How dare you be upset that they took Comerica Park down?
You know
or
what?
it's you.
I'm going to go with I'm fine with it. That's Stoney.
Okay.
And I'm fine with it.
Yeah, very plain
I see what
and
you're
obvious.
saying. I actually like that.
I like Stoney.
I like that, but let's cover all bases. You go Stoney, I'll go Gator.
Okay.
All right, who said it?
Pumping my fist. Okay. Hopefully I do that a lot tonight. Michigan versus Auburn.
All right, last one
Feel
here.
pretty good. I got 2.
The injuries could become a convenient excuse, but they did do enough off of last year's playoff berth to do enough to juice the fan base up.
That's not cookies. They did do enough. Well, that is quite the sentence. They did do enough to juice the fan base up, but they didn't do much. Stoney.
Pat was in at one point at 6 o'clock this week. I feel like this.
He was.
He was on Wednesday.
This might be a Pat quote. I'll go with Pat.
Oh, you know what? I need to hear it again now, Kenny. Good call. Good call.
The injuries could become the convenient excuse, but they did do enough off of last year's playoff berth to do enough to juice this fan base up.
Well, hold on a second. You know what? The injuries have become kind of a convenient excuse.
Plus, you always do that. Come on.
Whoa. But, you know, they did do enough. They did do enough. Whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
One more time. Sorry.
The injuries could become the convenient excuse, but they did do enough off of last year's playoff berth to do enough to juice this fan base up.
Whoa.
I'm going to go off the board. I'm going to say, wait, where are we at? I'm going to go
Now,
Gov.
he had some time off.
Oh, was he on? Was he in this
I
week?
think he was back today.
He was
and
only
yesterday.
back yesterday.
Yeah. So,
But yeah, for spring, yeah, but it was first day. Spring training, I mean, not spring training, opening day was first day. I'm going to go Gov.
I'll go Stoney.
All right, who said it?
Okay, all right. I want to call. I want to call some BS here. The way Kenny read that, it sounded like they did enough Costa said, but did they do enough? That changes the entire dynamic of this game.
I disagree. Check the game tape.
I think
This sounds like a Michigan
you
fan.
misquoted him.
This is definitely Michigan fan.
You misquoted him.
No, Kenny, it's because the field was crowned and it rained on your side of the glass.
Ever have a beer? No, you said it's totally different when you said, but did they do enough compared to they did enough? Just saying.
There seems to be a lot of copium in that room.
They did enough indicates you believe they did enough. Costa said, did they do enough? Just saying. All right. Controversy, scandals everywhere. Tiger baseball coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
From upsets to buzzer beaters, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, for Rieger, you could take Michigan on the money line tonight at plus 340. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app, and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, 97 won the ticket. 417 getting closer to Michigan and Michigan State. Let's not forget, we get Tiger baseball tonight. Tigers and Dodgers yesterday. We got to see Ohtani go deep. That was exciting. We got to see the Tigers score 4 runs. Ryan Kreidler made an unbelievable catch in center field after I spent about 4 hours bitching that he was the center fielder. Overall, Rico, I mean, listen, they went 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. That leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Right. Tarik Skubal was not great. He wasn't vintage, but to be fair, he gave up 4 runs in his first game last year. He still won the Cy Young. So I think he's going to be okay. That's a Dodger team that cost almost $1 billion. And you lost by a run. I'm not calling it a moral victory.
They pay more in luxury tax than you pay for your payroll.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, think about that.
Do you come away more impressed or depressed about the Tigers after watching one 9-inning baseball game? Actually, 8.5 because the Dodgers didn't have to bat in the bottom of the 9th.
Right. Well, I mean, I was looking at it as I came across, I guess, I'm going to credit John Jansen for this. I'm going to give him credit. He wouldn't give me credit, but I'm going to give him credit.
That's exciting. I think he'd give you credit. He's a good guy.
Not me. A little bit. I'm encouraged.
Sparty.
I'm encouraged because even though they were, trust me, they let you know that this team was an offer for runners in scoring position. I mean, they put the stat up each and every time. They are now 0 for 10, 0 for 11. Finished the game 0 for 15. The fact that you still went out there on the Dodgers' big day, and granted, I realize it's one game, okay? You still got 161 of these to go. But on the Dodgers' big day, you went out, you played, you were able to get 15 runners in scoring position, which means you were getting guys on base. You just didn't get them home. Now, the bottom of the order, it's horrible. If that's how it's going to be all year long, where I'm encouraged right now, I'm probably going to be angry and just ready to do this.
Right. Baez, your catcher, Dingler or Rogers, and Kreidler.
Right.
That was yesterday. And combined, I mean, Kreidler got a hit, so that was exciting. And Rogers got a hit. Baez didn't.
But I like Torque. I mean, we talked about
4 walks and a home run.
Torque looks like, because we were asking, like, who's going to take this and take it into the regular season. I like what I saw in that first game. It's a moral victory. And I hate moral victories, but I'm going to be the first to say yesterday was kind of a moral victory. I was expecting them to kind of get blown out. I know Skubal was on the mound, didn't pitch his best game, but I thought that the offense was going to be horrific. Defensively, okay, wow, okay, we go out, they're making plays. I walked away more encouraged than discouraged.
So you're more encouraged than discouraged. After one game, how do you feel? More encouraged or discouraged? More impressed or depressed? 248-539-9797. A couple things that stick out. Number one, the Dodgers threw 173 pitches. The Tigers threw 122. Like that. Yeah. Pitching staff should be studly. I mean, listen, Skubal didn't look great yesterday, gave up the 3-run jack to Teoscar Hernandez, had the intentional walk before, wasn't great. What I did love, though, is Brebbia. You got him from a different team. He was great in relief. Hanafi gave up the jack to Shohei, but he was great last year. And Bo Brisky came in a high-leverage situation in a 1-run game, and he put up zeros and had a strikeout. So I like their bullpen. Like the stuff we thought was going to be good, at least through one game, was good. The stuff I didn't like. Freaking Javi Baez. Javi Baez was your starting shortstop yesterday. He goes 0 for 2. He looked lost at the plate yet again. This is going to drive me crazy. The Baez thing is going to drive me nuts. Even though Kreidler made the great catch yesterday, a 10% chance to make that catch in center field, he's going to drive me nuts, too, because he can't hit, despite getting a hit yesterday.
Yeah, it was almost a middle finger, like, oh, okay. You said I can't play center field? Watch this.
Oh, and by the way, all the people on social media, I don't know if you noticed this, but so many people are like, everybody that wondered why Ryan Kreidler made the team, he just showed you. And then they always do the same thing. Hashtag go Tigers, or defend the den, or roar with us. Well, what is the Tiger thing that everybody puts up there? Come on. It's go Tigers. Or you know how on Twitter you can put up
Yeah.
and it gives you the Tigers emblem. What is it? Like gritty Tigers. I don't know.
Grit.
So, grit. So there were some things to like Gleyber Torres does not look like a good second baseman. Kept slipping out there. Didn't make a couple plays I thought he should have made. With that being said, got a couple hits. It was good to see. I thought Manuel Margot, couple hits. He's on pace for 300 plus hits. That was good to see as well. Overall, I came away more impressed than depressed. More encouraged than discouraged, simply because you're right. Yeah. When you go against the Dodgers.
And you went up against Blake Snell, so it's not like you were going, like, this was opening day. You went out there, you didn't win the game, but it didn't go as bad as I thought. Now, I don't know if I don't even know what we're going to call this chaos this year. It's batting order, fielding chaos. I don't know what we're going to call the chaos.
How about let's get healthy really soon so we don't have to do this that long?
But I can see where, man, we're going to be hanging on every pitch, on every at-bat, on every, fielding error. It's like, oh, my goodness. It just – I'm encouraged, but if it's going to be like this the entire season, it's going to quickly turn to this.
Oh, there it is, the Chase Young chair drop. Another thing I like, they walked. They had 6 walks yesterday. You like that. Yet again, and they did this last year, they take that extra base on the base pass. They're very aggressive in that way. So I like that as well. I think there's more to like than dislike. I really do. And I know it's against the Dodgers. So everything you say, you're like, well, it is the best team in baseball, defending world champions. So listen, the Tigers aren't like little sisters of the poor, but they conducted themselves well, I thought, despite going 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position, which will not happen every game.
But then I thought about, I don't know who it was that sent you that text, but, would you just sacrifice maybe a couple of losses now, but just put Carpenter out there?
Against lefties?
And let him bat, and let's really see what he could do. And Ringer, at the end, I'm sitting there like, yeah, I would. I would, because you play in a division where – you could probably get away with this, experimenting. Even if you lose a couple games, you're not going to be totally out of it because the rest of the division, one of the teams in the division doesn't care. So you really only got to worry about 2 teams. And, yeah, I would do that because I think he needs to be at the plate more. I think that he could be a crucial piece to this team. And if it doesn't work out, fine. But let's at least see what happens. I don't like this. I need him to come up and be, the savior superhero late in the innings. Let's just put him out there.
So in the 8th inning, Kerry Carpenter, who was already inserted in the game because AJ took his chance earlier, Carpenter against the righty, he was going against the lefty. And McKinstry was on third base, and it was a 2-run game, and Carpenter almost sent one out. Now, he barely missed, but it was a big-time RBI in a big-time situation against a lefty.
Right.
So let's just put him out there for at-bats. He's one of your better hitters. And I don't want to see, you know what, lefty's on the mound. He's not going to play until later in the game. I don't want to see it. I agree with you.
Because, you've already just conceded he's not going to get better. If you want him to get better against lefties, let him face major league left-handed pitching. And you know what? If you're willing to play Javi Baez and it's a failed experiment, you can't sell me, well, I can't play Carpenter. You're playing Javi Baez. Yes, you can play Carpenter, okay? Because I'd rather see Carpenter and put Baez in and let him try to be the hero late in the game.
You've been doing a lot of radio, Rico. You ever start talking about something and the greatest sports radio topic just pops in your mind when you're talking about it?
Yeah.
So I'm talking about, and you're talking about Carpenter, and you just wish you put him in the lineup against the lefty. Give him 4 at-bats. Give him 5 at-bats. He's your best offensive weapon, at least one of them, right? Then it popped in my mind. I'm like, we got a lot of gripes in Detroit. Like, Kerry Carpenter not playing against lefties. Big-time sports gripe. Yesterday, Kenny's boy, Alex Lyon, getting the start again instead of Sebastian Cosa. Cosa, meanwhile, gets sent back down to the minors because Cam Talbot's healthy.
Bro, Cosa got out the car, stretched his legs, and they said, and now you can go back.
Yeah. Hey, did you enjoy the buffet?
Can I at least go to the bathroom?
Back.
No. You can just go back.
Yeah, it was the grandpa from The Simpsons just walking in, taking his hat off, putting it back on, walking back out.
It's like the old Cosby Show when Bill had to go out to the grocery store, like time after time after time for Thanksgiving.
Right.
And Claire kept sending him back. No, you need to go get whipped cream now. No, you need to go get pumpkin pie now. That was Sebastian Cosa. No, in addition to the Tigers, are you more discouraged or encouraged? I need to ask. I'm curious what people would say. What is your most current Detroit sports gripe? Whether it's Carpenter not playing against lefties, whether it's Cosa not even getting a chance in a playoff push, whether it's Brad Holmes just bringing back his own guy after guy after guy after guy, is there one thing more than anything else that Detroit bitches about the most? I'll give you a second to marinate on it.
Okay.
97 win the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. 433. Getting closer, Rico, to a great night in Detroit sports. I can feel the excitement bubbling over.
You're fired up.
I am.
Is this like a special dinner for you?
Nah, no dinner. No dinner.
No nothing?
I'll eat some chips during the games, maybe. Okay. But we're talking about the Tigers. Are you more encouraged or discouraged after what you saw yesterday? 5-4 loss to the Dodgers. 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Torque was awesome. Manuel Margot, pretty good. Kreidler, Studley catch in center field. Do you like what you saw? More good, more bad? And then also, as Rico was talking about Kerry Bonds and their not willingness to allow him to hit against lefties, I started to wonder, what do you think currently, right now on March 28th, 2025, is the biggest gripe in Detroit sports? Like right now, what is the one thing that most Detroit sports fans gripe about the most?
Probably, man, there's a lot. I think it goes towards the season. For me, a few weeks ago, it was Brad bringing the band back together again.
Oh, yeah.
And just re-signing all his guys. But Rigger, I think the one thing that has been universal throughout the entire sports calendar is 2 words. It's Javi Baez. And the fact that he's still on this team. The fact that you saw this team get better when he left.
24-10.
You saw this team make the playoffs. You saw this team get fun. You saw this town rallied around this team, and you thought, you know what, we got something here. And then he's back.
It's funny because it was a national broadcast yesterday. It was on ESPN. And the national announcers were almost like surprised to see Baez. They're like, oh, he's in Detroit now. Good luck with that. Yeah. Like, it's so ridiculous. To be fair, his first ball was hit hard to third base. I mean, it was an out. But I guess it didn't suck yesterday at short. But that's fair. You think the biggest gripe is still Javi Baez.
Yeah, I do. I mean, Rigger, it's the one galvanizing thing for everybody in this town. Whether you could agree upon it.
Right. You can walk into a grocery store and say Baez, and everybody's going to be like, yeah, that guy sucks.
It ranks right up there with the Jared Goff chants. Like, everybody will say, yeah, Javi has to go.
Is that gone, by the way? Is it over?
Oh, I don't think
Is it going to come back?
I don't think
it's not going to come back?
I don't think it comes
Even if they win a lot next year?
Well, yeah, because then bandwagoners will say, hey, remember when we used to do the Jared Goff thing? Jared Goff. Yeah. But I think Jared Goff has gone the way of the Red Wings car flags.
It's been a while for those.
Right, but let the Wings start winning and make the playoffs, car flags come back. They came out last year briefly. They came back out. And then
Other than Costa?
Yeah.
Oh.
Costa bought me one and then stole it.
Oh, I heard about that. Very rude.
But yeah, I think Jared Goff chant will be the Lions equivalent to the Red Wings car flag.
Yeah, I think a big gripe now is Steve Yzerman and the way this team looks right now. I think you're dead on the Javi Baez take. I don't know that everybody believes Brad Holmes is in the wrong right now, bringing everybody back. A lot of people agree with him. But I did wonder, as you were bitching about Kerry Carpenter and them not letting him hit against lefties, what's the biggest gripe in Detroit sports right this second? And what'd you take away from yesterday's Tiger game? Nick in Farmington, you're on the ticket. What's up, Nick? How are you?
Hi, Rieger. So a few things I want to point out before I get to my main point. The first thing was Ryan Kreidler made I was watching the broadcast. Like, he made an I was like, there's no way he's going to catch up to that. And he did.
He did.
And Manuel Margot, actually, he had some nice quality at bats, which I was not expecting.
Totally agree.
And, the Skubal thing is, look, when he got behind 3-0 to Mookie Betts, I'm just like, just put him. You don't want to pitch to him in this situation because he's probably got like 1,000 OPS in these situations. And he'd owned Teoscar beforehand. But, you can't. I'm like, the only way, I was saying to my dad, the only way this can go bad is if he throws a pitch up in the zone. And then he did. And he took him deep. So you just got to keep the ball down against that guy. But whatever. My main point, though, I guess my main gripe, by the way, Javi Baez, nice to see he's back to swinging at the first pitch again.
Nick,
looks like nothing has really changed.
Like, couldn't we get at least 2 weeks of Javi Baez hotness where the dude is like flaming red hot and we're all like, ooh, maybe he is turning it around? That's
speaking
fair.
of hotness, so my main
He's
point
a hot mess.
is actually my biggest gripe. Now, this is not a gripe that a lot of people are going to have in this town. My main gripe is that, last night Torqulson hit a home run, which was nice. But it doesn't change the fact that over the course of his career, if you look, I don't ever want to see Torqulson batting fourth again. In fact, actually, I'm proposing a new place for him in the lineup where he's never batted before. He should be the leadoff hitter, and I'm going to explain why. Because Torqulson, when he has nobody on base, I think let me pull this up. I think he's batting like, so with runners in scoring position, he's batting like lifetime 608. With nobody on, he's batting 701 with a 306 on base percentage. Well, he hit that home run last night. Nobody was on base, and that's not his fault. But, the whole leadoff thing, Torqulson is a classic case of somebody who, over the course of his career, and I don't know if this will change or not, but I have a lot of worries that it's not going to change. And last night didn't really prove a whole lot. He just proved that, I can hit home runs when nobody's on and walk when I'm batting cleanup. But, perfect example. He got picked up at third base in a critical spot with nobody out because he was halfway in between
Good
home.
point. I did forget about
home
that.
on contact. Like,
by the way, a dribbler.
It wasn't even like he got hit that or it was hit in front of home plate.
Yeah.
So there was that. And I want to see him in a situation, because I don't ever, again, forget about bases loaded. He's useless with the bases loaded. Why are you putting somebody who's like 502 with the bases loaded lifetime batting cleanup? Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter, they're both excellent. They're batting like over 1,000 with the bases loaded. So I don't ever want to see Spencer Torqulson batting fourth again. But I just think that you could bat him leadoff, and then your lineup becomes Torqulson first, Green second, Torres third, Kerry fourth, and then I don't know who you bat fifth.
Nick, listen, if you want to put Torque up there, it's not awful. I mean, Ibanez was out there yesterday as your leadoff hitter. Until Parker Meadows comes back, you don't have yourself a legitimate leadoff hitter. Well, he hated Torque despite having 4 walks and a home run. He did kind of get picked off third. Adam in Millington, you're on the ticket. What's up, Adam? How are you?
How you doing, brother?
Hey, brother.
My man contradicted himself real quick. He said, "Hey, we want Torqulson to lead off," but then he gets in like he's on third base and he gets stuck in a whatever and he gets put out. Bottom line is that guy ain't a leadoff hitter. Anyway, I guess my biggest concern with like all of Detroit sports right now is we're still a small market team. I believe that we're the greatest state in the union for when it comes to sports. And we still can't get the free agents. We can't get them in baseball. We can't get them in football. We can't get them in hockey. And we all want this. But to be honest, I've never been to prison, but it sounds like a prison cook-up. We want to make the best of the least. And at the end of the day, I still think we're the Tigers, we're the Lions. Like we're good, but we're not great. And
right, it gets annoying.
Great, man,
the mindset gets annoying. Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, small market thinking.
And then like today, we got both Michigan and Michigan State playing. Diehard Michigan fan. I believe Michigan State and Michigan both have the opportunity to make it to the Elite Eight. But are we going to be satisfied with just making it there? No, man. I believe we're a unbelievable sports state. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating when I continue to see our ownerships of all our big major teams not willing to put the money forward. Like even signing, let's say Barnes from the Lions. Don't get me wrong, good guy. But can we go out and get better? Yes, but we're limited to the money that we spend, I guess. But I don't buy that because we sell out. Like if we have a good product, we're there, and that's what the most frustrating thing to me
Adam,
is.
Listen, I think it's a great point. I really do. I mean, I know we all get caught up on spending money. And it doesn't apply to some sports, like whether it's the NHL or the NBA or even the NFL for that matter. I mean, they're spending money. It's just choosing to keep the cap space to re-sign your own instead of, going out and getting a big-time free agent. But he is right. We always struggle with this, the small market mindset of Detroit. We are a great sports town.
You know what it comes? It's the byproduct of the whole we're blue collar, which means we have to do things the hard way. Instead of just going out and paying top dollar and going out and getting players, it's the blue collar way. It's the grit and the grime. And how about we just make it easy and just go out and spend some money and not go through the grit and the grime? Because you know what? Most blue collar people, I think, if asked, wouldn't like to be white collar and would just like to make a ton of money and go home on time and not have to worry about, second and third shift.
Got a little football next, and then in the 5 o'clock hour, we revisit it. Michigan and Michigan State. Oh, we're getting close, Rico. We're getting so close. I'm getting so excited. We'll get to that as well. 97 on the ticket. Oh, we finally got the hour number 4. It's 5 o'clock. It's Rico. It's Kenny. It's me. Bobby's over there. Valenti back on Monday. And listen, I know you want to maybe talk about the Tigers. Maybe you want to talk about the biggest gripe currently in Detroit sports. We can do all that. But I think it needs to be talked about. Michigan and Michigan State coming up. Michigan State in 2 hours against Ole Miss. Michigan in about, 4.5 hours against top-seeded Auburn. And I know the big question that everybody's wondering about. Do you want to see Michigan State in an Elite Eight game for a trip to the Final Four on Sunday? And the answer is yes, with the exception of a couple of Spartans who obviously are too scared to play Michigan, or they just don't want to see it, or they're just afraid of obnoxious people like me. But
why is it afraid? Why is it just not, you know what? You just want to play the best team.
I just don't understand.
And honestly, you'll play whoever's in front of you. Just beat Ole Miss. That's where I'm at.
Oh, listen, and I agree.
And
just
then
beat
after
Auburn.
that, if it's you guys, all right, fine.
Just
Done
beat
this
Auburn.
before.
I would agree. But I ask you, Rico, I think a lot of people want to see the game. Is that fair? I know Mike doesn't want to see the game.
I don't think most people want to see. I think Wolverine fans want to see this, and it makes sense why. Because you want another go around.
Of course.
Because you got beat twice, and you know what? Give me one more chance. Give me one more chance. That's all this is. Give me one more chance.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm all about memories, right? I'm all about big moments. I'm almost 50. I'm an old man. So the older you get, the more you realize that you're going to die soon.
No, I just think that most Wolverine fans want one more bite at the apple.
Yeah, but it's more than
give
that.
us one more shot, because you know what? If we win this time, it'll nullify the 2 other times you beat us.
But hold on a second. If Michigan were to go to the Final Four and they beat Auburn and Ole Miss, 2 SEC teams in the process, I'm going to be just as happy if they beat Auburn and you guys. But
well, actually 3, but A&M.
Well, that's true. That's fair. I forgot about them. That's in the past.
See,
by the way,
so focused on Michigan. Yeah, just okay.
That was the best offensive rebounding team in the nation, and Michigan out offensive rebounded them. But I do wonder, right? If you want this game, if you want it, it means you got to root for your rival today. Are Michigan fans capable of rooting for Michigan State against Ole Miss today? Are Michigan State fans capable of rooting for Michigan over Auburn today? And you get that game if both Michigan and Michigan State win. The other thing is, though, I understand people that don't want the game from one point of view, and that is it would suck to lose that game. It would be awful to lose. It would be amazing to win. But if you're a Michigan and or a Michigan State fan, and this is where you and Mike come in, and I totally get it, to lose that game to Michigan after beating Michigan twice, to have to undergo Michigan being the team to knock Tom Izzo out of his best chance to make the Final Four in the last half decade, that would be heartbreaking for you guys. So I understand it from that point, but that's the only point, because of course you probably want Michigan instead of Auburn, because Michigan is a better matchup for you.
I'd have to wait and see what Auburn does, because I've never been big on Auburn the entire tournament. Rieger, it's not because they're playing Michigan. You could ask Kenny. I just said I thought that Auburn was the weakest. Even though they were the best, I thought that was the one seed that State had the best chance against. So, but for me, I thought it's not fear. I don't care. Win the game tonight, and we can have this conversation all weekend long. Win the game tonight. Ole Miss, that's all I'm looking at. I'm focused on that.
So where are Spartans and Wolverines
And then
at?
afterwards, if they beat Ole Miss, I can sit back and just do whatever. I can just watch a fun game.
Where are Spartan and Wolverines at? Michigan State, you think you're winning tonight? I mean, I do. Mississippi is a small team. They can't rebound. And even though Chris Beard beat you in the Final Four a couple years back, I do believe Michigan State has a great matchup, because you guys usually do well against smaller teams. You're going to get a ton of offensive rebounds. It's going to look a lot like that Bryant game.
But here's the thing. Vegas is saying it's going to be a close game. According to them, they're in their analytics and statistics.
3.5.
3.5 point favorites. So they're saying, hey, it's not going to be that runaway type of game, which is why I'm like, I'm not worried about Sunday. I'm focused on what's going to happen in a little over 2 hours from now.
Well, the other thing, too, that I do wonder, and I'm asking you this, because I filled in yesterday. I'm filling in today. Monday, I go back to my own show. But do you think Metro Detroit is as captivated for this as we are?
No.
Why? I've always wondered about this. Like, this to me is as good as it gets.
It's going to take this subject full circle. It's going to be that way because state fans exist. They exist when state's good and when state's bad. Michigan fans don't exist when Michigan's bad.
Well, I don't think any fans exist when the team's bad. Nobody wants to talk about a team when they're bad.
No.
I mean, listen, you guys have gone to the tournament 28 straight years.
There are certain fan bases that when the Lions are bad, doesn't matter. You're still a Lions fan.
Yeah, but you don't talk about them late in the season when they've already stunk.
Yeah, you do. You're talking about draft stuff.
Okay, but still.
No. But Rieger, you're talking about them. Now, you know what? Pistons, when they were bad, nobody talked about them. Wings, people still talk because they're frustrated.
See, but you
got to have passion to be frustrated.
No, but this is Michigan State territory.
No,
and it's Michigan territory too.
It's not.
It's both schools. You don't get a great reaction for a game in an evening of this magnitude.
Because Michigan State fans are pretty much. I've said this when it comes to basketball. Michigan State fans are like the pitcher throwing a no-hitter. They don't want to say anything because they just want to see the no-hitter happen. They don't want to jinx anything. They don't want to do anything. That's a state fan. I'll admit it. They don't do a lot of, look at this school, look at this, look at that. That's not in their DNA.
I asked the question, does this seem like it's not as big for everybody else as it is for us? And your response was because Michigan doesn't have any fans.
No, I'm just saying Michigan fans show up when Michigan is good. And when Michigan's not good, they go away. And they could probably tell you more about Bryce Underwood than this current team.
You do realize this. I got to say this. We'll get to the calls, too. 248-539-9797. Any way you want to take it. Michigan and Michigan State, massive night tonight. But by you and Mike and everybody else harping, you guys got 7-8 fans. You do realize you sound like the elitist Michigan people that you hate.
How is that elitist?
We like college basketball more than you like college basketball. How is that not elitist?
Rieger, it's not elitist if it's true. Like, to most Michigan fans, you don't know what happened to your team in the final.
Why does that bother you?
The last two. It doesn't bother me, Rieger. It's the fact that you're so delusional you can't see the image in the mirror. It's you. That's you. That's nobody else. You're saying, no, we do. No. When you guys were on your tournament run with Juwan, you guys cared. I remember people calling and said, we can beat Gonzaga. I'm like, you can't beat Gonzaga.
No, I remember those shows.
And then all of a sudden, the program went in the toilet.
The Baylor beat Gonzaga.
And you know what we got?
No, but okay, two things. First of all, and we'll get to the calls. Number one, that happens everywhere. You don't know that because you've gone to the tournament every year for 30 years. So, yes, every year you go.
Rieger, what you want to do.
Every fan is exactly the same. When the team is good, you love them. When the team is bad, you don't love them as much. You're pissed.
No. You're pissed. But that means you have passion. That means you cares. Michigan Hoop fans just walk away. They don't even get angry because the team, we got a basketball team. Oh, did we win any games? Oh, okay.
See, I disagree. I think a lot of fans get angry.
You.
See, no.
You. Most don't.
You Spartans love to live in this world of delusion. Well, you guys don't have any fans.
Rieger. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay? True or false?
Yeah.
Last week of the season, it was possible for Michigan to get a share of the Big Ten.
It was, yes.
Okay?
Yes.
True or false?
Yeah.
Senior day at Chrysler.
It wasn't actually senior day. Senior day was like the...
You had 2 senior days.
Yeah.
You had 2.
Yeah, it was weird.
True or false?
One, so Jawan's kid, Jawan could be there.
Right. True, and you didn't sell out either game. Okay? You had a chance for the Big Ten. You couldn't sell out a weekend game or a game during the middle of the week. You couldn't sell out either game. But you're telling me about this great fan base.
I'm not saying they're great. I'm just saying there's fans.
Where were they?
There's more fans than...
Where were they? Because this is the time
I don't know.
to send off your seniors and, hey, we're going to encourage you. We want you to get a piece of this Big Ten. Nothing.
I mean, listen, you guys
they were dressed
love
as
that
empties.
take, and that's fine.
That's not a take. That's facts.
Okay.
That actually just happened.
Fantastic.
That's not me making
There's
it
one
up.
thing to do in East Lansing. It's go to a Spartan game. There's a bunch of stuff to do in Metro Detroit, and Ann Arbor happens to be in Metro Detroit.
So now it's because it's in Detroit.
Hey, you guys, this small little
We're
area.
going to go ahead and take 45 minutes as part of Detroit.
No, 248-539-9797. The ticket
That's
text, the
copium,
exact
buddy.
same number.
That's
if you want,
copium.
okay, is this as big for you as it is for us? That's number one. Number two, what do you think happens today? Both teams win? One team wins? No team wins. And then, listen, if you want to hit on the Rico Beard, Michigan has no fans, that's why nobody cares philosophy.
No, that's not that's not what I said.
No, you called us all fair weather fans.
No, I said you are not. But most Michigan fans can tell you more about Bryce Underwood and the new quarterback coming in than they can about the basketball team that's on the verge of possibly going to the Final Four.
It is football. So football, yes, is always bigger than basketball.
Okay, so don't get mad at me for stating the obvious.
I am not mad.
Don't get mad. Don't twist my words.
We're less than 2 hours away from tip-off. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 the ticket.
Specs at LTU. It can be the place for you if you want that career in radio where you can just make up stuff like Jeff Rieger just did, or you want to go into television or graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can get you started on your career path. It's very simple. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphic communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business, which means from day one, you're going to learn in the lab what it takes to make it in radio, TV, or graphics design. Heck, we may even bring Jeff Rieger in to be a special guest speaker. Classes are going to be starting soon. Make sure you hit that website up to get your name on the upcoming class list. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All righty. 97 won the ticket. Valenti and Rico. Mikey back on Monday, getting so close to Michigan State Ole Miss. Of course, Michigan and Auburn. What a night to be alive. Talking about what you think is going to happen, number one. And then number two, if you want to comment on it, is this night as big for Metro Detroit as it is for Rico and I? And Rico says no because a lot of Michigan people don't care about basketball. You buy that? Feel free. Where you at? 248-539-9797. I mean, last time I checked, when you watch a tournament game that is out of state, like I remember watching Michigan in Los Angeles, the place was filled with a bunch of Michigan fans. I think Michigan basketball fans. I'm not saying Michigan has this massive, ridiculous fan base.
It's honestly, it's like he's not even listening to me.
I am listening to you.
You got him fixated on this, all right?
When Michigan is winning.
Absurd comment.
No, when they're winning.
Like anybody else.
Fans show up. When they're losing, they're not there. And honestly, in your own house, when you had a chance to send your seniors off right twice with wins.
Well, I guess you guys have no football fans at Michigan State because you had to move the last game of the season to Ford Field because people don't show up.
Because that's what happens.
You got no, that means you have fans, but they're disillusioned by the season because the season sucks, so they don't show up. They're still fans. It would be ridiculous to say Michigan State has no fans. They have fans.
But
it's like fandom. If your team blows, you don't show up.
But Michigan State fans will at least be angry because the team sucks. Your fans probably couldn't tell you anything of what happened in the last two seasons.
It's going to E. In Atlanta. Wow. The eye of the beast. What's going on, E?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm originally from Detroit, and I'm E from the D, baby.
What's happening?
Rigger, go blue.
Go blue.
I've been calling all week saying I'm ready for round 3.
Oh, this is E. Okay.
You know it.
Let's
Rico,
go, E.
You say we have no fans, Rico. I got to be honest with you. It's a ton of amazing blue down here in ATL right now. It's a lot of green and white here, too, and it's a lot of Auburn fans. But the other team, I forgot who y'all playing. But it's not that many fans. They're fans here. But I guarantee you this. If Wolf can stay outside, hit some mid-range shots, not try to go inside, and we can dominate on the boards, Michigan will be playing, hopefully, the Spartans for round 3 on Sunday.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I actually want to see Danny Wolf go inside. I want to see him drive inside and get Broom in foul trouble. That's what I want to see. But listen, your way works too, as long as they get a W.
As long as we get the dub, Regan, you are one of my favorite hosts, man.
Oh, thank you.
You want a good job, go blue.
Go blue. Thank you, E. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say E wasn't listening because they're in the Sweet 16, so of course there's going to be Michigan fans there, when if they weren't in the Sweet 16, nobody would care. Which, by the way, they won't be in the Sweet 16, so of course nobody cares.
Rico, I don't even think we need you here anymore. Jeff's going to go back and forth and have his own conversation with himself here.
Hey, Kenny, I just let you behind the scenes. This happens in our phone conversations. I've literally set the phone down and washed clothes and came back, and Rieger had a conversation between the two of us.
That's not true. Rico didn't wash clothes. That might be the lie in the story.
No, seriously, I'm like, okay, well, went made a sandwich, picked up the phone. All I gotta do, it's like, Kenny, it's like when you're talking to the girl, you're like, yeah, that's crazy. And then you put the phone back down.
Oh, yeah, I've done that.
and Rieger's still going. Wow, for real? Okay. And put the phone back.
You know what? I'm not going to call anymore. That's right. No more phone calls.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
No
right. Okay, well, I see your point.
Kenny just actually responded like he was me in the car. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. Okay. And then you hang up the phone.
Let's go to Antonio. You're on the ticket. What's up, Antonio? How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
What's going on?
Well, I just, listened to you guys talk about this. I'm working on the car, and I thought I'd chime in on it. I mean, one of the big things that happens usually what I hear from Michigan fans at Sparty is that once we don't do so well in football, it's like, oh, you guys can look forward to basketball season. And I feel like that's kind of the same thing with your guys' team. Like, when you guys don't do well in basketball, you guys look forward to your football season. So you kind of give up on your team a lot more than we do as far as our basketball team or our football team. So that's just my view on it, on the situation. But
no, and Antonio, I get it, and I'm going to add a layer to that because I told Rieger, it's funny because MSU is your part-time rival. It's your rival in basketball, but not in football. Football, we are scum of the earth. We are nothing. We are beneath you. But basketball, oh, no. We are rivals. It's like, wait, I thought either you're a rival or you're not.
Well, every fan base has a bad fan or two.
Oh,
and I'm annoyed by those people. I would agree with you.
Rieger?
Because I think you're Michigan's rival regardless. And by the way, you know you're their rival.
No.
Michigan people just like to try
Michigan people will tell
they
you.
play coy.
It's Ohio State, followed by Notre Dame, followed by the Maize and Blue football game, spring game, then Michigan State. So that's what we
That sounds
are.
about right.
Yeah. So it's like you can't be the part-time rival. Either we are or we aren't. And that's the other funny thing is now people like you and E like, oh no, we're not. You've told us many times. So we just believed you. We're not your rival. So why do you keep showing up to the house now?
I got to be honest. If somehow, some way I've lived a good enough life, if somehow Michigan could beat you guys on Sunday, if it were to actually happen, God, that'd be amazing. All right, Kenny, some ticket
Probably
text.
cashing your tickets.
Playing Michigan again, that's ho-hum. Been there, done that before. I'm
Yeah,
a Michigan
don't
fan.
believe
I
it.
can't root for MSU at any time.
And I agree 100%. But what I don't like is the dishonest Spartans that are like, oh, I've already beaten Michigan. Dude, every Spartan, like Michigan is obsessed with you. You know this, even though they might not admit it.
No, they're
Michigan
not
State,
obsessed with us.
Michigan State is obsessed
Michigan
with
is not
Michigan.
Michigan is
Yes,
not
they are.
obsessed.
Please.
Rigor, you get told all the time, you're not our rival.
Yeah, but you know
You're not
it's
our
not
rival.
true.
Ohio State is the rival. Ohio
Oh,
State.
my God.
It's the
Don't
Buckeyes.
act stupid here. You know it's not true.
How is
It's a rivalry. Of course, Michigan's obsessed, but you guys are obsessed with Michigan as well.
No, we've simply agreed. Like, you know what? Good luck with Ohio State. That's your rival. Leave us alone.
What else you got?
Rico is afraid that MSU would lose against Michigan. Tough to beat your rival 3 times in a year.
Actually, that's not factually true. It's 68% of the time the team that plays that
Oh, is that
third
right?
time wins again.
Oh,
So,
nicely done. That's good. That's good stats right there. Here's what I would say, though.
I mean, but don't let facts get in the way.
Kenny, you're straight down the middle.
And by the way, caller or the texter, when MSU won the national title, they actually beat a team 4 times that year in Wisconsin. Yeah.
So you're not a big basketball guy, and you're not a big Michigan or Michigan State guy. You're a Georgia guy, but I feel you're a neutral observer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me ask you this question.
Pillow fight.
I was about to say that.
Let me ask you this question. All the talk from Michigan State people saying, well, we don't want to play you. We've been there before. We already beat you twice. Isn't that all go away because you can beat them a 3rd time? And Michigan State people like nothing more than beating Michigan. You would get to beat Michigan again. So Michigan State people that say, I don't want to play you.
Kenny, before you answer that question.
Rico is sitting over here lying, acting like beating Michigan
no.
isn't the greatest thing
Kenny,
in the world for
Kenny,
him.
Before you answer that question, Rieger, here's what would happen. Let's say you get your wish and they play, and Michigan State beats Michigan. You know what's going to happen?
Michigan State beats Michigan?
Yeah. You know what's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Michigan
I'm
fans,
going to be devastated.
Michigan fans will come up with some excuse, some reason why this happened. It was the referees. They cheated. Oh, my God.
You guys will do the
Did
same
you
thing.
see
Every
this?
fan does that.
Did you see that? You have, and you've never just said, you know what? You won. It doesn't matter because even if you beat Michigan fans will come up with some reason. Oh, well, you were trying to delay the game by kissing the floor. You were losing by 17. What does that matter? But it was disrespectful.
I'm glad they did it. Look, they've won 5 in a row since.
Who cares? But that's what Michigan fans do.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter. That's why it's like, play
Rico,
Auburn, because at least Auburn would be about the game.
At least tell me the truth. There is
Rieger,
nothing
I'm
better.
telling
Hold
you
on.
the
There's
truth.
nothing better.
You don't want to hear the truth.
No, there's nothing better sports-wise in your life than beating Michigan. You love it.
No,
you yearn for it.
There's like so many things better than beating Michigan.
I don't know that you're telling me the truth. All right. I don't believe you. I've known you for 30 years. I don't believe you.
Rieger, there are. Trust me. You hang up on this, but your brothers have told me constantly, we're not your rivals.
Yeah, well, they're lying to you. You
No,
know
they're
they
not.
are.
They're telling me the truth.
Oh, stop.
When somebody says who they are, you believe them.
All right. Well, I'm exhausted.
That's from Maya Angelou.
Did you guys just ask me a question and then argue yourself out of the question?
I forget.
I believe that's what happened. 'Cause
Well,
I don't
no.
even remember what it was.
No, I asked you if you believe that Michigan State people get excited to beat Michigan in basketball.
Yes.
Exactly. So you don't believe Rico.
I think there's a little bit of truth in both column A and column B, though.
All right.
I was excited at Chrysler. I was excited at the Breslin Center. It's a 30-point combination beatdown.
All right.
It wasn't close.
Let's do a little tournament blitz coming up. We'll get things over to Mark Ryan at 6 o'clock. Michigan State, about an hour and a half from now. 97 The Ticket.
I'm Jeff Rieger. I can't play golf, but I try to, and I fail miserably.
Are you done? It is Friday. And by the way, anytime you want to play, let's go. It's Friday. A lot of people, it's like 55 degrees outside. A lot of people are probably thinking, listen, I can get out for my first round of the year. And when you think about your first round of the year, all these thoughts go through your head, like the sun's going to be shining, the birds are going to be chirping, you're going to be in the best mood ever. You want to start the golf season off on the right foot, and you're picturing a massive drive on the first fairway. You grab driver, you take a swing, you look up, and the ball's floating into the winds. You hit it out of bounds. You think, how could that be possible? Then you realize you haven't swung a club all winter long. Don't be that guy. Nobody likes that guy. Do yourself a favor and find the nearest X Golf at playxgolf.com and get those practice swings in now so you're not wasting time trying to find that unfindable golf ball somewhere in the woods on that first hole. Don't look like a dope during your first round of the season. Get that practice in right now at X Golf, your ultimate indoor golf experience.
Hey, can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with your mobile and internet together. Xfinity has built a network that is 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in all the places you need it the most, like at the coffee shop, in line at the grocery store. Heck, even if you're at the game. All the power to do more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streamer, or work from home. Get into what you're into, and you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile together. Now through April 17th, get a 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for just $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract, and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit the store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes, fees extra. After promo regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of line usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
All right, Rico, we argued, we fought, we've talked. I think it's been a fun show, fun couple days. Mike back on Monday. So as we get ready for Mark Ryan to plug in and take over, go ahead. Predictions tonight. Michigan and Michigan State. Give me your thoughts.
I think Michigan State wins the game. I think they'll cover. I think they're 10-1 against the spread, and 7-1 is the favorite when they play. I think Auburn wins their game. I think their guards are going to be a little bit too much for your guards. And, yeah, I think, Broom's going to go out there and show why he's one of the better players. So that's what I got. That's my prediction, along with Houston will win. And who's the other team playing tonight? Houston, Purdue. Purdue will have the home court. Honestly, I think Kentucky will do it 3 times.
So I agree with you on one. I think you guys win. I do. I think the bottom line is Michigan State's just a bigger team. I think all season long you've dominated smaller teams. Ole Miss is the worst rebounding team in basketball. Maybe not basketball, but definitely one of the worst in the SEC. So I do think it's going to be kind of like the Bryant game when you saw offensive rebound by Michigan State after offensive rebound by Michigan State. So I think you win the game. I think you win it rather easily. Here's the other thing.
They win easily if water finds its level and Ole Miss goes back to shooting how they shoot for three-pointers.
That's a good point. That could be the great equalizer.
Now, if Ole Miss is still red hot shooting 50% from the three-point line, this is a game that Michigan State could sweat out, and this is one that may come down to the final minute. But if Ole Miss is missing their threes, then I do think that this is one where if you're a State fan, you could probably sit back and relax because you will, by the 12, 15-minute mark in the second half, you'll know that you got the game in hand.
Ole Miss averages like 33, 31% from three for the whole entire season. Last 2 games, tournament games, they've looked great. They shot 58% against North Carolina, and they shot 40% in their last game. So you're right. If they shoot like that, you guys might have to sweat things out. But I do think when push comes to shove, there's no way Jace Richardson's going to be as bad as he was in the game against New Mexico. So I think you guys win the game. I think you grab a ton of offensive rebounds. I think Sparty moves on to the Elite Eight. As far as Michigan is concerned, everything tells you on paper that Auburn wins the game. They got the 2 big men. Broom is a stud. Michigan turns over the basketball. Game is in Atlanta, hometown crowd. You're looking at a team that has 6 dudes that average double figures. They've been the number 1 team in KenPom pretty much all season long. They've been the number 1 ranked team pretty much all season long. However, by Stephen A. Smith, they have lost 3 of their last 6 games. Texas A&M did beat them. The team Michigan just beat. Now, I know what people say, they had already won the SEC. They didn't care about those games. Maybe. There's also the Bruce Pearl factor, who, forgive me, but I can't trust until gives me a reason to trust. And then, you won't believe this, but Michigan, when they play like they did over the last 5 games, and specifically in the second half of the game against A&M, when you get Roddy Gale contributing and LJ Kason contributing, and you get the big men flowing to the basket, you get Namari Burnett hitting threes. When that stuff happens,
a lot of ifs.
They're a tough team to beat. I think Michigan will win the basketball game. I know I sound like a slappy. Okay. I know I sound like a homer. I don't give a damn. I'm picking Michigan.
Here's my rationale when it comes to that. Because we all do this. And I've often said, once you get past the third if, chances are you're not winning a game.
Oh, listen, it's going to be tough.
Whatever sport it is.
I can't tell you this.
Because you can say, you know what? If you could just shut down that running back, you'll win. Sounds like you'll probably win. You could shut down that running back and shut down that quarterback and play good defense and probably get a pick 6 and do that. Okay, now you're getting into you might as well play Powerball.
Is there a team in America that you trust more, not even just in this tournament, that when they're in a close game, they're going to win the close game? It's Michigan. Every one of their wins for the last 13 are by 4 or less. Okay? That's what they do. They win close games. So if they find a way to be in this basketball game, they can win this basketball game. Is it probable? I guess not. They are the dog.
You're right. It is
You're
feast or
plus
famine.
330.
When it's close games, you guys find a way to win. But man, when it ain't a close game, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that was also before the contract, or that was before the Big Ten tournament. That was before the 2 games in the tournament. Here's the other thing, and you don't want to hear this, but it's true. And we'll get to Mark Ryan momentarily.
You got 3 more minutes of my attention. Go ahead.
Dusty, man. I haven't had 3 minutes of your attention. You're on the clock. I haven't had 3 minutes of your attention all so long. So it's more than the last 4 hours we just did. But Dusty May said it. He believes his team is the best when they set up camp someplace. They won their preseason tournament, had to leave.
What is he supposed to say?
Well, listen to me. He's got facts to back it up.
God, we suck.
They went to Los Angeles. They beat UCLA and USC. You guys didn't do that. They went to Indianapolis early. They won the Big Ten tournament. They went to Denver. They won 2 games. So now they're in Atlanta. They got there early. Let's see what the hell can happen.
What is he supposed to say, Rieger?
Doesn't it seem like Rico wants Michigan to lose? I wonder why that is. Hi, Mark Ryan.
Listen, in the taking of sides between Rico and Rieger, I far prefer to be on the Rico side generally, time after time. This time, Rieger, congratulations, I'm with you. I think Auburn is the first number 1 seed that goes down. I think they go down tonight. I think they go down hard.
Oh my God!
I think Michigan,
oh my God!
I think
oh
Michigan
my God.
is the winner.
Oh my God!
Despite the fact that I heard you touching about Ken Palm, 92% of the teams that have won the national championship are top 20 offensive and defensive efficiency. Before the tournament, that told us there were 3 teams that could win it: Auburn, Duke, and Florida, and that's it. 92% chance the champion's going to be one of those 3 teams. Auburn's recent form doesn't impress me. Michigan's recent form really does. I'm telling you guys, I think this Elite 8 matchup is going to happen. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I like what Mark's saying over here. Oh, you don't. Rico just like nails the drop. Anyway,
Rico has found a way to just have that be the co-hosting.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to say a word.
Yeah, this is how he feels about everything. Just drop it. All
right. I mean, honestly, I think that's where Metro Detroit is. So what do you got coming up?
Oh, we are jam-packed. I'm going to submit the best idea to end tanking from our audience to the league itself. So we're going to do that. Michigan State basketball is the most hostile rivalry I've encountered since I've been here.
It's just Michigan State. It's not just basketball.
No, but
it's everything.
This is more than football.
No. It's only football.
No,
no, you're right. In basketball, we're their rivals. In football, we're not their rivals.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is passive-aggressive stuff I've dealt with the last hour.
On the ice last night, I saw something that begs the question, onsides or offsides. Plus, Rico, something you and Valenti do annually. I'm going to bring into the show today, giving you guys full credit, of course. It's the Smash or Pass ballpark food items.
Oh.
Okay. You guys did that. And I thought it was one of the best segments that I've heard since I've been here. So we're going to rock that out tonight.
How's it make you
New
feel?
Ballpark items.
A food segment was your best segment.
You know what? Hey, spell my name right.
It's hilarious.
That's all I had to say.
There you go. We're going to rock it out.
Why does Mark get that? All right. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure. Mike is back on Monday. Enjoy the basketball. Enjoy the Tiger baseball. Catch you next time. Enjoy the weekend. Mark Ryan next. 97 The Ticket.